Well, very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first round of the Trico 2025 Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, presented this weekend, round one by 888 Home Loans. We hope you've enjoyed the first day of proceedings, being yesterday, with qualifying and race number one for the weekend. We burst open with the feature race for the weekend, being in the morning program, and then round out the afternoon with a further set of races for each one of our categories. The categories will look like this as the program opens up for the first race for today, with historic touring cars. HQs will be on the track straight after that. The Hyundai XLs, the biggest field here this weekend, will be on track at 10:05. The MG and invited British cars at 10:30. Sports sedans, the big bangers, at 11 o'clock. We go to sports cars, a magnificent field of entirely German field of sports cars here this weekend. And then we go to the open wheelers. Formula V and Formula Ford will be on track. Improved production had a massive race yesterday. Can't wait to see how event number 26 goes. That will be scheduled to start at 12:45. And then the Porsche 944 Challenge, unfortunately, had most of their time yesterday under safety car, but the intensity and ferocity of their racing over the last couple of seasons, they want to get well and truly underway with today's racing. Of course, all of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships this season will be live streamed. You can catch it on Blendline TV. We recommend you go straight to YouTube and enjoy all of the quality viewing via the Blendline TV YouTube channel. Of course, you can jump on vsrs.com.au as well. Most of the individual categories are also picking up the live stream. But certainly the best way to have uninterrupted viewing is jump on YouTube, search up Blendline TV, and follow the live function on there. Don't forget that if you want to watch it back, you can actually even scroll back the day's proceedings in the middle of someone else's race if you need be. So you can certainly catch up with your friends and family, mates, workmates, whatever it might be, or just a category that you avidly follow right throughout the day. And I certainly expect that a lot of the people that are here today, being whether they're volunteer officials out trackside, even commentators, cameramen from Blendline TV, and all the officials right around the track, competitors, friends and family, will jump on to that YouTube channel throughout the week and have another look at it. Drag your favourite race out, have a watch of it. If you're in front of a screen for work, have it ticking away in the background there, and when the boss is not around, feet up on the desk and watch a bit of Blendline TV. Thoroughly enjoy doing that myself. No, not these days. Many, many years ago did, but not these days. I'm Darren Smith, right alongside me, who a bloke has absolutely, since we put him in a cupboard after Island Magic, he's been banging on the door trying to get out and saying, when's round one? When's round one? No, we didn't put him in a cupboard. We put him in a locker. Matty Dunlop, how excited are you for round 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for this season?
I'm absolutely pumped. It took me a while to get all that dust out of my lungs from being in there for a few months, that locker, but I am so keen for some more racing. Yesterday was great. Unfortunately, truncated by quite a few safety cars, probably is a little bit of a result of how, slick and slippery, and first day of school for the year as well. A lot of rust to be shaken off around the field, but a lot of action that we saw yesterday that's going to keep on rolling today, as you mentioned, and I'm really, really keen for it. It's hopefully looking like, I don't want to curse anything, wooden desk that I'm knocking on in front of me right now. It's looking at the moment to be a little bit better today weather-wise than it was yesterday. But, of course, yesterday we had periods where sun was shining, it was beautiful, and then all of 10 seconds later it was chucking down, wasn't it, Darren?
Well, yeah, Dave Amor, the national treasure, calling HQs, coined a new meteorological phenomenon yesterday, a power storm. And literally it was at turn 1, and it was at the top of the hill, right where we're looking now. The rest of the track was dry. There's been a fair bit of rain overnight, as you can see off the side of the track there. There's some puddles, but the racing surface is completely dry. And yesterday with the wind which we had, which we don't have that this morning, but the sun is out, the sun will certainly be warming up the surface, and we'll see some ripping racing. So if we do get any sort of showers come by, which there is in the forecast, some showers that are totally possible, that will, evaporate off again pretty quickly. The other thing was that a lot of the categories, there's really only sports cars and sports sedans that are running a slick tyre. Everyone else runs a grooved tyre, so the ability to pick up the water and with the wind we had yesterday, blow it off the track, it occurred really quickly. In fact, I was quite amazed in a couple of the races how quick the track in a lap or so after a big shower came through, it was dry again.
100%. One of the things that I observed before we went live yesterday during qualifying, especially during the 944 qualifying session, the track was drying so quickly that I remember at one point looking at timing, Cameron Bella was about 6/10 in front of the field. And then I looked back, I think probably about a minute and a half later, and he was 5th. Ended up 4th on the grid. It just changed that quickly with the wind gusting through here. So it's a really up and down surface all the time. And like you said, those groove tyres are great because for a lot of these categories who run them, it means that, obviously there's not a whole lot of variance in terms of what they can mechanically set up in their strategy, but that's a beautiful thing as well because for the most part, you can just make a couple of tweaks, whether it's raining or whether it's dry, and you can roll out and you can get stuck in.
Certainly, and when we look at those tyres, the historic touring cars, they generally run on a historic tyre, comes from Hoosier, a treaded tyre. HQs run on a Kenda treaded tyre. The Hyundai XLs, I'm not sure what they've settled on. They were running on Dunlops, they were running on Federals, but not sure where they've sort of landed with their tyre. MG invited British. Most are running a Yokohama-style treaded tyre, sports sedan slicks, sports car slicks, Formula V, a treaded tyre, Formula Ford, a Yokohama tyre, improved production, a Yokohama tyre, and the Porsche 944 Challenge, a Yokohama tyre as well. So the blends of rubber are sort of not that dissimilar when you've got 3 categories in a row running that same sort of Yokohama, whether it be the 48 or the 50 in their range of motorsport tyres. But certainly it is interesting to see that. But I guess having said all of that, with the rain overnight, it's sort of washed it all clean again. So a big lake in the middle of the track, it's brimming at the moment. So in this beautiful morning sunshine, and that shot there almost looks like a painting of Sandown. Just a little bit of overcast down over the Brace side, sort of Mordialloc Bay side area, down out over probably over Seaford. There's some blue sky, and we are absolutely bathed in sunshine here at the track. You can actually see the shadows from the guardrail on the grass there in the main straight. And everybody, trackside, the entire team of volunteer officials, the Victorian flag marshalling team, the Victorian fire and rescue crew, and our medical teams, they're all set trackside. In fact, that car sitting on the straight there with its lights flashing, that's not a police car, that's actually a medical car. And, there's 2 medical cars there ready to go with the Victorian fire and rescue squad in front there. And we see the grid marshals making their way out onto track, so we're not too far away from seeing cars roll around.
We are not too far away at all. Just having a look down at some info in front of me here. I've got 14.4 at the moment, ambient temperature Celsius, so pretty brisk, especially for mid-February this time of year. It's unbelievable. But cold air, sun baking the track, what does that equal, Darren? Pretty quick lap times, doesn't it?
Yeah, good, nice, cold, dense air will give particularly these kind of historic touring cars, which most of them are bigger sort of 6-litre Chevrolets and Fords these days out there. So they like these sorts of conditions, nice, cool, dense air and a warming track condition. 17.8 on the bitumen is what we're being fed back from those that know around the track. First race for the day, a very big welcome to Trico to the Victorian State Circuit Racing Series. We saw them on board for a couple of rounds at the end of last year. They're the best windscreen wipers going around, trusted by every single one of the cars here this weekend. And you should trust them with all of your road cars, trucks, SUVs, whatever it might be, 4-wheel drives. Trico should be on the lips of everyone in the Australian motorsport community and indeed the automotive world. So a very big thank you to Trico. We're also joined here this weekend by 888 Home Loans, who have been on board with the series as a presenting partner for a number of years now as well. So we're really looking forward to a great year of racing. There it is, Trico, seeing you through appropriately. A few Australian built cars from the early 70s just streaming through in front of us. and they'll have all the Tricos absolutely keeping themselves looking clear. Let's have a look at the grid, how the historic touring cars will start off.
Let's take a look. It's based on the results of race 1, of course, as we use progressive grids, and that puts Brent Trengrove, yesterday's winner, on pole position in the number 22 machine. That is the 1969 Chevy Camaro you see rolling through the front of shot there, with Jeff Monday in the number 68 Camaro right alongside him on the outside on second position. Then we've got Tony Hubbard starting out of third in the number 24, with William Trengrove in that Mustang in the 64 car out of fourth position. Behind them we have Daniel Myers and Richard Fairlamb in the, what do we have there? Daniel Myers in a Holden HQ and Fairlamb as well in a Holden HQ and all HQ. Third row for fifth and sixth position. Then Peter Muleman and Darren Jones out of seventh and eighth position. Mark Johnson in the 97 car out of ninth, with John Alessi in 10th. And that blue Cortina of Michael Stupka out on the grid today. Didn't make race 1 yesterday because I imagine they had a bit of a mishap in qualifying. That car, the rear right quarter of it was looking a little bit worse for wear, but it's got all 4 corners back on the car, and it's out there now for an 11-car grid.
It's actually a mainstream type of car for Michael Stupka. He's been out there in a Hillman Imp in the past. He's been out there in a Peugeot in the past. So seeing him in a Cortina is somewhat of a common car for him. 1500cc, 1963 Cortina. A very, very different pair of Chevrolet Camaros will take up the front row. Great shot on the tail end. This really is the very beginning of the Australian public's love affair with touring cars, isn't it? These, and you can see why. Have a look at these silhouettes. They were just absolutely magnificent. Shiny chrome bumpers on everyone except for the beast-looking Muleman car. The centerfold car that we're calling that had a great time over at Tailem Bend last year. And, well, he was on the front row of the grid yesterday. Had a torrid old affair out there yesterday, did Pete. We're looking forward to seeing him making up some spots from 7th on the grid. We are 5 seconds to go. The lights will come on and we will be away. Will it be the 2 GM cars on the front row of the grid that get away and charge down into turn 1 first? They get away very, very nicely indeed. In fact, it's the 3rd row of the grid with 4th row with Muleman and Jones that got away beautifully in both their Mustangs. But it is going to be the Camaro Festival down at turn 1 for Just Cars. The 24 puts his nose in front there. So Tony Hubbard blasts his way through. And that is a magnificent start from the centre row of the grid. The Mustangs just left wanting a little bit. The red Camaros, the trio, fighting in packs, these three. Have a look at them. And it's a red Mustang behind. You know what they say about red cars going faster? Seems to be proving the way here at the Trico 2025 Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship.
Fantastic start there, as you mentioned, from Tony Hubbard in that number 24 car. And I tell you what, if anyone living next door to Sandown Raceway was hoping for a bit of a late sleep in this morning, not a chance.
It's a late sleep in, mate. It's 9:10.
These things were thundering off the grid as they go over the top of the hill now. Trengrove still holding on. What a fantastic camera shot that is. We've got a camera mounted just on the inside of turn 6 there at the top of the hill, watching all these cars tiptoe their way across there. You thunder your way up the hill, and then you've got to really switch to that delicate mode as you get the car down, especially in these historic touring cars, which demand all of your attention to make sure you get the handling and wrangling those corners just right, Darren.
Geez, I tell you what, I wonder how they picked the cameraman there. Was it like, who wants to volunteer to stand trackside all weekend long and grab that shot? I think it's a little man wearing an orange cone on his head.
You reckon he's crouched down just in a position there? We've got a time penalty for the number 24. Is that a jump start?
And the number 5 too, possibly would be. First lap round. And it was Darren Jones that we thought that got away beautifully as well from that 4th row of the grid. Lock up there. So the 24 will have seen that. We saw it. And the 5. So that is that's Tony Hubbard. And it is Darren Jones. So Tony can remove himself from the times there. I guess that's going to be a 5-second penalty. So, well, he obviously wants to drive away and get himself a good lead, because that will be imposed post-race.
Foot down, he's out of here. And when you see a time penalty like that on the second lap, you know that it's a jump start, because those are open-shut cases. So that would explain why he got such a good run into turn 1, but he's looking to take advantage and keep that foot as firmly indented into the firewall as he possibly can to try and make that 5-second gap and see what he can do. Meanwhile, we're looking back a little bit further here. That is the Mustang, the number 97 of Mark Johnson we touched on earlier, that yellow machine, heading off an HQ and a Mustang behind him as well. Really nice little variety, as you mentioned at the top of the broadcast here. It's just such a good snapshot of that classic touring car scene of the 60s and the 70s. And these cars, the word iconic was basically written to describe these machines.
They set the tone. They really have set the tone for decades on. 50, 60 years later, we're still watching touring type cars at the upper echelon of Australian motorsport. Around the world, touring cars tend to be the secondary act, I guess, unless you're in North America where NASCAR rules. As much as I loved IndyCar, you can't deny the fact that NASCAR rules over there. But throughout Europe and definitely throughout Asia, Formula racing takes precedent, definitely in Australia. Tin tops that were started in this particular era. Names like Gagan that trundled around the racetracks, Neptune Racing, all of those, that era of cars were certainly instrumental in forming our psyche around motorsport. 3 Camaros up the back straight. They are absolutely thumping these cars, and magnificent pieces of kit they are too. And to see the fact that these cars are exceptionally valuable, and these race drivers understand that. That's part of the glamour of going historic touring car racing. They're not sparing the horses, though, are they?
They're certainly
At this
not.
point in time, it's just a race car.
Nah, that's it. Red Mist has descended and they're fanging it around this Sandown track. And that's another beautiful thing about this category as well. These cars have been racing on this tarmac here at Sandown for decades, and may they do so for many decades to come. Now, this is the effective side-by-side battle for the lead here if Tony Hubbard isn't able to clear these cars by 5 seconds, which at this rate I'm not sure if he can. So the number 22 of Brent Trengrove is going up the inside there, and he's going to try and have a look at 2 cars in one. Thinks better of it, tucks back in for second place. He'll be pretty happy to stay there and keep the number 64 of William Trengrove. That is not the number 64, that's the number 68 of Jeff Monday, sitting right behind there with the black stripes and the black wheels. So great little ding-dong battle to start our Sunday proceedings.
What, though, Matt, Brent Trengrove has got a bit of blue smoke coming out of the back of that car. I'm just going to keep an eye on that because I think it's on the downshift when he's under brakes into corners. So that's not what you want to see. Blue smoke will indicate oil, and that could be some sort of overhead gear that's giving him an issue. Not worried about the horsepower, though. Have a look at that. He's having a look outside. It's the 22 versus the 24. There it is. It's on overrun. So that's definitely coming out the exhaust pipe. There it is again. So, well, it's an old Chevy. Possibly that's what they do, just to give a little bit of overhead oil under extreme conditions. But certainly, I hope he's got the pen right. Have a look at that bridge. It says so, doesn't it? Trusted since 1926 here. So he wants to have a good bit of good product in the engine there. But it's 24 Tony Hubbard that has a penalty hanging over his head after a start line infringement. And at the moment, it's only it's half a second. Brett Trengrove looks for the drag race down the inside. Famous down the long run straight here at Sandown. In fact, yesterday when the Sports Sedans had their standing start, they all arrived at turn 1 about 35, 40 kilometres faster than they would normally on a start because they had a rolling start. So it was more like lap number 2 of the race rather than arriving down there with cold tyres. And it was certainly got pretty hairy on that race, on that start yesterday. But at the moment, we're seeing Tony Hubbard and Brent Trengrove just get away from Mundy in the 68 at the moment as they start up the back straight. There's Michael Stupka in the number 6. He is just tipping in at the top of the mountain. Have a look at this. Trengrove looks to the inside. He is showing the nose. And the 22 that time has got through.
Tell you what, Tony Hubbard was not making it easy for him, especially I noticed on the run into turn 1. He was moving over just a little bit, trying to shut that door. Even though he's got that penalty, he does not want to let these cars get in front of him and get away. But he couldn't do anything about Trengrove around the outside there, over the top of the hill. Fantastic move in the number 22 Camaro as they come up on the back of some lap traffic. Is this going to make things interesting, or will, I reckon at this point of the track, they're going to breeze past Stupka quite easily. Won't be too much of an issue there. If that was at the top of the hill, it might be a little bit of a different story. And Stupka says, hello, fellas, have a great race at the front.
Acknowledges the pace of these Chevys as they go down the straight here. I tell you what, though, Tony Hubbard at the moment, he's watching that smoke coming out the side pipe of the number 22 in front of him and going, no, I'm going to have to try and stick with him here. if something untoward mechanically is going on with Brent Trengove, then he needs to be ready to pounce there, because the gap back now to Mundy is 2.4 seconds back. So I'm pretty sure the penalty will be a 5-second penalty. We haven't had that actually confirmed on the timing screen just yet, but we did see the crow's nest at the start line hanging out those penalties with a black flag. Here comes the red Mustang. That's Bill Trengove, and he is now getting very much hunted down by Myers and Pete Muellerman. He's made up 2 spots. Started out of 1 spot. Started out of 7th. Now up to 6th. So let's see how the menacing black Mustang. How good's that shot grabbing the cars through there?
Great shot. And I tell you what, it's always odd to think of a Mustang as being a small and nimble car, especially when you compare it to modern day cars. But when you see it on track next to HQ Holdens, Camaros, other vehicles as well, you see that like they were described, because they were sort of, at the time of release, they weren't really like muscle cars were sort of used, but they were more of a pony car was the wording there. They were designed to be that more of a smaller, lightweight, I guess a sporty option. And
well, in the States they were called a compact.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I suppose they're definitely compact for the United States standards, aren't they? When you look at some of the other land yachts, look at the number 43 going all the way to the inside there to get the move done on. Oh, he's running in very, very hot, going for a little bit of bush bashing there outside wide. No harm, no foul. Soaring at the steering wheel, almost loses it. Goodness me, what a way to wake yourself up on a Sunday morning.
Geez, I tell you what, Lucky Pete's had a bit of skid pan practice in recent months. That could have ended up in a big loop there. He's managed to gather it all up. He will have enjoyed that. That would have been a bit of fun for him. But sadly, what that's done is it's dropped him back into the clutches of Johnson and Fairlamb. And he has lost a whole lot of impetus in his run towards getting back on the front row of the grid. Qualified magnificently yesterday morning, had his head right in the right spot. And as I touched on yesterday, he has sought a little bit of assistance to get him personally in the right spot. The car is as sweet as a nut, and it has been for a number of seasons now. And Pete went, what can we improve? And had a couple of chats with some wise heads around Australian motorsport, and went and got some coaching, and to use his words, unpacked everything he knew and packed a whole new kit bag and brought it to the racetrack.
Tell you what, that red HQ there, the number 34 of Richard Fairland with the heritage plate on the club plates on it. You reckon he trails in here, or does he drive it here and then drive it back home when he's done?
Oh, I reckon he might do a couple of cars and coffees throughout the year and just trundle it up the highway there. It's probably put on a trailer to bring to the racetrack, you would expect. But every now and again you see these cars at one of those Sunday morning, probably been out to the Berwick Cars and Coffee event, probably down to Shannon's down in Cheltenham there. They run, I'm going to say, arguably the best Cars and Coffees event down there. So head down to Shannon's Insurance in Heatherton and check it out. They do that very regularly.
Still just holding off here.
How's the cool drop tank? I love it. It's got the Holden right across it in 12-inch letters across the back of it.
Oh, it's brilliant, isn't it? And I feel like that's a bit of a what do you call it? It's like a very signature Holden thing, isn't it? You see it on a lot of Holdens. Even I remember like the more recent Commodores in supercars, they had a bit of that drop tank vibe as well. That you can see quite clearly under the rear bumper.
I guess the most famous one is the Brock A9X. That a 79 Bathurst winning car with that massive, I think it was more of an advertising hoarding than it was a fuel tank. But this is a good battle here. We're watching this go out between Johnson, Fairlamb and Jones here. So this is just staple Australian motorsport. A bit of FOMOCO, a bit of the General, the Roaring Lion in a FOMOCO sandwich here. And cheer for whoever it is that you think it is. And I guess the red Holden and the blue Ford really do start to pay homage to the heritage. The 34 just getting a black flag there as well.
Fairlamb.
So that's Richard Fairlamb.
Yeah, not sure whether was it a black, was it a meatball? I didn't actually catch that one.
See that? Yeah, I saw the number board come out. We'll keep an eye on that next time around. So he's actually dropped out of it, Fairlamb.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on that one to see what's happening with that car. Meanwhile, here's a great little scrap between Trengove and Myers for what is now according to our timing, the battle for third position, as we can see that Hubbard has actually dropped off quite a bit as well. He's timing at 5th position right now, while he was up in the lead earlier on. So a little bit happening here around the track. Big puff of smoke there from Trengrove in the number 64 Mustang. Keeps on the straight and narrow. There's been a bit of action happening yesterday down in that Dandy Road corner. So
that's absolutely torched the Husier on the front there. Big lock up, unweighted into that corner. Typical signature Sandown Dandenong Road, unweighted, and the wheel just locks up. And I guess the Monaro behind kicks out the back. A little bit of Lygon Street in the 80s action going out there as he off the back of the ripple strip there.
Trying to fill both of that Mustang's mirrors at the same time.
Yeah. And a good entree to the next category on track, which is will be the 6-cylinder HQs, not the 5-litre HQ that we're looking at here. And Myers really getting all over the back of the 64 here, wants to find a way through.
Using every single square inch of that tarmac, but Bill Trengrove is not budging here in that Mustang. He's making it as wide as he possibly can as they round turn 4 here. Coming up on the back of Jeff Monday here, this could almost be a battle for second. We've got just under a minute left on the clock, so not much racing action left to go. As I'm just looking down to see in the pit lane, a car has come in or two, and I reckon that looks to be an HQ of Fairlamb that's pulled into the pit. So what a shame. So that must have been a meatball flag he was given there. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Yeah, Fairlamb is indeed in the pit lane as according to our timing. But we've got a great race here for the back of the podium spots here now, as Trengrove is still doing a ripping job of holding off Daniel Myers.
Yeah, I reckon we're going to get another lap around here too, before maybe 2 laps before we see the last lap board. So this will be a good competition. We'll keep this battle going on here between the Mustang and the HQ. And he puts the power down, draws alongside. That will have lost a bit of momentum for the HQ. And just losing a little bit in the straight line here, but starts to wind it up, the 283 versus the 5-litre. And that's a 308. Under brakes, it's going to be a good little run at it. Tips it in, off in the background there we see Pete Muleman's made his way back to 5th, and now it is the 64 getting all sorts of S action, laying a couple of number 11s. In fact, it was a wobbly old number 11.
Very squirrely all the way through that first sector of the Sandown track here, but that has put Daniel Myers in the number 20 HQ up into the podium spots now. So he's going to be putting the foot down, seeing if he has a chance to catch that number 68 Camaro of Jeff Monday in front of him. I want to take a bit of a moment to take stock here of the field as they stand. So Brent Trengrove in the number 22 is still leading with Daylight 2nd, 3rd and 4th, because he's got a gap of 9.2 seconds over second place on the road, Jeff Monday. Massive gap that Brent Trengrove has at the front. And then this is the battle that we see for third. Daniel Myers now in third position in front of this car, the number 64 of William Trengrove down in P4. So as behind them, we've got Peter Muleman, Johnson.
Last lap board just being shown. So at the moment, Trengrove has the fastest car on the track, lap 6, did a 121. Last time round a 125. So it just gives you a bit of an idea of the drop-off as we just see Michael Stupka just giving them a very clear track to drive on by there. So ever the gentleman, Michael Stupka. But certainly on our last lap now. But best lap time by the second car on the road, another red Chevy jumping on board with us for this season. We've got HQs on track in just a couple of moments. Stay with us.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Without too much further ado, the HQ Holdens make their way out on track. Big shout out to Tyre Power. They've been with these guys for quite a long time now, and thank them for their support at this grassroots level of racing. We've got plenty of racing coming our way right throughout today. HQ's on track now. Next will be XLs. After that, the MG and invited British sports cars will be on track. One after the other. It's all about going racing at Trico 2025 Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. David Amor has jumped right alongside, and if you've watched any HQ racing over the last decade or two or three, you'll know this guy's voice. Dave, welcome to Sandown for day 2, race number 2 for the HQs, and plenty of action as always yesterday in pretty tricky conditions, wasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly was, mate. You've got to remember we had that power storm there over in turns 1, 2, 3 and 4. That was the only part of the track that absolutely got hit with that amount of rain. But on the next lap, it was dry. It was unbelievable how quick it came down and how quick it dried. But congratulations to Steve Banks. He was able to hang on to it and keep it in a straight line. Andrew Magilton, who was leading the race for the HQs, went all the way back to 8th position and fought his way through up into 2nd. Then we got Crawford, Lowndes, no, not the Lowndes. We've got another Lowndes there in the 19 car. Glenn McDonald, Reddy Rose, Warren Truan there in the cartoon car. Boys and girls, have a look at the picture on the side of that. Look at the eyeballs that's sticking out of the side of that HQ Holden. That's 77, John Mahoney, Mick Magilton, Kenner and Eric Hill. So we've got a good niche of 12 HQs here for today. There's a fair few missing, Rogers, McLeod, and that, but they'll all be back for the next round. There was engines, people getting married, people away on holidays. Life's pretty tough, and we don't have enough weekends sometimes to go motor racing, Darren.
Yeah, sometimes it does. Life gets in the way of going racing, doesn't it? I got to say, I got to correct you. Car number 19, which will start out at position number 4, Adam Lowndes. That is the Lowndes. That is actually the Lowndes we've got here today. So we'll run with it, and he's done a terrific job. And returning to HQs, he's had this in the side of the shed. He's done a lot of racing in saloon cars in recent times and had some really good success. But wants to wave the flag for Pro Plum, and getting the HQ out here, giving it a run is a really good way of doing it. Rod Rogers missing here this weekend, but we've got the bright wheels on Steve Banks's car this weekend. So we're used to seeing Rogers with the bright wheels on his car, but Banksy's got them on his. So it's a bit of a battle of the toilet dwellers, isn't it? The plumbers are out there having a crack.
Yeah, well, literally having a big crack, mate. They certainly are. Lowndes and Banks, first and fourth. Keep an eye on it, ladies and gentlemen. Tyre Power, thank you so very, very much for being part of the HQ Holdens for 2025. Pretty good start there.
Andy Magilton gets off very, very nicely there indeed. Banks wanted to try and go with him, but have a look at Warren Truan. He's trying to pick a spot, and he's trying to move over to the inside run up to turn 1. In fact, all 3 of them there are lining up, and it's John Mahoney as well. He's looking at it, a bit of a run up the inside as well, but sweeping from right over on the right-hand side, carrying great speed through turn 1 and down the hill to 2. It'll be Andrew Magilton, who had a big job yesterday to fight his way back through the pack in the middies car.
Yeah, and the 14 car, absolutely fantastic. A young bloke, well, he's not a young bloke anymore. He's got a couple of kids now, he's married, but the Magilton car there with the middies on it, fantastic. Very quick, very smart. Always here early in the mornings, here late in the afternoons. If he shoot up the back straight, have a look at that.
The electrician grabbed the plumber into turn 4 there as well. So it was Mick Magilton came through on Adam Lowndes. So Adam Lowndes just struggling for a bit of pace. Looks to the inside here. He's got the inside running. Now that's a saloon car type of effort if I've ever seen. Muscle him out, and he's gone through. So the plumber gets one back on the electrician, who gets to go to lock-up stage.
Yeah, well, literally, that is for sure. There we see Lowndes the 19 car, Mick Magilton the 75. Magilton Electrical, we need any stuff done around the Baxter Tyab way. Absolutely fantastic value for money. Just like affordable excitement with the HQ Holdens. Lowndes has had a bad start, you can see that. But look at Magilton over the start-finish line for the first lap. You can see there, Banks right on the back of it there. Fairly good starting there for the top three. Have a look at Banks now.
Whoa, he's got the GMG emblazed across the back window there, so he's got a good guy in his corner. Gav Ross making sure things are pointing in the right direction. He goes over the back of the ripple strip. That'll affect the run down to 2 here. Andy Magilton, he's like a shark. He'll sense the blood in the water, and he'll take a big chunk out of the side of number 76 as he goes through.
Certainly will. So through turn 4, it was a bit slippery yesterday. Everyone was commenting on that. First, second, third, very, very close. Fourth there, we got Crawford there as well. He's doing extremely well. And we've also got Warren Truan there in the Berryman entry, or the Piedmont home entry there of Warren Truan, the 77 car. Beautiful looking car, ladies and gentlemen. You see that over near the grandstand. Go and have a look at it. It is mint. Better than mint.
He runs it on his Touring Car Masters car too, that Berryman livery. Very detailed, but really appropriate for HQ. Eyes wide open. You never know what's going to happen next. There we go, running a bit wide in the James Kenner entry. And the 91 of Eric Hill. Nice bright green colour, staying true to the brand. More of a Sandman colour, that sort of lime green, isn't it?
Yeah, you remember that colour, Darren, do you?
I had a green Sandman, that colour, mate. So.
Yeah, it wasn't quite the panel van, it was the sedan you had.
I had the panel van.
Oh,
absolutely, okay. Sandman. Twin headlight front too, so there you go.
Beautiful, yeah, beautiful.
You had to see where you were going at night. Put the sealed beams in there.
Yes, that's right.
Bit of Lucas, Prince of Darkness.
Yeah, that's right. Look at Banks, the 76 car, the fluoro orange wheels going extremely well. Magilton still behind him. Crawford getting real close. Truan's getting closer to Crawford. Throw a struggle rugger over the first 4 now, ladies and gentlemen, down into turn 4. Very, very tight, close, side by side, door handle, bumper to bumper action as they shoot themselves up the back chute.
They certainly do, and up the hill they come. And, well, for a sports sedan, it's just a quick run up the hill, but for a HQ, it's like trying to get home on a Friday night, and the hill just seems to continue heading up and up and up. And then this little tip down to the left, I say little, it's a big deep breath, pull on the belts and tip it in. And the HQs love to run close to each other. Let's see how long this cameraman stands there and allows these HQs to run over the tips of his toes. I reckon he's got a good pair of steel caps on, some mongrel boots down there, I reckon.
Glenn McDonald, he's certainly smoking the Kenders there down in the dandy corner. The Ready Rose car there was certainly turning those perfectly round Kenders into a 50-cent piece. All right, underneath the Penrite Bridge there. Mate, Penrite, they're 100 years old next year, so that'll be quite good. I'm sure they'll be doing something very, very good. The Ready Rose car there, McDonald, the 87 car. Lowndes is doing okay. I thought he might have just maybe had a problem getting from second to third at the start of the race. Look at this. The plumber at the front, plumber at the back. And also we've got John Mahoney there in the 91 car as well. It's the president of HQRA Victoria this year, ladies and gentlemen. The Ready Rose, we've got Adam Lowndes, we've already spoken about that, the 19 car.
The 87 wobbling his way through there. You reckon 100 years of Penrite, there'd have to be some sort of sausage sizzle going on somewhere to celebrate that. That's very Aussie, isn't it? 100 years old. Letter from the Queen, or the King now, and a sausage sizzle.
Yeah, John Diamond was heavily involved in Penrite back when I was sort of getting sponsorship
the Diamonds
out of
still are. The Diamonds still heavily involved.
Definitely, that's for sure, and everything else like that. So, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's a rip-roaring day of motor racing today. Go up and see the race cars, have a bit of a look, have a bit of a talk to the drivers, take some photos, enjoy it, because that's what it's all about. Vic State Race, a grassroots motorsport, getting right up tight and close to all the race cars.
Have a look at this. This is our front four in the HQ race. Race 2 for the weekend. They combined yesterday with the historic touring cars, and they'll do that again for race number 3 at 1:40 this afternoon. But they are absolutely putting on a classic display of HQ racing. Line astern of each other, everyone in a straight line, and then under brakes they'll pop out and have a bit of a look at each other. There's 2 battle packs on the straight here, and this is representing the first 8 cars in this race. Look at the 77, Warren Truan having a look out. Fresh air, under brakes on Crawford, gets a bit of a wobble, bit of a hippie shake, and sends it. Both of them send it over the back of the ripple strip there. So the 77 of Warren Truan, and then the 68 there of Glenn McDonald out over the back of the ripple strip. Truan gets the place. No harm, no foul. Out over the back of the ripple strip. Plenty out over there too. That got close to the wall.
Yeah, mate, I actually stood back from the TV then. He's certainly...
Notice the cameraman didn't.
No,
Stayed true, held on.
Yeah, very consistent. I tell you what, they certainly do a fantastic job. Blendline, once again, you want to have a look at some grassroots motorsport, go to Blendline in Victoria, New South Wales, across Australia. Blendline is doing an awesome job. Trico, thank you for hopping on board the Vic State Racer Series this year. And have a look at this. Oh, that's Crawford. Crawford right behind Truan. The 2 blue cars, they haven't swapped any paint, but they've been very close.
Not yet. I think those years are good. So this is what happened down at turn 4. Now you went out over the back of the ripple strip, 4 wheels for Truan. Gets out there, and here we go back to live shots on the straight. There goes the 77. Big thanks to Trico and 888 Home Loans for the replays we're getting throughout this weekend. And up the straight we go again. So that group that was 4 and 3 is now 2, 2 and 3. And that's the extent of my maths, Dave. You're going to have to step in and start adding them up now.
Mate, you're using your fingers. I got to see you then, and your toes almost. But we have a look at Lowndes. Lowndes down the inside there, the Ready Rose, Glenn McDonald car, John Mahoney, and the 91 car right behind them, side by side. McDonald's trying to hang on. He's got to push Lowndes wide now into turn 2. Lowndes will try and push him wide into oh, no. Lowndes has gone over the edge. McDonald's now gone back in front. Lowndes brakes heavily. Oh, jeez, that was close.
I tell you what, Glenn McDonald held his nerve there, didn't he? I've got to say, Adam Lowndes, ever the gentleman, allowed that to go on. He allowed plenty of racing room, making sure there was no coming together, because really those bash and charge type days of HQs are long gone now. Everybody likes to keep their paint in the right spot. Here we go. The 19, the 87. Lowndes is going to have to pull back in because the 81 of Mahoney's starting to march up beside him there. So maybe jumping in the slipstream. Mahoney wide there, giving our cameraman plenty of room to breathe. And Lowndes just trying to gather it all back up again and have another crack at Mahoney. He saw what Warren Truan did to Graham Crawford the last lap around. 4 minutes and 45 seconds left on the time certain clock. At that point, we'll get the last lap board. And these two back together again. Banks is leading the way to Andrew Magilton, Warren Truan, Graham Crawford. We're waiting for the next lot to get across the line. It'll be McDonald, Adam Lowndes, John Mahoney. And that's the top 7, all on the main straight as our leaders tip in. Here's Lowndes having another go. He's tried to get a good run in the slipstream, pulls back in behind and goes, nope, not going to happen this time round.
Yeah, no, the horsepower is just a little bit different from the saloon car to the HQ. Talking to Lowndes,
it's all relevant though. It's all what you got around you, isn't it?
Well, that's exactly right, mate. This is a one-mate class. It's the biggest in the world, a one-mate class. The history of the world, the HQ Holdens. Back in 91-92, we had some over 600 HQs racing through Australia and Tasmania. Now, this weekend, ladies and gentlemen, go and have a look at the HQs. Look at all the sponsors on the guards. Thank you, sponsors. The windscreen sponsor. We've got Tyre Power. We've got Mount Nurarat is sponsoring Division 2 this weekend. We've got JDM sponsoring Division 1. What's Division 1, Division 2? Division 1 is all the guys that are always up the front. Division 2 are the new guys coming along and the people that normally finish 10th, 12th, 15th, 20th, all that. So HQ, we give trophies out for both categories.
I'm going to say, is this Div 2 on screen now?
This is Divi 2. That's Eric Hill and Mick Magilton. So there's 2 Magiltons there. We've got the young bloke up the front. We've got the old man down the back. So Magilton Electrical. Just having a bit of a look here. John Mahoney now has gone past the Ready Rose car. Glenn McDonald, has he had an issue or a problem? Outbraked himself, we're not sure. Darren, what can you see, mate?
77. 77 with a bad sportsmanship flag there. So that's Warren Truan. Gee, I wonder what that was all about.
I'm not sure, mate. Maybe he got too close to the pie check sign over there at turn 4.
Maybe, I don't know. But that's an interesting one there. I thought it was a meatball flag, but no, the colloquially known as the bad sportsmanship flag, black and white diagonal there. So it basically means that race control and all the officials and flaggies right around the track are keeping a very close eye on your racecraft right now.
Yep, certainly is, making sure he's sticking to the black bit.
Yep.
All right, the part of the racetrack. He might be going over the back of the ripple strip too far.
Yep.
Maybe at turn 1 there.
Probably at the top of the hill here, coming across and running across that, what is the driver's right.
Yep.
Here we go. Here's this magnificent shot. Wow.
You see the angle of that car.
Yeah, how was that? And, gee, John Mahoney, he was running it like a sprint car through there, wasn't he? The Kenders were just like loving it.
Yep, they certainly are. Righto, HQ Holden, what are they? They're a 202 Holden, single carby. Exhaust systems are free. Very, very little modifications inside the engine itself, ladies and gentlemen. They all get measured, checked and sealed. We run a 98 fuel, which is a pump grade fuel in these cars. Back in the day, we used to run Avgas because we thought we were aeroplanes back in those days. Now we're running the 98 fuel at the servos. So it's brought the compression ratio down to about 12.4, which is still pretty high, mate. It's pretty high. I don't want to be in one.
There wasn't too many HQs that came out with 12.4 compression ratio from the factory, I can tell you that much.
That's exactly right. A HQ Holden, brand new, was 9.8,
there we go.
ladies and gentlemen.
Running on standard fuel.
Yeah, super.
Oh, super. Super, of course. Have a look at these guys now. We're starting to tick it down. 40 seconds remaining on the clock here. Wow. The 81 there, John Mahoney's just gone for the Tricos. He had the wiper blades on. Look at this, so is the 77. Going for the Tricos, up the back straight. So are we starting to see a bit of precipitation? I think we are.
Yeah, we certainly will. Banks doesn't, I know he's a plumber, he doesn't like the rain. Magilton will be doing almost a rain dance inside that helmet, hoping for a bit more spit to make Banks worry about what's going to happen. You know,
water's hardly an electrician's friend, though, is it?
Well, no, that's exactly right. But Magilton loves it.
He loves it. Loves really racing in the rain. I guess he's got the lid on
last
top of
lap
him.
board, or we got one more lap? What's going on, mate?
We haven't got the last lap board out. No last lap board. They've got to the line there, so in the time certain. But
so we're still racing. We're still racing.
We're absolutely still racing.
It.
And we're starting to see a bit of precipitation. Look at that. The Tricos are starting to get used. They've gone well. I need to see better. I better get Trico to see me through this.
Whoa, look at this. It's starting to slip and slide, ladies and gentlemen, through turns 1. Definitely through turn 2, 3 and 4. Now with the HQ Holdens, just like any other HQs, supercar, whatever, if you don't get a good exit out of turn 4, the car behind you will shoot straight past.
I'll tell you what, you're drawing a fairly long bow there, aren't you? Between the HQ and the supercar. Like there's a fair gap in between.
Not really, mate.
No,
You've still got
really.
a spacer called a driver. Still got wheels and a steering wheel. So let's face it, mate.
And you've got to get to the end.
You must get to the end.
Got to get to the end. Twin headlight front on the number 91. Eric Hill has got himself a nice gap there. Oh, a little bit of opposite lock there. Grabbing it there, and one of his mates squealing the tyres around. I think the cameraman thought there might have been someone going off there, but just a bit of tyre squeal, asking a lot after 10 laps on underneath the HQ. The Kenders will certainly be starting to feel the heat, and they'll be sort of a little bit frustrated, a little bit damp, a little bit dry. But the 81 going, yep, I'm going to get some TV time here. I'm running the sponsor's product. I've got the Tricos working hard there. And now the biggest problem I'm going to have at the end of today is a new wiper motor for my HQ. but
Yep.
getting out there nicely. The JDM, one of the round sponsors for the HQs.
They certainly are, mate. Now we go back to what it's in the HQ. We still run disc brakes on the front, drums on the rear. Yes, drums in a race car, ladies and gentlemen. Pedder suspension, Pedder Sports. We talked about the Kenda tyres. We run, oh, look at Mahoney. He's trying to get that thing sideways. Over the start-finish line. The last lap board must be out now. I can't see anything on the
Doesn't look
TV.
like it is.
No.
No last lap board there. So
No.
we continue on.
Oh, magnificent.
At some point, someone's going to look down at their fuel gauge and say, "Hey, we only filled this up for 12." So we're just being told that checker flag next time by. So we're not going to see a last lap board, but that's good. These guys are still going for it. So they're still racing, and until the checkered comes out, as we just touched on, Dave, keep going.
Yep, that's for sure. 2, 3 and 4. John Mahoney there, the Ruddy Rose car, Glenn McDonald coming out of turn 4. Just got to see, there's a sprinkle of rain. There's not heaps, there's a sprinkle, but the plumber is keeping it in front of the electrician there at the moment. Steve Banks, Andrew Magilton. Oh, have a look at this. I've just spoken too soon. Magilton right on the boot lid of Banks. As we've been told, we've only got 3 corners to go, side by side. Here we go underneath the Penrite Bridge. Who's got to come out? Can Banks hold it together? Can Magilton? Oh, Magilton's locked a bit of a break. Oh, Banks, Magilton's gone up the inside of him. Magilton's come through the centre. Oh, looks like Magilton has got it. Magilton, the electrician. Then we've got Banks. You've only got to win the race on the last corner, and apparently that's all we had to do.
There it is. I tell you what, it's the battle of the work site, and the Sparkies have got the... they got this one. That's for sure.
They certainly have. Truan, no more issues or problems in the 77 car. Crawford in the 68 car. He done extremely well. Lowndes has come back through. It'll be interesting to have a chat to him and see what happened to his car. He went backwards at a great rate of knots. Mick Magilton there in the 75 car, still coming through. Eric Hill in front of him. James Kenner. I don't know what's happened to James Kenner in the 66 car. I'm not sure what happened there.
Here comes Mick Magilton, though, in the 75, charging to the line. So let's have a quick review back. Fastest lap of the race was Steve Banks. So the plumber is definitely the fastest car on the track. A 135.32, a 135.5 was Andy Magilton's fastest lap. So Banksy takes the fastest lap of the race. There it is, 135.32. And the field streaming across the line there. Checkered flag just flapping around in the breeze. That breeze has certainly started to pick up as we started racing today. It was quite still here and the sun was out over the last 45 minutes or so.
There's Kenner. He's still last, but he's getting it sideways onto the front straight. Greeting the checkered flag. So well done to James Kenner. So that's absolutely fantastic, ladies and gentlemen. You can see it there, Blendline TV. Trico, thank you very much. From the HQ side of things, Tyre Power. Absolutely magnificent to keep you on board for another year of 2025. Absolutely fantastic. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go away. There's plenty of racing here at Sandown, Dandenong. If you're close by, come and see us. If not, stay tuned and look after yourself. Thanks, Darren.
No probs, Dave. We've got HQs making their way off the track. The Hyundai XLs are next on track after that, the MG and invited British cars. The Trico products stepping up now as the heavens open up a little bit here locally at Sandown. We'd love to see your smiling face trackside here. Sandown has got the best facilities of any racetrack, that magnificent grandstand. It doesn't matter if it's raining. Go and pick yourself a nice seat in the grandstand and watch the day roll by with some awesome racing, all of our categories. Hyundai XLs are on track next. We'll be back with more from the Trico 2025 Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Round 1, brought to you by the 888 Home Loans crew. Back soon.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact. for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Oh, here we go. Hyundai XLs on track. I'm going to hand it over now to Matty Dunlop and Tom Reed for all of the action in the Hyundais. Good luck with this, guys. Rain coming in. This should be some fun.
Don't wish me luck. Wish these drivers luck.
I'm really interested to see how Cadel Ambrose can run the rest of his day here, because he's won the sports sedans and XLs yesterday. Let's see if he can do it all again today. So plenty to talk about.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Darren. It's been incredible to see what Cadel Ambrose can do in any sort of vehicle around this Sandown circuit so far this weekend. Race one of this category, the Hyundai XLs, then went on to jump in a massively V8-powered Audi A4 sports sedan. Won that one as well on debut. Easy as you like. My name is Matt Dunlop, and joining me is Tom Reed. Tom, great to have you in the box.
Hey, Matt. Good to be back for day 2 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships here at Sandown. Set for another cracker with the XLs. I think we've got about 30 cars set to take the start. We'll let you know if anyone has dropped out. But here we run through the grid. Cadel Ambrose, he set a qualifying time yesterday of a 1 minute 32.5 to beat Rio Campbell, I believe, who may have started second. We have Emily Jones alongside him, Rio Campbell in third, Williams winning the Tasmanian off of P4. Then we go to Ace Buckley. He came from P9 to P5 yesterday. Then we got James Sarah, Lachlan Harvey in the Bay 2 Bay rental car, Ethan Wilson off 8, Jake Harwood off 9, Samuel Gibson off 10, Brendan Jenner 11, Aidan Cardigali off 12, and then we move to Lee Burtech, Lee Saleminer off 14, 15th will be Matthew Seymour, Jacob Wingett in the 200 off P16, and then we move to Norm Lee, Carly Fleming, John O'Keefe, Thomas in the number 7 car, Travis Mitchie, Dallas Harvey, Tyson Chaplin, Jared off P24, Daniel Harvey, Jamie Ellis, James Reynolds in the Royal Oil car, and then Harry Strick off P28. He was involved in an incident yesterday, the same as Cisco Morales. Those two are two of the front running cars that were unfortunately tangled up in several incidents yesterday, and Peter Fleming was the guy who brought out the first caution flag. I think he is out there today. I think I just saw his car go through.
Great to hear, because from that shot you can see on the inside wall that little tyre barrier that pokes out on the front of the Armco barrier. That is what Peter hit. I was having a chat to himself and Carly after yesterday's race, so just got the car lost, locked it up a little bit, rotated it around all on his own, collected that tyre barrier with the back of the car, shot across the track again. As we saw, he was parked on the other side, the stage right, as he came back on. Very, very lucky not to be collected by anyone else as he went through there. So that car has been fixed up. There's a bit of, in his words, the car got a little bit shorter after that one, but they've got it fixed up again, and it's great to see them back out on the track if that is the case. Cisco Morales, last I saw of that car, there is Peter Fleming indeed rolling around, so great to see him out there. Cisco Morales, last I saw of that car, was on the back of a trailer yesterday leaving the track, so hopefully they got that one fixed up. And we also had, I believe it was Harry Strick. So last I saw that one this morning out in the scrutineering area. Not sure if that one's taking the start, so we may be down 1 or 2 cars, but still a bumper Hyundai XL grid that we are looking forward to start the race.
One thing I've noticed is the guys on the front row have been stationary for about a minute, waiting for the last cars to form up. So their tyres are going to be getting a lot cooler on the front couple of rows here. So we're set for a start. Lights will go on in a second. They'll engage first gear and then drive them off the line.
Looks like we're still waiting for a couple of people to form up in their spots correctly here. So there will be a little bit more of a wait as the revs build here. The tension is really rising. There we've got a 5-second board. We're getting ready for a race start. The revs are starting to build. It's Cadel Ambrose on the inside, Emily Jones on the outside. The red light comes on. The revs are going to build. We're underway here in race number 2. It's a cracking start from Cadel Ambrose. Emily Jones bogs it down big time, and she's going to lose a bit of space here. She's going to have to cover immediately for the William Twining and Rio Campbell behind her to keep them at bay. But Cadell Ambrose will be loving the side of that in his rearview mirror because he's got clear air behind him at this stage. Emily Jones moves to the inside just to try and cover. Great defensive recovery job there from Jones in the number 6, but it's going to be Twining who goes around the outside to take second position into turn 1. Cadell Ambrose does lead the way as they all pretty cleanly so far filter through turn 1.
Yeah, beautiful start from Cadell. He drove it perfectly off the line through the grass. There is Rio Campbell and Emily Jones.
Whoa.
And a spinner. That's Ace Buckley. He's going to back it into the fence. Ouch. And then the 25 also spinning. So there's a bit of carnage here up at turn 4. Hopefully these guys can drive away from this and we go safety car free.
Yeah, it's all happening here at turn number 4 here on the first lap of the XLs. Fingers crossed that they can get rolling again. There did look to be, as you said, a bit of damage as Ace Buckley hit that wall there. And you can see there's a bit of water down there. You can see it on top of the wall and the safety car's out.
Wow, very early call for that. There might have been a further incident down at turn 1, which we haven't seen. But all those cars managed to get away from that incident in turn number 4 with relatively small damage. Did see a little bit of glass there on the road, so maybe a rear window off a car has popped out.
Potentially a debris safety car in that case so they can get it cleaned up and get everyone underway, because last thing you want is to be running over debris on that run into the back straight there and potentially having a tyre let go or anything like that.
We've seen that before in the supercars many years ago. James Golding cut I think it was a right front tyre down or a left front down on the exhaust of Jack Perkins, and there's the debris that we can see. So that'll be swept off the track under this safety car, which hopefully should be a relatively small window here.
I remember that incident you were talking about, the supercars. I was actually watching that race from the grandstand. It was well before they had the paved runoff at turn 6 there, and just hit the brakes into turn 6. Nothing happened and just nosed it straight into the tyre barrier and almost got a bit of air time as the back end lifted up. So,
big air time.
Yeah, so back in those days, if you went off hard because you just could not arrest any speed. But luckily, we've got all that runoff there, which just makes it a lot easier for drivers to just send it that much harder through that corner, put a lot more faith in their cars.
It also is a little unfortunate, though, that we have the runoff because it takes away the risk factor of that corner and what it's been over the years. A lot of cars can just skip over that curve and there's no worry about it. That's one of the areas on this track where we do have track limits enforced as well, and we saw, I think it was a black flag in the HQ race before. Maybe that was for track limits over the top there. So we can see the marshals here pushing the cars to the outside of the circuit. That is them driving through the debris though, which is quite strange. So maybe there's a further incident on the inside of this corner that we can't quite see at the moment.
They may just be telling the drivers just to slow down here as we wait to see what sort of recovery efforts and cleanup efforts are happening here right now. I think it's very much a slow down kind of thing. Now we've got a few drivers in the midfield and the back
from them,
moving around this debris here because they're not sure whether that's glass, whether that's bits of fibre, plastic, things like that. Either way, it's not what you want stuck in your tyres, especially this early in a race.
I wonder if that's a headlight, actually.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because it definitely looks to be like that plastic sort of thing from those headlight covers. You can see a few of these XLs are running those painted headlight covers, and not a whole lot of these drivers seem to have been aware that time around of the debris that was present, so they just powered straight on through it. Now, let's take a look and see what happens. So, we caught Emily Jones, bit of a contact with Rio Campbell, both of them shooting across the inside. Campbell comes back along, just tags the side of Ace Buckley, who scoots across the road. But while that was happening, we had another incident back there, which involved the number 25 car of Lachlan Harvey, and we are not sure where that debris came from, whether he had been or whether he or someone else had been touched from behind and shattered their headlights. So there'd be another car involved, because you can see there's a couple of piles of debris. There's that one on the outside of the entry that we saw, and then just on the inside there as well of turn 4 where Ace Buckley had parked up in that shot. So a little bit of cleaning up to do. Hopefully that won't take them too much longer.
Yeah, hopefully not. One thing while you were talking there, I could hear the rain falls dropping at the turn 4 camera. And you can see it on this shot down at Dandenong Road. There is rain starting to fall. I can see it out of the commentary box window. It's coming down at quite an angle, so it'll be a big test for these drivers once we get under green flag conditions. As you can see, well, I can see out the commentary box, a lot of drivers weaving around, trying to get as much temperature into these tyres as possible, and their brakes, of course, so that they can be all ready for the restart. The 87 there on screen, I believe that is Cisco Morales. Where has he made it up to? We'll see when he comes across the timing line.
22nd at the moment, so good recovery so far.
Started 29th.
Yeah, and as well as Peter Fleming, who's just in front of him. So both of those drivers having a great start to this race. And all of this field is trying to get as much temperature as physically possible into these tyres. But in conditions like this, it might be a bit of a losing battle to keep such temperature in those ones. They're grooved slick, which is good because it means that we can keep racing in conditions like this, and they can be raced quite easily in the wet or the dry, but it doesn't make it any less challenging for the drivers. Now, all the drivers are getting told, slow right down, stick to the right-hand side of the track. So you can see they got that debris pile cleaned up, and there's still a little bit more work they have to do on the inside of that corner.
Yeah, and you can see the marshal there with his broom out. He'll be sweeping that away very swiftly. I'm noticing on the timing screen, car 22 has a 5-second penalty. That is Peter Fleming, so perhaps that's a jump start. That's maybe why he's up so many positions.
Potentially, yeah. We saw earlier today in the historic race, if you get a jump start, it's very much an open shut case. They get those ones decided very quick smart, so that seems pretty likely there. So not ideal for Peter Fleming, but at the very least he's out there and he's racing, and compared to where he was yesterday, that's the main thing.
Yeah, correct. And that was one thing that I think both of us were watching. We were watching the front 2 rows to see if there was any creeping off the line and any penalties that would potentially be handed out, but that wasn't the case. The front 3 or 4 rows got off the line beautifully. We saw Cadell drive off the line, take the lead down into turn 1. Will Twinning, I thought, was going to get a run on him, but just didn't quite have the horsepower and the length and track to get past him down into turn 1.
One thing I like about this shot, especially in this weather, you can see how slick those rumble strips get when they start getting wet. And even the paint lines as well on the inside of the track, as you see the reflections of the cars as they pass through. And that is such an important thing for the drivers to keep in mind when they throw their cars around this Sandown Raceway, is when you're loading up the side of the car, especially if you're hitting an exit curb on the way out of a corner, you have to be really careful in these conditions because they can be so slippery. And it's not too much of an issue in these front-wheel drive XLs, but see later on in the day when we start getting all the rear-wheel drive cars out, that can get very, very towy. So it definitely changes the complexion of this circuit when it starts getting a bit damp here.
It's definitely a characteristic of Sandown. It's a very greasy track when the rain falls on it, and it's got a bunch of different surfaces. I think Neil Crompton calls it the patchwork quilt.
You can just look at it in that shot, can't you?
Yeah, it's a new surface every 50 metres. It's a very historic venue, and that's why we like it so much, because it has so much character. It's so demanding on the drivers, and it's always provides great racing.
100%. And it's, on paper, it's a very, very simple track from when you look at the layout, but when you're driving it, it's anything but. And it demands to have a very well-built car because you've got to be able to get all the power down. It's obviously, you see the length of that main straight and the back straight as well. Power is crucial. And in cars like this, that means momentum is so important as well. You've got to get good runs out of the final corner and this turn 4 they're entering now onto the back straight, because being able to carry that momentum all the way up those long straights is so important. As they're still looking to get a little bit of debris cleaned up here. They've got a car on track at the moment. That's what that white flag means. There is still a cleaning vehicle out there right now. They may actually be trying to load because I haven't seen Ace Buckley circulating. I'm not sure if he's out on track yet. No sign of him on timing. So his car may actually be marooned on the inside of that corner.
I thought I saw him go through on one of the last shots there of the field rolling through.
Thank you for the camera person and for yourself there for confirming that I was merely speculating and just completely talking out of where the sun doesn't shine. So disregard that. Ace Buckley is back out on his way there.
That's all right.
Just waiting for a bit more cleaning up to happen, so it won't be too far away. Fingers crossed from race restart with just under 5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, hopefully we get a restart. I'm not sure if it'll be this time by. We'll get a word when that's about to happen, but this debris should be cleaned up relatively quickly and we can set for a restart probably next lap at this rate.
Great opportunity to say a massive thanks to all the hardworking volunteers, officials here who help us keep the racing going, and that's confirmation that the safety car will be in this lap, so that is fantastic to see. But again, thank you to all of our officials, our marshals, our flaggies, our medical crews, our race control staff, everyone there, a lot of them being volunteers. And we cannot thank them enough because we simply cannot go racing without them. If you want to be part of the action and get some of the best seats in the house, motorsport.org.au/officials is the place to be. But if you want to be watching some fantastic racing in front of a screen or on the grandstand is where you want to be right now, because we've got green flags, we're underway. Cadell Ambrose leads the way, but look at William Twining in that number 72 Hyundai XL right behind him. The Tasmanian is looking up the inside now. Can he get a move done? He's a bit far back, so he's going to have to tuck in again. Just having a little bit of a peek and just saying, Cadell, hey, just letting you know I'm right here in your left-hand side mirror. But it will be Ambrose who leads the way into turn 1 ahead of Twining, Rio Campbell. And that is James Serra up into 4th position. Great run from him so far.
Anyone that was watching the back of the shot there at the restart would have seen Emily Wilson peel off into the pits. She came from 14th to finish 8th in yesterday's race. So that's put a halt to her momentum and her charge forward in these progressive grid races, which will hurt her big time come race 3 in this afternoon.
Yeah, not ideal for Ethan Wilson there as he comes in, so we'll keep an eye on that car to see how it goes. Still got a lot of cars out here at the moment. We just caught a glimpse of Emily Jones as well. She's now down in 7th position as a result of that off-track excursion before the safety car, so she'll be looking to get up there again. We were talking a bit yesterday about how Emily Jones is having such a great run. Like, she's had really good pace at the fast circuit. She had a great run at Calder at the end of last year, finished 2nd yesterday. So that's her first 3 podiums in her Hyundai XL career. So awesome stuff to see as we see the field peel through turn 6 here. Great camera shot as they get as close as they possibly can to those cones on the inside.
Yeah, I noticed that camera shot on the touring car race. I was watching the Blendline TV coverage, which you can find on their YouTube website and their Facebook. And yeah, it was. I'm not sure if that camera was there yesterday or not, but it looked awesome.
I reckon that would have been. It's a new one today, and it's a fantastic shot they've implemented. So great stuff from all the Blendline TV crew there to get that one up and running.
Bit of side-by-side action here up the back of the shot.
So that's Dallas Harvey, the 191. He's just got a battle sitting right behind him. But there's battles all the way up and down this field. This is Lee Seelenmeyer in the 327, just holding off Carly Fleming in the 42. So 2 of the Flemings in this category here so far. There's Emily Jones making her way past James Serra into 4th position. So really good recovery drive so far in the number 6 machine for Jones.
You mentioned Lee Seelenmeyer. He came from 18th to finish 14th yesterday's race. He's currently sitting in position number 14 and hasn't been able to make any progress forward. So he might have been tangled up in a little bit of an incident at the start. That's very typical of Hyundai XL racing. You can get your ears boxed if you start going backwards, and it's all about momentum in this category. You just got to keep driving forward. As we look at the front, Cadell Ambrose is stretching out quite a big margin over your 2nd place driver, Will Twining from Tasmania. Rio Campbell in position number 3. Emily Jones back up to P4, and there's a battle here between James Serra and the 119 of Brendan Jenner, the Peninsula Auto Works car. Through turn number 6, he was able to get that move done down the inside, and then you've got the number 95 of Jake Harwood from Victoria behind these guys. So this is the battle for position, I think it's 5, 6 and 7.
Correct, it is, and it's a great move there from Jenner into turn 6 there. Gets that one done, and he's already gapped James Serra a little bit already in that 119 Hyundai. So I think the 95, as you mentioned, of Jake Harwood will be smelling blood in the water and trying to take advantage of Serra dropping back down. It's been a really good weekend so far for James Serra in that car, so let's see what he can do here if he can hold off that number 95. There's not much time left in this race to do so. Just over 30 seconds on the clock, so only a couple of laps or so left to go. Keep an eye on that flag stand as they come by next time, as they all peel down through the main straight again. Everyone is tucking in, trying to get as much of a slipstream as possible, because as you mentioned, the momentum is just so important, and every single kilometre an hour down these straights really counts in these cars.
Yeah, momentum is key in these cars, as we can see the number 95 hustling in the back of James Serra. This is turning into a nice 3-way battle, and it'll go all the way up the back straight. So let's keep with these guys, see what's going to happen up the back straight, because there's going to be a little bit of a towing game happening here with, I think it is the 119 there of Brendan Jenner leading this little train. Rio Campbell just behind Will Twining here. Not sure if he's going to be able to catch the back. I think we might get a last lap board this time by.
Look at James Serra up the inside of Brendan Jenner, gets the move done nice and easy. So even though there's not a massive amount of draft up the back straight, because we've got a bit of that southerly wind coming up from the south, blowing as a tailwind on the back straight, it does cut into it a little bit, and Brendan Jenner's lost another place. That's Harwood going through at Dandenong Road. So again, momentum, as you mentioned, and just like if you lose one place, when it rains, it can pour sometimes in these XLs. So you've got to be on the money constantly, and Harwood is defending like his life depends on it, that 95, parking it right in the middle of the road there, making it as wide as possible. Great stuff.
Yeah, beautiful move by Harwood there to get past the 119 of Brendan Jenner.
Last lap board is out.
Fair bit of sunlight coming out here onto the track. It's perfect conditions for these guys. No rain. That's the last thing they would have wanted. There's a battle here between Rio Campbell and Emily Jones. Emily's been able to get past the 333 there of Rio Campbell, and she'll be setting her sights on the Bill Twinning. Maybe a little too late here, though, with the last lap board being shown.
Yeah, so they've only got a few more opportunities to get moves done here. Emily Jones is looking solid up there in third position now in that number 6 Hyundai XL as they go through turn 4 for the final time in racing conditions this morning. Of course, they will be back out on track later today, but we've got plenty of racing to go before then. I think Emily Jones has a pretty decent gap now in front of Rio Campbell. He's not going to be able to do much up at the back straight here, but anything can happen as they come across the top of the hill and into Dandenong Road. There's always a chance of locking up, but Cadell Ambrose way out in front. He's going to be taking it nice and easy. No need to take any risk. Same with William Twining there in the number 72. Great run so far. Meanwhile, back here, that battle we were looking at earlier between Jenna and Harwood is still raging on. Jenna's trying to look around the outside across the top of the hill, and I think he's going to get it done. That's a great move from
Can he hold it in the track limits, though? What a beautiful move there by Jenna in the 119.
Easy as you like. A little bit of a puff of smoke on the inside, but parks the car in the middle of Dandenong Road and does not let that pass happen again. That's fantastic defensive driving, and he'll get that move done for sure. But at the front, it is Cadell Ambrose. He's going to go 2 from 2 so far in the XLs, 3 from 3 so far on the weekend when you include sports sedans. So what a fantastic weekend he's having so far in that 194. William Twining has crossed the stripe in second with Jones across the line in third, Campbell fourth. Now the 119, so that's Sarah in fifth up ahead. Jenna ends up P6 just ahead of Jake Harwood, and then it's going to be Samuel Gibson, I believe, behind them. But we've got battles all the way up and down the track. This is Cisco Morales on the back of...
Wow.
That is Tyson Chaplin there trying to get in front of him, but can't get the job done. So that top 10 ends up being Gibson, Seymour, and Cara Dargley in 10th position, rounding those out. Now, Vondrasek, he started quite the way down the back of the field. He was in 20th position. Ended up 11th. That's a fantastic result from Thomas Vondrasek there.
Same from Cisco. He started P29. He's made his way all the way up to P15 there. With his fastest lap of the race was a 36.2 set on the last lap.
Brilliant recovery drive there from Morales and Vondrasek. They'll be looking to take all that momentum into race 3 later today. This was the feature race, though. It's unique that we run at Sandown. We run the feature races in race 2. They do pay a little bit more points in the state series. Just to give you an idea, 30 points for a win in normal conditions, but the feature race pays 40. So that means Cadell Ambrose has 70 points on the board already so far in the Hyundai XLs with the best lap time of the race so far. So great result there from Cadell Ambrose. Absolutely brained the lot of them, Tom.
Yeah, a brilliant drive from Cadell. Drove it off the line nicely and then didn't look back from there. He just controlled the race, controlled the restart, and was able to pick up the win there. So let's see what he can do in the sports sedans later. And they are coming up at 11 a.m. So that'll be race 2 for them, the feature event for the sports sedans. Tons of horsepower under those bonnets.
Heaps of horsepower coming up from those ones. I cannot wait. We've got heaps more racing coming up in the meantime, though. It's going to be MGs and invited British sports cars next as the Hyundai XLs peel into the lane. So don't go anywhere because they will put on a cracking show as well, listening to those fantastic British machines thundering around this Sandown Raceway. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss a moment.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Welcome back, trackside here. MG and invited British cars making their way out on track now, being led by Phil Chester, which leads us perfectly to the young lady that's just plonked right next to me for a quick chat and update. Kaylin Lilchester, you made your debut here at Sandown yesterday, but it didn't last too long, did it?
No, it didn't, unfortunately.
So tell us what happened. You came out of turn 4. It was horrible conditions, that drying, greasy track out there.
Yeah. I pretty much just did exactly what I was told by my dad not to do.
I love it. Under the bus.
Yeah, and exactly what he said would happen happened, and I just ended up, I hit the dip in the track and ended up in the wall, unfortunately. So it was quite a short race for me.
So tell us, you're okay? You walked up the stairs into the commentary booth. You're okay?
No, I'm physically fine. Heart hurts a bit, but I'm fine. I'm all good.
How's the ego?
Yeah, it hurt. Yeah, not as bad as the car, but...
So you're from a motor racing family, essentially.
Yep.
You've done karting, so you know your way to a racetrack. You know how it all works. Is that the first kind of crash you've had, sort of like that?
No, I've had crashes in karts. I've crashed my old Excel on a practice day a few years back, but first one in this car, unfortunately. Yeah.
So when do we expect to see you back on track?
Calder Park, hopefully.
Oh, awesome.
We've got a car lined up already. Dad's very efficient, so hopefully that's all sorted for Calder Park.
Well, thank you very much for bringing us the update. There was a lot of questions on social media, and I know you kids are all across that. Old guys like me are a little bit slow on keeping up on that, so we like to get your smiley face up here, and it's good to see you have a smile. I probably wouldn't have made it to the track today. I would have been lying in bed in a ball or something like that. So, Kaylin, thank you so much for giving us that update, and let's hope we don't have you back in the commentary booth ever again.
Well, thank you for having me.
Excellent. Let's get Sean Hurley in here, who's going to give us the rundown right throughout this race. Sean, of course, a respected authority on all things, everything, if you ask him. And Paul's come straight in on a hot mic, and we've got the grid there just rolling up there, mate. It's, again, tricky conditions.
Yeah, look, it's a little bit slippery by the looks of things out there, Darren. It's going to be a fairly interesting race. I feel the guys are still on slicks, and again, from the results from the last race yesterday, a bit of a mixed grid this morning with Mike Trathen on number 2 after Phil Chester on pole. We've got Simon Elliott in position 3, Jason Edwards in the MGF in position 4, Hank Swadavine in number 5, Naeem Alif in number 6, which is a fair way up the grid for him, and Jim Dodd in number 7, which is great to see him in the mix. Richard Milligan in the big V8, number 8, and Murray Stevenson behind him in number 9. John Makem here bringing in number 10 to bring out the top 10, and Gordon Bunyan closely behind him as we go for a race start.
We're just about ready to go here. I tell you what, we've got David and Goliath on the front row of the grid. 3 championships in a row in that little open top midget. And, well, a very much a champion lap record setting machine on pole position there as well. They walk it off the line there, and the V8, of course, opens it up. But look at the F coming down the extreme right-hand side of the track. Phil just moves over to cover his vitally important line down into turn number 1. But this is so tricky down here under brakes, and Phil knows this. He's been here many, many times in the wet before, so get all your braking done before about 150 out, and then just drive up to the corner in these tricky conditions. The number 10 of Richard Milligan, awesome to see this machine on track here. He's made his way up into position number 4 after starting out of 8th, and you'd have to say that it's finding, water finds its level, doesn't it? It's finding its level in this field.
Indeed, yeah, it's great to see the ex-Mort Fitzgerald beast out there being spun around by Richard Milligan these days. It's good to see it out and about, and good to have it involved. Unfortunately, we saw Simon Elliott just probably stall it off the start line there, and he's dropped back to the back of the field. We'll see him wind through the field, I'd say, as well, in the RV8 Roadster there. Just coming into picture, hopefully just now in the back there.
Here comes a good mate in the number 40. It's a Stag. Yes, it is. The first of the triumphs in this field there. And what a racer. What a top bloke. Keith started out at 12th. He's well inside the top 5 now. And a racer at heart. He really is. He has fun when he comes to the track, but I'd love to get a GoPro just to see his eyes as the light goes out and see how his eyes turn on like a proper race driver does. And he turns the wick right up, doesn't he, when he gets out there in the Stag?
Oh, indeed. He's definitely a family man, Keith Ondaki. He's got the family here, and the grandson spattering on on the car all weekend, and I'd say exactly right. He'll throw the helmet on and get down to business.
Of course, the grandson last weekend was racing at Geelong in the karts, so never a rest for a motorsport family. And there's Alana just in the distance there in the open top Triumph. John Makem just in the background there as well. And every iteration you can think of a BMW popping its nose out to get some fresh air down the straight.
Yeah, we're just seeing Rod Wells and Naim Alif having a bit of a go there behind the ZS, the two little sporty midgets from the barn. And yeah, great to see those two out here as well.
Just tell us a little about this 61, the Murray Stevenson car. This car right on screen now.
Yeah, look, that was actually it's actually an Australian-delivered MG ZS. They ran a front-wheel drive V6 2.5 litre engine, and again, that's been developed a fair bit to come racing, and again, doing very well. Fairly heavy car in the scheme of the grid, but yeah, handling it very well, and a very positively handled car. They steer very well and fairly well balanced in the sense of weight. A little bit like a Rover 25, I believe they're called, so a similar platform to that from the UK, but they were delivered to Australia. We ended up with about 45 of those Australian delivered there. They were actually inspired by BMW, funnily enough. There's some ex-BMW engineers involved in the design of that car, and look, really cool piece of MG history there. They're quite a small sedan and very sprightly with a little 2.5 litre V6.
And certainly we love seeing it going racing. It just adds to the rich tapestry. We were talking about the rich tapestry of life just a little bit before we came on, but the rich tapestry of MG and British invited cars. And there's a snapshot of what we're just talking about there, a closed top coupe type of Triumph and an open top midget there coming down the straight. Here comes the charging Simon Elliott. And I've got to implore to anyone, if you're into automotive engineering in any way, shape or form, even if it's just a passing interest and you're here at the track, and I would suggest come to the track and watch all of the racing today, but go and have a look at Simon's car. It is something to behold.
Yeah, look, beautiful car, the RV8. It's been put together and presented very nicely by Simon Elliott there at the Derby Works. He does a lot of nice work. Ed Murray Stevenson really putting the pressure on St John Cox there. Again, the V8 of the Triumph might show its legs here up the back straight and wander past again. But Murray giving it everything to keep in front of the V8s there.
So here's the Simon Elliott's car just tucked in behind the 260 as they go up the straight. And that's Jason Edwards, started on the second row of the grid. Jason's found his way. He's gone backwards a little bit here, and I guess to the credit of the two Ondaatje Stags there, they've made their way through. I love that little aero screen that he's got on there. Very deliberate right there, isn't it? Not wasting any aero, just a tiny little screen so that it can stop the helmet buffeting around, and you'd get some buffeting with the wind that we've had here this weekend.
Oh, indeed. You definitely get to see the width of that RV8 and how they've managed to squeeze the big tyres under that thing. And yeah, the big Rover V8 getting it around.
What about the wing? Like, that is just a bespoke piece of kit, isn't it? It hangs right to the edge of the bodywork, millimetre perfect.
There's definitely been some rule counting there and pushing the absolute limits of the width of the body, but as you can see in that line, it's no wider than the body.
It fits in perfectly, doesn't it?
Indeed.
Absolutely. And tips it into turn one, the 55. We can hear the power going down in the RV8. And we go back up to the front of the field now. This is cars P2 and 3 on the road. And Sean, it can be said sort of down the middle of the pack and the back part of this field, people are out there for the fun, enjoying a great day's racing. But really, when we look at Phil and we look at Richard and we look at Keith and Michael Trathen, they're hard-nosed racers, aren't they?
Oh, definitely. Look, even some of the middle guys, that helmet goes on and the red mist descends and it's all on. And it's some great racing generally throughout the field of MGs and invited British.
A couple of V8s here, and would share a little bit of componentry, I'm sure, in the engine bay between these cars. There'd be the odd seal and O-ring that might be able to be swapped around, but fairly bespoke in the engine bay for both these particular cars. And I do like seeing the covers off the engine bays on these cars because they're proper race engines. They've got all the nice shiny trumpets that you want to see in an engine bay.
Yeah, beautifully engineered. The ex-Mort Fitzgerald car there, it's being steered by Richard Milligan. You know, he gets the boot off and you can get a good look at the rear radiator and some of the engineering that's gone into that car. Realistically, in the last 30, 40 years, it's been racing and again, it's great to see it back out here and being competitive.
I dare say we give him a big shout out because he's probably watching over in Adelaide.
Yeah, big shout out to the Triumph Owners Club of Australia as well, who's our trophy sponsor this weekend. Not to disregard Trico, who are a huge competitor, a huge part of the Vic State Race Series now, and I'd say a lot of people have been using the Trico blades this weekend.
Well, certainly the HQs and the historic tourers, they had gave the Tricos a good workout, and we can thank them for their support. Here we go. Here, this is good sort of battling that we see in MG racing. Doesn't matter what round that we see them at. And then these guys, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. This is for 13th and 14th on the road. And this is where you're talking about it. These are the guys that the red mist comes down and they become race drivers. Of course, Johnny Macon, he'll let you know he's a way better baseballer than he is a race car driver, but certainly a big career in baseball, but loves going racing within the MG racing field.
Oh, definitely. Look, hopefully these two boys can keep their official duties out of their head at the moment and focus on racing, as they're both committee members of the MG Racing and Invited British Field. But yeah, John putting a fair bit of pressure on Gordon there in the GT6.
I tell you what, just in the background there, talking about shiny trumpets on your engine, Phil Chester emblazing LED headlights. I'm pretty sure an MGB GT didn't come with LED headlights, but Phil has got that absolutely lit up, and he is marching his way up the back straight and will make the closing speed on these two here. I dare say 1800, 1.8 litre between both of them.
Just about. I think John's running a fairly standard 1300-ish cc A-Series engine, and again, excuse me, the Spitfire of Gordon Bunyan, basically running an 1800, I believe, or 16 to 1800 cc Triumph engine.
Listen to that. We hear the deep down roar of the V8s coming out of turn number 9, Dandenong Road, underneath the Penrite Racing Bridge, celebrating 100 years of Penrite next year. A great Aussie company and big supporters over many years of MG racing, that's for sure.
Great to see Keith Ondaki putting a bit of pressure on Richard here. He's had a few little teething issues over the weekend, so great to see him where he is and running fairly reliably at the moment.
So Phil Chester holds the lap record here, set last year at a 1:18.3. That was actually a historic Sandown. A 1:20.7. I dare say we're not in lap record territory here this weekend, or in this race, being that there's still a bit of greasy patches around the track, but never count Phil out. If he feels the car's good and the track's up to it, he'll have a red hot go at it. Here we go. This is getting pretty racy between these two. This is what I meant a couple of laps ago. We've still got just under 5 minutes left in this. Just seen Keith just about put a line out on the yellow line, and we can say on the other side of the track there where that little bump is, found out Kalen yesterday. But he was on the opposite side of the track there, still finding a bump and a yellow line.
Yeah, back looking at a little Triumph battle here between Alana and Jefferson John Cox in the two Triumphs. Closely followed by Nahum in the little A-Series midget as well. So nice little patch of white for you.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, everything's white again. This is a clear indication if you want to get involved commercially with MG Racing. There's 3 white cars. You could put your logos all over them.
Plenty of room for sponsorship there. Again, great to see Jeff back out after his small incident on the front straight in the wet yesterday. So he's obviously taken the car home, done a quick bit of panel beating, and he's back out here wheeling it today.
It's great seeing Trevor Lindsay over here a couple of seasons ago from South Australia, and his Triumph GT. Gee, that was fast too, and he took it up to them all season long and took one of the trophies at the end of the year as well. So throw out, big shout out. Come and join us again, Trevor. Love that little white car. Oh,
no, look, it's always great to see the boys from South Australia come over. As you'd probably imagine, it's a fair old effort to go racing interstate, and there's at least 3 or 4 of them in the grid this weekend. At least they started that way, and great to see that effort into MG racing. As we see Jason Edwards putting a bit of pressure.
Phil Chester's entered the pits according to the timing screen.
Yeah, unfortunately, he looks like he's probably had a small issue there and had to pull in slowly.
So, what that does is that gives Richard Milligan the impetus to definitely keep Ondaatje behind him. So that will be a race for the lead. Gee, I haven't seen it come. Well, he's actually parked right below us, very silently stopped there and having a chat with the crew. So hasn't got out of the car, but certainly with time ticking down, 2 minutes and 50 seconds left in this, he will not feature on the podium.
No, it doesn't look like he'll make back all that time after that small excursion. Again, seeing, I think that's Shirley in that one this time, the TR8, being closely followed behind Rod Wells in the A Series Sebring midget, replica if you will.
So drill down a little bit on the Sebring. That's to do with the aero package on the front of this car,
Yeah, like the nose cone and tilt front, if you will, on the front of that little midget in X-Power grey and X-Power green, which are MG colours, if you will. It's basically a period MG Sprite front end. It designed around cutting through the air a little bit better, and as you see a standard midget front end there, they are quite different between the two. Now both these two cars you just saw there, Rod Wells midget, which we just had on screen, and Nahum's little white midget there, a run from the Bug-Eye barn, and there's Rod there in the X-Power Sebring midget, and two great little midgets to be out and part of this field.
Obviously, there was some sort of assault on the US market at some point for it to be a Sebring, yeah?
Yeah, look, I honestly don't know a huge amount of the history. I'm sure Rod.
Well, you've got 6 hours until they get out on track. They do your
I'll
research.
Have to go and find out. That's right. No, but again, I believe it's something the motorsport department did back in the 70s to try and deal with the airflow and that side of things.
Looks good, that's for sure, and always looks great in that X-Power livery. Under brakes, it's the 44. Alana Ondaatje finds a way in position 8 at this point in time. Keith in the number 40 in P2 and has completed 9 laps with 1 minute and 10 seconds left. Here is our race leader, Richard Milligan, just dealing with a little bit of lap traffic at the moment coming through. That'll be...
That's Jason Edwards. He's just passed there.
Yeah.
Looks like he's taking advantage of a little bit of traffic there to open the gap up between him and Keith.
So let's have a quick look. It'll be Milligan from Keith Ondaatje, Simon Ellett, Michael Traffin, Hanks Waterveen, St John Cox, Wells, Alana Ondaatje, Adam Aliff, the Stevenson outfit, Edwards, Bunyan, John Makem, James Dodd, Matty Chester in the remaining Chester family Fs out there at the moment. That's the red one.
Oh, I'm sure Dad will never hear about this one being beaten in race 2 of the first round of the season. But look, we won't read too much into that.
Absolutely not. Great look in the workplace there for Keith Ondaatje. And at the moment, Richard Milligan's got the lights on and a clear intent to get through. The last lap board is being prepared at the moment. So he's got the biggest gap over Keith he's had all race long. Let's wait for him to come across the line. There's the number 10, gets across the line. Next is the 40. Out over 2.5 seconds now between those two there. So Keith appears to be just hanging on. There goes Matty Chester. The eyes are on. And heading around there, I dare say Richard Milligan will be right on the back of them in the not too distant future. Richard appears to be a little bit more comfortable than what he's been previously in this car, starting to get the rhythm, I guess, the heartbeat of what this thing can do.
Yeah, look, I think he's definitely been spending a bit of time sorting the car and focusing on a bit of testing in the off season, and again, the results that show.
Just going through on Matty Chester, Keith Ondaatje just waving as he goes through. And there is our race leader, just ticking the boxes, getting through traffic now. Everybody giving each other just the right amount of racing room to get through. See if the family member can throw things in the mix here as Richard tries to get past. Bit of team play.
Oh, I'm sure Alana wouldn't definitely take advantage of any sort of situation there.
Keith's certainly not within striking range to change any sort of result here as the checkered flag is raised, and for the first time in numerous seasons, this magnificent red MG will take the checkered flag and first place in race number 2 for the weekend. Trico seeing you through 2025 Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Richard will be pretty happy with that. Checking the gauges, have a look straight down to the dash. Got an array of gauges to check up on. Probably should have been doing that during the race as well. Once you hit the line, it's all about backing off, isn't it?
Indeed, yeah. Look, massive shout out to all the officials and Vic State race organisers for making this happen yet again. We love coming to Sandown as a MG category and love bringing a bit of fun racing.
And keep doing it. We love to see these cars, and it's something that many people come to the racetrack particularly to see. And more often than not, it's more about getting the eyeballs in the cars in the garages than it is watching them racing too, isn't it? Because they really are. A lot of them have got handmade bespoke parts on them just to keep them going, really, aren't they?
Oh, definitely, indeed. And again, this we wouldn't be here and we wouldn't be able to watch this continuously on YouTube if it wasn't for Blendline and again the Vic State organisers. So it's awesome to be able to do this and reflect on the race weekend, and the drivers love being able to go back onto Blendline and watch the race and watch how they went and all the rest.
Here's a bloke who'd like to hear his name there in the number 33, Johnny Makem, going through. He finishes up in 13th place. Let's have a look. Whoa, this is a good charge to the line here. He gets 3 wide, but it looks to be the Triumph that might have just taken it there on the line there. We'll run through how the field got through. Richard Milligan takes the win in the number 10 in a car that knows how to greet the checkered flag. Michael Trathen, that's points. Keith Ondarchi, and it's Simon Elliott. Michael Trathen home in 4th. He starts his assault on his championship again. There's Waterveen, St John Cox, Wells, Ondarchi, Aleph, and Stevenson to round out our 10. It was Edwards, Bunyan, Makem, Dodd, Matty Chester home there in 15th. Phil Chester, a DNF there. So not what we like to see from the big MGB GT from Monty Power. Thank you very much, Sean. And Caelan, thank you very much for giving us the update on your, reason you're not out there racing today. But there it is, the confirmation for the MG and Invited British race number 2, the feature race for the weekend. And that is that.
Thank you very much, Darren.
Thank you so much. We have got Sports Sedans on track next. So from class and character to brute horsepower, about to make its way out on track in just a few moments. We'll take a break and be back with more.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Welcome back trackside, ladies and gentlemen. Sports sedans are about to make their way out on track. Bit of a sad week leading into this event. We lost one of the absolute greats in the early days of sports sedan. Talking about one of the absolute greats in the early days of sports sedans, I've been joined by Chris Neal, who is life member number 1 from the Sports Sedan Association, who would like to say some words about Brian Tomo Thompson. Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much.
Now, as a first-generation sports sedan competitor from the grassroots, I was absolutely rapt when Tomo came across to join our category. And it was a delight walking up here into the tower this morning to see the Sports Sedan Association flag flying at half-mast near the start-finish box. It's a tribute to a fantastic competitor in motorsport, but did a lot for sports sedans. People are very familiar with his later cars that he had, with the Volkswagen in particular, which was revolutionary. The Mercedes, which was to follow, and then Supra after that. But early days, Brian was in a Tirana, which was pretty much the way guys went in sports sedans, with a Chev in it. Run Baby Run on the spoiler across the front. And he always ran with a smile. He was always seen to be smiling, and recently the Sports Sedan Association, nearly 3 years ago, had a 50-year celebration, and Tomo was one of the first to accept at 87 years of age. When he arrived, he said, "I'm excited." I said to him when he was leaving, "See you at the 60th, Brian," and he said, "That's being positive." So we're very sad to see Tomo go. Certainly missed around the traps, and an absolute delight, and Valet Tomo.
Thank you very much, Chris. I know those words are heartfelt, coming from Chris Neal, or Mr. Neal respectively, referred to the establishment, and great to have such kind words spoken about you. I hope people talk about me when I'm gone like that. I've been joined right alongside me now for the serious bit, race number 2 of the weekend, the feature race for the sports sedans, by a guy who I'm pretty sure will be remembered along the same lines as Tomo in sports sedans, but we're nowhere near that yet, are we? Darren Hossack, welcome.
Oh, look, I hope I'm not quite at that point, but no, look, Tomo was, you know, as a young lad growing up, you know, to remember the Brian Thompson Mercedes, which I've been fortunate enough to have since drive. Simon Fitzner owns that car now. Just, you know, sports sedans back in that era was just fantastic, and as Chris pointed out, you know, Brian Thompson was a name that was synonymous with the category, and it's very sad that we've lost him.
Yeah, look, I guess motorsport in Australia is ticking up in the years now, and we start to lose some of these names that you and I as kids, I guess, looked over the fence and enjoyed watching them, and it's probably why we're still involved in the sport today, trying to emulate those great names. This is a rolling start, so we'll get on with it. There's been a lot of machinations going on in the background since yesterday's race. There was some confusion under safety car. I guess we've just got to put that all to one side, and to try and explain it all is going to take hours and hours of stewards hearing, and that's what's been going on. We'll just call the grid as it is, and if you need any sort of updates, then keep your eye on the Facebook pages, because I'm sure people will be contributing to the conversation around that. John Ippolito will take up his first pole position in a rolling start here, right alongside Brett Dickey in the number 29. Now, these two had a pretty hard run up to turn 1 yesterday. Let's see if they can calm it all down and get it done nicely here today. Ben McLeod, second row of the grid, with Dean Cam right alongside Jim Policina, who got to the line first yesterday with Cadell Ambrose right behind him. Cadell, of course, on debut in the category and in debut in John Gourlay's new Audi. Andrew Brown, a fierce racer, out of 7, and we get underway. Ippolito's car goes up in smoke as he tries to get power down off the turn number 12 there and points it up the straight here. Brett Dickey just getting chased down a little bit around the outside, looks Dean Cam, but it'll be the Black Commodore of Ippolito that went up in lots of smoke. No idea what that came from. Did he lock up or something coming into the last corner? They go down into turn number 2. It'd be the Black Commodore and the red bonnet with the big M on the front of it there for Policina looking to it. Cadell Ambrose just looking nice there. He's sitting pretty there, trying to keep out of trouble. He doesn't want to put a scratch on that car. Neither does Ben McLeod, because he's given that thing a real happy birthday in the off-season.
Yeah, he has, and that start was a much cleaner start than yesterday, other than the smoke that appeared to be coming from John's left front wheel. Everyone got away well there. We can see Cadell there having a bit of a look on the outside around Jim Policina. I think Jim probably knows that's not his fight to be fighting there. So good start from everyone there.
So, Cadell Ambrose in the Advanced Car Carriers, the new naming rights sponsor for the Victorian Sports Sedans. And that's the 76 down there, the 75, of Aidan Munger. This car's had another one that's had a big birthday in the off-season and has not run trouble-free for him here this weekend. So it's a real shame. Tegan Collins also started off the rear of the grid with Rand McGlurkin, and I didn't actually see if the Mini of Adrian Reed, no, it didn't make it onto the grid there. So that's a shame. Another car that had lots of work done on the engine over the summer. So that's a shame. There was a switch of cars there for Adrian. Was going to be running the R53, the 2003 Mini, but I don't think it... Yeah, it actually is. It's actually out there on track. There it is, just looking after its tyres, running on radials, so not swerving around too much. There's the new John Gourlay Audi, and it's bright blue. Gee, it could be quite easily, to an old set of eyes like mine, mistaken in colour with Dean Cam, couldn't it?
Yeah, it does, and it looks very similar to John's old car, although there are some body updates that have been made to that car. And over the course of time, the other car unfortunately caught fire with Jordan Caruso at the wheel at Tailem Bend, and John's got that in pieces. It's slowly being rebuilt. He said it's 8 years since it was built, he said to me, and I said, John, we bought that car out in 2008, so it was well due a birthday, so it'll get some of the upgrades that this new car's got in the body department.
I do like that. That's a happy memory that you can take through your years, can't you? It's 8 years old. It's more like 12, 13 years old car, but there you go. That's kind of the nature of John Gourlay, always looking forward, isn't he?
He is, and I keep saying to him, I applaud his enthusiasm and determination, because building these cars, certainly to the level that he does, it's a challenge. You've just got to look at that new car, and it's a beautiful piece of work. And they do have their teething problems, and John just forges forwards and just seems to get it done. But it looks like now the car's run relatively faultlessly this weekend. A few little things, but no sort of showstoppers. So this will be a good sort of run for Cadell. Hopefully I'm sure he'll find a bit of clear track and be able to sort of settle in. He still, as a driver, in practice it was very crowded out there, so he'll still be finding his braking markers and turning points and things like that. So hopefully, I think this will be a fairly short safety car, and we'll get away, and he'll be able to open her up a little bit.
Good to see Matt Sims out there in the BMW as well. I haven't had a good chance to look over that car yet, but a new name appearing in there, a New South Wales competitor that's come down to Victoria, and we love to see the New South Wales Raiders come down here and have a crack at the Victorian Sports Sedans, or whether it be Formula Ford, Formula V, whatever it may be. But certainly good to see the BMW brand in sports sedans. It won a state championship with Shane Woodman back in, I think, 2014, 2015. And Shane, of course, went on to run National Series, is now a GT racer with the great Ben Schutz, and they're doing some good things there as well. But really nice to see that BMW mixed up in the field there, and let's hope that we see this New South Wales racer more at the track here in Victoria. There's Brett Dickey. Now, some huge news, and we'll get to your situation in just a moment, Darren, but Brett Dickey's done the Pikes Peak hill climb a couple of times now. The process is, it's such a massive international event. You've got to wait for an invitation. So you put an application in, you wait for your invitation to go to Pikes Peak. He's received that. The project import team, I'm pretty sure the guys in California, they love to get up in the middle of the night and watch how Brett's going. So big shout out to the team that will take this Aussie to Pikes Peak. There's Brett in the Bollards Direct Gilliland supported outfit. Big shout out to Brett's dad, who manages to keep this car absolutely pristine as much as he can, and they've done a diff in that car as well overnight, and they've had to do some rear diffuser work to patch that car all back up as well. So like many teams, little family outfit that relies on a bit of corporate support there as well. So there goes the 75 of Aidan Munger. We should, if there's nothing else going on, we should go green again. But that little 4-cylinder turbo currently sitting in in P2. When you look at the 1, 2, 3 cars behind, all high-capacity V8s, and Sandown being the home of horsepower, 2 big long straights, it's going to be tough for Brett to hang on to that.
Yeah, it is. You know, my little RX-7's a bit the same. You can lap reasonably well, but you don't have the power where you need it. But I think, you know, look, Brett's car's, you know, it is reasonably quick down the straight, so it'll be interesting here to see, you know, what happens. We've probably got a few cars out of position, you know, with certainly Dean Cam. So it'll be interesting to see what happens as they all charge down to turn 1. As you said, it looks like the lights are out on the safety car now, and we can do a bit more racing.
So everyone's poised to get underway here. We've got to remember no overtaking before you get to that line. And the cars line up nicely. John's got it controlled. He'll have it in the gear. He wants to jump away in and hopefully take advantage. Brett right in behind him. He's not going to miss the restart. And away we go. Back under green flag conditions. Dean Cam looks out, as does, looking down the inside, the John Gourlay Audi being driven by Cadell Ambrose. Power race now with Cam. Cam goes out wide. Ambrose looks to the inside, puts it in, slots it there. Dean knows that if he can hang on, he's going to have the inside running at 2. Brett Dickey just drifts out, takes the ultimate line there. So the pass for Cadell has to wait for another corner later on in the race. And let me tell you, the Corvette's wide anyway, but when Dean wants to grow a couple of more inches out each side, he can certainly make that Corvette very, very wide. I've loved watching Dean Cam race over many, many years here. He looks up the inside of the Honda, and this is where the horsepower race will come in.
Yeah, Brett's, well, I was going to say he's a sitting duck there, but he's managed to hold Dean out. So he took the defensive line up the back straight, and Dean wasn't able to get anything done there. But that was good racing from both Dean and Cadell. They gave each other a bit of room there. Turn 2 and 3 is quite tight here at Sandown. And, yeah, they're racing hard. Dean, gee, he's looking menacing now, isn't he? He's looking all over the place.
I think Dean's probably looking in his mirrors and going, I thought I'd dispatched an Ambrose 15 years ago when we were racing club cars together, and then the next generation's got all the firepower coming at him. Jim Policina as well. Look at Dean, he's covering off the run up the inside here. Is he going to have a crack down the inside of Brett as the big capacity of the Corvette, drives on by there. Frustration there for Brett Dickey. He's only running a conservative boost pattern in that car as well. He does have 3 settings, and I did check it out. It is running conservative here. So the Bollard's direct entry is as you said, Darren, I guess he's a bit of a sitting duck. Brett, an amazingly skilled racer, so he'll do all the racecraft he possibly can to make that a difficult pass.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do. I mean, Sandown is a horsepower track, as you said, and
Cadell Ambrose slowing
down. That's unfortunate.
Slowing down. Gee, I wonder if the heat soak whilst under safety car has caused an issue. I know in early testing there was some issues with heat soak and heat in this car, being that the engine is legitimately sitting right along the hip of Cadell. And that engine has gone further back than John had it in the previous iteration of his Audi Sports Sedan. So seems to be back going again now, but going up the back straight certainly wasn't on the high performance. Have a look at this. Jim Policina in the Mocom X Supercar draws alongside the turbocharged Sports Sedan. Bit of a weight disadvantage there as well. The Honda definitely carrying less weight than the X Supercar. Dean Cam got the fire lit and in P1. His happy place. This is where Dean Cam has spent most of his time since he's had that Corvette. In fact, the Honda he had beforehand. Policina goes to the grass there and passes Dickey.
Look who's coming, Daz. Andrew Brown. He's just slowly working his way into this race.
Yes, if Cadell's dad had anything to say, he'd say, watch out for that white Camaro. He'll tear the stickers off the side of your car going past. I've enjoyed watching and racing, not actually against Andrew Brown, but in the same race. He tore the stickers off the side of my car more than twice, lapping me. But have a look at this. He's having a good run with Cadell now. It's a good bit of a lesson in sports sedaning there. There's the McGlurkin car parked up on the driver's left. But Cadell's got back through, and we're just watching now. Brett Dickey going to be dealing with the young 17-year-old. And, gee, what a career he's got in front of him. Driving a sports sedan of this ilk, even though it's on debut and it's brand new, very little amount of shakedown and practice. Indeed, you can count the laps on 2 hands that he's had in this car, and now he's mixing it up with some extremely experienced campaigners.
Yeah, you can see there, just having a look at the wing that is bouncing around on the back of Cadell's car there. It's something that when I was driving the car at Winton, we had a few problems with it collapsing, and it's been beefed up, but it clearly needs a little bit more re-engineering to go in. That car originally was actually Jeff Barnes' car, which was a Pontiac Firebird, and John bought that and essentially used all the components to build this car, and the rear wing structure is the original stuff that was on Jeff's car.
Johnny Polito now just going back a couple of spots, has led early. He's now in the clutches of Brett Dickey, and have a look at this. Andrew Brown is starting to move that Camaro around. That is a magnificent build. He's built that one himself. Don't be confused. It's not some Trans Am or something like that. It is actually a sports sedan. And this guy has built numerous cars and won numerous championships, and harks right back to an RX-3 in road reg and club car era. But Andrew Brown is an avid racer and knows what he wants to achieve as Cadell Ambrose slots himself into P2. This is where he finished yesterday, and as I said, the controversy raged, and we haven't got enough time to talk about it on air at the moment. But Darren, this is harks of the days when you used to race Tony Ricciardello. You let it all out on track, didn't you?
Yeah, some great racing back with Tony back in the day, but whatever problem Cadell had there a couple of laps ago, it doesn't look like it's a problem now, and he's got the wick turned up. He's done the fastest lap of the race with a 12 dead. He actually got into the 10s on Friday, so we know that there's a little bit more there, but he's got a challenge ahead of him because he's got that wide car of Dean Cams, and it's got a little bit wider with the pipe out the side there to try and keep the noise down a little bit. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens here.
Yeah, well, we've got well over 2.5 minutes left in this race. It's plenty of a time for each of them to feel each other out as the McGlurkin car just still off the side of the track there. They get through on Darden Brown, a guy running in the under 2 litre side of things. Big high wing bounded off the back of, I think that's a Gallant, so he's out there. Some tail end of the field there. There's Sam Imbruglio, Darden Brown, Reed and Tegan Collins in there as well. So Flames out the side there. We all know that race cars go faster with Flames coming out the side, and Dean's got that set up. And that looks like the front bumper off the Ippolito Commodore. And indeed it is. There's the number 97, sans its bumper.
I'm just wondering if maybe that smoke we saw at the start of the race is tied in with that bumper that's now no longer on the car. I'm not sure why it's come off, but it's clearly off, and hopefully it's not in a spot where it's going to cause a problem.
Boy, Tegan Collins is going to learn all about fast sports sedans in a second here. Great to have her amongst the field, and she's a sports sedaner at heart, but she's going to leave that inside running for these two to sneak through there. Cadell sneaks through. Tegan just runs a little bit wide and gives the cars coming through plenty of room. Well done to Tegan. She didn't have any beef with these three cars making their way through here. Goes down one lap with 1 minute and 22 seconds left to go. The fitness of Dean Cam hardly ever comes into question, and he will be relishing this to have another Ambrose in his mirrors. And it's not Rowan, it's the next generation, it's Cadell. He'll be loving this and keeping that right rear tyre nice and warm with flames licking out underneath the car there. Not that you need the right-hand side at Sandown to keep warm. By nature, the track works hard on the right side tyre.
No, look, he's driving well, Dean. He's not driving overly defensive, but he's putting the car clearly in the right position. He's done enough laps around here over the years to know where he needs to position the car to make it a challenge for the car behind. And this is a straight-out drag race that we've got going here, and it looks like Cadell's got that job done there. He's just popped it in a little bit deeper under brakes. Always hard to know, Daz. Do you go to the inside and make it hard? But then you've given the guy the ideal racing line who's going up the outside, and that's exactly what played out for Cadell there. He didn't have to change what he was doing. He was just able to drive his normal line, and he got the job done. But Dean doesn't look like he's
not giving up, is he?
No, he's still, filling the mirrors.
And the interesting thing is that Jim Policina's watching on here as well, and Jim's a guy that doesn't watch on. He wants to get in the mix. But at the moment, boy, the Audi is moving away very, very nicely. He's won interesting. He's got dual duties this weekend. He's driving his old XL, which he won the 2023 XL Championship in. Big 4 sales signs going on that at the end of this weekend. He's won both those races, and now Cadell, you couldn't pick a car more different to an XL to get out there in a brand new Audi sports sedan. And I dare say there's going to be some interest shown in this 17-year-old in the immediate future, because in karts he was immense. In XLs he sat there and watched how it all played out for the first half of the season, and then just turned the wick up and really delivered the results here. He's in a brand new car, and this is tricky. We're talking about a brand new car. It's a bespoke car. It's not something you go along and buy a GT3 out of Audi and it's 80% sorted and you put on new tyres every time you go on the track. This thing has to be sorted from front to back here. Tim Policina now ranging up into the back of the 5-star fencing Corvette of Dean Cam in the Advanced Car Carriers Sports Sedan race, also brought to us by QP Lubes and National Blind Supplies. There it is. The checkered flag goes to Cadell Ambrose in the John Gourlay Audi. Mark it off today, the first day, the 16th of February, that Audi wins its first race. And you'll be able to mark your diary for years to come when that car takes the checkered flag first. And let's hope that Cadell can keep doing that for season 2025 as far as his career is concerned. Brett Dickey charging to the line. So it was Dean Cam coming home second, then Jim Policina. Brett Dickey grabbed the fourth place off John Ippolito in the last lap through. Greg Lynch charging towards the end of that one. And here comes the Matt Sims in the BMW. So that's a good drive by Matt, getting up to position number 7. Ben McLeod, thanks for the coffees this weekend, mate. Sadly, 8th position is not where he wanted to be this weekend. But getting home, here comes Darden Brown in the 18, making his way to the checkered flag. 1 lap down on our race winner, Cadell Ambrose. A good run there, Daz. Hopefully no controversy. Certainly no safety cars to cause controversy in that one.
Yeah, I couldn't see anything there that looked like it was going to be a problem up in the stewards' room after the race. So I'd say, looking at the finishing positions of that one, it's probably, the starting for the next one, they're all in probably their normal order relative to speed. So it'll be interesting in the next one to see how everyone goes. But another enjoyable race, Daz.
Well, thank you, Darren, as well, because this afternoon's race will be a sports car, sports sedan combined field, so that's going to be interesting in itself. So you can have the afternoon off, mate. We'll have a sports car commentator in here with Emma Dean and myself, and thank you very much, as always, for the insight. In 30 seconds, where's the RX-7 at?
Something's broken in the drive shaft. You can't get in there and see because it's a torque tube, which means the drive line is inside a big tube. But we sort of know roughly what it could be, and it's just a matter of making another one and putting it back together and go again. You can spend a lot of money buying every conceivable spare part for these cars and never need it. So, over time I'll build up a list of spares, so if it ever happens again we can fix it. But at the moment, just enjoy the racing here today at Sandown.
Fantastic. Darren Hossack joining us here with Sports Sedans yesterday afternoon and this afternoon. And I dearly hope that we don't have to have Darren back up here and he can continue on the Victorian Championship in the RX-7. We've got plenty still to come your way in the Trico 2025 Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Up next, it's the all-German affair, the sports cars on track for their feature race. So I'm going to take a quick break and we'll be back with sports cars.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the Trico 2025 Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. And from where I'm sitting, the window is getting pounded by rain, and it's only just started in the last 15 seconds. The 1 minute board has been displayed to our sports car field. I'm Darren Smith, and joined right alongside me is a super passionate sports car person, Emma Dean. Emma, welcome to commentary. Great racing yesterday with the sports cars, and a couple of names that we had no idea about. First and second on the road.
Oh, yeah, Daniel Quimby, and thanks, Darren, I need to make a correction. Daniel Quimby wasn't a competitive driver in the USA F4 last year. He was the driver, number one in the USA F4, champion driver, and Kamal Murad, Italian F4. So we're blessed to have guys like this on a track in Cup cars. It's just so exciting to see them. And yesterday we noticed that, do you remember when we said they looked a little bit tentative? There was a last minute swap out on the dummy grid of some slicks for wets. So there was half the field were on wets, half the field were on slicks. Same conditions have started today. They've all gone out on slicks thinking it's dry. So I'm just wondering if anyone has done a last minute change to wets. Interestingly
enough though, like was coined yesterday by Dave Amor, a power storm has come over and it's just gone. So I hope it won't play any further part in this one. So everyone's gone out on slicks, and that's sort of how we want to see them. It looks like Daniel Quimby's giving the Tricos a bit of a workout down at turn one there. He might be just doing, or both of them are actually, and the safety car's got the wipers on. So this could be very, very interesting indeed to see race 2 for the weekend. Everyone on slicks and wipers on.
And we've got the Mercs out there, the Love Racing, supported by Team Suda. Zach Suda down there and his family supporting these guys. They're going to do the Fanatic series this year in the GT4. So it's great to see the Love cars out on track. Rob in number 17 and Bailey out in the number 9.
That'll be why we saw the Tough Lift truck out the back there as well. So the Team Suda looking after these two cars. Let's have a look at the grid. It is a progressive grid. So Kamal Memrad home in first place in the number 77 on pole. Daniel Quimby right next to him. Cameron Reese, the Victorian, the first of the Victorians, so we should give him the due respect for waving the flag for our home state here on the second row of the grid. Great to see Stephen Sluger in the mix there as well on position number 4 in the number 68. Andrew Smith in the 70, another Victorian. Tim Wolfe. Great to see Tim in that magnificent car. Gee, it stands out amongst all the white cars, doesn't it? In its dark grey and orange Pipecraft livery. Looks so cool, sounds even better. And then the next one along the line there is Tim Wolfe there as well. Andy Tudor, was the next one along. Another Western Australian there in the pit lane clothing liveried car. Looks $1 million there, and we hope Andy goes really well in this one. A guy that has done a bit of 944 racing. Joseph Carmody. And we're lining up for the rolling start for the sports cars. Bailey Love and Rob Love off the back of this grid. Lights are on and we are away for the rolling start. Beautifully rowed up by the sports cars. Very, very nicely done there on the rolling start. And it is in sports cars or GT type racing that we do see the majority of the racing around the world now with rolling starts. So they should be pretty used to it. But it will be the 77 of Kamal Emrad that leads the FCL entry of Daniel Quimby into turn 1.
These guys aren't going to leave each other alone. They're great mates off track. I think they're actually sharing a bedroom this weekend, bunking at the Quimbys. But on track, all gloves are off.
There's that magnificent car we just referred to, the 66 of Tim Wolfe, the newest car in this field. We hear the V10 of the Audi just go streaming through there as well, and those Mercs with the big LED lights. Everyone's gone for the lights there, except for a couple of cars midfield there, so just making sure everyone's well aware. The daytime running LEDs well and truly alight. I'm just trying to pick up which of the Loves it is that has got the progression forward there, but we're only on the opening lap of this race.
Yeah, we've got a couple of firsts this weekend too. Oh, that V10. Just a moment for the V10. We've got a couple of firsts this weekend. So Andy Smith's gone from a 997 up into a 991. You've got Joe Carmody and Cameron Rees. They're relatively new to racing, so the two of those guys are still feeling and working out their racecraft. And then you've got Tim Wolf, who's gone from a 991 up into the 992 that we keep talking about, because that livery is just chef's kiss on the 992. It's really striking out there. And Steve Sluger in the white with the red and green, he's come on so well, Darren. Like, his racecraft has just improved that much. He was sitting second for a good majority of yesterday's race.
Yeah, I guess it's time for Steve Sluger to shine, because Jamie Lovett and Andy Hall are not out there, and they're the guys that have, I guess, been at the front of this sports car field over the last couple of seasons. It's great that we've got the sports cars running as part of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships again this year. They wandered off and did some other racing, but certainly always welcome back, and they're working on the size of the grid. That's always a problem when you look at the nature of these beasts. They're the finest German machinery you can possibly find. Be great to see some fine Italian machinery mixed up, and even North American machinery mixed up in it as well. And over the years, I think the Sin was Bulgarian supercar, so Bulgaria and supercar are not really, or sports car, not really something that rolls off the lips, but certainly the Sin was ultra competitive in this field.
Well, Andy, I think Andy might have an argument with you there, because he's running 8 of the Germans out there this weekend for Cup Car Engineering. And he's being supported by Maddie Bickerton, a 4th-year engineering student at RMIT, and also she won the pink plate in the Ladies National on Australia Day weekend this year. So Maddie's supporting Andy with Cup Car Engineering and aiming at race engineering.
Great to see all of that, and there's actually some pretty wily old Porsche heads in the corner at Cup Car Engineering as subcontractors, as you might have them in, fly in guns to make sure these cars keep pointing in the right direction. So Cup Car Engineering featuring very strongly.
Cup Car Engineering featuring Stewie, James Pappas and Racy. Yeah, it's a bit of an A-team.
Racy on every other weekend running his improved production Honda. Guy who's been around a long time, a very, very skilled set of hands. If you're twirling spanners on a GT car, just ask the Quins.
Now, this is a great little battle for Cameron Rees, because I said, who are you racing against to pick lines and to improve your racecraft? And he said, no, I'm happy to keep it out on track. But with Steve Sluger in his rear filling his mirrors, that's a good test.
It's actually great to see the sports cars out. They've given me a bit of homework to do during the week. Cook's Motor Body Works, probably should go and knock on their door. Tim Wolf looking down the inside here. It's a brave one. Gets it done. Threshold of braking, gets through. On the 70 of Andy Smith, ticks that box off. Starting to feel the way around here. Gee, it's a different iteration on the car. You can, even from that rear wing with those over-the-top type of mounts that Audi debuted, it's got to be over a decade ago now. Now everyone is heading off their new cars. Everyone comes up with those top-mounted wings these days.
Vulgar looks work in GT3, Darren. The more vulgar it looks, the better.
Oh, I don't know. Ferrari seem to keep coming up with the prettiest race cars and continue to do so. They just put the price tag on it as well, don't they?
Yeah, phone numbers. So, yeah, Andy Smith in the number 70 there in the Mitutoyo Porsche, getting his head around the 991.1 Cup car. He's loving it. He said it's a bit more of a gentleman driver feel. He's not wringing the neck off it like you do at a 997 with the manual gearbox. So he's enjoying it, getting used to it this weekend.
So continuing on there, Andy Smith, he'll be looking to be quite precision with, you've got Mitutoyo written on the side of your race car, you have got the world's most finest precision measuring equipment in your corner, so he wants to be ticking off those apexes and hitting all of his marks around the track.
Darren, Kamal Murad has just done a 1:11 in lap 4 of this in the 991.2 Cup. So he's absolutely taking it to Daniel Quimby. Quimby's only 2 seconds on him behind. So it's a nice little race. I think we should see a little bit more closeness. But it's nice to see the Love Mercs out there yesterday. They didn't make it out on track yesterday, which was a bit of a shame. It's nice to see them out.
It is, and the surname and the love hearts all over the side of the cars. Very personal message within that family as they go racing. But I remember when they took debut in 2023 at Calder, they pretty much had track time to themselves. There was an invitation class there was these two cars and Darden Brown, and he's gallant of all things out there on track, and really good to see them taking part in the Victorian Sports Cars Championship. And always a brave competitor if you're an Aussie putting a number 27 on the side of your car, the number that Alan Jones won his world championship with, and Casey Stoner as well. So either they're aiming for the stars, or it's a tribute to a couple of great races of very upper echelon. Andy Tudor in the pit lane clothing car looks to have come to the lane.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happened there. We haven't seen him come in, but he's out of the race by the looks of it. This is a nice little battle going on between Cameron Rees and Steve Sluger. There's always a race within the race, Darren, and it's nice to have, when you're starting out with your racing journey, it's nice to have someone that you can kind of battle with in and out and kind of take their lines, but Cameron's kind of giving it to Steve a little bit.
Yeah, this is some good stuff. Both of them taking notes corner after corner here and developing and growing as drivers. Steve Sluger's been around for a little while now. Has always been, I'm going to say, more of a gentleman racer. This sort of manoeuvre here says to me the gentleman racer thing has been put to the side here, at least this weekend, or a clear signal that Steve has developed as a race driver, going side by side down this straight here. The number 15 moving out wide. The 75 out wide and gets through. So Steve Sluger, there's a very clear indication that, yes, still a gentleman, but the gentleman type racing is been moved over for wanting the position on track. Doesn't mean you're not a gentleman anymore. It just means you want that position and you're going to take it, and rightfully so. He's been pretty quick, actually, Steve, over the last couple of laps. In fact, half a second lap quicker than Rees, so that's what happens when you're finding your place. And these Porsches running these Michelins, it's around about lap 4, 5 and 6 where they start to really perform in the performance window.
But also, this is a really lovely group of guys. Like Andy's wife Lisa is out there with the full outdoor kitchen this weekend, but they're all really supportive. It's kind of like a family down there. They know that Cameron's in his first couple of races. So I think Steve didn't do any aggressive manoeuvres on him there and just took a safe way to pass.
Good on Cam for allowing the race to go on there and not doing anything silly in the process there. And Steve Sluger, a calculating manoeuvre there as well. Andy Tudor has not left the pit lane, so that's a shame. You know, you love the V10M, and I love a V10 as well. In fact, I love a V12 and 6 litres of it, and a Lamborghini, probably more, but certainly the V10 of the Audi has been a welcome in the world of racing for a long time now.
Well, that's the only thing I love more than a Porsche is a V10.
Kamal Rad leading the race now. He's got a commanding lead, 4.9 seconds in front of Daniel Quimby. And Kamal Rad has what has been acknowledged over the last 2 years at least come from the world's most competitive open-wheeler racing, and that's Formula 4 in Italy. And we all know how passionate the Italians are about racing, and when they've got a category like that running around all of those racetracks, those regional tracks in Italy, and they are absolutely no quarter given. You can catch it all, that stuff, on YouTube when you've got a moment, when you're not catching up with everything that's gone on here at the Trico 2025 Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships this weekend. Round 1 brought to us by 888 Home Loans. Trico seeing you through. Certainly the Italian F4 Championship is a bit addictive to watch.
Well, Darren, it is addictive to watch, but for the guys racing in it, it is a full commitment.
Isn't
no
it?
lifestyle. Kamal moved to Italy on his own at the age of 14, lived there on his own in an Airbnb, looked after his own nutrition, his own training regimen, got himself to the track every day before he was 15 and had a racing carer over there. So that's a massive commitment to send your 14-year-old off overseas to race cars.
Isn't
I
it?
was having a chat to his dad, Sam, yesterday after the race, and he was a race car driver himself, but when he saw the talent that Kamal was expressing, he's like, all right, hang up my helmet and put it all into the kid. And it looks like it's paying off. Kamal's going back to Italy this year, and similarly, Daniel will be going back to the US this year as well. So they'll be in and out of Australia doing state series, but also the Formula 4.
Nice way to do it if you can, it certainly is. And an open-wheeler career is often what many racers want to do. And yes, we've got a fantastic new Australian Formula 3 Championship starting up here. It'll be a feature of round 2 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. So keep your eyes peeled for the Australian Formula 3 Championship. It was touted to be Formula Regional. It's been pegged to Australian Formula 3, but really looking forward to seeing how that open-wheeler category can show some pathways to some young Aussies that want to make their way through to an international career in open-wheelers. Steve Sluger charging through. 3.5 minutes remain in this sports car race. Kamal Amrad, fastest lap at a 1:10.622. Quimby the next on a 1:11.3. So he's got a good just over half second on that fastest lap over Daniel Quimby. But Daniel Quimby, last time through this bit of track here, was using absolutely every part of the track. A little bit like the 75 doing just there as well of Cameron Rees.
Yeah, well, yesterday Daniel went out on the slicks and Kamal went out on the wet. So there was a little bit of a difference when we were thinking, what's going on between these two? There was a bit of a gap. It really preferred the slicks at the start of the race, but then by the end of the race, it was really preferring the wet. So it was a good choice in the end.
One thing I love about this sort of sports car racing, and I'm not about to do it, but if you're around trackside anywhere, just close your eyes and you can let your mind wander. You could be 23 hours into the 24 hours of Le Mans with the flat six Porsche noise coming through the forest, or somewhere at Spa or something like that, again coming through the forest, that flat six noise. And we don't have the V10 screaming out there at the moment, but definitely an international audio track line for this sort of racing.
Yeah, absolutely. For me, this is real racing. I don't mean to insult anyone, but when I see Porsches out on track, I just love it. That's why I'm in my own in this category. I love it. I just love the Porsches. I love seeing them get around there. I love seeing all the generations. There's 3 generations on screen just then. So I absolutely love that 997s take it to the 991s, and the 991s can take it to the 992s. And for most people, they just look at it and go, it's a Porsche.
Yeah, it is. It is. And even though that generation of cars, the engines move significantly in the bodywork as well, with the way Porsche have re-engineered what is essentially a 911 to anyone else out there. They go, oh yeah, it's a Porsche 911, and someone like Emma will very quickly adjust your thoughts to 992s and 991s and dot ones and dot twos and.
Well, that 997's got a shorter wheelbase.
I can tell the difference between a 996 and a 997, but beyond that, it's crikey, trying to keep up. All I know is that it took one great Aussie, Matty Campbell, onto a huge international career, and it's really cool to see how that happens. Jackson Evans, another one that came through this magnificent Porsche Pyramid. We've got 2 steps of it on the ladder here this weekend with the 944s and, of course, sports cars. AMG, front and centre, the number 177 out there, and this is Bailey Love, the faster of the 2 Love cars at the moment, and he is currently sitting 7th on the road with the race leader peering right down the back of this AMG GT4. Last lap now for Karl Amrad. Will he get onto the back of the AMG? So, yeah, last lap next time by, sorry. So, just watching the timer go through. And up the back straight, the AMG just opens up. It's interesting, the comments about the GT4 type of thing. The engines seem to be just dialed back a little bit than what even the higher horsepower production type cars are as well. And that can be, I guess, the feature of success of GT4 is that it gives the engine a little bit more life. It gives the drivetrain a little bit more life.
Well, I mean, GT4 is affectionately or annoyingly, depending on who you are, known as the gentleman driver category. And the GT4s, you're right, are dialed back, and it's for duration. So they're less maintenance than the GT3s. It's supposed to be a less expensive platform. But I mean, it was still eye-watering talking to Bailey out there about his budget for the year. It's still not affordable for the average racer. But Rob and Bailey will be sharing one of the cars in the GT4 this year, and I think the other one might be going to a new home. So they're both getting out on track today to have a bit of a test ahead of the GT4 opener.
I think it's great. I like the Jacob Lawrence and his dad with their BMWs last year. Jacob had some great success in the National Series, and there wasn't so much of the gentleman racing going on there. That was they were going for it, and I guess that's the difference. This is a state series. That's a national series, so you expect a step up of commitment. You expect a step up of attack in the particular race. So. I think
Generally
that's certainly
speaking.
going to happen.
Yeah, generally speaking, but also generally speaking, the GT4s are more predominantly owner drivers.
Correct. Absolutely. Yeah.
So you
for
are
sure.
saving your panels and you're saving your car.
Allegedly.
But I was talking to Sam out there, Kamal's dad, and I was talking to Rob Love, and I asked them, how does it compare being a racer to watching your kid out there? And they said it doesn't compare. The joy of watching your kid out there is just beats being out on the track yourself, whereas Rob's got the best of both worlds this weekend.
Yeah, certainly enjoying that. There's the checkered flag, and it's been dropped on Kamal and Rad. He takes another victory there and sets a 14 on the last lap. So the time's just dropping a little bit from lap 6 where he did a 1:10 over the journey there. Daniel Quimby home in position number 2. And there is a significant back to car number 3 on the road, which will be Steven Sluger. This is one of the loves getting to the line a lap down. But Steven Sluger, currently in the 68, is the next car to get the checkered.
Don't want to correct you there, boss, but I think Kamal did a 1:10 on the last lap. So that was he actually set the best lap in the race on the last lap. So he did a 1:10 on lap 14, no? Or are you going to correct me? Sorry.
So sports cars coming to the line there. Sounds like there's going to be, we're going to have to get a screenshot of that timing screen because I got glasses on and it all just looks a bit blurry from here. As they continue to come to the line, Carl and Rad takes the victory over Dan Quimby. Steve Sluger drove magnificently. Cameron Reese, also a good drive. Tim Wolfe getting through there is the ones out there. So Andy Smith in the number 70, he gets home in 6th place. Then Bailey Love over Rob Love and Carmody. Andy Tudor didn't get back out of the pits after completing 4 laps. Thanks very much. We've got one more, to this afternoon's race. It's going to be completely different, isn't it? With a combination of sports sedans and sports cars. That's going to be fun to watch. I'll see you then.
Thanks, Darren.
We've got plenty more coming. We're not even halfway through the day, and that has been sports cars. On track next, we've got a bit of an open wheeler festival. Formula V and Formula Ford, for those interested in the sports sedans and sports cars, they'll be on track at 3:10 this afternoon. We'll see you back in a couple of moments for Open Wheelers.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to round number 1 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, provided to you by Trico Windscreen Wipers, seeing you through. Have a look at this for a shot. This is a board, I think it might be the course car heading down into turn 6, 7, 8, 9, just on the backside of the circuit. There it is. You can see it just parked up on the inside there. That's the apex curb at turn number 6. That beautifully profiled area where they did those changes back at the end of the 2018-2019 sort of season. And I'll tell you what, very many incidents over the course of time have occurred at that part of the circuit. One of the most famous ones in the category that we are about to see, Formula V, actually Rod Lisson from Western Australia. He tells me every time that I remember this statistic that he was the last person to hit the old Turn 6 wall before it was reprofiled. It was in 2019. And he was the last victim of it before it was all taken back and provided in a much safer configuration in today's going than what it was back in 2019. Course car just doing a little bit of reconnaissance work, just picking up a few things from the flag points as they do in the little breaks in between races. There's some reports and sometimes they're dropping off some refreshments to all of the officials that are out there giving up their time to allow competitors to go motor racing. So good job by the MG Car Club of Victoria. Very, very well organised event. And we've got a little bit of time in the schedule. So we are tracking slightly ahead with Formula V. We're meant to be due out at 11:55 and it is now 11:45, the local time here. So everything on schedule, which is great to see. My name is Steve DeVries. Next door to me is Tom Reed. Tom, what a cracking first race of Formula V yesterday afternoon with Andre Curran getting his first win.
Yeah, it was sensational racing yesterday between the top four. Came down to the wire with the last two corners there. I don't know if anyone was actually watching, but that was Callum Brannigan, one of our own, fixing a camera up there at turn 6 that's on the cone. So he's taking the live stream camera around in the course car. And he's enjoying himself.
I did see that camera was out, being tested earlier this morning, and I was wondering what it was doing on top of a very vulnerable piece of motorsport equipment in a traffic cone.
It's a very dangerous spot to put it.
Well, considering we did see an improved production yesterday, one or two cars dropped their left-hand side tyres backside of that curb, you would think that the cone is under probably a little bit of threat, I would have thought.
Hopefully not in the Formula V and Formula Ford race coming up. The cars shouldn't really be using too much curb there. It will unsettle their run down the hill, so maybe Callum's readjusted that and we can grab some cool live shots from that camera this race as cars come out of the pits. The 17 there missing the shot cover already, so I don't know if that's flown off out of the pit exit or they've left that off for this race.
Yeah, that's definitely a little bit of an unusual situation for the number 17 Star Res entry of Ash Clifford. That's normally there's the front nose, then there's a cover that goes between the front nose and the top of the driver's cockpit, which is usually where you can get in and adjust suspension and a few other bits and pieces where the steering rod actually runs through as well. But yeah, I'd say that cover has flown off and has not been fastened down properly. So that's normally very well prepared there out of the Silver Fox stable. So that one will be a curious question as to where that piece of bodywork has gone. Let's run through the grid as they roll around on the formation lap here. So your winner from yesterday, Andre Curran in the number 32, will start on pole position. And that goes along with thanks to Australian VW Performance Centre, with Ashley Quiddington starting alongside him on the front row, last year's champion. Brock Hamilton and Rocco Spinley on the second row of the grid. Any one of that top four could have won that race yesterday. There was 0.7 of a second between the four of them as they came to the line. So it was a very close run affair after the safety car came in. Then it's Ash Clifford in the 17, Nick Jones in the number 96 out of 5th and 6th. Malachi Windsor, who dragged his car forward about half a dozen spots from where he started yesterday. He's going to start P7 alongside his stablemate Darren Power. Then it's Grant Kelly and Cameron Bell, 9th and 10th. Shane Purvis in the Joust Raceway, number 6, starts in 11th, with Jury Portelli out of the Acura stable in 12th. And rounding out the rest of the field, we have Charlie Richardson and Mick Fisher, Philip Gardner and Matthew Bode, Cody Boys and Corey Horter, and Matthew Basso, who was the cause of the safety car yesterday. Rookie mistake, running a little bit too deep at Dandenong Road corner, into the gravel trap and out of the race, roughly around the halfway point. So yeah, rookie bringing up the rear of the field, but it's lesson learned for him from yesterday. He knows not what to do this time around.
It's part of the game. Sometimes you make those mistakes and you've got to learn from them. He is a young kid out of karting. Often that sort of stuff does happen, and it's unfortunate to see, but he'll learn from it.
He'll
bounce back this race. It'll be interesting to see where that 74 machine comes off and where he finishes this race.
Now, it's not as windy as it was yesterday. There's still a very light breeze blowing around there, but I'm going to be most curious to see how the lack of aerodynamics affects the Sabre 02 that Ash Clifford has in P number 5, because it's getting in the slipstream won't be so bad, but when you're running on your own, it's going to be like a parachute at the moment. It's going to be one of the very rare air-conditioned Sabre 02s, I think, in this race, missing that bit of bodywork. Let's see how he fares. Let's also see how the front two get off the line right about Now, away we go for the first of what we expect to be around about 10 or 11 laps in Formula V based on yesterday's running. Very even start from the front two pair. Maybe Quiddington's just slightly got his nose in front, although Kieran has now conceded. He did have a little bit of a run at it, but he has conceded and gives up position at the lead of the race to Quiddington. Oh, big double lock up there from, I think that was the 17 of Ash Clifford, nearly into the back of the number 82 of Rocco Spinley, but managed to pull it up just in time for turn one.
Yeah, well, hopefully those front two tyres aren't a 50-cent piece by now, because that was a big double lock up.
That was
dragged
massive.
it a long way. But you can see this having the shock cover off shows you exactly what goes on underneath and the work that those shocks do.
Yeah, absolutely. So in the front of the Sabre 02, there is a pair of shock absorbers for the front suspension. In the rear, it's a mono shock that goes and looks after the whole entire rear axle, and that's a bit of a change that the Sabre 02B out of the Sabre race car stable have this weekend for the very first time, which we'll allude to in a little bit of time, as there's a change of position there between Spinley and Hamilton.
And
so
change for the lead as well up the back chute.
Absolutely, change there as well. So far, the lack of bodywork for Clifford isn't hampering his progress too badly, but he is quite nicely tucked into the slipstream of the cars in front of him. So that will be sort of masking some of the normal impact. He's got Nick Jones in behind, who stayed where he has started in 6th. Windsor in 7th, and then Power in 8th. So very close to the top 8 being as they started this race. I'll tell you what, that bit of bodywork is definitely not hampering Clifford. He had a great run out of the final corner there. He goes straight past Hamilton.
Brock Hamilton made a big error out of the last corner, tipped his right side wheels into the grass, and it holding his momentum down the straight. It's going to allow the 96 of Nicholas Jones there to slot into position number 4 or 5.
He's got that done too down the front chute. So, yep, losing 2 spots there, Hamilton. He actually missed the start. He was playing a little bit with a line locker yesterday afternoon, so that's what caused him to drop off the front row of the grid. And then he missed the gear change from 2nd to 3rd. Normally, it's on the 1st to 2nd gear change that you do it. Like, you just sort of accidentally miss the shift. But because you've got to go cross the gate and into the H up to the 3rd position in the on the right-hand side of the shifter, it's a very easy thing to do if you don't get that roll right. And of course, being frustrated or flustered, having missed the start off the line, very, very easy to miss a gear change there. But he fought back, and he did a really, really good job to come home in 3rd place there yesterday after ballsing up the start. But now he's got a bit more work to do. Seasoned veteran in Nick Jones right on his tail.
Fantastic battle here for positions 5, 6, 7 and so on. These guys swapping their positions up and down the front and back straight. The battle at the front hasn't really changed. I get the feeling that Quiddington is just sitting behind for now. He's had a bit of time now to think about where he can set this move up to pass Andre Kieran. It might be this time by down the front straight. He's right up the gearbox of your race leader.
Yep, here we go. Hamilton now starting to try and pull away from Jones, who looks like he might lose a spot to Clifford down the front straight here as well. Just as that was starting to become a big old freight train for about 4th on back to about 8th. So that pack is now starting to split away. This group here, nice little tight bunch of cars. So Spinley, the quickest of those 3 cars. He was 0.3 of a second quicker than the leaders ahead of him. A little bit of a half slide there for Quiddington, just negotiating turn number 3. And onto the back chute for the 3rd time.
The back straight here with 11 minutes to go on the clock. Your quickest lap of the race is Rocco Spinley, the car in 3rd, minding his own business, watching the front 2 battle it out. He's done a 1:28.3. It's fair. It's a 3/10 quicker than your race leaders, who have both done 28.6s, almost identical times there on the board, as the 32 is now in command, in the lead of this race, down through the S's, into Dandenong Road corner, and a slight lock up there. I'm not sure if that was the rear tyres of Andre Kieran or the fronts of Quiddington.
Very close to work that one out. Now, the 3 of them are working together, more importantly. So they're slowly starting to open the margin, and they're trying to do that so Hamilton doesn't close in on them over the course of the next half a dozen laps or so. Let's just see what the readout is this time as they get across the line. We will see the times pop up. Kieran across the line, 28.7, 28.8 for Quiddington, 28.8 for Spinley, 28.8 for Hamilton as well. So the gap's sort of around about 2.2 seconds from the back of Spinley to the front of Hamilton. So they're just maintaining the gap at the moment, as Hamilton's now got about a second on Nick Jones, who himself is ahead of Malachi Windsor, Ash Clifford, Darren Power. And then the last 2 cars inside the top 10, you've got Shane Purvis and the number 93 of Grant Kelly. It's great to actually talk to a couple of these rookie drivers. We've got 5 of them in the field this weekend. Grant Kelly at the moment is the best placed of those. He's no stranger to Formula V. He's actually been racing in historic Formula Vs. There he goes. He's been racing in historic Formula Vs for 10 years. So it's about time that he said he joined the bigger boys and joined the faster cars. He's actually purchased an ex-Dylan Thomas Stinger, the CNC or CXC racing cars. A colour scheme very, very familiar, the blue, yellow and red. And a bit halfway through the year, they're planning to give that car a bit of a freshen up, bit of a birthday, bit of another livery change, and get back out. But good to see that some drivers coming from karting, especially some of the younger generation out of the Acura stable, but then also seeing some of the older drivers that have had a bit of experience in other categories, but are new to this type of game, racing in Formula V.
Yeah. So as we're watching the front 3, there's also the timing interval below showing 5th, 6th, and 7th. That's between Jones, Malachi Winslow, and Ashley Clifford, and that's the 2 battles that we're focusing on throughout this race. Looking at the front of the field, I don't think there's going to be a lead change going to turn 1, so we focus our attention back to the 17 there of Ashley Clifford.
Have a look at Jones. He's looking in the mirrors. He's like, where's Malachi Windsor? He's furiously looking left and right, hoping that he's not going to have a send up the inside there. But Windsor's quite calm under pressure there, and he decides to not threaten the number 96 going down into turn number 1. Lucas Kawam yesterday had mentioned that he loves having Nick Jones around because of all these youngsters, the 4 teenagers that they've got, and then Darren Power, who's on the other end of this train, and then Nick Jones. They're the older men in the stable. Nick Jones, no stranger to Formula V. He's been around for many, many years, and he just likes the fact of having that experience around the garage, having the youngsters that can pick his brain and get some sort of idea about what they're doing right, what they're doing wrong, and learning from it as they go along in their career, which is great to see. And this young man here in second place is one of those that's probably starting to benefit from some of the experience of Nick Jones. He's just gone past Ash Quiddington, moved himself up into second place. And that's the first sort of sign that maybe he's got that confidence under the car now. Maybe they've just tailored the number 82 Acura Motorsport machine to just slowly come on to be a little bit better at the end of the race, more so than being at the front. The first half of the race is maybe about biding your time and just seeing what's underneath you and what everyone else is doing. And then the second half of the race is, right, it's time to push the go button.
That Jacer is really taking it to the Sabres, which are either side of him. Let's see what he can do against the number 32 down into turn 1. He's going to pull out for the race lead. Bold move from Rocco Spindley.
Lovely
pulls it up nicely and gets the job done, but like every lap here at Sandown, he's probably going to get towed past on the back straight, depending on the margin he pulls out through the chicane here, but we'll have to see what goes on. The number 1 there of Ashley Quiddington just biding his time. He's in third place. There's still 6.5 minutes to go on the clock, so anything can happen between now. The 4th place car of Brock Hamilton is sort of in no man's land. He's sort of all on his own. If these guys at the front start battling a little more, he might be able to catch up and make it a 4-way battle for the lead like we saw yesterday.
He's slowly started to lose a little bit of time. He did a personal best last time around at a 28.5, but the leaders were all in the low 28s. In fact, Spindley with that move down the front straight, coming on to make that pass, did a 27.8 and lowered the benchmark for the fastest lap of the race. He's just given that position back to Kieran heading up the back straight, which is not a surprise, all things considered. That is pretty much like you're acting like a parachute if you're running out there in front, and the car behind gets quite a substantial slipstream advantage over you. But I like the move. I like the way of thinking. He's basically showed his nose and showed his thread here. Oh, Quiddington extremely wide at the final corner. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe he just glanced the grass that's on the backside of that curb on the exit of turn 12.
There's a little hole there that you gotta be careful about. It happened to the number 11 of Brock Hamilton a few laps ago, where it holded his momentum out of the last corner. Changed for the lead again, the 82 going through on the 32 there. So Rocco Spindley is really finding his feet.
Here comes Jones. He's going to go back past the 17. Or not quite. That was a close run thing between Clifford and Jones. And Power just sitting back there waiting to see what's going on, as well as Malachi Windsor. I noticed in the back of shot 2, Grant Kelly has now managed to get past the number 6 of Shane Purvis. He's now up to 9th, so he's having a great little exchange there. And Cameron Bell, who finished inside the top 10, his first top 10 finish yesterday, he's not far off the back of Shane Purvis either.
you know more about this than me, but how many seasons has Rocco Spindley done?
This is his second full year. He came about halfway through 2023, and he had a first full year last year. This is his second full year, so he's been doing it roughly about 2 years if you look at the way the math is. But he's learned a few lessons and a few hard truths over the last sort of 18 months, and now I think he's starting to get. Oh, there's a moment for Ash Clifford. He's lost a rear, and he's going to hit the fence there. That's not a good sign there. I'm not sure if he's had a moment. Maybe the wheels either failed, the hub on the or there's failed, or the inside of the wheel has failed, or he's made some contact. But thankfully, it's not a heavy impact into the wall. But this will immediately trigger the safety car. So who is in front at this point? Kieran's gone across the line in front, but the yellow flags are not out just yet, and they probably will be fairly soon. And I'll tell you what, if it's going to come out, this move better be done pretty quickly, because Spindley down the inside of Kieran to the lead of this race with 4 minutes to go. That could be the crucial move that gives him a race win if they pull the safety car in the next few seconds or so. There will definitely be double wave yellows at the top of the hill, which means no passing at the end of the back straight. You've got to get it done before the yellow flag zone. So let's see what happens here. Hamilton's actually closed in a little bit on these three over the last lap or so. But what is about to happen when we get to the top of the hill? Keep an eye on it. We're waiting to see if there's anything that stops a pass from happening at the top of the hill. There goes the next three, which I think is that's Jones, Power, and Malachi Windsor. There's Grant Kelly.
It is
Purvis.
double wave. Double wave yellows,
double wave
up the back straight.
All right, there we go. So double wave yellow. So they're quite happy then to leave that where it is. That means there's no debris in the way that's going to cause this to be pulled up. So happy to let the last 3 minutes shake out. So good decision from the officials upstairs to let this race continue. And, well, the cars have now seen what's going on there. Good to see Ash getting out. That's a positive, and it is a little bit tricky to mount those tyres there and get going. But good to see he's out of the race car and okay. Bit of diagnosis for the Silver Fox crew to work out what happened there after this. Let's have a look at the replay. Oh, yeah, the wheels parted company. So I think that's a failure of the wheel rim, quite rare. And where's that wheel come to rest? I reckon it's maybe sitting in the fence in the turn 6-7 sort of runoff area.
Yeah, or perhaps on Dandenong Road over the fence.
Oh.
Hopefully a car hasn't worn that through the windscreen. But change for second position, the number one. They're coming up to a bit of traffic here of Jury Portelli.
Yeah, Jury Portelli is going to probably get out of the way up the back straight here. And Hamilton's right with this crew now. He's worked his way nicely back into this lead group of three cars. It's now a 4-car pack that's going to sort this one out over the next 2 minutes.
So that was smart from Ashley Whittington. He tucked in as much to the toe as that lap car was giving him. And he's pulled out a fair margin here. These guys behind him are going to have to sort this position out before they get to the yellow flag zone. So the 82 is going to have to back out down through Dandenong Road. And then the green flag point comes at this left-hander here at the bottom of the hill, so then they can get back on and racing.
Whittington had to cut the back of the chicane there as well. I'm just noticing more and more little bits of spots of rain appearing on the camera lens at the bottom of Dandenong Road there as well. So there's definitely this little bit of inclement weather still hanging around. It's not been significant enough to be a factor in this race, and I'm hoping it stays that way. Kieran's got a little bit of an air margin here now. He's probably got about 3/4 of a second, I would say, just over Whittington. Let's see what it is when they come across. It's in fact not too far north of that. It's just over 8/10 of a second. That could prove to be fairly crucial if he can maintain this margin and even extend it just a little bit with some good driving through some of the opening couple of corners. He might be able to open up a margin that can't actually be overhauled. I'll tell you what, that's a very brave move from Spindley around the outside of turn 1. He'll be in position for 2 here to grab 3rd place away from Hamilton. That's music to the ears of Ash Whittington, who's now getting up the road from this 2.
I get the feeling that we'll see up the back straight, but I reckon the horse is bolted. I reckon Andre Kieran has got a big enough gap here where he can start to weave up the back straight and break the toe. And yeah, definitely. It's definitely turned into Andre Kieran's race to lose here.
Yep, I agree with you on that one. He's trying to stay to the left-hand side as much as possible, and that margin is not getting any smaller. He's back in the field here. Matthew Bode leading several cars coming down into turn number 1. You've got Charlie Richardson, who's just ahead here of Mick Fisher, Phil Gardner, and who's that at the back? Is that Shane Purvis? That is Shane Purvis. So he's had a moment somewhere and has dropped out of the top 10. He was running 10th last I checked.
He started 11th.
He started at 11th. and he's now running in 14th. So that's elevated. So Grant Kelly had already gone past him in the early going, and he's moved up to 8th because of the demise of Ash Clifford. Matthew Bode is running in 10th, so the 30 there in the front shot. That's the last spot inside the 10. If any of these drivers behind him can just reach out and grab it. And then Cameron Bell has actually moved into 9th place. So he's at the moment one position higher than what he started. And that would be a career best finish for him if he can keep going.
Last lap board is being shown this time by for the leaders. They have already passed the stripe. They're already up to turn 2, and there's I don't think that's a change for position between 2nd and 3rd. I think they're still running in the same order. Yeah, you can tell that by the timing screen. So it's still showing Whittington in 2nd place. That's true. They haven't changed position. So now it's turned into a race here for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Brock Hamilton has had a few laps to catch the back of this group, and he will be sizing his move up the back straight. They've got to get this done before they get to the double wave yellows.
Yep, it'll be a difficult thing to do. The double wave yellows will come up in about 200 metres time.
But it's done.
It's done. So it's actually, well, we've got to be careful here too, because who's ahead at the yellow flag zone? It's Spinley.
Yep.
So he's up to 2nd place. So Whittington has to concede. He's going to chuck it up the inside here at Dandenong Road corner. This is what the decisive move happened yesterday. It's almost like a mirror repeat again, although Spinley just couldn't get the power down on the exit curb there to hang on to 2nd place. He actually he might drop back to 4th here, with Hamilton going to try and go the long way around at 11. That puts him on the inside for 12, and he gets it done. He comes out with 3rd. So Curran will get the win. That'll be 2 from 2 for Andre Curran. 2 2nd places for Ash Whittington, and then a 3rd place for Hamilton. So 2nd and 1st as they were yesterday. And then Brock Hamilton 3rd as he finished yesterday as well. So top 4 as they finished and as they yesterday and as they started today. Margins a little bit bigger than yesterday.
I'm just going to hold a question mark over Ashley Whittington pass on Rocco Spinley there. I'm not sure if that was done still in the yellow flag sector. We'll have to double check that. Might go upstairs to race control a little bit later and find that one out for you.
That's why they pay them the big bucks and not us,
exactly,
to make those calls.
Yeah.
Let's go back in the field here. So again, this is the battle. It's just outside the top 10. So Matthew Bode is going to pick up the 10th place finish here. Charlie Richardson in the Bendigo brake and clutch machine, pretty close to on his tail. They made a few changes overnight there, and they've smartened that car up. That's brought her forward 2 positions, so she finishes 11th. Ooh. Oh, and Matthew Basso, 2nd time that he's come unstuck. And
I'm going to guess that car might have found the wall there, the way the angle is of that car.
And he's gotten out of that car pretty quickly, I'd say, as well. So just about 100 metres away from where he was when he came to rest yesterday. And, yeah, there's a little bit of debris that's just sort of just in front of the fence there. I'm not sure if we've got a replay of that or not. Here we go. Oh, yeah, easy mistake to make. And
whack.
Yep, whack. So that'll be the little bit of damage on the rear of that car. That's actually a fairly moderate hit. It's not a significant shunt, but I think what he's done there, he's made a mistake coming down the hill, and he's got that inside curb, that really nasty inside curb at turn 8. And if you hit that, it just feeds you into the wall. It's a curb you must avoid at all costs.
It's a little bit eye-raising as well with the stewards under a yellow flag sector to make that sort of mistake.
And on your own.
Yeah, it's something that will be definitely looked upon. But the leaders of the race gone straight back into the paddock. They'll collect their thoughts and come back for race 3 this afternoon at 3:35. So look forward to that one.
Absolutely. Just to finish off the balance of the top 10, we talked about the top 4, Curran, Whittington, Hamilton and Spinley. Nick Jones was 5th, with Malachi Windsor right behind him, and I do mean literally right behind him. He was 7/100ths of a second behind him at the end of that race, so it's the 6th place for Malachi. Darren Power in 7th. Grant Kelly finished there 8th. Cameron Bell was 9th, so career best finish for him. And Matthew Bode grabbed that last spot inside the top 10 ahead of Charlie Richardson, Mick Fisher, Shane Purvis and Phil Gardner, who are all in that group of cars that could have snared 10th place. And then the last of the drivers that were there that finished that race, Cody Boys, Corey Horter and Jury Portelli, with the 2 non-finishers, Ash Clifford and Matthew Basso. And as you said, we will see Formula V a little bit later on, about the 3:30 mark this afternoon. And we're going to hand over to the gentlemen just waiting outside the commentary box door that are about to take Formula Ford in the next few minutes. So from one open wheel category to another. I think, Tom, you're going to be joined, I believe, by Callum Brannigan for this one. So it'd be nice to see you two get together and call Formula Ford right here at the first round of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Back shortly.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
I'm back on my game, rocking these rings, all leather, no shame. One day in the backseat, I'm flossy and flashy, so bring the champagne. Tattoos, perfume, got me feeling so damn cute, no blues, yeah, I'm feeling so high, about to elevate that sun, taking the view when I walk into the room. Everything that I make, every look I create, yeah, I elevate the mood, change the game, make the rules. Everything that I touch goes from good to great, yeah, I elevate. Oh, I wanna elevate the style.
Welcome back to round one of the Trico Victorian State Race Series here at Sandown Raceway in metropolitan Melbourne. Very happy to be here this weekend. My name is Callum Brannigan, joined alongside by Tom Reed, because coming our way very shortly is Formula Ford for their second race of the weekend. And unfortunately, yesterday's race was punctured by a handful of safety cars, or finishing under safety car conditions, which is never the result we want to see in Formula Ford racing. But Tom, it was certainly a crispy race that we witnessed yesterday.
It was quite exciting, Callum. It's great to be back for day two of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Series. Slightly better weather today. It's been raining on and off, very similar to yesterday. But at the moment, we've got sunshine, and that's all these Formula Ford guys can hope for.
Indeed, and someone pointed out to me, Tom, between races, that since the Victorian State Race Series signed Trico as the series partner, it has rained at every single round. So we do have the team from Trico down in Trade Alley this weekend. They've got the Trico activation. We have Adam and Oscar from Trico. They are very friendly faces, so if you are trackside here and you do make your way down to Trade Alley, just near the food truck, as well as a few other setups for all of your racing gear as well, we highly encourage you to go down and say hello. Introduce yourselves to Adam and Oscar. They'll be able to help you out with the cleaning products that they've got on display, as well as Trico wiper blades as well. They do have an incentive this weekend. If you follow Trico on Instagram and direct message them Sandown, you're going to the chance to win a little prize pack that they've got on offer as well. So for everyone in the stands, everyone in the paddock, we encourage you to head down to the Trico stand and get around them, because they love the enthusiasm, they love the buy-in from the entire VSRS community that they have witnessed ever since jumping on and throwing their support behind grassroots motorsport. So we're absolutely privileged to have them along as well. It's also a shout out to 888 Home Loans, Cam McKinnon. I don't know if you're gold prospecting at the moment, or if you're in the garage at the moment tinkering away on the race car, but we thoroughly enjoy and appreciate all of the support that 888 Home Loans have thrown behind the VSRS in the past few years. Got a bit of a delay at the moment. Formula Ford, they are on the dummy grid at the moment, but you can see the shots coming to you live and free on Blendline TV. It's normally a flurry of activity in the paddock as well as the pit lane, but we've just got a bit of a brief pause here whilst the hard-working officials address something and making sure that the circuit is in absolutely tip-top condition. But you can see on screen there, the high-vis, they are all the hard-working officials, volunteer officials. We can't have motorsport without the volunteer officials. And here's a prime example on screen right now. You can see they are attending one of the Akara cars, the 74 Formula V, I think it is.
Yeah, so that's Matthew Basso, who was involved in an incident. And you can see on the other tow truck, that was... I can't quite remember the driver of that car, but he was involved in a fairly large incident coming over the hill, lost the rear right wheel, which is a very unusual thing to do on a lug nut system where there's four nuts holding on the wheel. So generally if you lose one, it should stay on for the rest of the race, whereas a center locking wheel nut will come loose straight away if it gets loose.
And it's you can actually see on screen there just then one of the officials holding the broken wheel. So it looks like the spokes might have broken apart from the part of the wheel that actually connects to the hub, as Tom was saying. So where you actually bolt the wheel on to the hub, it looks like it's separated company from the rest of the wheel. So less than ideal, and a very fast part of the circuit as well for that to take place. So that was a bit of a scary moment.
That was Ashley Clifford, I think, that lost that wheel, and then Matthew Basso ended up in the wall down the hill.
So you can see on screen there, big thanks to our volunteer officials. If you are watching from home or around the circuit and you want to find out how you can become an official and get involved in motorsport and watch from possibly the best seat in the house, we encourage you to go to motorsport.org.au/officials, follow the links and find out more information on how you can join a club and get involved being trackside and working behind the scenes. It is a fantastic family, and I use the word family because everybody gets around each other. And I think someone said to me this morning that it's just the right amount of banter. So it's very welcoming, and everybody likes to give each other just a light ribbing. But when it comes to the hard work, standing trackside, everyone's well looked after. You can see they're just enjoying a brief snack and a little rest between sessions, and that's at turn 4. And it's a bit of a spicy part of the circuit at times, especially when
today,
the heavens open.
It's been a scene of a bit of action today. There was an incident there with the Hyundai XLs where a couple of cars tangled. One ended up backwards into that double layer Armco wall that you can see there. Managed to keep going. Needed a bit of a broom sweep there. The headlights in the XLs are very fragile and they tend to break quite easily, and that left a fair bit of debris on the entry and exit of turn 4, but that was able to be cleaned up nice and quickly.
When they are delicate, we call them Hyundai eggshells.
Yes.
Just got a message from the Formula Ford administrator, Phil Marinon. I think I did see him here this weekend. He might have been in a position, actually just getting live updates from him right now as we speak. So he was racing the Galloway here this weekend, but unfortunately the car has got a few mechanical gremlins, so that has sidelined him, but he's certainly somewhere around the paddock enjoying all of the action. He, of course, is the administrator for the Australian Formula Ford Series, as it's starting to rain out there from our vantage point at turn 4. But we should point out that there is a fantastic book on offer. You can indeed follow all of the links on the Formula Ford website to see more information about the book, which is called 50 Years of Fame and Friendship. And it is all about the 50-year legacy of Formula Ford in Australia, because since 1969, Formula Ford has been a part of the racing scene domestically in Australia, had a fantastic introduction in the UK and in Europe before making its way to Australian shores. And since then, it's been the perfect proving ground for Australian driving talent. And the book goes through all of the decades. It goes through all of the Australian stars, the chassis, all the famous names that have made their way through Formula Ford from 1969 all the way to 2022 or 23, I believe it was, about the time the book was published. So if you see Phil around the paddock, stop him, find out more information about the book, because there'll be plenty of copies up for grabs. And it's really starting to open up now. As Tom was pointing out, the Trico windshield wipers, you'd normally say are going to be fired up, but given the fact that we don't have the windshield wipers on Formula Fords, we might have to come up with a bit of a bespoke solution. But just a little bit of a worrying sign, I would say, for some of the young new drivers who are fresh faces in Formula Ford, certainly in Victoria as well as Australia, sitting on a dummy grid as the heavens open, when you're still trying to get used to an open wheel race car, having stepped up from go-karts, let alone trying to navigate all of the other logistical considerations when you're stepping up into circuit racing. You've got race secretaries, you've got drivers' briefings, you've got other team members, you're trying to learn about a new car, you've got licenses, there's all of these things going on. So the last thing you really need is a distraction with rain. And we're just getting an update now that we are close to getting the cars out of the dummy grid and on to the circuit. And as we touched on yesterday, Tom, the fact that these cars run a very versatile control tyre in the form of the Yokohama AO48, it doesn't matter what the conditions are. They might just give the tyre pressures a little bit of a tweak and tune, and then they send the cars out on the circuit.
So with the rain falling, teams have had a little bit of time to make any last-minute changes now to these cars. So often what you'll do come wet conditions is soften the rear roll bar, the anti-roll bars. It gives them a little bit more roll throughout the corner, a bit more grip. And these guys, tyre pressures is another thing they would have changed as well. So I'm not sure if they lower or I think they raise them in the wets, in the wet conditions. It gives them more contact patch, I guess, on the road.
I believe the cars with a dry setup are fairly compliant in wet conditions. So just a slick surface like this, it is just a consideration of, perhaps not putting too much power down mid-corner just so you don't rotate the cars. And they're very actively trying to get those tyres fired up as much as possible. Have a go at the amount of understeer from the car of Lachlan Evanet, the number 88 car you can see just ahead of Jamie Rowe, who's starting out of P2. Now, we saw yesterday in Brogno in the number 5 car, car didn't go anywhere off the start line and we called it a bit of a stall, but there might have been a mechanical issue with that car. So I actually saw the team trying to work on it after the race yesterday. So there might have just been a few issues with regards to getting that car launched. A bit of a lock-up break there from Peter Fitzgerald as well in the Kent class car. So there's been a bit of goss up and down the paddock, and I think Tom's been shaking some trees to try and find out all of the news updates. What have you got for us, mate?
I've been doing my best to find out what's been going on in the paddock. There was a couple of incidents in yesterday's field. Andrew Torty and Richard Davison being caught up in one of those incidents. Unfortunately, it took Andrew out of the race and he'll start rear of grid. Malcolm Coleman also got tangled up in a restart incident, so he will take no further part in today's racing. He's decided to put that on the trailer, which is a very wise decision. And then also in the Kent class, Bradley James had an engine let go on him yesterday, so they figured out the reason why, and he's parked that for the rest of the weekend. So that takes a big hit to his points haul for the series.
We also saw Matt Coleman in the Swift, and is that car at the top of screen? I believe it is. He's just ahead of Andrew Torty. So we saw the right rear of that Swift being torn off during the safety car restart procedure. So unfortunately, with the cars being compressed, the accordion effect, some of the Kent cars got tripped up. And I believe he's out on circuit. There he is.
Sorry, Malcolm has made it out on the track. I thought after yesterday he was going to put that on the trailer and go home.
Nah, he's repaired it and he sent it. So fantastic news for Coleman in that red Swift, and Andrew Torty's back out there and circulating as well. It's a good field of Kent cars. These are the Kents you can see on screen, just before. Now we've got the Duratec cars on screen. That number 45 car, the Black Spectrum, that is being driven by Tabitha Ambrose, daughter of two-time V8 Supercar champion Marcus Ambrose, as she embarks on her Formula 4 journey. Marcus Ambrose, of course, in the late 90s himself was a very regular or familiar face in Formula Ford competition before enjoying mega success. A fantastic debut from Formula Ford straight into V8 Supercars in 2001 and sent shockwaves up and down the Supercars field when he arrived on the scene. So if that's not a perfect example of just how capable this category is in terms of providing or just nurturing young racing talent, then I don't know what is. But you can see them lining up on the start-finish line here, Tom. Just a few moments to go before we get this race underway. It will be 15 minutes in duration plus 1 lap. Every single category this weekend gets allocated 20 minutes, and we should point out that that timer starts counting down as soon as they leave the dummy grid. 5-second board being shown to the field. Red light on. A rather modest amount of throttle. They're trying to minimise the wheel spin and launch these very light and nimble Formula Fords as they get underway. And it looks like Lachlan Evanet has got the jump there. A very smart start there. Jamie Rowe falling back ever so slightly, but Seth Burkhart's with a fantastic start there in the number 24 Miguel. He's stuck there in the middle. And the number 3 entry of Hurst. That is a brilliant start there, but he's coming under fire now from Burkhardt, who sends it up the inside, but around the outside is Jack Johnson, making his debut in Formula Ford. He's done plenty of testing up in Winton, and he's very capable. Seth Burkhardt sliding off there. He's going to go over the grass, but he safely rejoins there, so a bit of a scary moment there for the Tickford Racing entry.
These moves are going to be done straight away because we are definitely going to go safety car. Zach Panaccia is stuck on the grid. He stalled it off the line as he see the cars touching that white and blue painted curb out of turn number 4. They get an immense amount of wheel spin with the very little traction that they've got. Up the back straight for the first time. Jack Johnson holding off. The Tickford Autosport car 24 of Seth Burkhart's there as we go safety car.
Oh, and he's getting a flat toe now, so very fast on the scene there. Jamie Rowe cutting the corner there at turn 8 before they're coming deep under brakes into turn 9. So they have called the safety car. Race control assessing that situation and electing to bring out the Racer Industries Commodore. And unfortunately, that is the 3rd safety car we've seen this weekend for Formula Ford.
Zach Panaccia has been able to get that car fired, so hopefully they can get that off the flat toe as soon as possible, and he doesn't drop a lap here. He gets going just ahead of the field as they come down the front straight, so he'll be able to race around, tag on the back of the Kent field, and then hopefully drive his way through that field in the first couple of laps.
Yeah, that was a bit of an awkward exchange there, so luckily he's able to get the car fired up again. I'm not too sure if he effectively got a bump start there by being towed by the Jeep. But the hard-working officials, as ever, usually kept on their toes for Formula Ford racing, but we have seen some pretty clean racing in the last few seasons. And here we are, Panaccia, the number 44 on camera at the moment. I'm a big fan of any Formula Ford that's got Dayglow orange. I don't know about you, Tom, but it is a very smart-looking livery. And it's a testament to the entire field for presenting their cars as beautifully as possible. You can actually see the wins number 40, Van Diemen RF95, being driven by Richard Davison, and that's actually the livery as it raced in period back in the day when Alex Davison and also Will Davison, I believe, when they were behind the wheel of that car. And if you want another famous name who also drove that car back in the day was Garth Tander. So so many names associated.
Oh, Jack Johnson spun under safety car, so he'll gas that up. He'll go the rear of field here. So that's unfortunate for him. He was running in second position. So he started off of the second row in P4 there. So the number 14 will gas it up, left to engage reverse here and tag on the back of the Kent field. But that's quite unfortunate for him.
Yeah, stepping up from go-kart racing is Jack Johnson, son of Brad Johnson. For anyone who is familiar with AFL as well as AFL broadcast, he is a legend of the sport, and it's great to see them stepping into motorsport. So very warm welcome to some AFL royalty here at the Trico Victorian State Race Series paddock. Bit of an unfortunate moment there for Jack, obviously, but we should say that the Sandown track surface is like a patchwork quilt. It is variable in terms of how much grip is available to the drivers, and it's extremely hard for people like Lachlan Evanet at the moment, who is in the lead in the number 88, but basically as he arrives to a corner, as the track evolves and dries, he's got different levels of grip, so it's a lot to contend with, especially when you are the leader. So Jack Johnson, unfortunately, just getting unstuck there, but he will press on. There is no damage to that car. And here we go. We are under the restart procedure. The Racer Industries Commodore makes its way back into the pit lane, and it's now down to Lachlan Evanet to hit the gas and get this race back underway.
Richard Davison holding a margin there from the Duratec cars. We saw yesterday a little bit of a clumsy restart, and it's going to happen again. I fear that Lockie Evanet's holding them all the way to the line, which is quite smart. It minimises the amount of track distance between now and turn 1 where he can get towed past, but a clean restart by the whole field.
Much cleaned at this time, and yeah, you're absolutely spot on there, Tom. You're trying to minimise the slipstream effect as they get back underway. Tabitha Ambrose is coming under fire there from Hurst, is having a look up the inside in the number 3 McGale. Likewise, Jamie Rowe having a look up the inside of Lachlan Evanet. So a very smart restart there by the entire field. Seth Burkhardt sitting in position 3 with Imbrogno now in position 4, so that's a fantastic recovery there. For the white car you can see coming through frame now. Richard Davison, meanwhile, he's ahead of Peter Fitzgerald in the battle for the 1600 class. So here they come past this fantastic vantage point here. We call it the room cam as they come screaming past there. and Jack Johnson as well. He's making his way back through the field. So fantastic field of 1,600 cars here this weekend, Tom.
Yeah, it's great to see the amount of cars that have turned out here under green flag conditions. Richard leading this field from Peter Fitzgerald, and some move here by Andrew Torter, who's come from the rear of grid. James Meaden's got to spot him, which he does, and look how slippery it is. These cars have zero grip. There is no tyre temperature. It's a spinner. That's Adrian Wilkinson in the back. Hopefully he hasn't been collected by anyone as they go right around him. That was very close between he and Malcolm Coleman.
That was extremely awkward, and that was a bit of a Vietnam stare from Coleman as he was facing the car that he was very quickly approaching of Coleman. As Coleman is trying to make his way through there. So very awkward exchange, but again, no harm, no foul. Jack Johnson just putting his hand up in the air there. I guess he was just saying a thanks to the 1,600 competitors as the faster Duratec Formula Ford comes screaming through. Here comes Andrew Torty now. This is effectively for position second in the 1,600 field, but he's got Jack Johnson to contend with, who's very quickly making his way back onto the rear of Peter Fitzgerald in that red number 17 Spectrum, but he tucks in nicely there. We should point out that Peter Fitzgerald actually raced Formula Fords back in the early 90s, back when we knew it as the Driver to Europe series, back when obviously running the 1600 Cortina engine before the series migrated or introduced the Duratec engine, which is a much more modern version. They're both 1.6 litres in displacement, but the difference is the Kent cars that you can see on track or on screen right now, they have a carburettor and just a little bit less horsepower, about 110 horsepower, whereas the Duratec engines, they are taken straight out of a Ford Fiesta. They are fuel injected and they produce about 130 horsepower, so there's quite a power disparity between the two different classes. They all run the same gearbox, effectively the same tyres. I believe the only other difference is a slightly wider rear tyre, wider rim on the Duratec cars. Which actually comes to favour for the 1,600 cars because they have a slightly narrower rear rim. In the wet conditions, they actually get better squat and get better power down. So it's not unusual to see the 1,600s spoil the upper cart, especially when the heavens open.
Change for the lead though. Jamie Rowe has overtaken Lockie Evanet, so he's going to put his eyes down, hopefully gap the field here and break the toe up the back straight. The 24 there of Seth Burkhardt is doing a fantastic job. The fastest lap being set by him, doing a 1 minute 23 dead. So it's pretty much an identical time to Jamie Rowe, who's also done a 23 dead. Lockie Evanet was about 1.1 seconds slow. He did a 24.1 on that last lap. So all personal best laps up and down through the field. One thing to note as well is the Kent class is getting much closer between Richard Davis and Andrew Torty. Torty is seeing red and he's driving straight through the field to try and win this race.
They are maximising the available space there. Burkhardt's up the inside now of Lockie Evanet, so not too sure if the car of Lockie Evanet, if he's necessarily as suited to these conditions as the cars of Jamie Rowe and Seth Burkhardt, but he fights back, having a look around the outside there, and he's got the line coming onto the main straight. So this is a very juicy battle between the combatants, both driving the French-made Miguel chassis as they come onto the main straight, but Seth Burkhardt's he is looming. He's got a slipstream. He's going to have a straight line speed advantage as they come towards turn one. But Evanet on the defence. He defends hard, covers his line as he's entitled to do. And he leaves a Formula Ford's width around the outside, which Seth Burkhardt takes. He's utilising the space and he's going to inherit the inside line coming into turn two. This is a great exchange between these two. This is for position two.
Fantastic job by these two. Unfortunately, though, they aren't working together, and it's allowing Jamie Rowe to disappear up the road. He's got about a second margin on these guys behind him. One thing to note as well, Jared Hurst is doing a fantastic job in his ex-Sonic. Tim Blanchard raced that car as well. Just jump back to this change for second position. Holding the inside line is the 24 there of Burkhardt, and these guys really need to think about this. They need to be smart and just work with each other to catch back up to Jamie Rowe's doing a stellar job out front.
Yeah, absolutely spot on there, Tom. Oh, hanging the rear of the car out there is Evanet coming out of turn 9, or Dandenong as we know it. But have a look there. There's Imbrogno in the background. He's actually made up a position there, so very smart exit out of turn 9 and capitalised on that slight mistake. But Evanet now fights back into number 88. They are going to be side by side, but that's allowing Jared Hurst into this battle. He likes the look of this one. What's the gap looking like at the head of the field? Jamie Rowe, undeterred, He's unchallenged at the moment, so he's able to maximise his track pace. Absolutely nail his braking markers. It's a little bit tight coming into turn 1 now. Imbrono had just a little bit of a tail slide there coming through turn 1, but he keeps it nice and controlled, and he's still in hot pursuit of
Evanet's gone.
He's lost the
He's
rear.
Struggled not to make the wall here, and he doesn't. But he just got on the painted curb. It's going to allow Tabitha Ambrose through here, so she'll jump all the way up to P5 there. But that's an unfortunate error by the 88 machine. So he just pinched the rear brake on the curb. It's there slippery as ice, as Jared Hurst is going to challenge here for P3. He's doing an amazing job in that Miguel.
That is a mega move around the outside, especially in these conditions. So Jared Hurst now jumping up into position 3. He's just been steadily picking up everyone off and keeping the car off the slippery painted lines. As you pointed out, Tom, it's can go from hero to zero in a very short amount of time.
Jared locked the rear brake there into the penultimate corner. He managed to get that stop, but that was a very tricky moment for him.
We should point out that they do have a variable brake balance within the car, so they can adjust the balance from front to rear relatively easily. So they'll be constantly making changes during this race, given that the track is evolving, it's drying, it's getting faster. So as the race progresses, you'll be winding more brake to the front. Whereas in wet conditions, you really want the rears to really assist a bit more. Now, this is a great little battle here. This is Peter Fitzgerald and Craig Arnold on screen at the moment. There is a bit of an age gap between the two cars, but it's a great showcase, an example of how evenly matched the 1600 cars are on for pace. Craig Arnold now just getting a little bit tail happy there. Coming onto the main straight. It looks pretty dry on this half of the course, doesn't it, Tom? But it's pretty wet at the other end.
Well, it's very slippery through turn 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way up there and down to Dandenong Road. Move here, the number 90 of Craig Arnold gets down the inside of Peter Fitzgerald in his slightly newer Spectrum. So in the Kent class, we've got a wide array of different cars. So the car leading this group is a 1990 Van Diemen. The car behind it is a Spectrum, and then the car behind that, the yellow car, is a RF86 Van Diemen, which Craig Lowndes cut his teeth in circuit racing. He basically started in Formula Ford in a car very similar to that. That yellow car has been driven by James Meaden, who will also compete at the Phillip Island Classic in the second weekend of March. So that's a fantastic historic event. You see multiple different cars, a huge field of Formula Ford, as there's a change of position there between Fitzgerald and the number 90 of Craig Arnold. These guys are just swapping positions. Fitzgerald has had a slight lose. He's going to keep this out of the fence, engage first gear and keep going, hopefully, without getting too stuck in the grass. But that's an unfortunate error for him.
It's
He
also
might be bogged as well.
It's also really hard to refire up a 1600 Formula Ford if you do stall them, especially when they are in hot mode. The temperatures are up. They are extremely hard. They've got a lot of fuel vaporization when you're trying to start them up again, so you really need to keep the car fired up where possible. We're ticking down in this race, Tom. There's just over a minute remaining, plus a lap before we cross the finish line. Here is Evanet on screen. He's falling back into the clutches of Tabitha Ambrose in the number 45 car there. Fantastic to see Tabitha stepping up into Formula Ford racing. Here is Jack Johnson as well, the Xena supported car. Also kettle chips on adorning the side of the Spectrum.
It's a good sponsor.
A rather crispy sponsor, isn't it?
Yeah.
There we go.
Pretty wide over the line. So this is a mix between Duratex and Kent's.
So these are effectively the leaders that are battling at the moment.
Jared
Hurst has actually made his way into the lead through navigating lap traffic. So this is 1, 2, 3 Duratec class. And they've got a few 1600s just behind them. Jared Hurst, very capital
out of nowhere.
Absolutely, he capitalised on the lap traffic and made his way through. So this is continuing to tick down. And of course, if race control do need to call the race slightly earlier, given the schedule is so compact for the Trico Victorian State Race Series, all of the cars, or especially the Duratec cars, they are equipped with radios, so they are in constant communication with the teams back in pit lane. Here comes the conga line. Here comes Jamie Rowe having a look up the inside. It's extremely close. Was that contact?
No.
It might have been extremely close between Jared Hurst. Slides back in, having a look up the inside.
Wow,
He's got
that was
just
a risky
enough
move.
room on the left-hand side there, so Jared Hurst very compliant, giving him a lot of respect there. That was extremely close there, Tom.
Seth just needs to bide his time here. He's got a little bit more time as they get past the lap of Peter Fitzgerald, who was able to keep going. He's just got to bide his time. Pick his moves nicely. You don't want any contact between these cars because it's very easy to rip a corner off as Jamie Rowe pulls out from the toe. Seth Burkhart's, we get the last lap board, so one more to go. Jared Hurst is driving the race of his life out in front.
That was a mega move the last lap around. And look at the gap. He's got 0.6 of a second between himself and
it's turned into nothing already.
Jamie Rowe. But yeah, they've got another drag strip coming up.
Seth's broken. Yeah, something's gone wrong with that car. He's managed to keep going.
He might have missed a shift there. So we've got a 4-speed H-pattern gearbox. So there is an opportunity for missed shifts. But the car was just a little bit slower there for Seth Burkhardt. So he falls back into the clutches at a number 5 of the recovering in Brono. But that was lap traffic. Fantastic example of just how much effect it can have. How much is the gap between Hurst and Jamie Rowe?
It's a car length. It's the final time over the top of the hill. Jamie Rowe's got one more chance or a couple more. This is one of the biggest ones down here. Can he fire it down the inside? He thinks better of it. Jared's going to hold the lead coming into the last couple of corners. Can Jamie slip up the inside and get the move done?
Just 2 corners remain for this race. This is race 2 of the Victorian Formula Ford Championship. Jared Hurst looks like he's done just enough. He is going to take the checkered flag. Oh no, last lap, sorry, he's been shown to the board. Have we missed the...
Well, we've seen 2 last laps. I think the checkered was supposed to... Hang on.
It's being shown now. So, okay, so maybe we've got one more lap here. So certainly checkered flag not being shown to the drivers. A bit of a confusing mix-up there.
That's an error. So these guys are racing for one more lap. They have not been shown the checkered flag. The checkered flag's been shown to the cars behind, so unless these guys are being told on the radio...
Oh,
wow, that was super close between the lap car of Dean Kutsumides, Jamie Rowe, and now it's 3 wide up the hill.
Well, that's tight going around.
They managed to get that one sorted.
Yeah, Kutsumides giving him enough room there. For Jamie Rowe there, that was very Tony Hawk's Pro Skater-esque, getting a grind or seeing the bottom of the car grinding over the curb as he was trying to get up the inside there, but he's actually, through all of that confusion, he's made his way into the lead of the race, and Jared Hurst is just behind now trying to make his way through. Deep under brakes, he is going to get a very good run coming out of turn 9. He's searching every part of the circuit to try and find a gap and send it up the inside. Jamie Rowe covers as he is entitled to do so, but they've absolutely dropped the pair of Burkhardt and Imbrono in the process. But here is Jamie Rowe now in the JCB Spectrum. He's going to come across now and take the checkered flag with Jared Hurst in position 2. Seth Burkhardt is due to come across the line in position 3. So fantastic effort there from positions 1, 2 and 3. And Imbrono's pulled into the pit lane. So the confusion continues for the entire field there.
I get the feeling this will have to go back a lap because the checkered flag's been shown. Yeah, we're just hearing word that everyone's returning to the pit. So the front guys weren't shown the checkered flag at the correct time. It should have been Jared Hurst winning this race. We're going to have to double check this. I'll go find out after this race and we'll bring you all that information hopefully in the next category coming up, which is improved production.
Detective Tom will dispatch Detective Reed. He'll have the magnifying glass trying to search for all of the answers. So there's obviously a lot to unravel from that one. But we'll find out the news as it comes to hand. Nonetheless, what we do have and what we do know is Rowe was the first person to take the checkered flag, coming home in first position. 0.2 of a second ahead of Jared Hurst in second position. Seth Burkhardt's in the Tickford Racing McGale home in position 3 ahead of Imbrono. Lockie Evanet starting from pole position, ending that race in position 5. Jack Johnson in 6th position after that spin. Tabitha Ambrose and Richard Davison, defending Victorian 1600 Formula Ford champion. He is home in first position in class and 8th position overall, just ahead of Andrew Torty, who'll be very happy with that drive after recovering from the rear of the field. So that's second position in class ahead of Craig Arnold, who steered the Van Diemen RF 90 home in third position in class and 10th overall. That was a spicy race for race 2 of the Victorian Formula Ford Championship. This is round 1 of the Trico Victorian State Race Series. As Tom alluded to, we've got improved production coming up next. So get ready for all of the action coming your way very shortly. So we're going to take a break up here in the central commentary, allow Tom to head down to the paddock and shake some trees, and we'll be back very shortly.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Welcome back trackside to round number 1 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, provided to you by Trico Windshield Wipers, seeing you through. I'll tell you what, we did need a few of them yesterday, and we're needing a couple more, I think, today. Just evidenced there by the medical car, I think, just sitting there on the grid behind the safety vehicle, just getting its Trico windscreen wipers going there. There is a little bit of drizzle still around. Thankfully, it hasn't really been heavy enough to warrant any full wet racing, because we did have a bit of wet yesterday. We had a few wet qualifying sessions and a bit of rain that was a bit persistent throughout. Thankfully, the Prestige Hino Improved Production Squad didn't have to contend too much with rain in yesterday's first race, and it was an absolute cracker. Three-way fight up the front between Luke Gretschkumbo, Ian McLennan and Cade Lehman, resulting in Cade Lehman getting his first race win. My name is Steve DeVries. Opposite me is the club president of Improved Production Victoria, Dave Cox. And Dave, for Cade Lehman, leading this field out of the marshalling area for the very first time as an Improved Production race winner, got to be a great feeling.
Absolutely, Steve. Absolutely. Welcome everyone to a new year of racing. Cade did have a win at Island Magic, but yesterday was his first win at a state series round, and what a great win, even though he had half an exhaust left out on the track.
Yeah, they had a bit good look at that overnight. Just the titanium part of the muffler, the weld just completely sheared at some point, and it just came off, and it actually came to rest just not too far from this position here, just on the in the middle of turn 4. So they've managed to put a new exhaust on that car this morning and get that all tight and right and ready to go. So hopefully there'll be no repeat this morning.
No, hopefully not. This morning I had a look at the exhaust, and she's rather flat from where Cade ran over it yesterday. And the titanium welding didn't look like it had a lot of filler rod in it. So it's what you get it when you buy from the States. Sometimes it's not quite what you think it is, but they've got the standard exhaust back on today, so hopefully it won't hurt the horsepower too much. Danny Timewell yesterday just ran out of a little bit of talent at the end there, I think, according to his crew, and threw it away.
Well, that was the original diagnosis. He originally thought he was cursing himself overnight. There he is right on cue. He thought he was cursing himself for making a mistake. It actually turned out there was a bush on one of the control arms actually failed, so it wasn't actually his fault at the end of the day. So that's making him feel somewhat better this morning.
A little bit better this
Although
morning.
He's going to be doing it from the rear of the grid, so keep an eye out for the time well spent, number 11, coming from P16 out of 21 cars. So let's have a quick look through the grid. We talked about the top 3, Lehman, McLennan and Luke Gretschkumbo. Michael Hart's going to be starting out at 4th place. That's got to be probably his highest starting position here at Sandown for some time. Scott McLean in the 778, starting out of 5th. Matt Logan in 6th, and he was the last man home on the lead lap yesterday.
How good does that new car of the Matt Logan's Mack Trucks car look? It looks sensational out there this morning.
Absolutely beautiful. First of the under 2 litre cars will be Larry Merrifield, the number 50 Honda Civic. He's out of 7th. Andrew Barstow in the VW Golf next to him in 8th. And then Rohit Saini in 9th. Chris Bodale in the ex-Paul Woolerman Ford Falcon starting in 10th. Good job from him. Brett Harris and Andre Noy, a couple of Falcons on the that row of the grid there, 11th and 12th. Wayne Decker and Luke Valentich in the Holden Astra in 14th. Then Dallas Harvey in the XL. And then we have all the rear of grid starters. We have Danny Timewell. We have Royce Lyon. We have John Perkins. We have Thomas Bullock, who's not going to be taking the start for this one. Peter Fleming starting out at 20th. And then Peter Dixon was sent rear of grid after failing to adhere to the what we affectionately know as the meatball flag yesterday afternoon.
I believe he's actually starting from pit lane.
Or pit lane, sorry, yes.
So that was his for being a naughty boy. And lucky he didn't have to go home.
No, that's right. So there was a couple of things there yesterday. You're right, there is Dixon going through on the pit lane, just on our out of camera shot there. But we're not too far away from a start here for Prestige Hino, Melbourne's most awarded Hino dealer. We are not too far away. Lehman and McLennan. Who's going to get the run here into turn number 1?
There we go. Off we go. And looks like Luke's got a great start. And Ranger's right up beside Cade. And I think he might have even get up the inside of Cade as they head down to turn 1. Mack has also got a great start. Looks like Luke has actually got into the lead there as they go into turn 1.
Yep, great launch from the second row for the multi-time state and club champion. Up the inside of Lehman heading into turn 1. McLennan was very slow away. It looks like he might have had a little bit of wheel spin off the front row, but he's done just enough to stay ahead there of the Mack Trucks entry of Matt Logan. Scott McLean up to 5th. Michael Hart losing out the most there, dropping 2 spots to 6th place on the road as they come through turn number 4. Saini's had a good start up to 7th, so he started out of position 9, 2 spots for him as well.
And Danny Timewell's up to 11th already before they get to turn 4.
And starting out of the pit lane, Peter Dixon's already slowly picking his way past the XLs. He's now making his way past Dallas Harvey at the moment, ranging now up onto the back of Wayne Decker and Andre Noy in the Falcon.
Danny Timewell's up to 6th.
So he's up to 6th here. So he's starting to probably get onto the back of, it'll be Michael Hart will be the next victim for him. If he's up to 7th, it'll be Michael Hart will be next. I keep seeing that camera at turn number 9, the Dandenong Road there, just keeps getting more and more rain spots on there. I keep wondering if the rain's coming from, it doesn't come from that direction here at Sandown, but it's a bit misleading as to what might actually be going on out there on the circuit.
Luke's got himself a nice little couple of lengths lead there over Cade, and Mack is right up, and it looks like he might be going for a big lunge on the brakes here. Does it go into turn 1? No, decides to pull in behind. As you can see, the lights
on the
coming
time
down.
There we go, into turn number 2. The Pro Cut Monaro menacingly all over the back of the number 26 VE of Cade Lehman, who surrendered that lead fairly early. Luke's trying to check out here. Unlike yesterday, where it was a 3-car battle, it's now just a 2-car battle over 2nd and 3rd. McLennan looking the long way around there at turn number 5, as we're now looking at the top of the back straight here. And down the inside.
Bit of a wiggle there from Luke as he goes over the top, and Mack has now gone up the inside of Cade.
Gets that job done for P2. Has to use a fair bit of the curb there at turn 7. And down into Dandenong Road. They go
There's a few spots on the lens there, Steve.
That's what I've been alluding to. It's a bit false and misleading as to actually what's going on there at the moment. So we've got Brett Harris here. He's tucked in behind Rohit Saini in the production car, the HSV. At the same part of the circuit, we've just seen them going through. So Saini in 10th, Harris in 11th. Actually had a little bit of a fuel spill, a bit of a fuel drama in the back of that car towards the end of the race yesterday. He's eyeing off a potential 10th place here. Got the indicator going there.
Yeah, he's indicating he's coming past.
Is exactly what he's doing. Tell you what, John Perkins has had a pretty handy start here as well. He's now right on the back of Saini, so that's 11th and 12th. Just behind the Irwin Tools Falcon here, getting down the front straight. the RX-7. Tell you what, got a bit of poke in the straight line, the old green machine. Good to see the green RX-7 back out. Having a chat to John and the crew down there yesterday, they've actually got the Verica RX-7 in bits in the workshop at the moment, hoping to have that out a little bit later on in the year. I did say, well, it's Kane's car, but who's driving it? And they said, well, it might be a rock, paper, scissors to work out who actually gets to drive the car throughout the year, but the important thing is we will hopefully see that other RX-7 out and running a bit later this year, hopefully in time for the Nationals.
I dare say that's what they're prepping for, Steve. I think there'll be a lot of RX-7s coming out of the woodwork for the Nationals. I'm sure there's one from Queensland, there's a couple from Victoria, so I'm pretty sure we'll see quite a number of the RX-7s out later in the year, and they'll be doing some testing, just getting some miles under the belt, because John hasn't driven in Victoria, I don't think, for at least 12 months. So he's done a couple of trips to South Australia, but not too much here, I don't believe.
I think the last time we actually saw, I think it was Dan Verica came out and raced in the RX-7. He didn't even have his licence renewed. He had to go and actually get that all sorted out, so he could actually jump in the car at Calder Park.
And it looks like Danny Timewell's now just made his way. Looked like he could have been going past, Matt Logan, yep. To get into fourth place. And a fantastic drive from back of the grid.
Now, Cade Lehman's just inherited himself a 5-second penalty, and usually the penalty for like that is a jump start infringement. Now, he was on pole, wondering maybe he might have just been rolling slightly forward at the start there. That's probably all it was. It looked a fairly clean start from what I saw, but maybe he was just slowly rolling a little bit forward, and the officials have adjudged that he's jumped the start by doing so, by not being stationary.
That's a bit unfortunate, but Cade might just have to drive a little bit harder. I don't know if his crew can hear him on the road here, but they might tell him he'll have to pull his finger out and try and get up 5 seconds ahead of Mack, or at least keep second place.
Well, the margin at the moment between McLennan and Gretsch-Cumbo is only just short of 2 seconds. So if he does get past the yellow nugget, he's going to have to really get his skates on to get that 5-second margin out. As it sits right now, he's got quite an insurance policy over the next car, which we believe is Danny Timewell potentially going past Matt Logan. But we don't know how quick Danny's going, and there he is, just in the back of shot. So he's cleared Matt Logan, and it's 12 seconds from pole, or from the lead car back to fourth. So it's about 10 seconds from Lehman to Timewell at the moment. Yeah. Now that Danny's in some clear air, we'll actually get to see what he's actually able to do, and see if he can catch this group of three, because these three are all in the 17s. McLennan has the fastest lap at a 17 flat, which was what he did last time around. And personal best for Cade at a 17.2. Danny was an 18.6, but he was getting past Matt. So let's see what he can produce in clear air.
The previous lap to that before, Danny did a 17 as well. So they're all about the same lap. So he's not actually catching them at this stage. But that may change, a little bit more rain coming down. So we'll see how the Pro Cup Monaro likes the wet.
Oh, he's a bit sideways there. He's lucky.
And that will give Cade a real good sniff. He'll be able to get a lot more power down. There we go. And Cade will just duck straight up the inside. Nice bit of driving through there, Cade.
And he's on the outside.
Back.
Yeah, on the outside here now for the switcheroo. Didn't quite pull that one off. Now, it was a bit, I think, fortunate for Ian. He had a little bit of a margin when he did make that mistake. So he was able to sort of hold position on the correct inside of the second to last corner, so he could get onto the front straight still in front. There's Timewell in the back of the shot. Has that margin come down a little bit? No, in fact, it's actually gone away. So margin now 12.8 from the race leader to fourth. So Timewell lost about 0.8 of a second to this two pair on screen here at the moment. Starting to come up to a bit more lap traffic. So Luke's just started to open the margin up a little bit. 2.5 seconds. The traffic's sort of falling rather kindly for him at the moment.
But Luke does really well with the traffic. He has the headlights flashing away, and it really gives a good indication the guys coming up that he is actually really flying, and they generally see the lights and just move over just a little bit, just to give an ezy passage and not hold him up.
Part of the best warning mechanism is to do it early as well. So Luke's got the headlights on, or the flashes running a good 400-500 metres before he actually gets up to the back of that car. So plenty of warning for the lap traffic in front. It is a necessity in improved production to have headlights bound on the steering wheel, so you can flash them away and make sure that the race leaders are coming through. So that's just the nature of the category, the different makes and models, the over 2 litre cars and the under 2 litre cars. It's an inevitability. So back to Rohit Saini, who's got the number 117, the Volkswagen Golf here of Andrew Barstow for company. These two actually were doing quite well yesterday. They were actually almost quite well matched against each other for a good part of the race, and they found each other again.
Yeah, it's funny how that happens. Two totally different types of cars, a 4-cylinder turbo and a V8 can find themselves in exactly the same part of the track. Different parts of the car work in different parts of the area of the track, and it can be really quite interesting to watch.
Well, and importantly too, these two cars are fairly close to production car spec. The front one actually is a production car, and Rohit does race in the production car series. Andrew's car is fairly close to spec. It has had a few minor modifications over its life, but it is still very close to being a production Volkswagen Golf.
Yeah, absolutely. You could drive it down the shops tomorrow if you really wanted to.
Yeah, if you really wanted to, you could register the car. Well, I mean, couldn't register it now, but yes, you could effectively drive it down to the shops. But that back in the day, that's effectively what this category started from, wasn't it?
It was. It was road registered.
Road registered, then became club cars, and now improved production. But that's exactly where it started from.
And as we can see in the background, Luke's got the headlights flashing away as he comes past Chris Bodell in the newly acquired car. He's doing very well in Paul Vermeulen's old car, so he stepped up from the XL this year and found himself a little more power.
Yeah, he was officially welcomed to Team Taxi by Brad Ross at the barbecue this morning. Well, Team Taxi for a long time was Marco Temperio and Paul Vuillemin, because they did have those EA Falcons, and then Marco got rid of that and got the BA, and then Paul was sort of left on his own. But Brad Ross, who unfortunately didn't make it out today, he's actually got I think it's a BF or an FG X Taxi in its own right. You open up the door and you see on the thing, and you can still see the yellow markings of where the door was when it was painted in the first place. So yeah, officially or unofficially, Team Taxi is now Brad Ross and Chris Bodell. But no, good to see that car's still got a bit of a life going around. And we do want to thank all the work that Paul Vuillemin did, long-time serving member of the club secretary for a number of years. And we wish him well. He'll be around the traps, but it's good to have a little bit of a break every now and again. Hopefully we'll see him back at some point.
Looked like Scott McLean just got a little bit sideways coming out of turn 4 there, which allowed Michael Hart to get a little bit better drive and possibly sneak up under the rear wing of that car as Scott moves over just to defend going over Danny Nong, and Michael's just going to have to tip in behind him and maybe get a good run down into the braking area and see if he can put a bit of pressure on Scott and see if Scott might make a mistake. But no, it looks like Scott's held it together rather well, and as they go around, and Michael Hart that's a beautiful. He's got a much better drive coming out, unless Scott might have missed a gear there. I think that was a rather simple overtake.
Yeah, it didn't look like he had much traction out of turn number 10 there, and Hart goes straight through. These two are going to have Peter Dixon for company in the next lap or so. He's been on a tear. He's been marching from the pit lane. He's up to 8th place. So he's done really, really well. There he is, the 21, the silver Monaro, and is just ranging up onto the back of Scott McLean's Commodore at the moment. He's going to have a big lunge from a long way back here. There's just so much more horsepower, so much more braking under that one. And Scott sort of just seen him at the last minute there and had to take some evasive action. It was quite a lunge at the end of the day from Peter.
It certainly was, and Scott then got a little bit flustered and then put the foot in a little bit too hard on the exit and got a bit swirly on the out as well.
No, that's right. Yeah, Superior Installations machine now demoted one spot to 8th place. There we go. Oh, some contact.
That contact, that's not a good... it looks like Macca might be spun there for a bit, and his Cade keeps going.
Yeah, so we didn't quite see the full story of that one there, whether there was a passing attempt, because Cade was actually in front of Ian at the beginning of that last lap. So I'd say there's an attempted repass there at the corner, and there's been maybe a little bit of contact between the two. So Cade doesn't lose second, but McLennan has lost 3rd place to Danny Timewell in all of that by being on the wrong side of the racetrack there. And let's have a look, and let's see if we can unpack what might have just happened here. So, yes, it's an attempted pass by McLennan. So he's up the inside there, and that's a little bit of a hard one to judge. Ian did have his nose in front, but Cade still was I guess was still partially alongside. So maybe a little bit of racing room needed to be given there. But as we said in the Formula V, that's what they pay the people upstairs to be looking at, and not the commentators.
Exactly right. And trees in the way, can't quite see what was going on there.
Yeah, I think the steward
looks like the Volkswagen just moved over and let Macca through.
Yep, so this is all lap traffic here, and then Matt Logan is the next man on the lead lap. He's got a couple of cars to negotiate. He's got Peter Fleming is going past now, and then the Falcon there of Andre Noy, and Chris Bodale's had a little bit of a moment at the apex of turn number 6. Very easy to do. It's a very fast part of the circuit, and we saw a couple of drivers yesterday drop their left-hand side tyres just backside of that curb that's on the left there, and there is quite a divot, and there's water that's been pooling in there, so maybe he's made a slight mistake going to 6.
It's it was very nice of Sandown to remove that wall that was there a few years ago, because that would have been a very serious accident. If that wall had still been there, Chris Bodale's car would have been very extensively damaged. So as much as it's changed Sandown forever, not having that wall there, it's probably made it a little bit safer if you do actually have an off. Looks like Luke's got a fair advantage now, about 12 seconds back to Kay due to the little incident with Macca.
Yeah.
And he's just be able to wind out of it now. It looks like he did a 1:16.8
a couple of laps ago, actually.
And now he's just buttoned off because there's no point killing the tyres anymore. And we've got probably one more lap as he crosses the finish line this time. We've got about 20 seconds left, and then there'll be the last board should come out.
Yep, they're showing it out to him right now. So there we go. Last lap has commenced. He's in his happy place now, isn't he? He's out in front of the race. He's got quite the healthy margin. This is what he loves doing. He's been doing this for many, many years. I think this was the what we got familiar with seeing. He was out in front. He was heading the likes of Damien Milano and a couple of others en route to those, several state championships and the club championships that went along with it. And then you had the year of Adam Poole. He came along and took a couple of them. Jared Tonks last year, who was he had his look, and they had his own. They all had their own share of grievance and a few other things that happened throughout the course of the year. But Jared came out on top in both the state and the club last year. And it's a little bit of I guess the die has sort of been cast this year. It's a bit of an open sort of decision as to who actually could take at things. So you got Cade, who had a win yesterday. Luke's going to get this win today. Danny's coming back from a significant accident last year. So, I don't think it's as clear cut this year in improved production in the overs as it was in the last couple of seasons.
No, certainly not. It's the first round of the season, and there's a couple of guys that are still away, haven't had time to get their cars prepped for this round. So they may still come back and feature heavily in the category for the championship as well. We've got James Atkinson, who's not here, as the checkered flag comes out as Luke crosses the line. And just manages to give everyone a wave as he goes past. So it's wave to the crew and wave to the fans.
Yep, that's the sign that he's happy. He's happy to be on the top step of the dais again. Matt Logan, he's now got Peter Dixon for company, so this is for 5th and 6th. So this is not over and done with yet for these two places. There's a couple of corners to go, but I think Pete's just a little bit too far behind here. And to send one up the inside at the last couple of corners, whether or not he's got the horsepower race out of the last proper turn remains to be seen. But I think Matt's done. Oh, I was about to say, be careful. I thought Matt had done just enough there. He's going to hold on, I think, for a narrow victory in that little battle, just by a couple of hundredths. I think, look at that. There was 1/10 of a second in that between the two of them at the end of the day. So that little slide job off of the last corner could have almost cost Matt that 5th place.
It could have been quite crucial there in the end, but as it worked out, he came away and no harm done. And there's a lovely look at Andre Noy's car. It's always beautifully presented, that car. It's such a nice looking car.
Yep, good to see those sorts of areas of cars out there as well. So Andre just got home there for 14th. So let's look at the top 10 there for that one. So Luke the victor from Cade Lehman, who had that 5-second penalty hanging over his head, and then ahead of Danny Timewell. So Danny was only 2.5 tenths of a second behind at the end of the day, and McLennan was 4th, and he was 1.5 behind him. So Cade might actually be classified 4th at the end of the day, unless that time penalty's already been tacked onto him. We're not too sure just yet. We'll wait and see what happens there. And then Matt Logan in 5th with Peter Dixon in 6th, Michael Hart 7th, then Scott McLean, Larry Merrifield in the Civic in 9th, and then John Perkins got the RX-7 into 10th place. So that's a great job there. He was a couple of seconds ahead of Brett Harris there in 11th, and Rohit Saini in 12th. So Andrew Barstow right on Rohit's tail. But a big thank you to Prestige Hino, Melbourne's most awarded Hino dealer. A big thank you also to Kerrison Design and Mechanical, Yokohama and Traction Tyres, Pro Cut Tree Services, and Autosport good to have Autosport on board this year. And as I said yesterday, they will be looking after the improved production field at the Bathurst 6 Hour at Easter. They're the title sponsor for that particular event. So thank you for coming on board, not just as a sponsor for Bathurst, but also for the year for improved production in Victoria. We've got one more race to go in our morning program. The Porsche 944 Challenge second race is about to get underway. Matt Dunlop's ready to going on the mic here, and then we get back into a repeat of the schedule from this morning with historic touring cars kicking off the series of third and final races for the afternoon. There's a couple of combined races that are in there as well. So the historic touring cars and the HQ Holdens are going to be running together. You've got the sports sedans and the sports cars that are going to be running together as well to condense a couple of categories together for the final programs this afternoon. Stay tuned, everybody. Thank you for staying with us here at the first round of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, provided to you by Trico windscreen wipers. We will be back with the Porsche 944s on the other side of this.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Nine 944s, the Porsches back on track. Here they had a bit of a torrid afternoon yesterday, finishing with many laps under safety car. Welcome back to the telecast, the broadcast, whether you be here at the track or watching on from home on the live streaming on YouTube, on the Blendline TV networks and channels throughout there. Also the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship pages as well. If you're at home and you're anywhere, I guess, say in Melbourne and suburbs, come and join us at Sandown. It's going to be a ripping afternoon. Weather is a little bit changing, but we have the absolute luxury here at Sandown that we have a 4,000 or 5,000 seat grandstand, and you can pick just about any seat you want to sit in up there today. I'm Darren Smith, right alongside me, and we're about to get absolutely jiggy with it in the 944 Challenge. Welcome, Matt Dunlop.
Great to be here. Thank you so much, Darren. This is going to be a barnstormer. Darren, we've personally been chatting so much recently about just the quality of racing these 944s have been putting on in the last couple of seasons, and we're hoping that today is going to be no exception. This is their feature race, so 40 points up for grabs for the winner, 20 minutes plus one lap of 944 action to come. For their first outing of the day, let's run through the grid. Cameron Bella, the reigning champion, will be starting from pole position on account of having just gotten past Jamie Westerway before the safety car boards went out yesterday. So Westerway will line up next to him on second position on the grid in the number 28 machine. Behind them, it's Adam Brewer, who started on pole yesterday, made his way, fell back to third position with Mark
Come on,
Petito.
Andrew Jackman. Keep a move on, mate. The time has started. Get right back up in front of the cars. Too big a gap. Come on, boys. Punch it up.
Adam Brewer and Mark Verdino on that second row there. And then as Mark Torbert's El Presidente in that beautifully presented Dick Barber, that one there right there on screen, the Alan Moffat Racing Apple machine with Tony Westaway in the number 50 right there. And then at the moment we've got about 3 acres of daylight and then...
Come on, Andrew Jackman. Get it up there. These guys are going to be left sitting on the grid for too long, wasting time.
That number 20 Poolmaster Bayside machine of Andrew Jackman will be lining up from 7th position with Nicholas Carpenter, the Melbourne paving machine, lining up next to him out of 8th. And then we've got Carter Fox in 9th position in the number 7 car, that bright yellow machine. Next to him, Jared Campione in the white car with the pink stripes up the middle of it. And then we've got Manny Metzasama next to Jack Atley behind them. Peter Grant and Sam Rofe on 13th and 14th on the grid, respectively. Andrew Goldman starting out of 15th position, and then John Vanoris and Chris Lewis-Williams are also entered. Chris Lewis-Williams had that incident that we saw yesterday. It was a pin that sheared off in the suspension, which speared him in. And we've got a latecomer here joining us in the commentary box. I think he partied a little bit too hard last night to celebrate his birthday, but we've got him on the mic. Joey Kellick, welcome, mate.
I did not party hard. Well, if you call a cup of Horlicks and an Ovaltine partying hard, then maybe you're right. 5-second board is out for the start of this race.
Let's get ready for this one. It's going to be a barnstormer. Strap yourselves in, folks. If you're not looking at the track right now and your trackside, you very well should be. Red light is on. Tension is building. We're underway at Sandown.
Here
it's
we
a
go,
pretty even start at the front of the field here. They're side by side. Adam Brewer looks to have had a pretty good launch back there from 3rd position as well. That left-hand side, or stage left, is the clean side of the track, so look at the pace that Adam Brewer has. He's going to see if he can pull up alongside the number 1 of Cameron Bella as they fan out all the way around behind there. They're side by side, but Cameron Bella's going to get the whole shot into turn 1. Nice and tight for the top 4 positions at the moment. Westaway and Verdino are getting stuck right in straight away.
Oh, it's spicy already. Look at that, tight as all get out into those into that complex of 2 and 3.
They come through there nice and clean. Thank you very much to Trico.
Oh, Westaway very wide there.
He
holds it together.
He just holds it together. He's had to take a very evasive manoeuvre there to get onto the inside to keep it together.
I thought this was a Vic State series, not the D1 series.
Goodness me, very sideways. So he's going to have lost a bit of pace there, and he'll be hoping he doesn't get swallowed up by the rest of the cars down the straight here. Brewer having another look around the outside of Bella into turn 6. He's going to get it done. That's a fantastic move to start proceedings.
Huge
Doesn't
move.
keep it inside the lines, though. Has to cut across the chicane.
Oh, yeah.
And a big lock up behind there from Mark Verdino. I reckon he's turned that front left into a 50-cent coin with that one.
I reckon so. He might have to go and buy one of Cameron Bella's cheap suits for that 50-cent piece.
He may indeed well have to. Great throwback there. Jamie Wester, I'll be happy to see that sort of drop off there. But look at the gap that these front two have already made on 3rd and 4th. Brewer leading the way from Bella as they go around the final kink to cross the stripe for the first time in anger here. Let's take a look at the running order. So, Adam Brewer leads from Cameron Bella. Mark Verdino up to 3rd with Jamie Westaway in 4th. His dad, Anthony Westaway, right behind. I say right behind, there's a bit of a gap there, but he's in 5th, currently trying to hold off Mark Torberts. Then it's Jackman, Campione, Carpenter, and Chris Lewis-Williams up to 10th, having started from the rear of grid. What a great recovery so far from that number 37.
Fantastic work from CLW with that bottom pin failure, which I called yesterday very accurately.
Nailed it.
Here's some action down the back of the field here with PJ Brown. Big lock up and bit of movement under brakes there, but yeah, really hot action here.
It's not where Carter Fox wants to be. He was telling me earlier today that he's been struggling with the starts in this car, just getting it off the line and getting a good run of traction because he is quick and that car is very quick underneath him as well, but it's the starts and I'm not sure what's happened, whether there was something else, but he has dropped well down the field. He's 12th last time across the stripe, so that's not where he wants to be.
No, he has always had an issue with starting. The clutch in that car is pretty tricky. But that excuse will only go so long. It's a long race, and the start is the start. So we need to see a bit of a move on from Carter. He's very quick, and he's improved a lot over the last season or so. With limited track time recently, though, toward the end of last year, we want to see some action from him. He's a young up-and-comer, and he's very good steerer.
He certainly is, and he's looking around all over the back of Jack Atley at the moment. He's side by side with PJ Grant, and he's got Sam Rofe trying to tuck in behind him there for a bit of slipstream. This could go any way at all by the time they get down to the end there.
We're getting 3 wide here.
I reckon we might be. There's still a battle raging on pretty hard at the front as well, and the gap from them to the next group is just over a second. or 7/10 actually, or yeah, about a second between those groups. That's Anthony Westaway.
Westaway.
He's slowed right down. That's the exit of turn 1. We're not sure what's happened there. I can't see much damage, but that is not what he's looking for. Maybe he's just had he's got the car refired again, so whether he's missed a gear or he's had a power cut or something like that, really not sure, but that's very unfortunate for the number 50. He was running really strong.
It is. Big Tony Westaway is a very consistent achiever. So it's not often to see him in the wars unless he's rubbing doors with someone else. It's usually someone else's fault, he would love to tell you.
The Westaway clan have been around these traps in the 944s for such a long time. They're a mainstay. Tony, Jamie, Tony's brother Michael has been racing time to time as well. We used to campaign be quite regularly in the 944s.
Yeah, all quick steerers.
They're very quick steerers. They raise them pretty fast down the league after that neck of the woods, I can tell you that much. Look at this side-by-side action. PJ Grant just getting up the inside of Jack Atley. He's going to get that move done as well as they're going to turns 11 and 12.
PJ opting to not stay within the white lines through that manoeuvre. Very crafty.
And now Carter Fox has made his way past Jack Atley as well. So he's got some real pace at number 7. He's getting the boot right into the firewall now.
Yeah, Atley's got to get a move on here and keep that foot down. And he's lost a couple of positions. And Metzelmer is behind him as well. But really tight action at the back of the field here. Awesome stuff.
Yeah, look at Jack Atley trying to have another look up the inside. He's don't know if he's going to get that one done. We'll take a look at the washout. No, has to tuck in behind, and we just saw confirmation there pop up from the board at the starting entry. That's a 5-second time penalty for Andrew Goldman in the 333 car. So I'm assuming that was a jump start. Not sure what else it would have been at this stage in the race, but that's not ideal for him.
Bummer.
So as we come onto the back straight here, it's so important in these cars to carry as much momentum as possible. They don't have a huge amount of horsepower behind them, so it's all about just carrying as much speed as you possibly can. Don't hit that inside curve at turn 4 because it's going to lose so much speed there, and you want to be able to get as much of a slipstream as possible here. Everyone's tucking in here, just trying to carry as much pace. Atley's having a little bit of a look outside. There's not much he can do there. Carter Fox is all over the back of PJ Grant. He's going to fancy a look into Danny Nong a bit too far back this time around.
PJ's got the preferred line through that complex there. Like it a lot. Yeah, referencing what you were saying in regard to power and weight, low power, low weight, you can get on. These cars handle so incredibly well. They have really, really high mid-corner grip. You can get on. They don't run LSDs though, so you got to be a little careful. You can get on the power very, very early. Just got to be careful you don't spin that inside wheel and torch your rear tyres. But these are a lot quicker than people realise, especially out on track. If you're racing, sometimes we get practices or mixed with the sports cars, and you'll find that 944's mid-corner speed is up there as quick as a lot of the high-powered sports cars.
Yeah, absolutely right. You're so light as you described there. And you've got wheels, like there's not really much overhang on the front and rear, so you've basically got the tyres on all 4 corners of these things. Really nice and stuck to the road.
100%.
We just saw in the background of that main straight shot, unfortunately that was Manny Metzasama ducking into the lane. He was on the back of that battle pack with it was Sam Rove, Carter Fox, PJ Grant. He was swarming around the back, Jack Atley as well, trying to get some moves done there, but he's unfortunately had to pull into the lane. I saw they were having a look underneath that car yesterday after the race had wrapped up and this morning as well, so not sure what they were tinkering with, but unfortunately looks like issues are persisting for the number 10 car.
Yeah, that's a real shame. He's been tinkering away with that. Car's looking great at the moment. He's got the old Massey Ferguson 1937 model driver's rear vision mirror there. If you get a chance, check that out. It's hilarious, but very, very useful, and it does the job. Now, it's great to see Nick Carpenter up in 9th position. Fantastic effort from him.
Great run so far from Carpenter, and look who's up in 5th right now as well. CLW, Chris Lewis Williams, from the back of the grid. He is motoring along. He's got a lot of space between himself and Vadino in 4th, mind you, so he's going to have to work very hard to reduce that deficit, but what a great recovery drive that's been so far.
Yeah, really good. I spoke to him before the race yesterday, and I think he was sending out a bit of a smoke screen. He was like, oh yeah, not sounding incredibly enthusiastic or high energy about this weekend. Then he went out yesterday and he was on fire. And I think that pin failure in his front right at Dandenong Road yesterday has only ignited that fire even more. and we're seeing him push really, really hard right now. It's great to see.
We'll keep our eyes firmly planted on that 37. In the meantime, this battle at the front is still raging on. Last time around, Adam Brewer posted Adam Brewer, I got that one right, posted the fastest lap of the race with a 1:24.549, and he still hasn't been able to let Cameron Bella go.
Yeah,
These two are rapid.
Cameron had the fastest lap up until that point, and Brewer has stolen it from him, but they are neck and neck. They're right there.
So Bella just beat it with a 1:24.3, but that doesn't matter because Brewer did a 1:24.16. Those two are so fast at the front. They are leaving everyone else for dust. Gap of 3 seconds between them and Daniel Westaway in third.
I'm surprised to see Westaway 3.5 seconds behind Bella in third place. Just goes to show how hard Brewer and Bella are pushing at the moment. If Bella can get a move done on Brewer, I'm sure Andy Bella in the pits will be running around like a headless chicken with shoes and socks off, because that's what he likes to do when he fires up. That man is wild.
Side by side, Carpenter and PJ Grant there through turn one. Grant just gets enough space to stay on the track, and he stays in front there but loses the spot to Nicholas Carpenter. Oh, they really race hard in this category, don't they, Joey?
Nick's gone. PJ's really just not leaving anything to chance. He's going for it.
He really is. It's awesome stuff. Racing all the way up and down the field is something that you can be almost guaranteed to see every 944 race, and this is no exception.
It's true. If anyone wants to get involved at grassroots level, this is the category one of the many great categories as part of Vic State Series to get involved in. It's cost effective, super fast. Nick Carpenter. I don't think he's gone inside. I don't think he's been on the right side of that ripple strip for the entire race. PJ Grant.
Oh, what's Campione doing there? That's not ideal. He's lost. He's pulling off, and I think he's
issue.
Is he stopping? He's got an issue because he certainly hasn't lost the end of the car there. That's well past the exit. That thing's very slow. What a shame that is for Jared Campione there. We'll keep an eye on that. Hopefully he can get it to a spot where they don't need to either have too many yellow flags or potentially hope for another safety car. Fingers crossed. Plenty of racing in the meantime, though. Carter Fox swarming all over the back. He's basically hitching himself onto the tow bar of that car in front of him there.
Grant is on Carpenter. Fox is on Grant. This is going to be hot into this turn one.
Grant goes to the outside to try and cover both of those
Carter
cars.
Fox showing some great racecraft there and tailgating PJ on the way through Carpenter. That was some good stuff. I reckon a couple of years ago you wouldn't have seen Carter make that move or have the presence of mind to make that happen, but that just shows his improvement. That was a really smart move there.
Absolutely, and one of the things I like a lot about Carter is he just has a lot of fun doing this.
Yeah.
He just all the drivers do, but whenever you're chatting to Carter down the pit garage, that's sort of how much he's enjoying himself.
Yeah,
it comes off. It's infectious. He loves it, and that makes such a good difference in how you actually compose yourself when you're out there steering the car around a place like Sandown.
True, and he's really great character to have. Just a young fellow, great character to have in pit lane. He's had a lot of problems with his car over the last season, and he's always still turning up to every race, helping out every other car and team, no matter in any way that he can. And his whole family are just really enthusiastic about motor racing. It's great.
It's fantastic to see that whole clan around here. Now, here's a great battle from Andrew Jackman and Mark Torberts, 6th and 7th position respectively. Torberts did start all the way up in 5th, so he has lost a couple of spots, but that car is quick. He's having a look up the inside of the Pool Master Bayside machine. They may even be side by side by the time they get down to turn one here. This is a great little scrap here. These two have been racing hammer and tongs all around. Andrew Jackman just shutting the door like, don't forget, I'm still here, mate, but I think Torberts is just going to jump on the brakes.
No.
Greatly held onto there by AJ.
See, that's just testimony there to, I think, the lack. Oh, here we go with PJ and Fox. Great battle there.
Oh! That's the race leader.
Deary me.
Adam
Brewer, what has happened here? That's substantial damage there. You know what? I do not think he's going to stop for anything. If that car's going to keep going, he's going to keep driving.
It looks straight and narrow. That's the second time we've seen that fascia panel come off that car, including Calder last time out.
Yeah, but there's a
lot more damage as well. Got no idea what's happened there, but he doesn't seem to mind. He is still slamming it out there. You can very much expect a meatball flag to be out for him in quick smart, I think, but it depends on how much bodywork is hanging off, and he's dropped right back down to third position now. So
that's front left.
Yes.
I think he has. What about? I reckon that he has clipped the barrier on the apex of turn 4.
Let's have a look at this replay to see if that answers the question.
No.
Lost it all in his zone. Oh, and he's been tagged there by Cameron Bella coming through. Not much Cameron could have done about that, as Adam Brewer was just a bit of a passenger there as he picked it up. He did well to hang on to it and keep it going eventually. Obviously,
Bella kept him straight.
He did, yeah. So he had a bit of assistance there, and you can see a little bit of his bumper there just sitting on the inside of the exit of turn 4. So he is still going strong, but that
1 minute left in this race. 1 minute plus 1.
That's a huge hole in the front of the car. That's not going to be helping his straight line speed here.
No, it's not. I mean, he does have one of the faster cars in this field, but yeah, that's substantial damage. Looks kind of cool, I got to admit.
Does a little bit, yeah. But he'll be hoping he can hold on to a podium here because he's got Mark Vadino all over him now. But down here, this is the battle for 7th now.
Yeah.
6th position even, as Mark Torbitz has made his way back in front of Andrew Jackman now. So Jackman is currently holding off PJ Grant, Carter Fox, Nicholas Carpenter, Tony Westaway lurking in the background as well. The usual suspects. They've been at it all day.
Yeah, it's great. Good recovery from Tony Westaway. Torbitz, just before we saw that incident with Brewer, I was just going to reference the fact that Torbitz is down on power, I think. He's a long time coming, that new car, and it looks fantastic, but still the power plant needs a bit of a refresh, and his inability to get around Jackman on that straight there is testimony to that. So, but he's got the job done, and he's got a little bit of a gap. So, yeah, good stuff there for Mark Torbitz, our Presidente.
He's a beast in the corners, though. We can tell you that much, and if you look at the results from Winton last year, he dominated there. A circuit where power isn't as much of a necessity, so he was able to really leverage that car around there. So he's quick, he's been doing it for a long time, and he's leading this train of cars across the line in the battle for 6th place. Clock has ticked to 0. We don't see a last lap board just yet, so we've still got a bit of racing to go.
I can see it through the little sliver in the glass of the window there that it is in hand, so I think it's going to come out very shortly.
Yes, so not much racing left to go. Andrew Jackman goes very wide, uses every last millimetre of that runoff in turn 1, runs it wide. PJ Grant's trying to be opportunistic there on the inside of 2. Can't get it done, though. Very hard to get a move done there. Carter Fox. Hello.
Big action here.
Wow. It's a tricky place to pass there, turn 4, because if you compromise your speed, then you're going to, even if you get the pass done, you're going to be miles away from the guy in front of you.
Yeah, cool. Really great effort from PJ Grant. He's just throwing that 944 around everywhere. He's had mechanical issues yesterday. He's had not a great run with getting that older car back to fully top-level race spec and sort of reliability. But, yeah, he's had enough. He's throwing that thing around everywhere, and it's great to see.
It certainly is. Andrew Jackman in the number 20 just holding off PJ Grant here as well. Jeez, what would be good to have a live camera in the onboard with the PJ Grant at the moment, because he's been in the thick of it all day so far, and he's not done
big move
yet.
on the inside here. Is he going to stick it?
I don't think he's got the room to do it. No, he's had to tuck back in.
Okay, how about exit here?
Here we go. Now,
Drag
two
race.
very different lines. PJ Grant on the inside, getting pushed all the way to the Armco on the inside, getting every last bit of rubbish off the inside of the apron there.
Andrew Jackman, the master of pulls, is also the master of blocking.
Oh, look at Carter Fox around the outside. They might be going 3 wide into turn 1. No, Fox has to tuck back in, but PJ's going to get this move done. Great racing.
Oh, Jackman wide. Oh.
Carter Fox is going to take advantage now. He's going to try and get side by side with PJ Grant as Tony Westaway has a look with Andrew Jackman there. Grab your partner, around we go, folks. My goodness me. Racing to be had everywhere. I think Tony Westaway's, he's going to have to tuck back in at turn 4. Carter Fox is a little bit back. There's a couple of car lengths in it. This is the last lap, folks, so they've got to get these moves done as soon as possible. There's only a couple of overtaking opportunities to come, but way out in front, Cameron Bella's going to take the race win here. Fantastic result. 2 from 2 so far from the number 1 machine, with Jamie Westaway ending up crossing the stripe in 2nd. Adam Brewer hanging on to the back of that car to cross the stripe in 3rd. So good recovery from Brewer there. Not the race he was hoping for with the start that he got, but he still took home a podium. Only just has a little bit of cosmetic damage to fix up after that one. But this battle is far from over. This is Nicholas Carpenter sending it in Dandenong Road. A little bit of bodywork. I don't know if it fell off or if he collected it from somebody else that he just nicked on the way out of that corner.
Don't know, yeah.
But geez, it's all happening here, isn't it? Nicholas Carpenter holding off Tony Westaway.
The rookie on the veteran.
Fantastic stuff, and that's part of the reason why we love 944 so much, is you get all walks of drivers who come in and just put on a fantastic show for us like we're seeing. So Carpenter's going to win that battle, but ahead of them, it was Mark Verdino who crossed the stripe in 4th. Chris Lewis-Williams making his way up to P5, which will put him in a great spot for race 3 this afternoon.
Fantastic effort.
And then the cars you see on screen here, Mark Torbert's from P6 ahead of PJ Grant in 7th, Carter Fox in 8th, Jackman in 9th, Nicholas Carpenter in 10th, and then it was Tony Westaway 11th, Jack Atlee crossed the stripe 12th, and this is Sam Rofe coming across the line in 13th. That will be the last of our runners as Andrew Goldman and Manny Metsasama were in the lane. Jared Campione's car is still stranded on the side of the track up past Dandenong Road. But what a fantastic race that was.
Fantastic race, absolutely, indeed. Shame about Jared. Looked like there was something, sort of an emergency of some sorts there, because he did slam on the brakes. There'll be big frustration in the Brewer camp for a missed opportunity with P1 at the first race yesterday and the incident in this race today, but they will be rapturous joy and celebration in the Bella camp today.
It just goes to show that even with the track dried out and not a whole lot of rain, you can't really trust those rumble strips still. They're still going to be pretty slippery and you've got to be careful. So
yeah.
Adam Brewer will take that learning into the next race, but he'll still be pretty happy to come home with 3rd after that one. Fantastic result. The 944s will be back on track at the end of today's action around 4:55 p.m. But before that, race 3 for every single category still yet to come. We're going to go all through it, do it all again, and then starting up first will be the combined historic touring cars with the Holden HQs. Joey Kellogg, thank you very much for joining me in the box. We'll see you on later on today. And folks, don't go anywhere. You are tuned to Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship, live on Blendline TV.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Welcome back trackside, ladies and gentlemen, for Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. This is round number 1 for season 2025. Thanks for joining us at the track and indeed watching us on the live stream. Tune in on Blendline TV on YouTube. Facebook's good, but avoid the interruptions and jump straight onto the YouTube channel and watch all of the racing right through 2025. A big thanks to Trico for bringing us through. Of course, Trico, the best and most well-known, preferred and agreed 100% best windscreen wipers that you can possibly have. And I've brought a guy along that will absolutely concur with me, and he'll keep his eye on the HQs, because this is a combined race coming up. Historic touring cars and the HQs are combined. Richard Fairlamb won't be taking any further part in this one. But welcome, David Amor. How are your Tricos?
Absolutely fantastic for this weekend, mate. The HQ Holdens are putting on a splendid show. Now we've got to keep an eye on Magilton, Banks, Truan. I've been told keep an eye on Adam Lowndes. He's found an issue and a problem with his car. HQ Holdens have only got a H pattern, first, second, third. He thought it was still a saloon car, and he was having shifting problems. He was going back to first, thinking it was second.
That's no good at all. Just watching this footage here, looks like Dean Cam, one of the sports sedan competitors, getting a little bit of a discretionary product check, I would suggest. He's had an issue and asked for a bit of a discretionary lap around behind the field. Let's have a look how they're going to line up, Dave, because it will be the historic touring cars that will lead them away. Brent Trengove in the Camaro will lead them away in pole position. Jeff Mundy in a red Camaro there as well. Daniel Myers in the number 20 car will be the next one. That's a Holden HQ, but it's a 5-litre. The venerable 308 on board there. Then it'll be Bill Trengove in the number 64. He'll bring the Ford Mustang around. Peter Milliman in the number 43, that black, menacing Ford Mustang. I keep saying it. The guy's a ripping fella and a lovely bloke, and deserves all of our support, the entire Victorian public. Throw your weight behind Peter Muleman. Mark Johnson, then Darren Jones. Tony Hubbard in the number 24. I guess he's the one that's going to be the one to watch in the Camaro out of 8, and then John Lacey. Then we have the HQs.
We certainly have, and the Tyre Power HQ's got Andrew Magilton, which is on pole. HQ's beside him, Steve Banks. Then we've got Warren Truan, Graham Crawford, Adam Lowndes, John Mahoney. We've also got Glenn McDonald, Eric Hill, and Mick Magilton, and James Kenner. As they all starting to line up, this will be quite interesting. This is the final. So, mate, hopefully they'll flex the pecs, put the shoulders out, put the shoulders in a little bit, door handle to door handle, bumper to bumper racing. So we're about ready to go live, Darren. Thank you, Blendline. Absolutely fantastic here, Sandown 2025.
I've got to say a big thank you to the MG Car Club for presenting such a great race weekend, and of course the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships as a whole. Great entry here this weekend. Let's keep up the support for the next round, which will be at Calder on the 28th, 29th and 30th of March. We're about to get underway, and away we go. The historic touring cars at the front of the field. It'll be Jeff Mundy that just gets a bit of wheel spin off there, but it's going to be a Mustang, a red Mustang of William Trengove. Bill to his mates. He comes charging up beside there, but it'll be the 22 of Brent Trengove. He hasn't been headed much this weekend, has it all his own way. There's the 43 looking down the inside there. The 20 has a good look up as well. So Daniel Myers in the HQ, the V8 version, puts himself into P3.
Certainly is. As we're going through turns 1, 2, 3 and 4, we have got Banks. Banks is in front of Magilton. You can see that. The fluoro orange wheels there on the 76 cars in front of the Middies car. Oh, the Middies car is starting to get overtaken by Warren Truan. Warren Truan, the Berry Man, the big cartoon picture. The 77 has gone past Andrew Magilton. Andrew Magilton's had a shocker of a start, but still third. So he's not doing too bad at the moment. But here comes Truan. Truan is unbelievable. Right in front of camera screen at the moment. Banks is doing fantastic. Crawford is right in behind there as well. Also the ready roast of Glenn McDonald in the 87 car. Down in the dandy corner, Truan, the 77 car. Magilton, Middies entry there. Crawford around the outside. AW Automatics, that's Andrew Williams. Yes, the man himself. As over the start-finish line goes the Historics as the HQs are coming into the final corner. What a rip-roaring start Banks has had. Truan, magnificent. Here we go, Crawford right beside Magilton. And the ready roast car. Oh,
gee, we've got a bit of smoke floating around, haven't we? The historic touring cars turning it on. a lock-up into turn one. There was a bit of smoke out of coming down through turn 10, 11 there as well. So one of these guys has got a brake bias concern as they all get the power down out of turn 4 and start to work their way up the very, very famous hill at the back of Sandown here. And Brent Trengove has to sacrifice the lead of this race. Almost the first time this weekend that the historic touring cars have been out that Jeff Monday has managed to push his way through. There's the 308, and here comes Peter Muehlmann. He started to find his mojo again as the weekend has worked on. Had a bit of a torrid time after starting on the front row of the grid. Great run in qualifying, but he is now starting to work his way on. Yeah, it's Trengove. He's the one. Sorry, that's not Trengove.
That's the old bloke, Tony Hubbard.
Yeah, Tony Hubbard. He's the one that's getting the big lockups there. They're not going to. The Hoosier is not going to last too long underneath the heavy weight of the Chevy, is it?
Well, that's right, mate. And also the heavy foot of the driver needs to calm down just a little bit.
It does. Have a look at the HQs. What a battle. At the moment, it's Warren Truan who's kind of driven away from this pack here. And this is the battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th sort of thing, isn't it?
Certainly is. Adam Lowndes, you can see there. Beautiful looking car, that number 19. But Crawford is in front of him, so he's got to grab hold of Crawford. Then he's also got to go to the Reddy Rose car there as well. But we've got Steve Banks, which has absolutely blown the HQ field apart, the 76 car. You can see he's at least 20 metres ahead there of Truan, the Berryman entry. Then we've got Magilton. Now, don't worry about him. He's the last lap specialist. He only has to win on the final lap like he did last time, Darren, if you remember the Middies car. So keep an eye on him. Something not quite right with his car. There's plenty of time. We have got 10 minutes.
Just over 10 minutes left, and that's
6
plenty
laps.
of time. Trico are seeing us through all of this. The leaderboard for historic touring cars is Monday to Brent Trengove, then Bill Trengove. Peter Muehlmann's made his way up into the 4th spot in the road, and Brent Trengove has now gone through into the race lead. Good to see the 43 working his way back up into this position. He's been working on himself and his motorsport head, and it's really good to see Pete out there on track. Tony Hubbard's starting to push pretty hard there as well, making up those positions. Then it's Johnson and Myers. And then the first of our HQs has got a pretty handy lead actually at the moment is Stephen Banks.
He certainly has, as you can see there on camera, the big Penrite sign there, ladies and gentlemen, 100 years old next year, so that'll be absolutely fantastic. A few sausages on the barbie, I'm sure of that. But here we go, the 81 car there, John Mahoney, Eric Hill from Ballarat, the 91 car, doing extremely well. JDM is sponsoring the Division 1, and Mount Ararat is sponsoring Division 2 in the HQ.
Mount Ararat what? The mountain is sponsoring
Mount
the HQs?
Freighters. Freighters.
Oh, Mount Ararat
Which is
Freighters.
Tony Maloney.
Thank
So,
you. You said Mount Ararat yesterday, and I thought, what, the mountain's throwing some coin out, bit of sponsorship.
Well, he's
Mount
almost-
Ararat Freighters, good on you.
He's almost got that much money. Yes, that's exactly right. Good to see Tony and all his trucks on the road delivering grain into the Gippsland area. But as we come out of turn 4, as we turn that little bit of a kink, it's a fairly big kink, and then shoot yourself up the back straight. But look at these big guns down the front here.
Yeah, the historic touring car's really starting to turn it on. Have a look at this. Pete Muehlmann responding to the challenges thrown down to him. He's going to bet himself into P3 at the end of lap number 4. So this is a good fight back from Pete. Started out of 5th and was down as far as 8th early this morning, and coming together. That is not what we like to see in historic touring cars, and I would say that was just a little bit of spatial awareness that had just skipped out of, I think that's Bill Trengove in the 64 it is. Just had a little bit of lapse of concentration as to where Tony Hubbard was, and those two had a bit of a coming together. That is exceptionally rare that we see a historic touring car come together, let alone jump up in the air like that. And that was kind of a bit of a wicked sort of coming together that. But, wow, normally in the Just Cars historics, here we go. What happened? Coming in off the back of the ripple strip, moving over. Yeah, Tony Hubbard really had nowhere left to go, did he? He was just holding his line, and Bill Trengove, just a momentary lapse of concentration, and that's what's resulted. And sadly, it looks like Tony Hubbard's going to take no further part. He's just drifting around now. No smoke or anything coming off his car. Has he got a cut tyre or something? No. He's probably a little bit upset that he's got a dented right-hand front fender there.
He's got to polish that out again on the weekend by the looks of it.
I'm not sure that's going to polish out. We can argue that all day long, can't we? The old polish out the guard routine.
Yeah, mate, it was almost like two magnets coming together.
It was, yeah. They needed a north-south rather than they needed a north-north, didn't they?
Yeah, they
repel each other.
Yeah, no, mate, he just kept on going left, and then contact, and then we almost had all four wheels off the ground. Like it was pretty fast, pretty hard.
It's a decent old lift too to get a full metal jacket like that up off the ground, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. I'm sure his shockers certainly shocked themselves.
Heavy landing.
Yes.
Heavy landing. Safety car out in this is the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships this weekend. This round presented by 888 Home Loans. Big shout out to both those organisations. Trico have got a presence down here right opposite your parts supply truck there in Trade Alley, Dave. Trico have got their presence. And here's the reason why we've gone safety car. Bill Trengove just moving across. It was an innocuous hit, but it's that bit of a bump in the outfield that has caused that. So that's why they went up in the air. It was for all intents and purposes a bit of a hit. I guess it ended up the way it did because they went off track and ran over a couple of decent-sized bumps there that might have been more at home on an Olympic moguls course or something like that they've run across. But certainly the field now coming well and truly under control, and they've picked up the HQs as the front of the pack.
Yep, you can certainly see that. So we've got the safety car there, good on them. Racer Industries safety car. Then we've got Banks, Truan, fantastic. Magilton, good. Crawford, the Ready Rose car, McDonald. We've got Andrew Lowndes, Mahoney, Eric Hill, Mick Magilton there in the 75 Minis car.
They're waving the HQs through. So they've brought the speed down, waving the HQs through. They'll pick up the race leader. Nice work, race control and safety car. Big responsibility, and they've done beautiful. They've brought the field under control. They've nullified the race for all intents and purposes. Now they'll pick up our race leader, who will be Brent Trengove.
Yeah, and he's having a real good run, isn't he?
Isn't he?
Grant Monday's doing fantastic in the 68 car.
Brent Trengove won all three races here last year, and he's on track to do it again today.
Yeah, yep. Don't blame him. Beautiful looking car. Everything's spot on. I was about to say the Monday car, that's one of the Western Australian cars there that originally was built by Stubber.
Stubber, yeah.
You know, just another Stubber. Meteor, you might as well say.
It's spent a fair time on it going sideways.
Yes, always. And smoking those hoosiers.
What a ripping race car driver, though, Peter Stubber is. Like, what a top bloke. Paul Stubber is. Just a great racer. Brings his car over to the East Coast, takes it up north, goes down south, and then travels all the way back over to Western Australia again. So this one's being treated pretty special, not getting a flat toe. It's going straight onto the flat bed, so it is going straight on there, and the field is well and truly under control. Let's have a quick review with 3.5 minutes left to go. Brent Trengove leads the way. Grant Monday is in P2. Here it is again. Just a little regain, come off the back of the ripple strip, and there it is. Wow. It was going to be just a play on, wasn't it? But it ended up being, as they got off the track, ended up being a little bit more nastier than what they thought. So, Trengove Monday, Peter Muleman. Have a look at that, Dave. He's made his way up to P3, started out of 5, and he is now in a podium position, but not dragging the big points haul like Brent Trengove. He's got 100. Monday's got 92. Pete's only got 70. And then we go down to car number 5. That's Darren Jones in the Mustang Coupe. He's got a good points haul for the 283. And then the number 97 there, that's Mark Johnson in the Mustang as well. And, our remaining historic touring cars, it is going to be Bill Trengo, but he's going on the back of the truck. Tony Hubbard's in. And the Myers car number 20, the Daniel Myers, the HQ with the 308 in it, is in the lane as well. Richard Fairlamb didn't take any part of it. Lacey and poor old Michael Stupker in the Cortina didn't front to start this one either. But with having said all of that, we've still got a full pack of HQs, Dave.
Yeah, we certainly have. It's absolutely fantastic. So thank you, Tyre Power, for coming on board. HQs in Victoria again, that's absolutely fantastic. As we see them coming down the front straight, beautiful, well-presented cars, Banks. Then we've got the 77 car there at Truan, which is absolutely fantastic. So we've got Banks, Truan, Magilton, Crawford, McDonald, Ruddy Rose, Lowndes, Mahoney, Hill, Mick Magilton and James Kenner in the 66 cars. So the track looks fairly shiny, but it is dry, ladies and gentlemen. Even turn 4 is. So from after that power rain we had yesterday morning.
You've forgotten your own weather cell, mate. It's a power storm.
Power storm.
Power storm.
Jane Bunn even rang me up and said, David, bring it on.
Bring it on.
Yes, come on down. Oh, my God, a commentary box, ladies and gentlemen. You won't believe it. Someone is feeding us some beautiful-looking cakes.
And I got my arm chopped off by Dave Amor reaching for one. How's that? There's no respect at all. And this is going live to air too, Dave. No one wants to know about the cupcake that you're scoffing into.
Oh, they have a look at this. Darren just inhaled one of them, ladies and gentlemen. Didn't even take the wrapper off.
Big thanks to the MG Car Club for bringing cupcakes to the commentary booth.
Thank you
Something
very
to do
much.
under safety car. Have a cupcake. In Days of Thunder, hey, you can't come in right now. We're having ice cream cones. We're having carrot cake cupcakes.
Beautiful. Thank you all very, very much.
So, gee, I hope the crew in the Blendline van are going to get one of these because we'll get kicked out any minute now if we start scoffing into them. Here's the rate. Well, we've just let Race Control know that, so they'll try and deliver some down to the van, I am sure. Here goes the historic touring cars. We've got the cars clear of the track now, and we're probably poised for a race restart there. Here comes the car on the back of the flatbed. That's around turn 4, so we've got the best part of 3/4 of a lap still to get underway. And we've got, it's gone time certain. So what are we going to get, a green flag and a checkered, or are we going to get a checkered with a yellow?
Yeah, well, let's hopefully we can be under green. It'd be nice to have that
Let's
final
hope the
lap.
Daytona 500 tomorrow doesn't finish
Yes.
under yellow and checkered, eh?
Yep, that's for sure. So we'll just have to wait and see. Safety car there coming up. Racer Industries up the back chute. Just trying to have a look. We said safety car there. Waiting on Race Control to tell us.
Don't forget, next round of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships is called a March 29-30. And then we've got Phillip Island on the 16, 17, 18. That'll be great. Looking forward to that because the Australian Formula 3 Championship will be round 1 being unloaded at that particular event. So looking forward to that. And safety car lights are off. Sandown, we're back here in August 21, 22, 23, 24, something like that. We're here for a week by the looks of things. That'll be the sports sedan round. Phillip Island for the Victorian Mini Club will be October 3, 4 and 5. And don't forget the Trophy Tour, Winton, April 11, 12 and 13. I think that's still happening. I'm not sure. We need to get that one confirmed and booking of accommodation. And here we go. We just had a whisper in the air. Last lap, 1 lap, like a club sprint, Dave. Just going to have 1 live lap. So if someone does a Hail Mary, they can't be blamed, can they?
No, that's for sure. You might as well say she's a qualifying lap. Here we go. The 68 car down the inside, but pulls in behind there. That's common sense.
Trengo back down through the gearbox. He's going to have to get the heads off that car to work out why that blue smoke is coming out on the downshift there and on trailing throttle. So you're not going to get through a whole season with that colour smoke coming out your exhaust pipe. And here's the HQs. They've got a full pack and they are working as a pack.
Yeah, they certainly is. Banks has gone through. Truan Magilton's trying to go around the outside. Now he's up to turn 2. He's on the outside. Oh, Truan won't have a bar of that at the moment. And we've got Crawford right in behind him. Truan is going to make Magilton earn it. Pushing right out wide. So we've got Truan, Magilton, Crawford. Here comes Crawford. Here comes Crawford up the back chute. the home of horsepower. You can see it side by side. We've got Crawford beside Magilton. In front of them, we've got Truan, and then we've got Banks, the fastest plumber this weekend in the HQ. And the 76 car looking absolutely a dream.
I reckon Andy Magilton's just been handed out a bit of his own action there by Warren Truan. That was every bit of Andy Magilton as our historic touring cars get to the line. Brent Trico celebrates 6 from 6 here at Sandown. 3 from 3 this weekend, 3 from 3 last year. What a historic moment for the driver of that Camaro. Jeff Monday into P2. Peter Muleman home for a spot on the podium in the last race of the weekend. And then it's Jones. We're getting a good look at this HQ field. Onto the straight they come. It's the 76 leading the way.
Certainly is, and Warren Truan there in the 77 car. Magilton can't do anything about that. He's got to hold off Crawford, the flying fast Crawford there. Crawford in 4th position. Magilton there in the 14 car, the Minis car, rounds out the top 3. So we've got 1st, 2nd, 3rd. Then it comes out to Crawford, McDonald, Lowndes, Mahoney, Hill, Mick Magilton and James Kenner. And Tony Hubbard and Trengo, they did not finish due to that bit of an incident there at turn 2. But thank you very much, Trico, and everyone, all the round sponsors. All right, so thank you all very, very much for what you've done this weekend. And Sandown and all the volunteers, thank you very, very much for Tyre Power and all those guys that are on board the HQ Holdens and the historics this weekend. And there's still more racing to come, Matt. And it's absolutely fantastic. Darren's just gone over the back to inhale that cupcake, ladies and gentlemen. From us here from the HQs, thank you all very, very much. But we've got plenty more happening. Matt right beside me will take on. Still got a bit of cream on the chin, but we won't have a problem. So thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Dave Amor. It's been fantastic to have your company up in the comms box. What a chaotic finish that was to the first of the afternoon events here on Sunday at round 1 of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, obviously presented by Trico. Seeing you through. And of course, 888 Home Loans, our sponsors who have been around for a long time. We can't do it without them as well. As we see the historics filter into the pit lane. So just a reminder, Brent Trengrove clean sweeping the round there. Head of Jeff Monday and Peter Muleman 1st, 2nd and 3rd. As we see the HQ field piling through the back of the circuit as well. So, contrary to popular belief, Darren Smith actually left his cupcake up here. He'll be looking forward to that when he gets back up here. He's actually gone downstairs because hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll be getting some live crosses from the podium sitters of that first race. We'll be downstairs now. Let's hear from the drivers.
How good's that? Brent Trengrove, 6 from 6 last year, 3 again here today. Terrific. You're loving Sandown, aren't you?
Yeah, it's been very good to us. Big thank you to all the flaggies, all the volunteers. Big thanks to the crew for keeping the car together too. You got to finish to get those wins. So, yeah, it's been great.
Let's see if he can do it again next year. Winners are grinners. Brett Trengrove. Let's go back to the next of the left hookers. This is Jeff Monday. Needs very little introduction to race fans around the country. 2nd, how are you going to be able to catch this guy in front of you at Sandown?
We'll keep working at it, mate. We'll get him eventually. It's been a great race, so good fun.
Terrific. That is the guy who's come across the line, Jeff Mundy, a veteran of Australian motorsport. And we come down to Pete Muleman, a guy who's been getting his head right, and it's come together right at the end of the weekend. Well done, Pete.
Thanks very much, mate. I'm really stoked to salvage something from the weekend. You know, we started off really strong and absolutely went backwards after race 1 and just had to get my head back in the game. So really happy to get on the podium, mate. I'm stoked.
Congratulations. We'll see you at the next round.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Great stuff there from Darren Smith. Thank you very much. Great to hear from the drivers fresh off the race there as well. Great insights there from the Blendline TV crew. Big shout out to Callum Brannigan as well, our colleague who was on the camera down there. Awesome stuff. We have plenty more racing still to come. The first of many interviews we're hoping will go off without a hitch throughout the rest of the afternoon. Next up on the racetrack will be the Hyundai XLs, which we're still waiting for to come out onto the track. My name is Matt Dunlop, and alongside me, Tom Reed. Tom, great to have your company once again. It's been great racing so far in the Hyundai XLs. It's been pretty, Cadel Ambrose has been dominating at the front, but there's been a lot of competition up and down, a lot of action, a bit of controversy with that sort of, that little bumping off the side of the track there at the end, or at turn 2 at the last race with Rio Campbell, Emily Jones, a couple of other drivers getting caught up. It's all happening in the XLs, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly has. From second to about 30th, which is the last spot on the grid, there has been action everywhere. Cadel Ambrose has obviously been able to streak ahead and take the lead and command of the first 2 races. Let's see if he can go 3 from 3. I've heard inside word from the Rio Campbell camp that they've had the super tune on that thing and they're going for the front in this race.
Before we get to the XLs, let's have a look in the pit garage. We're down there live at the moment with Cal Brannigan, just having a bit of a suss at Brett Dickey's Sports Sedan. This thing is a weapon. You will not want to miss this one when it comes out on track later today. Race 3 of the Sports Sedans will be at 3:10 p.m. combined with sports cars, I believe. So plenty of cars out on track for that one. Don't miss a moment of it. But we've got heaps of racing yet to come. As I've just heard, the Hyundai XLs tearing out onto the track, getting as much temperature into those tyres as they possibly can. And it is a packed grid. Let's go through it. As we mentioned, Cadel Ambrose, 2 from 2 so far, and he's also got a race win in sports sedans to his name as well earlier today. So fantastic weekend so far from Ambrose in the 194. He'll have William Twining, the Tasmanian, next to him on the front row of the grid. Emily Jones starting out of 3rd position. Great recovery after getting caught up in that little skirmish with Rio Campbell, who will himself be starting from 4th position. James Serra out of the 994 car will be 5th, next to Brendan Jenner in the white 119 machine. And then it's Jake Harwood, Samuel Gibson, Matthew Seymour, and Aidan Karadagli rounding out the top 10. Then we go to Thomas Vondrasek, who was 20th on the grid at the start of last race, made his way up to 11th. Brilliant recovery drive. And he'll be starting next to Lee Burtage in the number 33 machine out of 12th. Then it's Tyson Chaplin and Cisco Morales out of 13th and 14th respectively. Be great to see what Cisco Morales can do from 14th to see if he can make some more space up. Carly Fleming will then be out of the 42 machine in 15th, next to Lee Seelenmeyer in the 327. Then we have Travis Mitchie, Norm Lee, Lachlan Harvey, Dallas Harvey rounding out our top 20. We've got some lovely to see all the fans up on the roof there. See some great shots all around here at Sandown Raceway as the field cycles over. 20 cars isn't it, but folks, we've still got more. Starting out at 21st will be the Jacob Wingett in the 200 machine, next to James Reynolds, the New South Welshman. Then it's Jamie Ellis, Jared Annevelt, Daniel Harvey, Peter Fleming out of 26th position after getting that car back on track early today, which is great to see after the stack he had yesterday. Then John O'Keefe out of 27th position, and then rear of grid, Ace Buckley and Ethan Wilson. Now, Buckley had a couple of issues because the damage to the rear of that car was relatively light from impact in the fence. However, he had a gearbox problem. He couldn't pull 3rd or 4th after that. So got the car back in. It was a frantic rush for them to get that one back up and running, but it looks to be out on track circulating right now. So great to see Ace Buckley out there. Ethan Wilson as well DNFing in the last race with similar issues. And Harry Strick, last I saw of that car, it was departing this venue on the back of a trailer.
Yeah, unfortunate for Harry in the Ravaged Raceworks. 6:30 his weekend came to a premature end after race 1, I believe. But cars are taken to the grid. We are about to get this 20-minute race underway. The time is already ticking down. There is 15 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. We see the last of the few cars under the Penrite Bridge. They will take their way onto the front straight, form up. We won't be able to see them from this camera angle because they're so far deep. There's 30 cars. Front few rows have parked up nicely. Cadel Ambrose has left a bit of margin. So is Will Twinning. He's a fair way back from his grid slot here. The number 6 car of Emily Jones, she's right on the white line. Rio Campbell's left a little bit of spot as well, as you can see from this camera angle. But we are almost set for a start. Still a couple of yellow flags at the back. We should get a green flag and be off and running for the final race of the Hyundai XLs.
There'll be a bit of red mist at the front of this field, especially between Emily Jones and Rio Campbell, I would hazard to guess. Now, the outside line, so stage right, the left-hand side of your screen, that's the racing line. So that's going to be the cleaner side, but they're going to have the outside run. 5-second board is up. The starters on the odd number positions, 1, 3, 5, etc., are on the dirty side. So, who's going to get the best launch? Who's going to get the run? We're off and running in race number 3 of the Hyundai XLs, live from the flag point as we see Callum running with the camera, but the whole field taking off here. Pretty great start from everybody, and look at the run so far from Cadell Ambrose. The William Twining, number 72 machine, has had no choice but to tuck right in behind him there to get a slipstream, and they fan out once again, but Cadell Ambrose looks very comfortable in the middle of the circuit and is going to get the whole shot through turn 1 here as they file through behind. Let's see if they all get through nice and cleanly. We're seeing Gibson, and that is the car of Jake Harwood having a battle there as the whole field circulates through now. Nice and clean so far for the time being. This corner is where we saw that little excursion with Jones, Campbell, and a couple other cars last race. Nice and clean this time by.
It was a dead even start off the front row. Cadell Ambrose and William Twining dragging each other until the first gear change, where Cadell was just able to slot from first to second a little bit quicker, and he was able to gap the Tasmanian, the number 72, down to turn 1. But here we go up the back straight for the first time. 3 wide in the background. Can't make out who that is. I think it's Ace Buckley who's made up a few positions, but here we go. Over the top, Emily Jones challenging Will Twining in the 72, and then it's Rio Campbell in the 333. These guys have already let Cadell Ambrose go. He's off.
Heaps of pace. They're just trying so hard to get in front of each other. And Cadell Ambrose, as soon as he gets a couple of car lengths, he's gone. He's got no one challenging him. He's off for a Sunday drive, basically. We'll keep that in mind. As soon as I say that, he locks up the rears and gets the tail out just a little bit, tips it in a little bit to turn number 11 there. Always keeping us on our toes in the number 194 machine of Cadell Ambrose there. But this battle for second is still raging very, very well. As they take to the stripe the first time, Ambrose leads from William Twining, I believe, crossed the stripe second. He's falling down our timing screen here, and that might reflect soon. But William Twining second, Emily Jones third, Rio Campbell fourth, and then it's the 119 of Brennan Jenner, who's currently sitting fifth. And side by side they go. William Twining defending on the inside. Is he going to run it wide on the exit, or can he hold it in line? Does very, very well there. Lots of pace he's carrying through there. Now we see the rest of the field circulate through. This is the battle for 7th position. Sam Gibson leading the way ahead of Matt Seymour. Big puff of blue smoke from the right front of that car as he locked it up. They all clip the curb in turn 3, but they're going to make sure they miss it in turn 4 because they need to make sure they get as much momentum and speed as possible past this camera position and up the back straight.
That's an awesome camera. That's I think that's new for this race, how we've got the double camera on the screen there. One thing to note, Ace Buckley has improved 10 spots on lap 1. So he's up to P18. He started all the way at the back there at P28.
That is insane.
Here's the challenge for P2, and this is going to be the thing that we watch all race. Cadell Ambrose is so far in front already. You see him going through his shot there, already through turn 9 at Dandenong Road. So he's disappearing up the road at a huge lose for the 172. He's going to make the fence if he's not careful, just keeps it out. I think that's Samuel Gibson. He's going to have to power through the gravel at a steady pace, or he's going to get bogged here, and it is bogged.
That's unfortunate.
So we're going to go safety car for sure. This will be hopefully a quick tow out with 11 minutes to go on the clock.
You can't park there, mate. That thing is not moving whatsoever. So these guys will have ears on. They'll have radio saying, get your passes done now. We've got a safety car imminent. Move where you can, when you can, because I don't imagine they'd be able to cover that one with local yellows. But we'll wait and see. We'll find out. For the meantime, Ambrose still leading the way. Twining has been passed by Emily Jones, who sits in second, but Twining's got the inside line and will make his way back through into turn 1. So great ding-dong battle. Safety car is out. Safety car has been called. So they will all be neutralised at this point. Ambrose's margin is going to be for naught. If they can get this one out of the sandpit and they can get some more racing up and running at the end of the race, then those cars who are currently battling for second will be really fancying a shot here of having a lunge up the inside of that 194 machine. But time will tell. We'll wait to see how that all pans out. Now, I didn't catch exactly when the safety car boards went out, so we'll call the running order as we saw it, but it's always quite hard to gauge from that, looking down the main straight angle, who got which move done by what point.
Yeah, I think second and third, they have sorted it out. Will Twining is ahead of Emily Jones there. But my comment about Cadell Ambrose having the 2.7 or 3 second margin, that's come to nothing. So he's going to have to think about this restart. He'll have a bit of time because the recovery crew aren't quite at the Samuel Gibson car yet. Should be a relatively quick extraction out of the gravel trap, although it does look fairly deep there.
Looks like just a flat toe getting hooked up there at the moment, so hopefully shouldn't be too long before they get that one out, and hopefully it doesn't drag too much gunk onto the circuit once they get the car out.
Well, he'll do the right thing, I'm sure, and pull off to the side, off the racing line, on throttle, on the brake to get all that excess gravel out. Although these cars aren't too low, so it shouldn't have sucked all that much gravel up.
So let's take a look here as he goes through, just locks up the outside front right. He just didn't really, there wasn't any contact there. He just hooked it up a little bit too hard on the brake pedal, sent it straight in. Was very lucky, as you mentioned, to keep it off the fence. Tried his darnest to power it through, and womp womp.
I thought he was doing the right thing there by keeping his foot quite steady on the throttle, but it just got to a deep patch, and that was all she wrote.
It was indeed all she wrote.
He was also very lucky to keep that out of the fence. He missed it by a couple of inches.
Gee, wasn't he just? And it's such a tricky gravel trap there because it's so deep. It has to be to keep the cars up and running there. Just having a look on the screen as they filter through, we can see the 196 of Ace Buckley. He's currently running in 15th. So from rear of grid, what's he made up? 13 spots? That's an awesome start for Ace Buckley.
That's exactly what he needed to do. This will get his confidence back big time. And we head into Calder Park for the second round. I think XLs will be there. That's March 28th to 30th. So if he can improve a few more positions, this will be a confidence booster for himself.
Yeah, the XLs have put on some great shows at Calder Park recently, so I really hope they'll be getting back to that track again, as will Emily Jones, who had one of the rounds of her career so far there last year. But she's carrying on that form brilliantly. She's been so fast this weekend, really challenging. She's been always up in that battle for the podium positions, even with that little mishap earlier today. Got it back on track, got it up there, and she's been so quick. She's been all over, trading places with William Twining all day. So we'll have to wait and see what her favoured passing positions are, where she can get it done, and if Rio Campbell in that black, yellow headlighted machine going past shot now, whether he's going to factor into this one as well.
We'll have to wait and find out. Just having a look at the running order. Best lap set by Cadell Ambrose at 33.2. We've only had a couple of racing laps here, so that's sort of irrelevant at this point as the margin gets tightened back up at the front. Still yet to see if this car has been pulled out the turn 9 gravel trap. If we get another camera angle, perhaps we can let you know, and then we can get back racing. We've got 7 minutes on the clock. We've had a lapse time of 10 minutes so far. So generally in these races we get a 20-minute window as the 172 gets pulled off. He's driving on the extreme outskirts of the track, getting rid of all that gravel.
And he'll be straight into the pit lane, won't be continuing with this race. So as long as there's not much gunk on the track, that safety car should hopefully only be doing one more lap and then coming back in for a restart. We'll keep our fingers crossed to see what happens there as the field continues to build up as much temperature as possible in their tyres. Now, let's take a bit of a look at the calendar coming up. You alluded to Calder Park being the next round. That is indeed. So March 28 to 30. That'll be a fantastic event if you can get up there to the Calder Park Raceway. Definitely do so. It's an awesome place to catch racing. You can see the whole track from anywhere you are, and it's a lot more intense than it looks on paper, that track layout. It's a great place. It's a great little nugget of motorsport history as well, that facility. Don't miss it. Phillip Island will be round 3, May 16 through 18. Don't want to miss that one as well. We'll be back here at Sandown on August 22nd through to 24th, and then round 5 will be rounded out at Phillip Island once again, October 3rd to 5th. So that's what you can expect this year from the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. We'll be covering all of it live and free through Blendline TV, live on YouTube. You can also catch it on Facebook and on the website as well, but YouTube is the place to be to watch those ones.
And of course, the first 2 rounds presented by Trico windscreen wipers, which these guys have needed throughout the weekend, but not in race 3. It's great conditions for them. They get finally a dry spell where they can test the limits of these cars.
So far. We've said that a few times, then every time we do, a rain cell just comes over in the course of 5 minutes and drenches everybody. So hopefully that's not the case this time around and they can get some dry running in. Now, you mentioned the fastest laps earlier. Cadell Ambrose, 133.2 is fastest by a long shot. The next quickest lap is a 133.8 from Emily Jones. So he's 0.6 faster in terms of lap time than the next fastest car. That is insane in Hyundai XLs. Such a massive gap in pace, and he's just a brilliant driver, and we've seen that from his step up into sports sedans this weekend as well. Qualified on pole, finished first on the road yesterday, got demoted to 6th pace after the penalty, recovered from 6th today, finished first on the road again, awesome stuff in a V8 powered rear-wheel drive Audi A4.
It's an insane machine, that car.
And he is steering it incredibly well, as he is this Hyundai XL, and almost anything I can expect he'll be getting his hands on. So Cadel Ambrose is a name that you'll be wanting to keep an eye on for the foreseeable future. William Twining will be keeping a very close eye on Cadel Ambrose right now. He hasn't gone straight away. He has now. I remember in yesterday's safety car period, he was off and running basically before the kink. He waited a little bit to back them up now. Green flag, you're up and running. Just under 4.5 minutes left to go in this race, so still a bit of action yet to come. Now, William Twining in the 72. How close can he get to the Cadel Ambrose machine? Can he get past? Ambrose is blocking really, really hard there, shutting the door before it can even be opened, and he maintains the lead but runs it quite wide through turn 1. Keeps it on the black stuff for the time being, still leads the way, but that quartet of cars at the front is Ambrose, Twining, Jones, Campbell. Those usual suspects once again leading the way here. Can they prevent Cadel Ambrose from making a break for it this time?
Well, it's the first time we've sort of seen Cadel being challenged there. He made a mistake. He ran over the exit curve at turn 1. That's a massive curve to run over in one of these cars, and sometimes you can even see them roll over that. But he's got the lead up the back straight. If I'm Will Twining, I'm having a go at him right now to not let Cadel get any further ahead. He's going to have a lunge this lap, I reckon. Otherwise, Cadel will disappear up the road. James Serra getting the move done there on the 119 of Brendan Jenner. And that's, I think, P5 or 6. We'll have to check that out when they come by this time. And we're going to come by with about 3 minutes to go. Ace Buckley making further improvements now. He's got to be very close to the top 10. He's got past Cisco Morales there.
He's up behind the number 530 of Caradali, so that might put him in 9th position depending on how the other cars pan out at the moment. We'll confirm that when they cross the stripe, but what a performance has been so far from Ace Buckley, recovering from the rear of the grid. There's Carly Fleming as well in number 42, all over the back of the 200 of Jacob Wingett, who himself is trying to get past that number 33 machine there of, I believe that is, I remember who I had it earlier, Lee Burditch as well. So that's a great race there. Now, Twining is finding himself being cut down a little bit in terms of pace with this battle with Emily Jones. Cadel Ambrose is going to be looking in his rearview mirror, loving what he's seeing right now. William Twining will be praying, please, Emily, just stick behind me. Let's form a train. Let's get caught up to the back of Cadel Ambrose. We've both got a chance at this one.
Yeah, I'd like to see what happens this lap. This will give us an idea of whether they can catch Cadel Ambrose, but I guess Emily will she'll want to go for second position here. Showing on the timing screens that she is second. That is a mistake. That is Will Twining. He's showing down in 28th, so that's a transponder issue as the battle for second, third, fourth rages on down the back chute. Rhea Campbell tucking in behind these. James Serra not far behind. He's come on leaps and bounds since the last round and quarter. He's really improved into round 1. He's perhaps had some coaching throughout the break as Ace Buckley goes for the shortcut over turn number 6 through the S's. He can't do that too many times. It will catch the eye of the stewards, but now that's okay.
Car looked very unsteady there as he went through turn 6. He just had to lift off and take to the outside line, so he hasn't gained an advantage there. Just gathered the car back up, got it right back on the straight and narrow again, so he's keeping that one in a straight line, which is good to see. And it's good to see him all the way up there, currently sitting in 10th position right now as they continue to circulate. Just under a minute and a half to go, so just around a couple of laps or so. That's Chaplin going up the inside of Wingett. They're all fanning out behind him there, trying to get as many spots as possible. It's such a great corner, that final bend here at Sandown, because there's so many lines you can take and you can set up a move instantly. You don't have to wait for the slipstream to kick in. You can pull alongside and start drag racing straight away.
Cisco Morales down the inside there. Big front left lock up. You see these cars often doing that with how light they are. They, of course, are front wheel drivers. We almost go 3 wide into turn 1, but doesn't quite happen. I think that's Carly Fleming overtaking Jacob Wingett there, and then the 101 just behind that is Tyson Chaplin. So these guys all line astern through turn 3, turn 2, 3 and 4, and then up the back straight. Let's see if the 717 is right up the back here of the 101. That's Travis Mitchie in the 717 as we look back at the battle for second, third and fourth. That's Will Twining still holding off Emily Jones. Rhea Campbell yet to make a move on these two. Just up the road is Cadel Ambrose, who is slowly edging out his margin. He just set a 32.6. It's the fastest lap of the race. Next best was Emily Jones with a 33.1. Looking back down the order, Ace Buckley did a 33.9, so he's up to P9. So That's a pretty good effort from him from the rear of grid.
I'm going to have to confirm, but our timing screen is currently showing 132.62 from Cadel Ambrose as being a race lap record in the Hyundai XLs. We'll take a look at the timing sheets to confirm whether that is the case. That is certainly very quick today at the very least. The only driver in the 132s, and look at him, he's checked out. He's gone. Behind him, 3 wide. Campbell up the inside. Twining in the middle. Jones around the outside. Can Campbell make 2 spots in 1? No, he can't, but he will jump up to 3rd position, just slotting in behind Emily Jones. William Twining losing 2 spots on the run into turn 1 there. Fantastic racing for the last few podium spots here. This is awesome to see. They all nail the curb through turn 3, hit the curb on the outside, stay off the inside, the apex curb in 4, as much pace as possible. You can throw a blanket over this battle for 2nd position.
Past the Trico wall cam there up the back straight. Of course, this round presented by Trico Windscreen Wipers, who will also be on board with us for round 2 at Calder on March 28th to 30th, but the battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th is getting even better. James Serra just behind, keeping a close eye on these, waiting for any mistakes where he can pounce. Will Twining will be kicking himself though. He's gone from 2nd to 4th in this battle. Down to Dandenong Road corner. What can Rio Campbell do? He tips it in behind Emily Jones. This time by, I think we might get the last lap board as the clock has run out to 0, and we'll let you know.
So Cadel Ambrose has a bit of a gap here. Emily Jones doing her best to keep away Rio Campbell. This is the last lap. We have confirmation. So it will be Cadel Ambrose who takes the win. Who's going to get 2nd and 3rd? Jones looks like she's going to hang on for 2nd position here to cap off a great weekend. But it's Cadel Ambrose who takes the win ahead of Emily Jones. Rio Campbell up to 3rd position. And then it is William Twining who rounds it out in 4th. And that's not how you want to see a race finished. We've got the 717 of Travis Mitchie, the number 7 of Vondrasek you can see there, and the number 4 car of Norm Lee as well that we can see. Gee, that's not ideal there. We've got a couple of cars that are able to retake to the track, but geez, that's a very, very hectic finish at the back there. But Cadel Ambrose, as we said, wins the race ahead of Jones, Campbell, rounding out the podium positions.
So your round winner will be Cadel on 100 points. Emily Jones there in 2nd. She's done a great job all weekend. She rounds off the weekend with 88 points. Rio Campbell in 3rd will be 4th in the round. He's got 81 points. Then it's Will Twining. He's done a great job throughout the weekend. He comes home with 84 points, so he will be your 3rd place getter. He'd be kicking himself a bit though. He was running 2nd all race, and then he had that slight battle with the other 2. And so
wow, okay, so that was all on his own. So this is a replay of what happened earlier. So Vondrasek lost it all on his own, and he's just trying to get the car back out. And then look at Mitchie and Norm Lee.
Contact.
They must have made contact by the look of it because they were very close as they both spun out there, but no idea what happened to Vondrasek. So
the 4 and Norm Lee ended up making contact with Vondrasek as he was reversing out of the sand there. So that's unfortunate for him.
Geez, I think Vondrasek would have been sweating a little bit looking out of his right-hand side door, seeing those two coming barreling towards him sideways as he was trying to reverse out. But everyone looks to be okay there. Not a whole lot of damage, which is great to see. And that is the end of the Hyundai XLs. They put on so much great racing here at Sandown Motor Raceway. And here's those final results one more time. Cadel Ambrose ahead of Emily Jones. Rio Campbell rounding out the podium in 3rd position. We'll hear from those 3 drivers shortly with Darren Smith with the microphone once again. William Twining, yeah, as you said, stiff to finish up 4th, but fantastic racing from all those top 3 there, those top 4 even. James Serra, great run in 5th position ahead of Brendan Jenner. And then Jake Harwood, Lachlan Harvey, Ace Buckley recovering to 9th position from the back of the grid, and Matthew Seymour rounding out your top 10 in the number 90 machine. Cadel Ambrose, as we discussed with the fast lap there, the only driver to make it into the 132s, and he's done so by quite some margin. So that is Hyundai XLs. Tom, thank you so much for joining me in the box here. We will chat to you later on today. Next up, we will have MG and invited British sports cars for a 20-minute race. But we should be hopefully looking forward to hearing from the drivers shortly. Now, MG and invited British sports cars, and then you'll have sports sedans and sports cars combined for a race after that. Formula V and then Formula Ford will have their 2 races separate there for the open wheelers. Improved production will be out second last, and then, might be a little bit biased here, saving the best to last. Porsche 944 Challenge rounding out the day. Let's go down to Darren Smith to hear from the top 3 drivers in the XLs.
I can hardly hide my excitement after that race here. Cadel Ambrose, 3 from 3 here at Sandown in the XLs, mate. Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, it was an awesome race then. Good start. I got a pretty good start. It was very close to a lot of laps, and the safety car came out that sort of mixed it all up a bit again. And yeah, luckily, just while they were fighting behind me, just got a bit of a gap and could hold it for the rest of the race.
I've got a second question for you, mate. One more race for the weekend in the Audi. How's that working out for you?
Yeah, that's so far is going pretty good. Not a bad debut for a brand new car as well, with very minimal issues and everything. Yeah, it's going to be exciting in about half an hour when I'm back out in that.
It was Winton last year. We saw Cadell get 3 from 3. He's done it here at Sandown. He's still got a sports sedan race to go in the Audi as well. Let's jump in here. This is a dint in this door here. And we have got Emily Jones. Emily, P2 behind a guy that's just had a 3-peat. Well done to you.
Yeah, thanks. You a bit too fast. We couldn't quite get to him, but yeah, I'm happy with second. It was good move on the last lap, so I'm stoked. Yeah.
Super competitive in the XLs, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really busy. There's lots of cars and just like everyone's pushing. Like honestly, the three of us, like second, third, fourth, like any of us could have got second. So it was really close. Yeah.
Congratulations. Thank you. We go back to the 333 here. William Twining down from up from Tassie. Rhea Campbell here got the wrong notes here. Well done. Get the P3 in that one.
Yeah, I mean, it was difficult. I mean, of course, I had that little incident at the start on that last one. It was a bit of a crap move for me, but it was just a bit early in the race. But I just gained a bit of confidence, came back. I just had to keep on the back of Emily. I knew she was going to get Will, and I was just going to try and follow through. And I managed to get P3 in the end, so pretty happy with that. So we'll see what we can do for round 2.
Congratulations, well done there. We'll be back after this quick break at the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Thank you very much, Darren Smith, for those interviews down there in the pit lane. Great to hear from the top 3 place getters of the Hyundai XLs as well. Those interviews are a great little innovation that the Blendline TV has picked up, and we're looking at our live camera right now. These cars will be out here later on in the sports cars. These are the 2 GT4 Mercedes Love Machines. They've been going quite well, using this event as a bit of a shakedown before they have a good tilt at the GT4 throughout this year. So keep an eye on these 2 machines. They're very, very well presented as well, and we can look forward to seeing so many more great pictures from this camera and all of our cameras here. But in the meantime, MG and invited British sports cars are coming up. Sean, great to have you in the box. I'll hand myself over to Darren Smith here, but let's take a look through the starting grid.
Yeah, interesting change to the grid at the pointy end this afternoon. We've got Richard Milligan on pole with Keith Ondaki in position 2 and Simon Elliott in the RV8 bringing in number 3. Mike Trathen, after his championship win last year, sporting number 1 in position 4. Hank Swadavine in the 36 little MGB Roadster in position 5, followed by Jefferson John Cox in number 6. Rod Wells in the Sebring Sprite, or midget if you will, in position 7. Alana Ondaki in number 8.
Well, Sean, they got me working, mate, running up and down the stairs here. The magic of television, they say. It's no magic, it's just me running up and down the stairs here at the moment. Have a look at this field. I've been looking forward to this weekend. With the Porsche 944s and the MG and invited British cars, they're the races that you've got to watch. They're kind of like the thinking man's racing. That's what they do here. Where were we on the grid?
Back up to position 9 with Adam Aliff and number 10 with Murray Stevenson. Jason Edwards bringing in number 11 and Gordon Bunyan in the Spitfire, Triumph Spitfire in number 12. John Makem, our club captain currently in position 13. James Dodd in number 14 and Matty Chester in number 15. Right next to Dad in number 16, coming from the back of the grid after a bit of a noise issue with the big V8. And the boys have been plugging away, pumping, packing into the exhausts and changing shift cuts and trying to get this thing a bit quieter to finish out the race.
It's a real annoyance here at Sandown. When that cloud cover comes down, the noise meter sort of kind of gets happy. And we've seen a couple of sports sedans being given a bit of a warning, and pre-production cars given a bit of a warning. I would never have thought that Phil's car would have popped that noise. It's always kind of a subtle V8 sort of noise coming out of that car, but I guess where they've got it is where everyone's at full noise, and some cars are grabbing, if they've got 6, they're grabbing 6, then you end up with the pop out the exhaust pipe, and out goes the noise there. But look, as a community sport, we've got to be careful. We've got to play the game. We've got to fit within those rules, don't we?
Certainly do. Yeah, you've got to keep the council happy. So no, look, all of those things are happening as they should, and hopefully Phil gets to finish the race in this afternoon.
Yeah, well, he doesn't come here to muck around, does he? He wants to grab as many points as he possibly can. So he's had a DNF and a race win yesterday. I'm not going to say, he's got certainly every opportunity like anyone else to win this one, but there's a couple of pretty quick cars at the front that want to make sure he doesn't, isn't there?
Oh, indeed. Look, it's going to be an interesting year in the sense of the championship. Richard and Simon and Keith definitely earning a couple of points from yesterday into this morning.
So cars coming down onto the famous grid here at Sandown International Motor Raceway. You can count the cars that have stood on this grid, the famous names and faces over the years that have started races here, or about 200 or 300 metres further up right in front of the grandstand. Either way, this is where the Formula 5000s used to start, all the way down this end of the straight, even when the pits were on the inside of turn 1.
Yeah, great to see these two open V8 Roadsters on number 1 and number 3 there. Basically brother cars, if you will. They were both put together by the late Paul Trevethan from Boardwalk Engineering back in the day. Out here to have a mumbo.
And Paul always had that orange car that was an absolute beast as well, didn't he, in the mix. Robin Bailey not on the grid here today, but let's watch number 40. Keith Ondaatje gets away nicely, but it's Richard Milligan that gets the power down. Phil Chester just charging off the rear of the grid there, leaves Matty behind, and he is just cutting his way through the middle of the pack here. I wouldn't suggest that Phil's going to have the sword out in here and swathing his way through. He'll just pick them off in the opening stanza, won't he?
Yeah, he'll take his time. Simon Elliott got right up into first there on the inside line into turn 1. It's great to see. He's put it all together for the first lap.
Jason Edwards there, looking very, very tidy indeed. Had a good run in earlier races here this weekend. St John Cox, Alana Ondaatje taking a bit of evasive action. Mirrors full of the Yarra Valley towing bonnet, the multi-power car of Phil Chester, and Phil's just admiring out his side mirror, the Sebring Special there as well. So he charges up the outside there, runs a bit wide, but that's the line he chose, and those two red open top cars have just brained them out of the box, and Keith Ondaatje hasn't managed to keep the number 40 up with them at this point in time. The multi-power car number 72 just bobbling its way up some of the bumps there. Must be a bit of a handful to drive this high horsepower MGB GTV.
Yeah, I reckon it would be. Yeah, a lot of power in a short wheelbase sort of MGB with some fairly thick tyres in today, but it would be a bit twitchy, I'd say.
Some good battles already being waged here. In fact, we're starting to see the same battles that raged in the race earlier today, starting to unfold there as well. Vast array of machinery. And we get the Trico leaderboard. Trico seeing you through. And a couple of these cars don't even need wiper blades. How rude.
I guess you can't really have a wiper on a car that doesn't have a windscreen, right, can you? So it
makes
it
got
hard.
little aero screens. You like put the chamois away and get a little wiper motor, and away you go.
Jason Edwards here putting a fair bit of pressure on Adam Aliff there. I think Jason had a bit of a whoopsie at the coming down the top of the hill there and set him back a bit, but he's putting a bit of pressure on Adam there in coming into turn 2 and 3.
Good battle here, little open top. Adam Aliff entering. in the 14 there, and a closed-top modern car. They really sort of bracket the decades, don't they, those two cars as far as an MG product is concerned. A couple of Triumphs getting together at the top of the hill. That's Keith and Darchie and Jefferson John Cox in the TR8. And have a look, the ever-present car number 1.
Oh,
Three
yes.
times champion.
Mike Trathen in the underpowered midget, just giving it absolutely everything to stay with these two big V8s
Is
down
it
the back.
underpowered? Is it underpowered, or is it just not got the same capacity as the cars around it?
There's definitely a capacity. There's a massive capacity difference between those cars, and the power output I couldn't.
I reckon he's getting maximum power out of that thing. That's why he's managing to keep up with these
Look,
guys.
we've seen Keith
Darchie retiring.
pulling in on the second lap there, which opens the doors for St John Cox to take the fourth position there.
I do like the strategy that Mike employs there. He leaves the plates on it. It just rubs your nose in it, doesn't it? As he gets you under brakes.
It's still registered. I believe he does do a bit of testing in the back streets, but how legal, I don't know.
We're not here to question that, are we?
Not at all.
No, that's right. We're here to run under motorsport rules, and at the moment, it's the RV8 leading it away. Simon Elliott doing a brilliant job. And I tell you what, this is a spicy little menu that's starting to appear on our plate here, and that's 3 of the V8s out in front of this race. Phil's been able to chop his way through the field over the last 2.5 laps and starting to range up onto the back of what will be Richard Milligan. And this, I would suggest, for Phil Chester ranging up on the back of this particular car would be a pretty cool moment as well. He would have watched Dr. Mort over the years, and I would suggest at some point tried to emulate him as well.
Yeah, I'd say that's where the purchase came from many years ago. Phil's got into the big open V8 and absolutely loving it. He's going to take a bit of a move here on Richard. Back out of it, just wander around. He's wound them in very, very slowly, but he's right on the back of the two front runners there. Bit of a weight difference there with the Roadsters and the GT, I'd say. There's probably a couple of 100 kilos difference, but Phil definitely makes it up with the legwork and the steering, that's for sure.
Yeah, this is really cool. If you're into MG high horsepower, MG, I'm going to say bespoke versions of an MGB GT. It's not like Danny Siama's car. That's in the true respect of an MGB GT, or it was anyway. But have a look at this. These 3 essentially similar cars, but an absolute different iteration on all 3 of them of the philosophy.
Yeah, definitely. Look, there's not much more you could do to these cars to make them go any quicker. It's about as far as you can take an MGB these days, I'd say.
Yeah, I reckon. And what I do like about it is the 2 cars, second and third on the road, have still got the shiny chrome grille on them as well. The RV8 never came with a chrome grille, so it's not on it. But these 2 very, very highly polished chrome grille surrounds anyway on each of their cars. As Matty just gets out of the way there and waves Dad and friends goodbye as they come on the straight here. It's going to be really good once we get Kalen, little Chester back out there in a repaired car, and we get these two Fs out there having a crack with each other and mixing it up with everyone else.
Yeah, look, we've put a bit of hard word on the mechanic this weekend to get little Kalen out back out there and having a bit of fun, so we'll see how that goes for Calder.
Yeah, she was pretty keen this morning, publicly putting it out there. She wants to be on the grid at Calder, so good on her. I do like that. The power of positive thinking is always true. Have a look at this now. Phil Chester wants the race lead as they start to climb up the hill here at Sandown International. Looks to the inside of the RV8. Simon Elliott giving him plenty of room. They don't want to get mixed up with each other at all. It'll be fair racing and everyone will give each other plenty of room to compete.
Oh, look, Simon won't let it go lightly. He'll make him work for it, as he's done over the top of the hill. Probably the hardest place to overtake there. And,
he's made sure he wants it, didn't he?
Oh, yeah, he's made him earn it.
Absolutely, coming through there. Number 10 now also, as we get a good look. The Yarra Valley Towing multi-power car of Phil Chester. And an amazing amount of work for this entire series. In fact, this whole tour, the circus, whatever you want to call it, the championships, he has put his own personal situation to one side and just made sure that the gain for everyone involved, and has worked very, very hard on getting naming rights sponsor Trico on the scene, and also making sure that 888 Home Loans sticks with us for another couple of rounds early on in this season, and hopefully they'll jump on board for the rest of the season. They've been with us for 3 seasons now, so not only is he leading this race, but Phil Chester and his good mate Paul Vanel and Callum Brannigan have all worked very closely together to make sure this series has a top-line naming rights sponsor.
Yeah, it's great to see the work that goes on in the background for some of these guys that again, they spend a huge amount of time getting their cars ready and preparing, daughters' cars and whatever it is, helping out their mates and all the rest, and again, supporting the Vic State Race Series and just making it happen, letting us all be here.
Yeah, absolutely. Motorsport needs its sponsors, and the good thing about it is that hand in glove that many organisations see a distinct advantage of being involved with racing. And I tell you what, talking about being involved with the racing, on our plate right now, the 95, currently 4th on the road, St John Cox, Michael Trathen, car number 1.
He's not let him get in the way there, Mike. He's really sitting to the back bumper of that Triumph, and he's really going to give it a red hot go if he can.
I reckon he'd be a good deep-sea fisherman. Like one of those marlin. You got to stay there for hours trying to reel them in.
Persistence.
Don't lose any concentration.
Oh, yes.
Outwit the enemy or the opposition.
See, the thing with Mike is he'd actually find a way of engineering some sort of fishing component to get ahead of the rest, and that's where I love chatting to Mike. He's got this amazing engineering head on him. What he's done with this car to put it where it is, sitting behind probably a 300 or 400 horsepower V8 Triumph in a little 1600 MG midget. Is just great to see.
And all that aside, he throws it around too. Complete skillful driver. I think a really good camera angle would be a camera angle on his foot. Heel and towing, left foot braking. I don't know this for a fact, but he'd be like dancing on the pedals.
I'd imagine so. I reckon we'll put some hard words on him to get a camera into the cabin. I reckon it'd be some great footage.
Oh, good luck with that argument. He doesn't like any weight on it that is going to slow him down. Blue flag there for Maddie Chester, the smiling F. Just gets out of the way as the field makes her way through, and she just dips it in. Michael Trathen will have to find his way around. Good on her. She's held her line, and that's what drivers coming up on. They don't want any erratic movement when you're coming up on them. And at the moment, we're getting a good look at the cars that are contending for 4th and 5th on the road. The white number 95 Triumph and the number 1 midget of Mike Trathen.
Shows you how quick that midget is through the windy bits there from 2, 3 and 4. He was probably 3 or 4 car lengths back there from getting past Matty, and he's just wound into it in 2, 3 corners. It's
character and integrity that allow you to do that, isn't it? You're all over them in the corners and then they just drive away from you on the straight. It's about gathering all of that, learning about the car in front of you, feeling the car under you, and he comes right into the back doors again, or the boot of this car. He disappears under that massive duckbill wing on the back of the Triumph, and it accelerates away again.
I'm glad to see Mike's throwing the slicks back on for this race. The weather has held off for us this afternoon. He did have the wet sitting on there for a little period earlier, expecting rain, but I believe he has got the slicks bolted on, and again, treating him nicely so far. A bit of smoke coming out the bottom of Jim Dodd's car there. We just see exit screen. That's not a great situation. Bit of wheel spin there from Simon Elliott by the looks of things as well, just taming the power of the lightweight RV8.
Is it, or is that blue smoke?
Oh, a bit of a job to tell at this stage.
Ooh, yeah, okay. Presses on though. He's got himself over Milligan. He's got himself a good 4.2 seconds. Oh, Jimmy Dodd.
Yeah, that might be the end of Jim's race by the looks of things.
Yeah, that's not a cool amount of smoke coming out of the back. He's aware of it too, so
offline.
That's obviously coming into the cabin for him, so he stays right out over offline there. Here comes our race leader. We've got 3 minutes and 8 seconds left. What a number, 3:08 left in this one. He looks to the inside now, the 95, and St John Cox just tips it in, which he's allowed to do. The onus is definitely on Phil to make his way safely by, and the other guys have to be very well aware, and if they can, give an indication left or right as to where they want the lapping car to go through. So really good manners being shown by everyone there exiting Dandenong Road. Now, Phil Chester, a 1:16.99. And that has got an R next to it for us. A 1:18.83, it says, was the previous lap record set last November. So if that's the case, he's absolutely obliterated it.
I've got an idea he has done that sort of close to that time before, but whether it was under race conditions, I'm not 100%. But he's definitely on the limit of that thing at the moment. He's the red mist has definitely descended, and he's just on it at the moment.
Absolutely, and full credit to him. The fastest car in this race, he's 2.8 seconds faster than any other car out there, and happens to be Simon Elliott in position number 2. And he has got clear track in front and behind. This is the ideal time. If you're going to do it, this is it. 9 laps done. I would suggest the massive tyres on it are not going to be disappearing from under him just yet.
Great.
Certainly give me a good ask.
Some great support there of the spectators watching the MG field send around.
They'll all go home with a new set of Trico wipers from the Trico stand down in Trade Alley down there, right behind the marshalling area. Oh, that's not nice. That's coming out of the hub, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely looks like
axle
something's
seal or
rubbing
something.
or axle seal, yeah. Look, hopefully you can baby it through and it doesn't cause him too many dramas. It's only when turning right by the looks of things. So maybe a bit of diff movement going on there and a bit of rubbing.
It's a big issue. Big issue. You don't want to see smoke pluming like that out of your wheel. And he continues on almost in blissful ignorance there as well. So gets through on Mike Trathen. So there we go. The guys that are in 4th and 5th have now gone a lap down to cars 1 and 2 on the road, as is the performance indifference between these MGB GT V8s and the lesser class cars. They're not lesser cars by any stretch of the imagination. They're all running in their own part of the field. And I guess that's one of the nice things about this sort of racing, Sean, isn't it? There's a number of different classes that you can drop your car into.
Yeah, that's the cool thing about MGs. You know, there's almost a class for every car, not quite, but it just means that you're racing against similar speed cars and similar built cars in that sense. So again, but being the open cars are basically no rules, so these guys can sort of do what they like, and again the performance comes through. Oh, as we see Richard just duck it in front of Mike Trathen there, coming through the field again.
So that's P3 on the road, all the way up to position 4 on the road. So they've lapped the field and coming through, and Triumph just holding its line. Again, great racing, really good. If there's such a thing as manners in racing, it's great manners to get them through. The last lap board has gone out to our race leader, which was Phil Chester, and the checkered flag is being readied by our race officials. Done a terrific job around the track, as they do always. Tricky conditions yesterday. It was wet on and off, but gee, the humidity is stuck around again today. So you got a raincoat on, zipped up, trying to stay dry, and it's humid. They're sweating it out there, aren't they?
No, look, nothing a couple of cupcakes can't sort out, Darren. I don't know where mine ended up, but I'll go hunting for it later.
Time to change the subject away from that. There's no cupcakes on offer here at all. Not while Phil Chester's on the screen. There was no way I'd refer to him as a cupcake. Not in a pink fit. Puts another lap down on Matty. Streams on by. Gives a little wave on the way through.
He's definitely not holding back, Phil. He's
No.
just punched out a 1:16.2 on that last lap. Just got a couple of tenths off it again. So
Checkered
he's
flag.
absolutely into it.
Phil Chester takes the checkered flag and eases it out at a 1:18.39. So for all intents and purposes, the facts on the timing screen at the moment say lap record for Phil Chester at a 1:16.24 and a race win. So your weekend's not too bad if you've got a win, a DNF and a win, isn't it?
No,
You've got to fix that middle one.
He'll be happy with that. Yeah, fix that for the next one and go again. Look, that'll definitely set him up well for the championship, as it will Simon Elliott and Richard Milligan. A nice start to the year, and even working through the field, St John Cox with a 4th in the invited British class, with Mike Trathen in 5th. Rod Wells looking like he'll come back down into 6th, and Hank Zwadoveen picking up a 7th.
Can I just draw your attention to something, Sean? And anyone that's looking at a timing screen. So Phil Chester's just won. He's taken 60 points for the weekend. Simon Elliott has got 86 and wins the round. Richard Milligan on 82. John Cox, 55. Mike Trathen, 79 points. He's 6 points behind series leader so far.
Consistency is key, Darren. I think, again,
we're
with
going to watch that all year. I'm just going to keep an eye on that.
Look,
That's how he tees off on him.
I think Mike's just pushing to keep that number one for another year yet again. We'll see how he goes, see how the rest of the year pans out for him, but he's definitely a great start to the year.
So Phil Chester takes the win and actually comes around again to take the checkered flag twice, so he's just confirming that. Simon Elliott and gets through into P2. Richard Milligan in 3. So that's a good result. The 3, the bigger, let's call them the rock stars of the field, have fought their way to the front. Sorry about that, Johnny Makem. He likes to think he's a bit of a rock star in the field. He finished down there in 12th. St John Cox and Mike Trathen, Wells, Hanks Waterveen, Alistair Ondarchi, Adam Ailiff, Edwards, Stevenson, Johnny Makem, Bunyan, and Matty Chester home in 14th place. John Dodd and Keith Ondarchi not taking the checkered flag there. Sean Hurley, thank you very much for your time right throughout today. And of course, Chris Gidney, who joined us yesterday from MG Racing. Now, you guys have got a bit of it's a different program for MG Racing. What's the next event that you guys head off to?
Yeah, no, we're running at round 2 of the Vic State at Calder in a couple of weeks, so we'll be there with our flags flying and get stuck into it.
Well, that has been MG and Invited British Racing Cars for Trico 2025 Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Mike Trathen's happy. Thumbs up to the flaggies, isn't it? I love it. He'll be back there, and as much as he has a wry grin on his face. We will cross down to the pit lane in just a few moments, and we'll be talking with Phil Chester. We'll be talking with Richard Milligan and Simon Elliott, in P2. So they'll be pulling up in the stopping area down there in pit lane. Great day for racing, and our calendar, as you just said, Sean, our next round is at Calder. The next cars on track are the sports sedans and sports cars out on track for their combined race. Formula V at about 3:35. I think we're running pretty much on time, so that will all just play out nicely. Formula Ford, improved production, and the Porsche 944 Challenge. Round 2 at Calder, March 28, 29, 30. Phillip Island for round 3, May 16, 17, 18. And we go down to Matty Dunlop.
Thank you very much. Darren Smith down here with the podium sitters of the MG and Invited British Sports Cars. Race 3 here at Sandown Motor Raceway. We'll start with Simon Elliott. Simon, second on the road in that race, but 3 podiums across 3 races. That's the round win for you, mate. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, no, thanks to everyone. Thanks to the MG Car Club for putting on the event and all the helpers and blend line. So, thank you. Enjoyable day.
Thank you very much, mate. Congratulations. It's a beautifully presented machine, and we love seeing it in full flight around here. Next, we move down here. We'll have a chat to these 2 gentlemen who are having a yarn over here at the moment. Let's have a chat first to... Let's grab Phil Chester first. Phil, if you don't mind, you still got the helmet on, sorry. Probably could have gone with Richard there first, but that's all good. Phil is our race winner here in the number 72 car. It's a fantastic bit of kit, this machine. He didn't get obviously the win yesterday. He has the DNF, unfortunately, but win in race 1 and win this time around. Always great seeing you here, mate, and congratulations on the win once again.
Did I win that one?
I believe so, yeah. It's got it on the paper as the win for you, P. Chester.
Awesome, thank you. Yes, I guess after this morning getting pinged for noise, I was out to make a bit of a statement. It's ironic when you go full throttle past the noise meter, you read less than when you're half throttle. But sorry, sincerely, because these guys beat me into pit lane. I thought I'd come third. But no, all round, great racing and great to be on the track with my daughters for the first time. That was a lot of fun.
It was brilliant to see, and thank you so much as well for your time, mate. We're looking forward to seeing you on the track again soon. And third place, we had Richard Milligan in the number 10 machine. Richard, great running once again, mate. How was it out there working your way around? Did you have a chance to have a look at the back of Simon's car to see what was going on with that one? Or you're not really sure?
It was pretty good, actually. I tried to stick with Simon, but he got away from me in the end and through the traffic. But I did notice he was blowing a bit of smoke, so I was sort of a bit worried that he might have been about to blow the engine and maybe oil on the track. So I backed off and kept well back from him. I thought it could be a bit slippery, but obviously it wasn't. But yeah, we had a good run. The car's running well, and I'd like to thank my sponsor, Morris Garages of Bayswater, the roadworthy testers. That's my workshop, and my pit crew as well.
Thank you very much. Massive shout out to them. Want to give a big shout out as well to the MG Car Club of Victoria while we're down here with these MGs for putting on this event here and running it for us here at Sandown. Really appreciate it. Can't thank them enough. Next up, we're going to be looking forward to seeing the Tin Top Thunder sports sedans and sports cars on a combined grid. You are not going to want to miss it. Don't go anywhere.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
I tell you what, if you've got a penchant for horsepower or you've been waiting for it all day long, this is where it's about to all bust loose. I hope it doesn't bust loose, but I hope it gets pretty jiggy with it. That is for sure. We've got a mixture of sports sedans and sports cars on track at the moment. And, well, in the booth, we've got someone that loves a sports sedan and someone that loves sports cars. So I'm Darren Smith, and welcome to the Sports Car Lover. Emma Dean, welcome. This should be a bit of fun, shouldn't it?
Yeah, I'm really excited about this, Darren, and for apologies for anyone watching the commentary. If I go quiet, it's probably because I've jumped to the back of the commentary booth in absolute excitement, anticipation, and a bit of anxiety. This combined category, we've got Cadell Ambrose, Daniel Quimby, and Kamal Murad, who all came up together karting. So, and they've all been super competitive this weekend, and their times are very quick.
And they're all lined up behind each other as well. So this is the rolling start. It's going to happen pretty quickly. Cadell Ambrose on pole and in debut in the brand new John Corley Audi sports sedan. Dean Cam right alongside him. Multiple championships in sports sedans. Daniel Quimby, remember the name, the first of the sports cars. Jim Policina, a long-time racer out of New South Wales. Kamal Murad also out of New South Wales in the 77 Porsche. Cameron Rees in a Porsche. This is like the GT sports sedan days of the early 80s, where we saw Alan Jones competing against Peter Brock and the Monza and that sort of thing, throwing them all together. Tim Wolfe, Stephen Sluger in there as well. And we've got Andy Brown, Tim Wolfe, he's in the brand new number 66 car. They're all lined up, and we're just getting information that there's going to be another roll around here as well. So the field looks good, set to go. So let's hope that they can keep this magic formation, and we will work our way more leisurely through how they'll line up. So Tim Wolfe in the number 66. This is a magic-looking car, the sports car, and really looking forward to seeing how Tim goes in that car. Just trying to pick him out on screen there. He's sort of hiding behind someone. I can't quite... Oh, there he is. The orange Porsche with the 4 LED headlights. And that's sitting out there as well. So keep an eye out if you're a Porsche fan. That's the newest iteration of the race cars that we have got here on track this weekend. And should be good to watch Tim go about it. Back to Greg Lynch. He's in the Commodore, and a guy that races in both sports sedans and Vic V8s. There he is there in the Tribute HRT livery. You can't miss that one. If you're around touring cars in Australia in the late 90s, you'll know exactly where that one has come from. Andy Brown right alongside him and the Camaro. Can't see Andy on track there, so maybe Andy's not joining us there. Brett Dickey, they had a warm-up issue, hot off the press. They had a fuel leak that they found, so they have been feverishly working just to get this car on the grid. Andrew Smith in the Porsche, Andy Tudor in the Andy Tudor in the Audi R8, the pit lane clothing entry. He is in position number 14. John Ippolito, who yesterday had a massive start in the sports sedans. Benny McLeod in the number 72 back there in 16th. Matt Sims in the BMW sports sedan back to Joseph Carmody. And we've got what says Darren Hossack. There is no Darren Hossack. He is not playing any further part. Aidan Munger, I don't think, is either there as well. Rob Love is definitely there in the number 27 AMG. I'm looking for my co-commentator for a bit of feedback. Yes, there it is. And coming around, Rand McGlurkin in the mix there. We've got Tegan Collins, Darden Brown, and then we have got the second of the Mercs at the back of the field there. So we are all set for start. The safety car has accelerated away. Have a look at Dean Cam. Is he sending a message to the young bloke next to him? He raced his dad. How would you feel? You're out there on the front row of the grid in a combined sports sedans and GT field. If you liked it in the early 80s, give it a big like today. Thumbs up. They are line astern with each other. And away we go. And this is going to be immense as we head down into turn one. Cam up through the gears, just belting it down there in the Corvette. And he is out wide. He's going to run the run down to turn number 2. Cadell Ambrose goes side by side with him. It'll be Cam though. He's got the inside running at 2. Up the inside goes Quimby on Cadell as well. And he deals with Jim Policina at the moment. But it's not Quimby. In fact, that's Kamal Mrad in the 77. He goes around the 66. Are we doing this by 10s, are we? So it's a 66 over a 77. As they go up the straight. So a Porsche against a Corvette. Gee, have a look at this. Is this the 24 Hours of Daytona? Corvette, Porsche, Audi, a mix of classes. The Commodore, an Aussie-built car in the mix there in 4th place. Dean Cam just not able to get the Goodyears to respond. The Michelin's responding on all the Porsches at the moment. And it's a bit of a coming together with Policina and Quimby down there. A little bit of a nudge in the door. Boy, not far enough up the side there to get that through. So that is the first salvo Porsche into the door of the Commodore. Tim Wolf, he doesn't want to get any scratches on this car this weekend. Just get used to driving it, and looks like he's really enjoying himself.
Sorry, Darren, I've been quiet that whole time, not because you were talking. It was too exciting. I couldn't get a word out.
Brett Dickey now, he looks up the inside of Greg Lynch and he wants to mix it up with these GT guys. Brett's got a bit of a history of driver training with Ferrari owners, so he knows what this is all about, trying to get round on the Commodore there. He's going to swing it wide. They're going to go side by side. You can't do that into the next one. Brett knew that. He lined it up nicely for Bollard's direct. John Ippolito in the 97 storms through on Greg Lynch as well. And we have got a race alive and well here at the moment. Dean Cam leading the way. Well, he was leading the way, and then Kamal Amrad in the 77 said, no way, 66, I've got you. We're going to play this game all race long, are we? So, the number 3 of Cadell Ambrose, second generation racer, young man, 17, a young man just up in front in the 77, and an experienced race winner, championship winner in between them. What this guy knows about winning races and championships, both these kids around him really need to stand up and take notice.
Oh, look, this is a great field, and I was talking to Kamal and Daniel out the back of the pits a little earlier, and they looked a little bit disappointed, and they've been winning and placing really well all weekend in great times, but they didn't have competition around them. They didn't have people breathing down their neck, and this is when these guys come alive. They're like thoroughbreds that need blinkers on. This is when these guys really start to have the elbows out and fight for position. It's fantastic to watch.
I'll tell you what, though, this wily veteran's not taking any of it, is he? Dean Cam for 5-star fencing. You want a fence built, make sure it's Dino. He'll get it done quickly for you. Have a look at this. Up the back straight here, climbing up the hill. It's ease for a Porsche and a Chevrolet-powered Audi and a Chevrolet-powered Chevrolet. So, Ambrose storms through into position number 2. And these guys, even the sports cars that don't normally get ripple strips, are starting to grab ripple strips here. The sports sedans are doing it. And we see the number 3 now chasing after Kamal Amrad. He's got Quimby behind him. These guys knew each other for the short circuit version of kart racing for some time. And now they're doing it, and they're pushing their careers up to the big time.
I don't know about living with the front 3, Darren, slamming doors everywhere.
This is good. This is good mix right back down through the field. The mid-pack cars are really starting to find their way. Steve Sluger with Greg Lynch. These two will have a good race, and what a different iteration on what we're doing. And although these guys were probably a little bit pensive about this, I would say that we're now 3 laps into it. They're really starting to enjoy it. Everybody's found their level, and we're really starting to get part of it. Steve Sluger has been coming on, in fact, very similar trajectory to the guy in front of him, Greg Lynch. They've started to find their feet in their categories and really starting to thread. Greg Lynch has won a race, and Steve Sluger also. So they want it. They're hungry for it. They want more of it. The car up the road, the black Commodore there, that's a floor pan sports sedan car, like won the floor pan championship last year. And here's something really interesting, a sports sedan right alongside a sports car. And then we've got the GT4 in behind there. So Ben McLeod, he's racing it with a Porsche. And I bet you when they built that car, they weren't thinking about running up against GT sports cars alongside.
Absolutely not. But these guys, the brake markers are different. The lines are different, but their times aren't that different. So it's a really interesting exercise for these guys to be doing to put these classes together. You've got the GT cars alongside these sports sedans, and the way they have to race and handle the car is completely different, but they're going toe-to-toe. Look at that. Oh, when do you ever see this?
Stephen Sluger draws right alongside Greg Lynch, the dentist from the northern suburbs. There goes Tegan Collins. Here comes Adrian Reed. Should have been on board his Leyland Mini, but he's commandeered the wife's car and the Advanced Car Carriers Victorian Sports Sedan Championship in the lead now. It is now the Advanced Car Carriers driver, and that happens to be Cadell Ambrose. Takes the lead. Car number 3 on lap number 4 takes the lead. Cadell Ambrose has done the fastest lap of the race, and his fastest lap in this car. Don't forget, this car has done a handful of laps shaking it down. It is brand new. Absolutely brand new. This guy is 17 years of age, and he is absolutely driving magnificently. The onboard footage that has been posted on Facebook, you would expect the driving from a 30-year veteran of a 800, 750, 800 horsepower sports sedan. Interestingly enough, though, Kamal Mrad has said, yep, righto, Cadell, I know exactly who you are. I'm going with you on this.
Kamal just needs a bunny to chase and he'll be on it, but Cadell, that driving is just clinical.
Absolutely clinical. And what is interesting about him is his dad was, Ben McLeod. He's got it spinning. Let's not bog it down because that's going to definitely bring a safety car out. And I'll tell you what, it's a good ad for the Phillip Island Cottages too. If you're ever looking for accommodation down the island, check it out, Phillip Island Cottages. As I was just about to say, his dad, Rowan, used to be the guy that needed a carrot dangled in front of him. I think Cadell likes to be the one out in front in fresh air and setting the pace. So interesting stuff. He's won 3 from 3 in the XLs. And a very cool head down the inside this time. Quimby goes on the Corvette. Porsche, famous brakes down at Dandenong Road. And Decan just opens the corner up and said, yep, I can't fight on with that. Safety car comes out.
Yeah, this is insane. This is insane. Cadell has done a 1:09 on lap 5. He's just getting faster and faster.
I think that Daniel Quimby went through on the yellows there at the safety car out. So he has redressed. That's not in the rule book. That's a supercar rule that has come out. There's Ben McLeod going in. That's why we've got the safety car out, and the 72 parked up there. Thanks for the coffees, mate. It's been fantastic. Just anyone knows, it's not an in-joke. He shouted the whole media team coffees today. So good on you, Ben. We'll look forward to seeing you at round 2.
I didn't get mine yet. Does that mean they're off?
It's because you have baby chinos. So there it is. The safety car picks up Cadell Ambrose. He gets a bit of a breather. And I tell you what, he's probably going to need it because the temperature inside that car, yesterday I think it was, when it was about 16 degrees ambient, was getting up to 70 degrees. They had heat tabs on the roll cage right next to his head. And his literally his left leg from his ankle to his hip is sitting millimetres from the extractors. There's a nice piece of carbon fibre between him and them, but certainly it gets hot.
Well, for the folks at home and the uninitiated, he's also got 100% pure wool thermals on and a race suit and a balaclava and a helmet, gloves and boots. So that's 77, take it up about 7 or 8 degrees.
Yeah, so that is something that people don't quite, those that are in the know around motorsport understand the cabin temperatures and the fitness you have to endure. That is why race drivers train so hard so that they can be at the front of the field. You've got to endure these intense conditions, and sometimes you've got to do it for a stint that lasts 2 hours around Mount Panorama. So these are very, very tricky conditions. Same thing for Brett Dickie. He's got that turbocharged car, and that sees immense temperatures in the cabin there as well. So the field just trickling through there. Dean Cam keeping it nice and under control. We just watch the whole field come down. Let's have a look at the order there, Em.
Yeah, Cadell is still in the lead by 1.8 seconds to Kamal Emrad. We've got Dean Cam, Daniel Quimby, Tim Wolfe in 5th. That's not a bad effort, actually. Cam Rees, Brett Dickie, Ippolito, Sluger, Lynch, Tudor, Sims in 12th. Policina, is it?
Yep.
In 14th. Love, McClurkin, Love, Carmody, Monga, Collins, and what's the last one? Sorry about that, guys.
So Ben McLeod, so it's Collins, Adrian Reed, Darden Brown, and Ben McLeod. Ben parked up in the sand, so hopefully he gets a snatch and strap out of there and he can hit power and drive away, probably bring a fair bit of the sand trap with him. Still plenty to go here today. 4 races after this one. Formula V's will be next on track, so we've got a couple of open wheeler categories. Great to watch the V's and Formula 4s. Well worth staying here at the track. Indeed, well worth coming here to the track to see those categories. Improved production, which put on the race of the century yesterday. It was absolutely intense. Great viewing. Check that out on YouTube during the week. Have that going on in the background whilst you, whatever you're doing during the day or night. The Porsche 944 Challenge will round out our racing here for this weekend. You are watching the Advanced Car Carrier Sports Sedans and the Callis Kenny Intellex sports cars out on track, and we have got the Suter team that are looking after the AMG GT4s out on track at the moment.
Yeah, Zach Suter's running a really decent outfit down there for the guys at Team Suter. I was having a chat to him before. Lovely guys, lovely team down there, really professional outfit. Robin Bailey, it's their first time dealing with Team Suter, so good luck for the GT4 this year, guys.
Yeah, certainly. I saw the Tough Lift transporter and sort of thought, wow, that's a TCR team. What are they doing here? But clearly also an engineering prep company, so why not? You've got to do what you got to do. Let's get this field bunched right back up again, ready for a restart.
And there are my guys that are Cup Car Engineering, Andy Hall, Stewie, Racy. See you guys down there.
Racy's just looking out. He's going, where am I? Am I at Highlands, Mount Panorama? What am I doing here? Oh, it's a Sandown. Oh, I get to sleep in my own bed tonight. This is good. I'm only 10 minutes from home. So Racy JC, and on the odd weekend, straps on the driving suit and helmet and races his Honda as well, and does a good job of it. He'll be watching on, in fact, he'll be watching on in Two Hearts. He loves a sports sedan, but he certainly loves a sports car as well. It looks like we've run out of time, and there is the checkered flag under safety car. Well, what that does is that gives John Gourlay on debut with this Audi and this young man on board, Cadell Ambrose, 3 from 3 in XLs, now 2 from 3 in sports sedans. You cannot really ask for a better debut of a brand new bespoke car. You don't buy this car off the shelf. It is made in a shed in Oakley by John Gourlay and his crew. Cadell Ambrose has just driven it to a race win, albeit under safety car. Kamal Amrad, what a great weekend. Before this weekend, hadn't heard of him. He's made a pretty good stamp on my mind over this weekend.
Oh, absolutely. Gun of a kid, and it's not the way that these guys would have wanted to end. I can tell they're all chomping at the bit. Kamal, Dean Cam, Daniel Quimby, it would not be what they wanted to end under a safety car because those guys were ready to hunt. So, yeah, it's a bit of a shame, but hey, still take the place. Good coming in a second.
Absolutely. So this has finished nicely for these crews. And let's have a look at it. Cadell Ambrose takes the win over Kamal Amrad, Dean Camp, Dan Quimby, So Quimby, Mrad takes the sports cars from Quimby and Wolf. How good's that? Tim Wolf into P3 in the sports cars. Ambrose to Cam to Brett Dickey. So Brett Dickey on the podium there. I've got to run and get down to pit lane to do these post-race interviews. Thanks, Em. Been great calling sports cars and sports sedans with you. I reckon
Darren.
you're a bit of a convert to sports sedans though, hey?
Maybe. I like that category. I like the combined category. It's great.
It is good, isn't it? We got plenty more racing coming your way. In fact, up next is the Formula V's and Formula Fords. We'll be back in just a moment down in pit lane. Sports sedans combined with sports cars have come into pit lane here. We've just got Sheng from John Gourlay's just opening up the car door for Cadell Ambrose. Let's have a quick yak. He's scrambling out of the car. It's boiling hot in there. Just give him a bit of room to get out there. He's just run 3 races from the XLs and he's just won John Gourlay, the second race for the weekend. Cadell, what a ripping weekend. What a ripping debut for the Audi, as he's just ripping out communications. Well done, young fella.
Thank you. Again, it was an awesome race, and massive thanks to John and his team for the opportunity and everything else with this car. It's an awesome car. It's proven itself well so far, so yeah.
Onto the national scene, I guess?
Yeah, that's the plan. Yeah.
Terrific stuff. Cadell taking 3 wins from 3 in the XLs and 2 in the sports sedan. What a great weekend for this young fella. The young fellas are reigning supreme here this weekend. We've lost a Porsche, but we've got the 3rd place sports sedan here, Brett Dickey, who is warming up the passport. But I tell you what, mate, you have just come home 3rd in the sports sedans. A fuel leak moments before going to the marshalling area, but hey, 3rd place in sports sedans.
Yeah, it's not bad when you consider that a week ago we weren't doing this round. So, yeah, the guys definitely had their work cut out from this weekend with, like you said, a fuel leak just before it and changed the diff overnight and repaired damage. So, yeah, it's a good result to finish up on. And, yeah, definitely got to say hello to everyone in California watching as well.
So you are going to be racing the Project Imports car at the Pikes Peak race. What's ahead of you now in the next few weeks?
Yeah, so I head over to the US in 5 weeks to do some testing at an amazing place of Circuit of the Americas, and what better place to do a shakedown. So yeah, looking forward to what 2025 has in store for me. But yeah, definitely a few more announcements coming later in the year as well.
But for now, the Bollards Direct Honda, it came home in P3. We've lost our Porsche, guys. Back to you in the commentary booth.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Well, sports sedans and sports cars exit stage right and enter stage left. It is the Formula V's who are out there on the circuit now. There's 18 of them that have made the grid for the final race of the weekend. They're down at turn number 6. We thank very, very much Australian VW Performance Centre for looking after the Formula V's this year, season 2025. It's off to a ripping start. There's been some great battles for the first 2 race wins. They've both gone the way of Andre Curran, so he'll start off of pole, but right behind him, 3 gentlemen who are looking very, very racy, along with the number 32, Ash Whittington, Brock Hamilton and Rocco Spinley. Any one of those 4 could have won the first 2 races, and it looks like it might be set to go the same way again, that those 4 do battle for the last race of the day. Steve DeVries and Tom Reed bringing you this one. The circuit, Tom, it's in full sunshine.
Incredible, Steve. Can't believe it.
I can't believe it. We started the weekend. We had a very, very wet and soggy qualifying that sort of turned a little bit dry toward the end of it. We've had sprinkles of rain throughout. This is the first period of the entire weekend where we've had the sun absolutely beaming through the clouds above, and getting ready to shine on the Formula V's as they take their turn on centre stage to put on a great exhibition of driving. Just saw a shot there of Ash Clifford at the back of the field. He's got a borrowed nose on the front of that car from the Andre Curran stable, and they've worked wonders down there in the Silver Fox garage over the last couple of hours to get that car turned around from its wheel rim failure up at turn 6 at the earlier race this morning, and great to see that he's back out there. So we've got 18 starters. There they all are, Curran and Whittington on the front row with Hamilton and Spinley behind, and then Nick Jones and Malachi Windsor. Let's get this show on the road. Here we go for the final race of the weekend for Formula V. Keep an eye out for Clifford as he tries to make his way through the field. He's already picked a couple of spots up already, and at the front of the field, it is side by side between the number 1, the reigning State Series champion in Ash Whittington, and Andre Curran in the number 32. Curran, for the 3rd time in as many races, he concedes the first spot on the road to the number 1, and they head into the opening sequence of corners.
Even start from the front couple of rows. You see Whittington leading the pair. And then this will again be a drafting game between Formula V, as we've seen in the first 2 races of the weekend. Of course, the last race sort of means a bit more. You want to end the weekend on a high going into round 2 at Calder.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll see what the front 2 can do as they're side by side already up the back straight. I reckon the yellow car there of Curran has already got the position, and he has, so they're just going to tuck into the conga line and eyes forward.
Well, it's very surprising early that a lot of these passing moves are actually happening about halfway up the back straight. They're being consolidated sort of halfway up the back straight, well and truly before they get to turn number 6. In a lot of years gone past, you would have seen that it takes a lot more time for the slipstream to take effect as you head up the hill, and it's by the time you sort of get to about 200 metres out from turn 6, you're really side by side, and then you can command and hold your position. So interesting just to see how early some of those passes are getting done. So Whittington now right onto the back of the number 32, and they head down to complete the first lap. There's been an engine change for car number 1 as well in between the earlier race this morning and this afternoon. They just didn't feel like they had enough top end in that car that they really couldn't challenge up the back straight. So when Curran was able to pull that margin that we saw in the second race earlier this morning, and he had, that nearly 1 second advantage, the car behind in the Oasis building entry just didn't have enough to sort of keep up with it. So it's why that margin sort of stagnated and stayed the way that it was.
As well as a fresh engine, it could also be a psychological thing to help car 1 here. He knows that he's got a better power unit underneath him, so that means he's going to be pushing extra hard here to go past the 32 car. It's broken out into a 3-horse race here. The car in 4th place, that is Rocco Spinley, is just sort of dropped off with I think that's Nick Jones in the blue car. So it's turned into a 3-horse race at the front.
Well, we did see this in the beginning of the second race as well, where there was a 3-car battle out in front. In fact, it was Brock Hamilton who had missed out on leading that, being in that group of 3, and then he eventually worked his way back into contention as the leaders. They did try and start to work together, but eventually it got a little bit too much, and Brock was able to erase that margin and get himself back into that 3-car battle and make it a 4-car fight. Now, the question will be whether or not Spinley can do the same here or not. He's still within reasonable striking distance of the rear of the Silver Fox number 11, so he will get a little bit of help with the draft assistance up and down the front straight and the back straight, but you don't want to lose touch with the field too early. You want to make sure you're still within that sort of 1 second window so you can get the benefit of it. Otherwise, you drop out of that 1 second window, it starts to get a bit difficult. Then you're relying on your skill and having to push the limits at a couple of corners to make up the deficit.
And that's where mistakes happen.
Correct.
So the 82, he's got to keep his eyes forwards here and get onto this battle at the front. The more these guys at the front battle, the more it allows the other guys behind, as we see the lead change between the 1 and the 32. So these guys, like the first race and the second race, change the lead pretty much every lap. And Brock Hamilton, again, is he's keeping close eye on the guys up ahead. Hopefully this race he can have a bit more of a challenge. One thing I did notice was Ashley Clifford has moved up to P10. So from a rear grid start, that car is on the move.
And I think he's actually not too far off the next group of cars coming round turn 5
he
now.
is.
Actually, he's right on the tail there. I think that's of Shane Purvis.
How good's that yellow nose cone? We can see him charging through.
Well, it's very obvious now, isn't it? So, yeah, he's tacked onto the back of the second group on the screen here. So that's Purvis, Kelly, and Darren Power. So he's making his way through. This is a very nice drive so far from Clifford. He's picked up 7 spots so far after starting in 18th. The only car that didn't start this race was Matthew Basso, the number 74 out of the Acura stable. That was the car we saw very late in the race just go off on the final lap. Clouded that curb, that really nasty curb at turn 8, and that fed him into the fence at Dandenong Road. He was actually a late call-up for Jeffrey Phillips, who was meant to be in that car, but unfortunately became unwell with about 2 days to go. And Thursday night he jumped into that car. And then the other driver that was meant to have started this weekend out of the Sabre Racing stable was Zach Barton. His car was actually down in the garages, all set and ready to go, and he ended up in hospital, unfortunately, and had his appendix out. So they had to withdraw his entry at the very, very last minute. So it's a bit sad they didn't get 3 of the cars out of the stable for the Sabre Racing cars return to racing after 12 months away. But hopefully we'll see Zach at the next round at Calder Park.
Similar thing happened to Formula One driver Carlos Sainz before the Saudi Arabia Grand Prix last year.
Absolutely.
But the 17 on the back of the 44 there, the 44 being driven by Darren Power, that is a Acura Motorsport machine. So let's see if the 17 of Ashley Clifford, who is on a charge,
he's
get past. But here we go up the front, side by side down the back straight, the 1 going past the 32. So another lead change here, and Brock Hamilton still can't quite get past these guys ahead, but it has allowed the 82 there, I've noticed, of Rocco Spinley to close up, and now it is a four-horse race to the end.
That's absolutely right. Spinley actually has the fastest lap of the race. He set it on the previous tour, 1 minute 28.21, so just fractionally quicker than these two in front, but I dare say he is definitely going to set a decent lap compared to these 3 ahead, because he is right there. So, well, we called it a little bit earlier whether or not he was going to be able to make up the ground to get back into this fight and make it a 4-car battle, and he has done exactly that. So we are 4 cars strong. Any 4 of these 4 could have won the opening 2 races. It was very, very close run affair. The first race, it was just 7 tenths that separated the top 4 at the end of it. The second race was about 1.8 seconds, so still fairly close for racing here at Sandown in Formula V.
Look behind.
And look behind, yeah. There's Spinley having a bit of a look at Brock Hamilton there. He left him a little bit of room. That's compromised the both of them, though. So now they've lost a little bit of ground to Quiddington and Curran. That's the risk you have to think about taking, and it's probably a little bit too early to start really trying to threaten in that scenario, because if you've gone for a pass there at turn number 2, it's one of the slowest points on the circuit. So if you have to leave space for another competitor, you have to leave space for each other. You inevitably compromise each other, and then you're just losing ground over the people that you're chasing. So they've got to be a bit careful.
Surprising to me how much the guys behind are fighting, because it's almost going to let these 2 at the front get away, as there was another lead change up the back straight. It only just got done this time, so you've been talking about how it's been happening halfway up the back straight. Well, this one happened right up into the braking zone, so the 32 there was able to jump on the brakes just that little bit later, get past the 1 of Ashley Quiddington.
That's a commitment issue, I guess, as well. You know, if you want to go super late into the braking zone, you've got to have the confidence in the car to really go that late, and being on the right-hand side of the circuit, being able to trust the other competitor you're against to swing in and make sure you don't cut their nose off, that they actually are going to withdraw from the move.
But also 7 minutes to go. They don't need to try anything too rash here.
That's right.
So they can keep their noses clean. They'll see the last lap board on one of these laps. We've still got 7 minutes to go, so it's obviously a long way away, but then they can fully think about where they're going to make their move.
Well, behind them, Nick Jones is running all on his own, some in 5th place. The blue nose on the Acura Stinger. He's quite comfortable where he is. Malachi wins a handful of seconds behind him. Then comes Clifford, who's managed to get past Power, Kelly and Shane Purvis. There we go, big smiles down in the Trico trade alley, I think is what we're calling it down there in the pits. Great to have them aboard as always. Been on board for the last couple of rounds of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. We're grateful to have them on board again for the opening couple of rounds of this season. So behind these 4 that are on screen, there's Jones, and then followed by Windsor, and then Clifford leading the next group of 3 to 4 cars who all set personal bests on the previous tour.
Just watching the braking zone there, Brock Hamilton's car under brakes. I don't think that corner is quite bumpy in the braking zone, but it is shuddering a lot. So we'll watch it again into this corner. Not too much there, but perhaps into turn 1. Have another look at the blue car in 3rd position.
Just watching the front sort of nose of the car jump a little bit.
That's
no.
17.
Yeah, wow. Clifford, he's had such a great great run, and he's then come a little bit unstuck. Now, where's that? That's a Dandenong Road.
Yeah.
So he's maybe caught the inside curb there and had a spin.
So watching these 3 into the braking zone, didn't really happen at that time but every other time I've sort of seen the behaviour of the front 3 cars. It's quite a lot of vibration as we're going to go side by side into turn 2. Wow, this is tight racing. We're lucky that the 17 of Ashley Clifford got going, because this green flag racing is brilliant, as we see the 93 there and the 6, Shane Purvis just behind. That is Grant Kelly in the in sort of a Daytona game livery there.
It is the ex-Dylan Thomas Stinger, and Steve Butcher, who's watching on, I've just had to exchange some text messages with him. He'll be very, very familiar with that car. It's one of the ones that he's built over the years. So Dylan Thomas campaigned that for many, many years, and Grant's taken that one on. He's actually no stranger, as we said, to, that's a very tight there. He's no stranger to Formula V racing. He's raced the historic Vs for many years. There's that shuddering you were just talking about. Yeah, that's getting quite violent there, isn't it? I'm not sure if that's maybe a bit of a brake shutter. Maybe there's a pad that's grabbing, or so maybe slightly misaligned or something. But under heavy braking, that'd be quite unsettling. It's actually visible there. It's more visible on Hamilton's car than any of the others. So that's a little bit concerning. If I was in the cockpit of that car, I'd be very concerned.
Oh, because it upsets his braking rhythm into the corner, and can lead to a locked brake.
And you have to compensate earlier as well. If you know that the car's behaving that way, let's say you're braking at the 100-metre board before a corner, you've got to back your braking marker off a little bit, because you don't know how the car's going to react. I mean, he's pushing the limits here. He's looking for a move around the outside at turn number 1. He's got it done. And Kieran had to concede not only first, but he had to concede second as well.
Whatever's going on here with the 11 car, it's clearly working for him, because he's hit the lead for the first time this weekend. So Brock's done a great job this race. He started off at position 3, so he's gone forward 2 spots, and now he's gonna be the leader of this conga line.
Yeah, he's going to be the high man on the totem pole, at least for the next couple of 100 metres or so. He's got a reasonable margin at the moment. It's not insurmountable heading up the back straight this time around, but we'll wait to see what happens. We've got Mick Fisher here up, being pursued by Phil Gardner. So the Builders Crane Hire, number 33, Jace up, being pursued by the BC Formula V in the number 73, Phil Gardner, having to start off the rear of the first race of the weekend after needing the falling a bit foul of the scrutineering rules with his helmet was actually out of date, and I guess it's one of the things that a few sort of drivers have fallen foul of over the last couple of rounds, is that some of the helmets and some of the gear that had been around for more than 10 years. A few drivers needed to go and replace them, because the Motorsport Australia said, nope, there are some rules and regulations that need to be followed, and they've been rightfully enforced.
Which is fair enough, but we look back at the lead. I was watching them over the top of the hill as we still look at the 73 of Gardner here and the 33 there in the Ayrton Senna helmet. I've noticed that driving down the paddock. That's a cool touch. Back to the lead here. The 11 has conceded. He's gone back 2 positions here. So the 32 of Andre Kieran has hit the front. In the background, there are some menacing rain clouds, but still the Sandown circuit is under sunshine.
I think they'll stay away for the moment, and we hope the clouds stay away, not only for the remainder of this race, but for the next round we've got coming up at Calder Park as well. It's a national round for the Australian series for Formula V, so we're expecting a really big turnout of some really fast cars from all over the country. Even the guys from WA, they travel very, very well, and they travel together. There's usually 3 or 4 or 5 cars that come across from the western side of the country, so it could be a capacity grid for Formula V's Australian Series return to Calder Park. What an effort that's going to be to see them. That'll be absolutely outstanding.
Did you say that's at the next state
That's
series?
the next state round that we have, round 2 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. March 28 to 30 at Calder Park will be officially the opening round of the Australian Formula V Series.
Where are we going to fit them all?
That's what I was worried about. Where are we going to fit them all? But no, it'll definitely happen. I can guarantee that much. It is going to happen. It'll be great. Get out there to Calder Park and support not only Formula V but also the rest of the grassroots motorsport categories that are on the bill here this weekend. They will be out there as well as we're ticking through the final minutes of this last race in Formula V. And Darren Power is coming under siege here because Shane Purvis has managed to get back past Grant Kelly, who's making a really good fist of this here. He's really acclimatised himself well to that Stinger, and he's giving Purvis the real hurry up exiting the final couple of corners. We're now back to the head of the field. I'd say there's probably 2 more laps at least to go here. And Quiddington has gone to the head of that field, and look, almost 3 wide coming down the front straight. So Kelly manages to get a hold of this battle. That gets him back up to 8th, and Power has lost out and has actually dropped back to 8th or 9th there because Kelly's gone through to 7th. Just looking at the timing screens there. And Cam Bell's found himself back inside the top 10, unfortunately, with the unfortunate demise of Ash Clifford. But I can just see on the timing screen there that 10th, 11th and 12th are right royally close together, so wouldn't be surprised to see those positions change hands over the next couple of laps or so. We're getting the word that it'll be last lap around next time by. So Kieran at the head of the field. You don't want to be there typically because that's where the overhauling usually happens. I think he'll be hoping to see the number 1 at Quiddington go past and then maybe be able to repass him back up the back straight, which is what we saw happen yesterday afternoon for the first race. There it is, officially holding it out on the left-hand side there. Last lap, here we go.
So final time by the stripe for these guys. Next time by, they will greet the checkered flag. The front 2 here have been battling all weekend long. Now this is deep into race 3. Shuddering on the brakes again, the number 1 just behind the 32 there of Andre Curran. He's going to cover up the run to turn 2. Not sure if he needs to do that. He just needs to focus about his run up the back straight here. And now this is where the games happen. So the 32 is going to have to get a mega run out of the chicane.
He hasn't got it.
No, he's going to get gold up.
This is going to be a real dogfight up to turn number 6 here. You've got Curran under siege from Quiddington. Quiddington's under siege from Hamilton, and Spinley's waiting there to pick up the pieces if anything goes wrong. Let's see how it all pans out. So Curran protects the inside up the hill. Quiddington in the middle and Hamilton right around the outside. I think Hamilton maybe's got his nose in front. So Spinley's going to get up the inside of all of them. He's going to go the lead of this one at turn 6. What a ballsy move that was. Bided his time, waited for the perfect moment, and he protects the inside. Smart driving. Protects the defensive line down into Dandenong Road corner. He's got to hold him off for 2 more corners, and he'll get a win in Formula V if he can do it. We've already had 1 driver take their first win this weekend. Are we going to get another one? Curran's try and hang it round the outside, but he's not in position. He can't get underneath the 82 at the final corner. Spinley might do this. This is going to be super tight at the finish line. Here comes the 32 of Curran. What does the timing tree say?
It was the 82.
It says the 82 of Spinley by 0.05 of a second. What a great move. Up the back chute into turn number 6. Fully committed. What a job, young man. Well done.
What a ballsy move by Rocco Spinley. Although
Fantastic.
the number 1 there of Quiddington would be kicking himself. He was in prime position to tow past your race leader and just he got gobbled up at the back straight.
What a great job that was by Rocco Spinley. So overall, the round results say that Andre Curran will be adjudged the round winner with 98 points, ahead of Quiddington on 88, Hamilton on 84, and Spinley on 83. But what a great finish that was. Well done. 2 debut victories in Formula V this weekend, going to Andre Curran and to Rocco Spinley. The Acura Motorsport stable will be ecstatic with that one.
That was awesome racing between those guys. The battle between the 73 and the 33 rounded up, and we're going to get a replay for this mega move up the back straight. So watch the 82 of Rocco Spinley. We just didn't quite catch the full move there, but he got it done. He passed 4 cars into turn 6, and that was a mega move. The one there almost sending it up the inside of Andre Curran. So that was an incredible move to see up the back straight. As we see the 25 there of Corey Horter crossing the line, he will round out this field in position number 18. Matt Dunlop, what a race that was.
I only just caught the back end of that, having walked around the pit paddock, but oh my goodness, Rocco Spinley, you superstar. That was a fantastic bit of driving across the back there. I cannot wait to hear the thoughts from those top 3 drivers themselves. Rocco, Andre and Brock will be down in the pit lane soon, and Stephen DeVries has departed the commentary box. He'll be down there with the microphone to get the first-hand account. But in the meantime, let's just take another look at that move one more time, just for old time's sake here. I say old time's, it only happened about 1 minute ago, as we're waiting for the last of the Formula V cars to circulate around. Here we go. So, Spinley's nowhere. 4th. Behind these 3, they go nearly 4 wide across the top of the hill. This is bonkers. Absolutely mental. The thing's jittering and it's bouncing a little bit as it goes over the crest there, and a little bit of a puff of blue smoke on the run through. That is fantastic. What a spectacle that was.
That's what Formula V racing is all about. And up next will be Formula Ford. Hopefully we can see something similar to that.
Really looking forward to seeing what the Formula Ford crew can do in the second of the open wheeler races of this section coming up very, very shortly. They're always known to put on a show here at Sandown, and any track they visit around Australia. I love that category so much, and I can't wait to call it alongside you, Tom, later on. And I hope we've all been enjoying the broadcast so far, presented by Blendline TV for the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. It's been great to have your company so far. Don't go anywhere yet, though, because we still have plenty of racing still to come on the other side of the interviews in a short break. As I mentioned, Formula Ford will be up next. Then Improved Production will be second last cab off the rank. And the Porsche 944 Challenge will round out today here. You will not want to miss a second of it. I can guarantee you that, folks. Formula Ford will be up next. Stay tuned, folks. We'll be down there shortly with the drivers as we wait for them to come into the lane. Tom, what have you been making so far? Because I gotta be honest, I wasn't here for a lot of the action. It sounded like, from me overhearing what I was seeing in the next room, just bonkers action all the way up and down in that Vee Race just then.
It was a 2-horse race at the start, then it became 3, then it became 4. So those front 4 were just battling all race long. It was an incredible race to see.
It certainly sounded like it was from what I was overhearing, and Formula Fords I'm so excited for as well. A little bit of wind here at the Sandown Motor Raceway, so a little bit of a tailwind going up the back straight, bit of a headwind going down the main straight. And now we've got Stephen DeVries downstairs in pit lane with the top 3 from Formula V, Race 3.
What a great 3 races we've had in Formula V over this weekend. 2 of those race victories, including a debut victory, have gone to Andre Curran, who finished second in that one. He's just getting his helmet off now, and we'll have a little chat with him about how his weekend's gone. Andre, great to get your first race win yesterday and another one this morning, but you had to settle for P2 in that one.
Well, yeah, that's unreal. These young kids are doing really, really well. Rocco and Brock have really done really well. Like, yeah, that was an unreal race. It was real close. That's what racing is about, you know? Yeah.
Fantastic. Well done on your 2 victories this weekend. Brock Hamilton finished in 3rd place in that one. Brock, it's been a bit of an interesting weekend for you. You bounced back from that accident at Winton a couple of 12 months ago, and to finish top 3 on a couple of occasions this weekend's been absolutely great.
Yeah, it was one hell of a weekend. The consistency out of the car was incredible, and the team were just amazing. They're on point every single round, like right up the front. It was one of the best weekends ever.
Full credit to Silver Fox Racing for everything they've done. That's been really great. You've been really taken under their wing this weekend and the last few rounds as well.
Yeah, they are just an incredible team. They have taught me so much, and literally in one weekend, I'm already faster than I've ever been around this track before. So yeah, full credit to those guys.
Well done, mate. Congratulations. Now, I can't see we've got Rocco Spinley here anywhere, but congrats to him as well for taking his first race victory here at Sandown, and we'll go back to the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Stephen DeVries down there in pit lane having a chat to those 2 drivers from the Formula V's. Great racing there to finish off. And now we have Formula Ford coming up for their 3rd outing so far of the weekend. My name is Matt Dunlop, and Tom Reed will be staying alongside in the comms box. Tom, you've been lucky enough to be soaking up all the Formula Ford action so far, and I'm just stepping in for the first time. It's been pretty chaotic from what I've seen so far. How's it been from your perspective?
The first 2 races have been awesome, although we've had a few safety cars, which has brought the racing to a premature end. But in the last race, Jared Hurst picked up his maiden victory in Duratec Formula Ford, and he only started racing last year. He pretty much raced at every state round last year. He's been learning. He's come from a motorcycle background, and he did an amazing job to pass Jamie Rowe there on the last lap, and he picked up his first victory.
Let's take a quick look through the grid. Great to see Jamie Rowe winning, and that means he'll be starting on pole position here. Jared. Jamie Rowe on, I've got second position here, so he'll be starting from P2 here. Jared Hurst starting out of pole position in the Duratec class, and then it'll be Seth Boycarts and Giuseppe Imbrogno on the second row in the numbers 24 and 5 respectively. Then Lachlan Evanet, who won yesterday and then dropped back to 5th in the second race, so he's got a bit of work to do to get up to the front in that number 88 machine after having an off-track excursion at turn 4, so he's got some work to do, but we know he's quick. Jack Johnson will be starting out of the number 14. This is his debut race weekend here at Sandown in a Formula Ford, and he's been doing pretty solid so far. And then Tabitha Ambrose out of 7th with Jack Panaccia and Bradley James marked up on the moment for that grid. Tom, walk us through the Kent class grid, because we've got a packed field here.
So real quick, we'll have Richard Davison and Andrew Torty off the front row, Craig Arnold, James Meaden, Dean Koutsamides, Gavin Dumas, Peter Fitzgerald, Malcolm Coleman, Adrian Wilkinson, Jason McGrath, and James Hagan will round off the field in his blue 86 Van Diemen. But we are set for a start here at Sandown for round 2. The final race for Formula Ford. The 5-second board is up. The revs are rising. The red light will go on. The front row of Jared Hurst and Jamie Rowe are set for a start. A long hold here, and away we go. An even start at the front row, but Jared Hursting bursts into wheel spin, so Jamie Rowe gets the jump, although it's not done yet. They are still side by side on the run down into turn 1. The Kent class was Richard Davison will take the lead of that, but looking at the front here, look down the far left-hand side, that's Tabitha Ambrose. She's trying to capitalise on this, but Jared Hurst doing a fantastic job. Will take the lead of the Formula Ford race, the last race here of the weekend.
Tell you what, that just goes to show you how much of a difference there is between the clean and dirty sides of the main straight there, because with all that wheel spin, the number 3 of Jared Hurst was still able to get the jump by the time they got to turn 1, even though Jamie Rowe did have a categorically cleaner start. So what that means is we've got a great scrap already on our hands between these front 2 cars, and indeed everyone else all the way up and down the field. All of these Duratec class cars have formed a train, and that is Lachlan Evanet fanning out. He's made his way up to 3rd. Great start from the number 88.
Yeah, beautiful start there from Lockie Evanet. He made an error in last race, and he ran off at turn 4. He was lucky not to find the fence. But Jared Hurst holds the lead. Lock up at the back, down the inside goes to 24 on Tabitha Ambrose in the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport 45. She's got Adam Macro crewing on that car, so he's doing a fantastic job for her. He's got her under his wing and teaching her everything about Formula Ford. Back to the lead. Here we go. It's Jared Hurst leading Jamie Rowe. Lockie Evanet, it's made a blinder. He's up to P3. Then we go to the 4th place car there. That is Jack Johnson. He spun under safety car actually in this morning's race. Back to the lead though. Around the outside goes Lockie Evanet, 2 for 1. What an amazing job by Lockie to take the lead, and he's going to put his eyes forward and hopefully run away with this race for his sake.
Jeez, he nearly made that look easy. He had so much pace around the outside in a turn 1. Fantastic move, and you can just see how much pace he was able to carry. That's why he was the winner in race 1. And he had a bit of work to do earlier this morning, but it is all paying off now. He's found himself back in the lead of this race for now. And it's a really nice train of cars they're all fanning through. They're all still pretty close. This one has still a long way to go, 12.5 minutes. Anything can really happen. Here's Jack Johnson trying to have a bit of a look in the inside in that almost translucent, I guess, that Formula number 14 car. It's almost like a Christmas beetle when you see it shining off the sun there coming up there. It's a great looking car. And just look at this bumper field of Kent class cars. It's brilliant. And we're seeing racing all the way up and down. That's side by side. That's the number 17 of Peter Fitzgerald having a look up the inside as they filter through. I reckon he's got that one done. He certainly has. Great move there from Peter.
The lead of the Kent class there. I think Andrew Torty might have overtaken Richard Davison, and yes, he has. So, looking at the points there, in the round on it says Richard with 42 points, Andrew Torty in 26. Andrew unfortunately got tangled up in an incident. I think it was in race 1 of yesterday afternoon, so he's done well to come from the back of the grid. This morning he drove all the way up to 2nd as there's a change here. Jared Hurst has gone from 1st back to 4th in the number of laps here, so Jack Johnson up to P3. The number 5 there of that is Giuseppe Imbrogno, so he is position number 5, I believe, up the back straight. Tabitha Ambrose routing out this Duratec field. Oh, here we go, another change for the lead. So Richard Davison most likely has towed past the Queenslander of Andrew Torty. These cars both powered by Ellery Motorsport engines up the back straight.
It's always great to see the Ellery Motorsport contingent here in every State Series round where they've got a bunch of Formula Fords out here, and now 2 of their competitors are going side by side. Richard Davison, the Evergreen Davison car, that one has been in action for so long. It's been a 30-year-old race car now. It's a 1995 car. Both of his sons raced it back in the day. Beautifully presented as always, and it's really, really planted here as Richard Davison is doing a fantastic job defending against Andrew Torty to keep him behind.
Yeah, it's great racing by these two. Hopefully they can keep it clean this time round. James Hagan rounding out the Kent class you just saw in his 85 Van Diemen. He will go to the Phillip Island Classic in March to contest that event. So will many of these guys. Actually, Richard's son, Alex, will race in his 89 Van Diemen. That car came from the UK. It was imported a few years ago. But back to the Duratec boys up the front. So the car 5 is about to take Jared Hurst. Don't interlock wheels, boys. That is incredibly close racing. Wow, it's still not done yet. This battle won't be solved all the way up until turn 6.
I swear, the spatial awareness. Paul Ziddy, great to see him down in the pit garage. He's looking on as his previous car, what you used to see you rolling around the number 6 Jill's Pretty Special car. That's now the 45 being campaigned by Tabitha Ambrose. Now, back at the front, side by side, Lachlan Everett sticking to the inside, just holds off from Jamie Rowe there, but Jamie Rowe, he's got fire in his veins. He's really, really going hard here. He wants to get up to the win, to first place of this race, and it's going to be a cracking battle all the way to the flag, I'm sure.
He is leading the round points, actually, on 92 points. So, taking a look at the screen here, Evanet and Jared Hurst are tied for the round points. They are equal second, as there's a lock-up the right front of Jared Hurst. Pinch to break there into the penultimate corner, so the 24 of Seth Burkhardt is able to get past. And here comes Tabitha Ambrose. She'll get a nice double toe on these two and hopefully set a move up into turn 1. But looking back, Lockie Evanet's lost a bit of ground and Jamie Rowe is well clear in front.
Yeah, it just goes to show how quickly the tides can turn all the way up and down. You can see a big puff of smoke there. Goodness me, those two were close. It's always baffling, they must have incredible spatial awareness of their cars as they go side by side. Seth Boykart's just looking left, right and centre, trying his best to get through here. Now, I don't want to put the mug or anything, but 23 years ago today, a gentleman by the name of Stephen Bradbury came from behind to win the gold medal in speed skating at Torino. Could we see any Bradbury-esque performances in this field? For the race win, if you look at that gap, it's hard to say because Jamie Rowe is just braining them right now. He's gone. Daylight between them.
He's put the head down, eyes forward, and he is gone. The battle between the 44 here of Zach Penachia and then the 5 there of Giuseppe and Rodno rages on. And this time by, it'll be about 8 minutes to go. So we could see roughly about a 10-lap race here or 11-lap race for the Formula Fords. And hopefully we go green all the way because we've been needing green flag running.
Fingers crossed. Great move there from Evanet, who just was under threat there from Jack Johnson but got back in front. So Evanet will hold on to second position, but he's losing pace. Almost hand over fist here, just trying his best to defend. He's got a snake all the way up and down the track, just trying to break that toe, as you can see, and that just means Jamie Rowe can clear the way up front. Now, back here, this is a battle raging on in the Kent class. I believe
Dean Kutsamides there.
So this will be the battle for 4th right now in class.
Yeah, so then there's the RF90 Van Diemen there of Craig Arnold. So this is a 4-way battle here. So we've got an older historic eligible car at the front of this and the back of this. A change for the Kent class lead again. Richard Davison late on the brakes down the inside. Beautiful move by Richard. So he was actually behind at the timing line, so he's been able to get that move done. So these two continue their battle on. 7 minutes to go. They keep picking each other off.
Tell you what, kudos to our crew down at Blendline TV for being so well at just keeping track of all these battles all the way up and down the field.
At this point.
Yeah, we genuinely need a picture-in-picture here to just keep tabs on everything happening, and it's awesome stuff. This is actually the battle for 3rd, apologies, not the battle for 4th, so there is a podium spot in class up for grabs for these 3 drivers here. Meanwhile, back in the battle for 2nd place in the Duratec class, the number 44 of Penachia has caught right up to this one and is almost trying to make it a 3-car train. You can see the whole field in shot there. Jack Johnson doing his darndest to break the toe there. Lachlan Evan has just swept right by. Just shows you how powerful the draft is down that main straight. Back in the 2nd position.
Beautiful move by Evan there to get past Jack Johnson. These two will continue on, and it's allowing Penachia behind to close up. So Jamie Rowe is pretty much all but gone down the road. At this rate, he's going to win the round, take round honours of at Sandown. But then looking back at the Kent class, we've got Richard Davison still ahead of Andrew Torty there. Here we go, back on screen. So we're looking at two battles, one between the Duratec class and one between the Kent class, and these guys are just swapping positions every lap. It's great racing to see between the two.
This is basically a coin flip. At any point, you don't know who's going to be in front because they're so evenly matched on pace, and both of these guys will be loving this. They'll be having the times of their lives in those cars.
They will, yeah. They will. Andrew is fairly new to Formula Ford. Of course, Richard's got a big background with both his sons racing that car. That's sort of what started Sonic Motor Racing Services into what it is now. They used to have a Formula 4 team that contested the Australian Victorian Championships for multiple years. Of course, they've focused their efforts on the Porsche Carrera Cup Australia and Michelin Sprint as we go past the lap car of James Hagan. Change of position here between Jack Johnson and Zach Benachia. Going into turn one, Benachia running well wide over that big turn one exit curb, and if you hit that in the wrong way, it can cause your car to become a canoe.
It certainly can, and that means he's lost a lot of space. He was right on the back of Jack Johnson, but now he's in the throes of Giuseppe Imbrogno, who's trying to sneak past in that white number 5 machine. Now, lap traffic might have a bit of an impact there as they're around the King, but it looks like they've got that car of James Hagan in a good spot, so they'll all breeze past there quite easily. Now, battle for third in the Kent class. That's the number 12 of Dean Koutsamidis ahead of the number 90 of Craig Arnold and the 17 of Peter Fitzgerald. And meanwhile, up the front, this is the battle for the lead, and that's a big lock-up on the right-hand side for Andrew Torty. He's going to lose a bit of pace there, and I think Richard Davison will be feeling a little bit calmer with that bit of a gap in his rearview mirror.
Richard's got a slight scuff on his nose cone, so I wonder if these two have made contact throughout the race, as Dean Koutsamidis is doing a really good job in his RF89 Van Diemen. He's running P3 in class here. I'm not sure if he's actually eligible for points because he is running the older spec Avon tyre, where the rest of these guys are running slightly more durable, not more durable, but more grippy Yokohama tyre, which you see on the Duratec cars, although they are a slightly smaller profile.
They certainly are, and it's great to see that even on that older spec Avon tyre, he can still keep pace and run a fantastic battle with the rest of these Kent class cars, as we're also seeing in the Duratec class raging on. That's the 44 and the 5 of Petaccia and Imbrogno, who have both actually got some pace up their sleeves, and they've caught up back onto the back of Jack Johnson. So that's going great for them. Behind, let's keep stuck. So Seth Boycarts is still running, as is Tabitha Ambrose, who is still clinging onto the back of him. So Tabitha's doing quite well. Jared Hurst is absolutely nowhere. I'd hazard a guess and say that car has issues. I've only just seen it in the background of this shot going through the short chute between 1 and 2. So that is not where Jared Hurst wants to be.
I lost him throughout this race, so he must have run off somewhere. Or yeah, he's perhaps got an issue. I noticed the Kent cars going down the front straight. They were right on each other's gearbox, so that probably is another change for position between Andrew Torty and Richard Davison. But yeah, here we go, the battle for third. So Koutsamidis is still able to hold on. Peter Fitzgerald was all over that turn 1 inside curb. James Meaden was able to sweep around the outside of him there. So that's another car, the yellow car, that you will see at the historic round at Phillip Island in March. So we're expecting about 35 Formula Fords there. They range from about 1970 all the way up until 1989, which is their cut-off here.
That's going to be absolutely mega, and there's so much fun to watch going around Phillip Island as well. That fast flowing nature of that circuit, it's so important to maintain momentum, and you get, draft trains like this as well. These guys are going 3 wide up the back straight now. Fitzgerald on the inside, he's going to have to give it up and tuck back in. That was very, very hairy stuff here in the Kent class. They stay line astern for now, but geez, they're just testing the waters here. This is sweaty stuff.
Yeah, I shut my eyes for a bit there watching those three in such close proximity. Blue flags waving, so that must mean that the Duratecs are coming through. I think I just saw Jamie Rowe's car behind behind Adrian Wilkinson, who is in, I think it's his first race weekend in his new Spectrum. So he also has an 89 Van Diemen, a red car that he runs in the State Series and occasionally in historic racing. So it's nice to see him expanding his garage. I think he's up to 3 cars now.
There's Jamie Rowe, as you mentioned, right at the top of the shot there. and he has gapped that car. And then meanwhile at the front here, so that number 12 machine,
James Mead in the yellow car is on a charge here.
He is. He's doing really well. Koutsamidis is still holding on to that third place in class at the moment. But yeah, you're absolutely right. The number 86 of James Meaden is doing a great job here, charging up, carrying as much momentum as he can through here to see if he can pick that pace up. That was real close, wasn't it?
Craig Arnold testing the limits of his RF90 Van Diemen up the back straight. See if we can go. Oh, there's the number 5 there of Giuseppe Imbrogno. I don't know if anyone caught that in the background, but he went off between turn 2 and 3. Getting blue flags again as the leader, Jamie Rose, coming up to this battle of Kent cars where Craig Arnold goes down the inside of James Mead and Peter Fitzgerald is going to follow. That was awfully close between the red and yellow car.
Goodness me, wasn't it just? We've almost been seeing a couple of cars getting really up on that exit curb there as well and almost risk canoeing the thing or like grinding the bottom of the car against that curb. They're very steep curbs here at Sandown, so you've got to be careful to not upset the momentum of the car too much. Peter Fitzgerald in that number 17 back in front of the 86 of James Meaden, doing well to hold him off as they go into the main straight with just under 30 seconds to go.
So here comes Jamie Rowe. No last lap board shown this time by with 28 seconds remaining, so I assume next time by we will get a last lap. And this is incredible Formula Ford racing. We have not had a safety car yet. Touch wood as Dean Koutsamidis goes for a big rear lockup, and that has unfortunately plucked the front left off Craig Arnold's car. The commentator's curse has striked again. Hopefully no safety car. Yeah, I saw Craig Arnold's thing there. It broke the front left straight away, or the front right. I can't really tell which one, but Dean went for a full pirouette there. Did a full 360, so we're going to get local yellow flags here at turn 1.
They're still racing, still racing for the time being. That's Jamie Rowe making his way in the number 48 around that battle in the Kent class, around those cars there. So no safety cars just yet, even though that car is done and dusted that we saw earlier. Steering wheel's off, driver's out. He's okay, which is all good. Not an ideal way to finish his race. And now Lockie Evanet is getting stuck into this battle as well. So he's stuck in the middle of this, a bit of a gaggle of Kent class cars. Luckily for him, he doesn't have much Duratec traffic anywhere near him. Let's have a look at a replay at what happened.
So Dean into turn 1, he just locks the rear brakes a little bit there, and plucks the front left off Craig Arnold's car. That's really disappointing for Craig. Dean immediately putting his arm up, and that was the car 5. I did see that slowing in that section. Look at the front left off the ground. So that's no good. Last lap board being shown this time by Jamie Rowe. A clear margin out front here over Lockie Evanet. Oh, it's a big shunt. Zach Penachia there has clipped the front left. He's kept it off the wall, but it's just in a straight line. He's hit the back of Jack Johnson there. So that was a fairly interesting incident.
Red flags. We've got reds on the graphic. We'll wait to see if that translates throughout the track as well, because I might just be seeing the wrong graphic there.
We've got multiple cars off here.
Yeah, so we've still got local green there. So let's just see what we're seeing on the track. Local greens, we're still under racing conditions. Jack Johnson's car
red flag
is still underway, and we've got red flag showing now. That is race done and dusted. There's a little bit too much carnage happening around here. So that was a baffling incident.
I've
on the
never
main
seen
straight
something
there.
like that before, really.
Yeah, that was I don't know, what exactly has caused that. It's always tough to see from this angle, how close cars are and things like that, but you never like to see it. So we're hearing that what happened is the car in front had slowed for double yellows, which were being shown for that Kent class car. Let's take a look at a replay to see if we can get a little bit more context on what's happened here.
So this is Jack Johnson. Watch the cars on the right-hand side. So, he's just let off the throttle. Penachia hasn't realised there's a lot going on around him with the Kent cars. And unfortunately, it plucked the right front off. It just would have caught him unaware. So we've got a few cars off. We've got Penachia off down the front straight. In the turn 1 gravel trap there is Craig Arnold with the front left missing off his car. And also Giuseppe Imbrogno pulled up between turn 3 and 4 with the front left off the deck. But that's Formula Ford action for the weekend done for the first round of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship presented by Trico Windscreen Wipers. Your winner, Jamie Rowe, with 94 points for the weekend. Lockie Evanet coming home in second with 84. Seth Burkhardt will round out the top 3 there. Jack Johnson in 4th. Jared Hurst, Tabitha Ambrose, Giuseppe Imbrogno, DNF. Zach Penachia, and also a DNF. And your winner for the Kent class, I believe, was Andrew Tordy.
Terrific race. Terrific racing there in Formula Fords. We've just seen Matty Dunlop. He'll be down in pit lane to hopefully pick up some winners as they've finished under safety car. Great call there with Matt and Tom. There's the results, Tommy.
So we'll just, I think I might have made a couple of errors. I was looking at the points score there. So Panachia is scored in 4th. So with a red flag, I believe we do go back a lap. So that's quite fortunate for him. So Jack Johnson in 3rd, Panachia 4th, Seth Burkhart's in 5th, Tabitha Ambrose making it all the way up into 6th. James Meaden scored in 7th. I don't think that is quite right. I think he was about 4th in the Kent class.
Really interesting here. This is, for an old guy like me, a lot of second-generation races there. Rowe in 1st, second-generation racer. Panachia, Tony's son. Jake out there doing a terrific job. Sven Boykart's boy and Tabitha Ambrose, Marcus's daughter there. So great to see motorsport flowing through the family's bloods so very, very nicely indeed. We've got our guys down there in the stopping area working pretty hard, and they are continuing on through. We've got to pick up those place getters. So it gets pretty hard at this time of the afternoon.
I think the front place getters go all the way out the back to get weighed here.
Yeah, they're probably going through to scrutineering. They should be getting waved down the pit lane and then go around to scrutineering as well. So we may just miss the window of opportunity here, but certainly I can see Matty D down there, Callum Brannigan on the camera. So we are just waiting down there in the pit area. The guys ready to start talking to some drivers. Not too sure how they're going to get about this, but we will come straight back to Sandown in just a couple of moments. You're at round 1 of the Trico 2025 Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Back in a moment.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Down here in the Porsche 944 garage at Sandown Motor Raceway. They're getting ready to roll very, very soon. It'll be improved production up next, but 944s very soon after to cap off the day's action here. We've seen a lot of action so far throughout this category, and Jamie Westerway has been in the thick of it so far. Jamie, how have you been finding this racing so far here at Sandown? You've been second place, second fiddle for the most part behind Bella, but a lot of pace in this car.
Yeah, it's been a good weekend so far. Got a new front suspension setup that we're just sort of getting used to. It's been a little bit oversteery here and there with mixed conditions as well. So, I mean, hoping a few tweaks in between race 2 and 3, we can find a bit of pace and go for the win instead of second place.
How are you imagining the start? What's your strategy? What do you have in mind for the launch?
Focus on the lights and react as fast as I can.
Simple as that.
That's all there is to it.
Can't say more than that, mate. Best of luck. Enjoy the race.
Cheers.
Now, let's see who else we've got cutting around this garage at the moment. Chris Lewis-Williams, I'd love to have a chat with you because you've been all the way up and down so far this weekend. I was having a chat on air with Joey about just your fantastic record here at Sandown. Unfortunately, that came undone yesterday afternoon, but great recovery to 5th this morning.
Yeah, first 2 laps are awesome fun, and the guys are really good, respectful as you come through. So, yeah, 2 laps of fun, and then don't quite have the pace. I mean, Brewer this weekend is a jet, and Cam's quick. Jamie's doing his race pace, but these guys have found a couple of tenths. So hopefully starting up the front, I can try and latch on and see what they're doing in different that's found them that extra few tenths. So, yeah, still having fun.
Now, you'll be on the dirty side of the track for the start, is that right? On the 5th position, the inside, so might be a little bit grimy there. Do you find that's a bit of a challenge for you, or what's your strategy for the start?
I haven't made a good start 944 in 10 years, so it doesn't matter what side of the track I'm on. I did one good one in the wet here when I went from 5th to 1st because I started in 2nd. It's been the only good start I've done for ages. So get through the start,
Luckily, they only give points at the finish, mate, so I'm sure you'll be up there at the end of it. Go well. All the best, mate. Thanks for chatting to us. Let's see who else we can grab here in this 944 garage. We've got a few drivers floating around here. Let's go have a chat to Sam Rofe over here, if you don't mind having a chat. Sam, Matt from Blendline TV, great to chat to you. How have you been finding the 944 here at Sandown this weekend?
Yeah, really good. I've had sort of 6 years out. I did one round last year, this round last year, and we blew an engine. So we're just getting back into it, and yeah, not too bad, just getting used to the car. And I think I need more seat time, but it's a great class, great bunch of blokes, and really good to be back. So hopefully we can do a full season this time, and yeah, it's good.
Tell us a bit about the challenge of navigating the changeable conditions, because it's been so topsy-turvy here at Sandown. What is it like from a driving perspective overall, but also in these 944s trying to grapple that?
Yeah, it was really interesting when we had the part wet track, part dry. Part of the track was amazing, and then the rest was slippery, and trying to get the setup to do both conditions was definitely interesting. But I think that's what makes part of the fun sort of thing, that we've all got the same car. It's luck of the draw what you set your car up to do, and where you end up sort of thing is a lot down to that. Being a very even class with the cars sort of thing, a lot comes down to the setup and the drivers. So that's good.
Yeah, it absolutely is. It's a fantastic category to watch. Go well, mate. Enjoy race 3. See you on the other side of it. Let's have a mosey on over to this side of the garage, because I did see Adam Brewer in there earlier having a look at his car. I don't know if he's around at the moment, so let's see what we can check out, because you may remember, if you were watching that broadcast, there's a bit of an issue with the front fascia, which came off the front. We don't know what happened. Have a look at this. We've got a bit of a... Get a look at this one there, just the race tape in the form of Melbourne Paving providing that one. So shout out to Melbourne Paving for supporting the Adam Brewer effort here. I'll leave Adam to it while he's busy stickering up the front of this thing. Actually, I might see if I can jump in just quickly, Adam. Do you mind, because we didn't catch on the cameras, was it, oh no, sorry, it was because your Cameron Bella, because you had that little bit of a lose at turn 4. How are you feeling? Because there's a good recovery to get back to third. I do kind of feel bad jumping in here while you're trying to stick the thing up, but how are you feeling heading into race 3?
Look, car was still fast even without the front on it, so hopefully this holds and all comes back together, and it was still straight, travelling in a straight line, so we'll see how it goes.
All the best, mate. I'll leave you to it. I don't want to take up too much more of your time. This is important stickering work. Now, let's see who else we can chat to around here. Let's have a look into the next garage back over this way. We see who we can grab. There's quite a bit happening as we float around. Let's have a look down this way, because I have been seeing Carter Fox floating around. He's always good for a yarn, so let's see if we can steal him in the number 7 machine, that ex-John Kennedy car. We could find all sorts here. There's a lot of drivers up and down this field. Carter Fox, he's looking at me. Here's trouble. As we have another look at that Chris Lewis Williams machine, let's have a look at this one, Carter. It's been a little bit of a have you found the weekend so far in getting the car speed right, getting yourself right, and just managing the conditions?
Yeah. Good challenge, lots of fun, good laps. We had a pretty close race in that last one, so we'll see what we can do in this last one. It'll be good.
You mentioned, we were having a chat to you earlier on the weekend, and you mentioned you were having a couple of gripes with the clutch here and there. Has that been something that you're slowly still getting to grips with, or are you still getting a little bit of a grief with it as Joey Kellick joins us in the interview?
Oh, he's here. It's a tricky one. It's like a triple carbon, just a short throw clutch, right? So for these cars with a weak transaxle in them, you kind of can't just sit it on the limiter and then dump the clutch as you kind of would. But yeah, fine art. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But we're just having fun this weekend and getting ready for bigger things. So it's all good.
That's what it's all about, mate. Go well in the race. Enjoy it.
Awesome. Thank you.
No worries. We have a look around at this number 7 car. Hello from the Teddy Bear from the Andrew Jackman garage. Look forward to seeing that one around the garages. Look forward to seeing it. The Bathurst 6 hour coming up as well. We'll be getting a run there. Yep. 63 days to go into the Bathurst 6 hour. We've got a great contingent of 944 drivers who are going to be racing in that one. And look forward to watching that, because they'll be running in the Mazda 6, I believe. Mazda 3. And I've got a Teddy Bear following me. I better get out of this garage. I'm feeling threatened by wild animals at this point. Let's have a chat here. I might steal Cameron Bella if that's okay. Ambushed him here. First in race 1, first in race 2. What are your plans this afternoon?
Well, 3 from 3 would be nice. Ads is looking really fast this weekend. So trying to keep him behind will be a bit of a battle. And then obviously Verdino and Jamie Westaway coming through the pack as well. But yeah, we'll just see what happens. So,
you found anything where some cars are have strengths over others in different parts of the track, or is it a straight line speed thing, or is it a bit of strategy coming in, or is it just plant the foot, go around track as fast as you can?
Pretty much as fast as we can. Ads has got straight line speed, so just staying in behind him to sort of drag me forward a bit would be nice, but just see what happens.
We certainly will, mate. All the best. Go well in race 3, mate. We've got a couple others floating around here. Mark Verdino and Jack Atley. Jack's got the helmet on. It looks like he can't get away from a microphone. I might grab you first, Jack. How is it? We've been missing you up in the comms box, mate, but have you been enjoying your time in the car again?
It's far less stressful in a race car than sitting in that commentary box, I reckon, Matty. A lot easier and flowing, but no, we've had a bit of an up and down weekend. We did a clutch on Friday, so we're battling. We've been sort of trying to build up the pace all weekend, mate, but this place can bite you, so you've got to be a little bit careful. It's a long season, it's round 1. You've got to try not to think it's first day back at school, but we'll be out there sort of giving it our best. It's a pretty tight category. Not many guys make mistakes, mate, so we'll be trying our best, mate, and having a bit of fun and trying to catch these front boys. This bloke's too fast, mate, so we'll see how we go.
We'll see how we go indeed. Mark Verdino, he has been very fast indeed. You had a great round, I remember, at the end of last year at Calder, and you've been carrying on that pace here at Sandown. Do you find the car just suits power circuits, or is it a bit of yourself getting more comfortable with the car? What is it that you like about that this racing at the moment?
I think these sort of tracks suit my driving style a little bit better. Sort of the more point and shoot tracks, whereas Phillip Island, the long high-speed corners, I'm sort of not as good as these front guys that really controlling the car through those. But yeah, I like it here. We're having fun.
Everyone's having fun. That's what we love to see. It's such a fun category. Get involved. If you're keen to have a race, if you're seeing this and you're thinking like, gee, I wouldn't mind jumping in a car, 944s is a great category. They're relatively inexpensive. They're great drivers' cars, super well balanced, and they're always looking for more people to jump in here. So 944s will be, great fun to watch later on today. That whistle blowing sounds like we're about to get improved production cars rolling through the pit lane. So gear yourself up for that. Then it's 944s to round out the day. It's going to be a cracker. Enjoy it.
Thank you very much to Matt Dunlop down there in the paddock, giving a bit of a tour of the Porsche 944 garages to just to show what it's like down there in pit lane. Good to see that everyone's enjoying themselves and they're quite relaxed. I mean, in the case of Andrew Jackman, the rig on him is quite impressive. I think he wasn't expecting to be on camera after that one. But we're just waiting on the little whistles that you would have heard would have been for the lady or the gentleman that's just standing at the top of the pit lane exit there with the stop sign, just to let everybody know that there's cars approaching or going around. And down the approach into the back of the pit area. We're just waiting for the number 44 Formula Ford there to just be finished being picked up, which it looks like we're not too far away from. We've got the signal within about 1 minute to go, and they're going to be releasing the Prestige Hino improved production field out onto the circuit for their final hit out of the weekend. Steve DeVries and Dave Cox with you for this one. Dave, 2 different race winners so far this weekend. One to Cade Lehman, one to Luke Gretsch-Cumbo. And the top 4 Commodores, I guess they all look pretty speedy at relative points in their racing so far this weekend. Do you think we've got a chance of making 3 different race winners?
I reckon there's a very good chance, Steve. I think the way the weekend's panned out so far, it's got the real fast cars all right up the front now. After the heat this morning, Danny Timewell drove magnificently to start rear of field and make his way through to second place after Cade Lehman was deemed to have jumped the start by a micromillimetre, and so he's dropped back to 4th. So it'll be very interesting. Danny's a bit of a nervous starter, so we'll see what happens there, and hopefully it goes through. Peter Dixon obviously in 6th. But Luke off the front, he's a gun starter. He always has been, and if you can get a good start on Luke, you're going to do pretty well. So it'll be very interesting to see. The tiny little incident between Macca and Cade was the damage to Cade's wheel was immense.
I saw it, yeah.
Unbelievable. Tore out three spokes and bent another 2.
I'm surprised he finished the race then.
I can't believe it. He's a very lucky boy that rear was as good as it was and held together. So another few laps, it might have been a different story, but it was really quite frightening to see how that was. I had a chat to Andrew Barstow in the Volkswagen, and he had a really, really good run. So he was had a no problems with the car for the whole day. He was really having a good time. We spoke to the taxi driver, and he had some brake problems, and put a new set of brake pads in it, and hopefully he should be pretty good to go.
Yeah, Chris Bodale was the taxi driver you're referring to there.
Correct.
Just underestimated, I guess, coming from the XL that he's campaigned last year into the EA Falcon. It's a little bit heavier, it takes a little bit longer to stop. and just underestimated how much wear was left on the pads and thought, oh yeah, they'll probably do the round, and no, unfortunately it went down to the medal. So lesson learned, important lesson learned. And I mean, the bit for me that he sort of he spoke about when he had that little accident was he just grabbed whatever the lowest gear was that he could, and that's what pitched the car around in a spin. So I mean, he had no brakes, but he had the wherewithal to grab a gear that was actually going to stop the car, or bring it to a halt as quickly as he could. So a bit of smart thinking there. It's no different to what we saw with Luke when he had his accident at Winton 12 months ago, where, you know, instant reaction, going for the kill switch and doing what you needed to do to just make sure you pulled the car up. So a bit of smart driving there.
Yeah, and I know John Perkins was struggling a bit this morning. He has been in the car for a little while, so he brought that one home, the RX-7 home in 10th. But he said he was feeling a bit tired after having to work that pretty hard. So Andre Noy won't be joining us for this afternoon's race. He's gone home. Small little problem, but we'll see him back the next round. So good luck to him. Wayne Decker, starting out at P16, had a pretty good run. And hopefully Larry Merrifield, and the quickest of the under 2 litres, he'll be out starting, where's Larry starting? In ninth.
In ninth, yes. He's been in the top 10 all weekend so far, and look, realistically, hasn't probably had the challenge that we saw being presented last year. You know, Brett Porter and Paul Javots really were throwing down the gauntlet to him, and it was a very, very intense under 2 litre battle last year between the three of them. Went going the way of Brett Porter in the 2024 championship for improved production for under 2 litre, and on debut as well. So he had a stellar debut season. And we're hoping we'll see Brett maybe back around Calder, but they're actually really aiming to do Bathurst, so it's a bit of a stretch to try and get it for Calder, but they really want to try and break that new engine in before they go up the mountain.
Yeah, and Paul Javots has got an engine problem at the moment, so they're waiting to that be rectified. So as we see all the marshals running off the side of the track there, we'll probably see a green flag any moment now as the marshals running to the back of the field. And here we go. It looks like a green flag's about to be waved.
There we go. So Royce Lyon, the last car on the grid there as we get the green flag, which means we've got 5 seconds to go before the last race of the day for improved production, with one more race to come after this. That is the 944 Challenge. Let's get improved production on the road, and here we go. Actually, a little bit of a, as you said there, Danny, a bit of a nervous starter, but he was up to the task. He had the reaction time against Luke Gretschkumbo, but the big power of the Senator just gets going and gets that Mumbo going in a straight line. That's going to leave Danny vulnerable to Lehman and to McLennan, who are 3 wide going into turn 1 and coming out with the high ground. McLennan has to take the evasive action. He was all 4 wheels on the wrong side of the ripple strip there and had to take that because he might have been sandwiched a bit too far. So Danny swoops in from the right-hand side of the circuit and holds on to P2, with McLennan tucking in just in front of Lehman.
Yeah, that could have been a very horrible moment there, but good luck well done to Macca, who managed to keep it on the grass and not get sideways. And it looks like Scott McLean just had a little bit sideways coming out of turn 4 and has lost quite a handful of spots there.
He has, and Peter Dixon's grabbed one as well. He's managed to get past Matt Logan in the Mack Trucks number 43. So Dixon in the Silver Monaro, the one just at the little back of this queue of cars here, headed by Timewell. There is Dixon up the back as they head down into Dandenong Road. And behind there looks like Michael Hart, who's held on to 7th place. I think Brett Harris might have actually made a decent start. I saw a splash of blue just behind the yellow Commodore, the 105 there. Yeah, there it is, Brett Harris. That's a great start from him. He started out of 11th and he's up to 8th. Good job.
And Peter Dixon's been doing really well this weekend. He's set personal lap after personal best lap, so he's obviously on the improve, and he's not that far behind Cade at the moment, so they'll start to stretch their legs down the front straight. And look at that BMW
Royce
sneaking
Lyon
up there.
Jeez, he's had a ripping start as well. He's now just overtaken Brett Harris for 8th, so he started off the rear. He was plumb last, 20th of 20 cars.
He certainly was, and that's a really interesting BMW. It looks like an E30, but it's a very Rob Brownish type
looking
car underneath.
You'll
have a look underneath there. It's got the triple Webbers and the same sort of setup as what Rob Braun's car's got. So we know how good that car is around here. So there's a fair chance that car will make a fair way up the field.
Doesn't look like Chris Bodale unfortunately got out for this race, so that means Andre Noy and Chris Bodale didn't start. So 18 cars is the number that started this particular race for the day. As we look there, there's a couple of cars exiting forward. Now Danny Timewell's just lost a spot to Ian McLennan, and Cade Lehman's getting rather interested in the back of the number 11 Timewell Spent Racing Commodore out of Dandenong Road. McLennan now can put that horsepower down and get out after the number 25 GC Electrical Senator.
Yes, and it's the GC Electrical Senator is right where it likes to be. It's out the front, and it's just he's just looking after the tyres, looking after the car, and just making sure Macca's not getting too close. But I think we might find Cade might just have a little look up the inside here as they go into turn one, as Danny stays to the outside. But I'm pretty sure that Cade's going to have a pretty decent dive under brakes here, and see how they go side by side around through turn one. And looks like Danny's given plenty of time and space to both of them. It's very good, respectful racing.
They're going to argue the point up to turn number 2 here. They'll leave a bit of room for each other. That unfortunately means Danny's probably going to be the one that had to concede defeat, and he does. So Lehman now back up to position number 3. Now, can he get any closer to the rear bumper of the yellow Pro Cut Tree Services Monaro in ahead of him? Still plenty of time on the clock, so it's not over and done with just yet. But I think Cade's car sort of looked like it came on a little bit better at the end of the first race of the weekend, and didn't sort of have the sort of in there hanging around with Ian McLennan's Monaro until that little coming together in race 2 earlier this morning.
And Cade's car seems to look after its tyres really well, and Cade's very gentle on the tyres. I think you'll find that Macca might be a little bit more aggressive on the loud pedal, and he's managed to get away from Cade at the moment, but we'll see how it goes after another 4 or 5 minutes of racing, and just see if he can slowly start to bring that back a bit.
So here's Larry Merrifield. He's in behind the number 41 of Rohit Saini. Now, you mentioned that Merrifield sort of had a bit of a poor start, starting in 9th, and he's actually gone all the way back to 13th at the last time across the line, and it looks like that's where he still is. Andrew Barstow's the little Volkswagen Golf tucked in behind the rear of the under 2 litre Honda Civic. And well, these two at the end of this, at the front and at the end of this little car, a group of 3, they've basically found each other and been running with each other all weekend long.
Yes, they certainly have. It's amazing how, as we spoke about in race 2, that 2 different types, totally different types of cars can end up on the same spot of the track, lap after lap. It's really quite amazing.
Here comes the RX-7 of John Perkins. He's having a bit of a look at Brett Harris in the number 16. He's not close enough this time around, but he's got to play a bit of defence against the number 778 of Scott McLean, who's just outside the top 10. He was actually rather rapt to get himself inside the top 10 with all the running around that's been happening in the frantic effort to get that car ready for this weekend, and obviously the mixed up grid conditions that we had from Saturday morning's qualifying, where it was a little bit wet. He's been really happy and been able to knock off bucket list item for him to get a top 10 finish. He's not too far off the back of Perkins. I mean, it's not insurmountable for him that he could vault himself into the top 10. Brett Harris is holding down 9th at the moment. That's a good little battle there. Scott's just, he hasn't really sort of seemed to got the drive off of turn 4 to really make a decent fist of it up at the top of the hill.
It's really quite interesting at the top of the hill there. The Volkswagen went to move into the inside, and Larry just covered him off nicely, so he's had to pull him back behind him. And Rohit Saini's doing a brilliant job in his first full season with improved production. He's only a newly acquired this car at the end of last year, and he's come along. He's running in production class, as you can see, and he's come to join improved production just for some more seat time, and we're really glad that he's come along because it's a great looking car. And here we go, the Larry Merrifield managed to get up the inside of him, but I think the big Commodore, 6 litre Commodore, 6.2, will just have the legs down the straight, but then the Honda may just be a little bit quicker under brakes.
Yeah, Larry's much quicker in the corners. That's the nature of the under 2 litre category. They're always very quick through the corners. They can harass the big V8s, but they've just got nothing for them in a straight line. They've got a little bit of that punch out of the corner as well. They've got some good acceleration out of the slow speed corners, but then you get into the top end of the rev range and the engines, and the Commodores just take over.
They certainly do. It looks like Cade's just broken away from Danny there at the moment. It's starting to close up a little bit at the front. We've got Luke still in front, obviously, and Mac is second, and then Cade. He's only 3 or 4 car lengths behind them, and Danny's just dropped 3 or 4 car lengths behind, but they're all running around in the 17s.
Actually, Cade was the quickest of all 3, the top 3 last time around by a substantial margin too, by nearly 3/4 of a second, so it's starting to close up at the front. Ian McLennan, 1 minute 17.1168, just fractionally quicker than Gretsch Cumbo, is the fastest lap of the race so far, just a lap ago. But yes, it's going to start to close up, I think, here. Now, this has probably been the pick of the conditions all weekend, as we see a little slide job from the number 26 of Lehman exiting turn 4. Formula V had these sorts of conditions. We saw the Formula Ford, and now improved production, and now the leaders are about to come up to the back of Wayne Decker.
Looks like we've got a little bit of smoke coming out of the back of Scott McLean's car there. Hopefully it's not anything other than just a tyre rub, which he had a little bit of an issue with in the last race. So maybe just the tyres just rubbing on the guard just a little bit as they come down into turn 1.
It's the superior equipment and installation and equipment machine there. Goes down the inside. Yeah, he's got a fair bit of smoke there. That's coming off the right rear. Now, they were having a very, very good look at that right rear corner of the car after race 2 because the tyre was actually starting to rub on the guard on the inside. They've got some new rims. It's just caused the offset's just a little bit different compared to what they ran last year, so they were having to clear some space on the guard. They were in there with the angle grinder trying to make some more room because the right-hand side of the car is the loaded side of the car here at Sandown.
Yes, it certainly is, and it just looks like once it clears the rubber, then it'll probably stop smoking after a lap or two. But at the moment, everyone's going, "Oh, what's that?" But it's just a little bit of tyre rub at this moment, and then it's not too much to worry about. As you can see, Larry's coming up on the inside of Saney there, but not quite close enough to have a big dive under brakes. But I'm tipping that another lap or two, and if he's this close, I'm thinking he might have a real go down in.
Yeah, I think that's the spot where he's got to get it done. He's not going to get it at the top end of the range coming down into turn 6 or going down into turn 1. Yeah, the move's got to be done. Just be a little bit deeper on the brakes and just be right on the tail of the 41 going into Dandenong Road. And he should be able to make that work. There's a little bit of damage. Oh, so let's say Larry missed a gear there, or something gone wrong for the 51 for the number 50. Yeah, he's slowing down. So that's quite a shame because he's had last year he had some terrible reliability with that car, and he's now maybe something's just let go, and he's trying to find a way, I guess, to get that car over to the side and get out of the way. I think he's probably maybe got like second gear or something there that he can maybe try and cruise around and find a spot to get off the circuit. So blue flags are out, and that's a warning for them. This lead group that's just come past Merrifield, that's really closed up now. Lehman, fastest lap last time around, 17 dead.
Yes, it's very, very close now at the front with all nose to tail. So this is going to be a cracking final few laps here, Steve.
Certainly is. The Senator is the hunted, being hunted down by the Pro Cup Monaro and the black and red VE Commodore. This is what we liked to see yesterday as well. It was great to see that Cade Lehman managed to get himself his first State Series win. He's threatening. Oh, I'll tell you what, there was nearly some Morse code on the rear of that bumper. There might have been a bit of Morse code, actually, because they both ran very, very wide at the top of the hill at turn 6.
It's going to get very, very close down here as they come down. It looks like Luke may be struggling with tyres now as Mack has come right up onto the back of him, and then Kate is just sitting right there, and they're going to come down, and let's see what the horsepower is going to do down the front straight, as Danny Timewell is only just a few metres behind as well, as Luke gets a great drive onto the front straight, and Mack has now got a lovely drive up the inside, and he's head to the inside, and I think it looks like he may have got a better line, and I think he may be able to do this under brakes into turn 1. It's going to be a very, very close thing here. And no, Macca decides better and pulls out of that and lets Kate drive right up to the back wheel again.
There would have been plenty of radio chat there between all the teams to let us going on. Oh, Lehman!
He's had a big spin.
He's had a big moment there.
He's kept the foot into it.
Great car control. Unfortunately, that's going to lose him to space. Now, I don't think there was any contact between the cars. I think it was just Plum running out of road being that far wide. I don't think Ian expected him to be that far. There's the stricken 50 of Merrifield. He's just trying to get it back around to the pits. I think it just went a little bit too late for him to actually get around and get into the pit entry, but he's right at the foot of the hill here as this little battle comes along right behind him. He's got to try and get out of the way here. This is going to be rather awkward. That's probably the best he could do at that particular point, just to let all these lead cars through, and we'll see if he can manage to limp that car back around to the pits, and we'll see if it actually stays green flag conditions between now and the end of the race.
It looks like Scott McLean's either pulled over or decided that he'll let all the fast cars go through.
Pulled over there, I think. I think he's given up being in... he was actually ahead of Brett Harris, and I think McLean's actually sort of done himself a bit of a disservice there if he has pulled over to let them all go through, or maybe there is something else still going on with that car. He's coming into the pit, so he's having an issue.
I did speak to Scott previous to this race, and he was having some gearbox problems. As Macca goes up the inside again, and it's... Luke has to take a bit of evasive action there because there would have been contact. And Luke's got the lights flashing to try and let the guys in front know that he's coming through, and he's not going to quite make it.
Well, Brett's got to leave him a little bit of room there. That's sort of a bit opportunistic there, trying to take advantage of the lap traffic because McLennan's right on his tail. In fact, having a go there, I think maybe disadvantaged Luke a little bit because he actually lost a lot of ground. Let's go to the replay. We've have a look at a little incident that happened a bit earlier in proceedings here. Oh, there is the incident. That was what we saw with Lehman, just getting a little bit too close to the edge of the road there. I think that one might be in the books as a racing incident after this one. Both the leaders shortcut the back of the chicane a little bit. Lehman's caught back up here. The traffic has worked kindly for him as the two at the front start to negotiate it all. But Lehman not quite there or thereabouts yet. He's going to have to rely on a little bit more heavier fighting between the two in front to really erase the rest of that deficit.
And Macca's really ranged up on the side of, and look at Luke get it all sideways there, and that's going to really help Macca as they start to head down the straight. And he might even get a really good run as they go down in turn one. Looks like Macca's moving right over, and then he's going to have to get back off the dirty side of the track, and Larry's still driving around trying to get some points by the look of it, and that's really slowed everyone up. And looks like Cage is now almost within touching again.
He certainly is. There was actually a meatball flag being shown at the start-finish line as well. I couldn't see who it was for, but they've pulled that flag back in now. But I thought Merrifield would have made it back to the pits by now. These two at the front absolutely throwing the kitchen sink at it over the closing 2 or 3 minutes of this race. We'll probably get one more lap as they come by the stripe this time around. Lehman's got the margin down to about 1.5 seconds.
And wouldn't it be good if they decided to keep this race going for another 5 or 10 minutes?
It certainly would be. Through 6. This will be the penultimate time through here. This is 10 laps completed so far, so 12 lap distance. It's a long time in improved production around here at Sandown. 20 minutes or 12 laps. It puts an absolute strain on these drivers. McLennan is going to look left. He's going to look right here. Has a little peak. There's no room there, and it's not the right time to pull the trigger. Now the real question is, what is going on with that Honda Civic down toward turn 1? Is there yellows out? Does it take away passing opportunity? They've pulled the yellow flags in, so this means it's on.
As they go screaming down the front straight here as they come into Luke's nearly locked it up there going into turn 1, and that means Cade's got right on the back of Macca as they go through turn 2 off into turn 3. Luke goes out to the wide, and Macca's now defending from Cade because he's right back on and hits the curbs really hard and bounces the thing right up in the air.
Through turn number 4 for the final time. Can Luke get the drive out here? McLennan was a bit square off. He's had a moment. He's had a bit of a slide moment here. Does that give Lehman an ascendancy? Can he get into the picture here? McLennan and Lehman in the pursuit of Gretsch Cumbo. Merrifield is still trying to limp that car around. There's a little bit of lap traffic up the front, but I don't think it's going to play a factor. There's a bit of a close run thing here between the Monaro and the VE. Lehman's going to go right around the outside. A little bit of contact there between the two of them. Is that a bit of payback for what happened earlier? And there's a three-way collision. They're all off. They're all in a kitty litter at Dandenong Road. Lehman, Gretsch Cumbo and McLennan are all off. Danny Timewell is going to do a Bradbury here, and he's going to take the win.
That is unbelievable. I've never seen anything like that before, Steve. Not here at Sandown, not in this category. Danny Timewell is going to come through, and he's going to take the win.
I am speechless.
Absolutely speechless.
Absolutely speechless. I would not have predicted that's a red flag situation as well, so Danny will have to button it off. It'll be a finish under red flag. And, well, Danny's missing. And there's a roller as well to make matters even worse. That's Peter Fleming. And Peter Dixon's come to a halt at the end of exit of turn 1. They're dropping like absolute flies here in improved production. That is going to scramble this order well and truly. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Last thing I predicted was that the lead trio were going to come to blows at Dandenong Road. I'd said they were throwing the kitchen sink at everybody after all, at the whole thing after all of this, but I didn't expect that. Now, given it's a red flag situation, Darren Smith has rightly pointed out that this potentially is going to be back counted a lap. We'll have to wait to get confirmation of that. There's a fair bit to digest. Let's have a look at this. So, up the hill, Lehman trying to go the long way around, a little bit of no contact there. That's okay. Cade keeps his foot in it, and a little bit of contact. That part's okay. And then McLennan into the back of Lehman and into the back of Gretsch Cumbo, and that's going to be a handful of damaged race cars. And those two on the left-hand side there, they're off to Bathurst in a couple of weeks as well for the Easter Classic. So they're going to have a fair bit of work to repair to get those up and running, or if they're still going to make it. There's a bit of chit-chat, I think, going here between Ian McLennan and the number 26 of Cade Lehman. They are, I think, I think Ian's going to be rather upset with himself after all of that. The last thing he would have wanted would have been to rear-end Cade.
Yes, absolutely. Take out two of his closest buddies, and they were having a real good race, and there was a little bit of nudge there, but it looks like the Mac has just probably...
That curb, that little bit of the little bump coming down from turn 7 to turn 8, he just hasn't been able to pull the car up and straight into the back of it. Last thing we want to see is the damaged race cars. So I did call it a little bit early. I would have thought that I didn't think they would throw the red considering it was the last lap and that Danny would have come through and taken the win with all of that. But they threw the flag within, him seeing the finish line about a couple of 100 metres. So I don't know what is going to happen there. But if that's the case, they will back count the points to the previous lap, which means it would be a win for Luke Gretsch-Cumbo ahead of Ian McLennan and Cade Lehman. If that's how it is, and that's how it possibly ends.
They may have called the red flag, Steve, for the
because
car
of the
that's on
rollover,
side.
as well. That might have happened that's probably the reason why it's been called. So that's Peter Fleming, who's on his side there. Pete's already had an accident because he's been on double duty this weekend in the XLs. So we hope that Pete's okay. Actually, there he is in the orange suit. Right. So he's walking away. Now, we obviously don't know what's happened here as well. The 21 of Peter Dixon is there. I can't see any damage on the front of the 21, so I'm not sure if he's been involved in this or not. But a sad end to what has just transpired in improved production. Let's. Pete's come up because of an engine issue. Oh, there we go. That's what happened to Peter Fleming.
Maybe
he just got a bit wide. Down? No, maybe it is a bit of fluid.
Some fluid down there.
Yeah, so Pete's had a moment Peter Dixon, that is, has had a moment with his number 21 and probably left a little bit of fluid. That's completely unexpected, and I don't know if the flags were out in enough time for Pete Fleming, because the front-wheel drive car, normally in a front-wheel drive car, you can just sort of put your foot on it and sort of, keep going. It's not like a rear-wheel drive car where it loses the traction. You've just got to counter steer in the opposite direction. But I tell you what, there's 4 damaged race cars out there on the circuit, and I think Luke Gretsch-Cumbo is probably the worst of the lot, because I think that Senator has been shortened a little bit in the rear.
Yes, it certainly does look like it's had a fair whack in the back. That would mean that Cage has got, because it's black, it looks like it's not done too much damage, but you can't really see much damage on his either. But I'm tipping there is a lot of damage. And I think both Luke and Mac were both heading up the mountain, so they've got an absolute shed load of work to do in the next 2 or 3 weeks. I dare say they won't be a Calder, but you never know. It might be more superficial than what it looks like.
Yeah, well, certainly we'll wait and see what happens there. Well, we want to give a big thank you to all the officials and the medics that are out there at the moment and that have been here around the entire circuit for the whole entire weekend, because they've had a fair effort to clean up a couple of cars, especially in the last couple of races or so, not only here right now, but the Formula 4 that had to be picked up. There was a couple of Formula Vs that had to be collected as well, and they've done it rain, hail or shine, and they do it every single time. Doesn't matter whether they're from the MG Car Club or the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club, the Vic Muni Club, or whether they have all the combined effort when they've got all of the clubs together to make this work. It's certainly all the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria. We do thank them for everything that they do, and they're going to have a fair old effort to clean up here before we can get the last race of the day underway for the Porsche 944 Challenge.
Well, yeah, we couldn't do what we love without those help of those amazing officials, not whether it's here at Sandown, Phillip Island, Calder Park, any of the racetracks around Australia and around the world. Motorsport wouldn't exist without the volunteers that we have helping run these meetings, and it's a great shout out to them, and they do an amazing amount of work, and sometimes there's not a lot of love. So anyone in the paddock, if you see a marshal around, always say hi, always look after them, offer them a coffee if you need to, but it's great to have those guys, because without them, motorsport wouldn't exist.
That's exactly right, and it doesn't matter whether it's the grassroots level of motorsport that we do, or whether it's the top tier level of motorsport, such as supercars or endurance racing around the world. They're all volunteers, so please give them the respect that they deserve. If you see them out there, give them a pat on the back and say thank you very much. And the best way that you can help an official is to become involved, and there's the way to do it on screen there. motorsport.org.au/officials. It's a breed that we need to see the next generation coming through, and it's great that there's been initiatives from Motorsport Australia and the likes of the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club to start to bring that next generation through. There's plenty of youngsters that have ended up in some fairly senior positions over the last couple of years because of the knowledge that the more senior people have been able to impart. And that's what we like to see. You can start out as a flag marshal, you can work your way all the way up to be a race director or in race control. So please do yourself a favour if you want to become involved and you can't. Don't have the money to financially do some driving. Come out here and be an official and do yourself a favour and do everybody else a favour that loves to go racing and support the people that you love. So
yeah, absolutely. And the thing is that it starts at grass level motorsport. Kids that start in go-karting, there's not enough officials in go-karting. So when they come, the officials in go-karting are now getting to senior age. We need to start it off, if you want to get involved, as Steve said, to officials, always you look at go-karting. You can start there. The kids need officials. When they get to the next level, they need officials. So if you can't race or you don't want to race anymore, there's always some go-karting, motorsport always needs officials. So if you can help out, awesome.
All right, so we will leave it there for improved production for Sandown. Dave Cox, thank you very much for jumping in today.
You're welcome, Steve.
We are going to go down into pit lane with a roving Darren Smith. What's Darren got in store for us down there? We're about to find out. Uh-oh.
So confusion reigns down here, guys, in Trico pit lane for the Hino Improved Production race. I did have some Motorsport Australia officials that were willing to go to camera, and then they confirmed that they can't go to camera with what I'm about to say, and that is that I understand the rules is we go back a lap, and that will give us our race winners. Just happens to be that those three cars are down in the kitty litter at Turn 9, the famous Dandenong Road. And I'm going to say that is something that is going to be on the highlights reels for a long, long time. Just behind Callum, our cameraman here, we've still got teams from Improved Production looking on the Blendline TV footage, trying to work out where their car is and where they're placed. Of course, we had a rollover, so we can't shed any further light on that. The medicos have been stood down, so we don't need any of that assistance for that Improved Production race. But let's have a bit of a look around the back of the paddock area. We're actually live right here where all the officials will come to the end of the day for a bit of a debrief. And it is at that time of the day that we're not really finding too many people left here at the track. You can look around. There's not too many vehicles left out there. We might just head down into the pit area. Maybe we might head over to the GT cars. There's no drivers left here. It's team and crew. It's Zach Suter's team. I'm not sure where Zach is actually. They're all working very, very busy indeed. Here he is. We'll grab him. We'll grab him over here. It's that time of day. Zach, we're the last driver left that we can find here, mate, and you've presented this whole team and these GT4 cars. Great to have the sports cars part of the state series. Here's a leading question. When are you going to get backside in one of these things?
Very shortly, actually. That's a bit of a scoop. Yes, very shortly. So, yeah, looking forward to that this year. I'll leave it the details of that. But, no, really cool this weekend. We've been looking after Bailey and Rob Love. We're going to look after them this year for the GT4 Australia Series, which I guess is another scoop. But, yeah, they've done an excellent job this weekend. We just got the cars prepped over summer and want to have our first weekend as a bit of a team at this race meeting. And, yeah, they did an excellent job. Team did a good job. I'm really happy. So
I knew as soon as I saw the Tough Lift Racing transporter in the pits that you'd be floating around somewhere. Really cool that you've been able to gather a team behind you now that you're now a preparation organisation as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's sort of it's all come about through, I guess, Glenn Irwin, who raced with us in TCR Australia last year, and the quick expansion to 2 cars made us realise that hey, we actually want to try and do this as a proper business and as a career, I guess. So my dad and I are now full time in the workshop working on race cars, which is really cool. Something I've always dreamed of, and it's kind of becoming a reality, which is great.
What about you and TCR in 2025?
I would love to race TCR this year. That's our plan. But they've got a calendar now. They've made some good adjustments with New Zealand now being off the table. I think that was a bit of a stretch for everyone involved. But yeah, no, we'll definitely be on the grid. We'll have 2 cars. It won't be Glenn in the second car, but yeah, 2 Audis this year for us, and I'm really looking forward to that series as well.
Really cool seeing a couple of AMGs going into the Tough Lift Transporter at the end of the weekend. No scratches, all in one piece.
Exactly right. Just the way I like it. I'll be able to push them back into the workshop and looking just as they left, which is excellent.
Great to catch up with Zach Suter here in Trico Paddock at the 2025 Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Thanks, Zach. Great to catch up with him. We'll make our way further back down the paddock area. In fact, here's the boss of production sports racing. I think Andy Hall just leaning on the side of this transporter here. We'll doorstop Andy Hall, and he's going to look straight down the camera and show everybody how tall he is. Here's a guy that the last couple of years with Jamie Lovett has been at the front end of sports car racing. Great to have you guys back as far as production sports, but you're not having a steer. What's going wrong there?
Well, mate, I've decided to give up my corporate job and go full time. There's my son with his head knocked off, but that's okay. You're right. With Cup Car Engineering and expand it. And I remember years ago you told me it wasn't long before we go into a Cup Challenge or up another category. So Daniel Quimby, who ran today, and Kamal are going to run Cup Challenge next year or this year's season with Cup Car Engineering. So hence the truck and the FCL coming on board with Ian Quimby, and it's going to be a big year. And because of that, I have to step back and run my race team.
No, can't say that. Can't be true. You know, Jamie's going to come back and need someone to race at some point.
Yeah, well, if Jamie comes back, I'll come back. But I must admit, I was standing there today when that combined grid went out, and I wanted to be on that grid.
It was pretty cool, wasn't it? It's like a throwback to the early 80s when we had GT cars, and they were 935 turbos with world champions at the wheel, and Brocks and that like in sports sedans. But good hark back, I thought.
Yeah, absolutely. And I ran at combined sedans at the Bathurst 12 Hour on the support. And there was 46 sports cars and sports sedans and a couple of IP cars in there as well. And it was a blast, you know. Qualified fourth, got a flat tyre the whole journey, you know. But I'm looking at that going, maybe this is how we should race. So.
Can you explain the language that was coming out of your helmet when that tyre popped as you were coming down the mountain?
I was trying to work out whether the tyre had popped or the wheel was loose, but I figured by the time I got down the bottom of the mountain I'd work it out, and it was just the tyre. And it just when the tyre was fitted, they nicked a bead, and they didn't realise it, and one of those things. So I got one of those videos that shows 34th to 11th. That was cool.
It certainly was. Your first experience of doing laps at the mountain. Just give us an insight as to what it's like to do that.
Actually, I've been there a lot before with the Challenge Bathurst event. So I won it a couple of years ago, and I've been going back every second year. But the chance to race door to door there was pretty cool against some pretty cool cars and cool drivers. So again, anybody who's got a sports car who wants to run at Bathurst door to door, that's probably the event to run it. And we're going to run probably with sports sedans a little bit more this year, and combine up to get the grid numbers up, and hopefully it lights the fires of a few people.
I've just seen Alan Heafy lurking around the back of your transporter. Has he been working with you this weekend?
No, I leased his transporter.
Right, that's why he's wanting to get on the road.
Yeah, he hasn't got enough experience to work with me, mate.
Andy, thank you so much for your time, mate. Great to catch up with you, and all the very best, of course, going into Michelin Sprint Challenge, etc. It's going to be a big learning curve for you guys, and I reckon you're up to it.
Yeah, well, that was my past. So, I was a race car engineer before I was in healthcare, and now we're going back to race engineering again. And the two kids that we're running, they're the real deal. So they'll be at the front of the field. Daniel's will be in a Class B car, but the idea is to push forward. And he just won the US F4 Championship. Kamal's had a lot of open wheeler experience in Europe and just a gun in a go-kart. And you saw what he did today. The times he did would probably put him in the top 5 on Cup Challenge grid. He's never been to Sandown. He's never driven the Porsche. Tough track to learn. So yeah, it should be fun.
Absolutely. Well, we're getting in the background a big wind-up from Alan Heafy, so he's starting to put zeros on your invoice for the transporter. Thanks for joining us, Andrew. Really appreciate it. Not sure where we're going to go next, Callum. It's that time of the day where everybody's starting to leave the track here. There's Alan. He's sneaking around. He wants to get the transporter underway. We won't get a word from him. If you actually want to catch up on Alan Heafy's story, check it out in the Grassroots Racing podcast. He was one of the first guests on that particular podcast, and I'm desperately looking up and down the pit lane here for some identities. Plenty of hard-working mechanics and crew still around trackside here. We've got one more race to go, and believe it or not, we're still sort of tracking on time. It's 5 to 5. They were due to start. Sorry, it's 7 to 5. They were due to start at 4:55. So let's hope that we can get the Porsche 944s on track. We might just throw to a quick break here as part of the Trico 2025 Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... All right. No no matter what the conditions. Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Well, we're catching up with as many people as we possibly can before they leave the track today. We've had a quick chat with Brett when he got his result in the sports sedans, but the magic behind the scenes at Bollard's Direct and Gilliland Engineering, Graham Gilliland. Sadly, we didn't have the RX-7 here today, so a quick explanation on why.
It's at home at the moment getting a new diffuser, new wing and new front spoiler on it, and getting ready for a test day on the 17th of March.
So all of that, Brett, you and your dad have just fixed during the day today. So why? That's really just the excuse book, isn't it? You've done all that live at the track.
I think it's an age thing. So yeah, it's it's good. We're obviously our guys are helping Graham as well, and yeah, I'll make sure I kick him out of the seat on the 17th and have a steer of that as well.
Well, it's terrific to just catch these guys. They've got a bit of a journey. They've got to head all the way back over the other side of town. So they're pretty keen to get going. So we'll definitely see you at the next round, Graham.
No, not colder. It'll be Winton on the 9th of May.
What's that?
That was a combined round with New South Wales.
Oh, that'll be good to go to. I'm sure there'll be plenty of interest there. Let's dig a little bit deeper into what's in your immediate future, Brett. And a good little thing here. I'll just get our camera guy just down here. Bollard's Direct is the big support here. And this guy happens to be Brett Dickey, so he's got the same initials as the sponsor. So there's a beautiful synergy there with these two guys. You're heading off to Pikes Peak. You're doing it again. Oxygen bottles on board, all of that sort of thing. Give us a quick précis of a lap, or not a lap, isn't it? It's a hill climb, a run up the mountain.
Yeah, well, it's a week-long event, so you really got to set yourself right in the morning and make sure you hydrate enough, because obviously with the altitude you get dehydrated as well. So, like I said to you earlier today, it starts with the oxygen in the morning, and yeah, set your sights on getting to the summit, and hopefully the weather gods allow you to do that as well.
Well, there we go. That is it. I am hearing the Timewell Commodore just over my shoulder, being prepared to be put away. Guys, thank you so much. Thanks for ripping the jumper off and doing the Bollard's Direct thing. We will throw back up to commentary. No, we won't. We will come with Callum. And thanks, guys. All the best. See you at the next one. Ah, yes, a guy that's been hanging around. He's been waiting for a microphone shoved in his face all weekend long. And this means, yeah, race car. That's what it means right there. A very generous display of generosity from you this weekend. You've kept the whole camera crew, commentary crew fed up with coffee, so big thanks for that, mate. But you've had a bit of a testing weekend with the Red Commodore, haven't you?
Better days. Wasn't a really great weekend. We started out wrecking tyres on Friday in practice. We dealt with that problem, and then I wrecked a gearbox on Saturday. We dealt with that problem. Now I've got a shift cut problem and broke a steering rack today. So
I said about 2-3 seasons ago that you used to keep the car in one piece. You did it very, very nicely. You were gentle on the gear. All of a sudden you said, I want to start winning races, and this is what happens, isn't it? Stuff starts to come undone.
Well, I won one at Phillip Island, and I've pretty much gone backwards since then. So, well, that's racing.
The 1W keeps you coming back, though, doesn't it?
You betcha. It's great.
Great to see Ben. He's been out on track and they've been working very, very hard. Jared McLeod and the whole crew trying to solve all of these problems that these guys have got. It looks like we're about to get a 944 race, and this time it's back to the commentary booth.
Thank you very much, Darren Smith. Love your work down there as always, doing the hard yards with the microphone in hand, pestering as many people as he can find who haven't already escaped the confines of Sandown Raceway, as we are getting quite close to the end of the weekend's proceedings here in round one of Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for season 2025. But before we wrap up, we've got one more race to go. It is Porsche 944 Challenge Race 3, and in the words of the late, great Big Kev, I'm excited, Joey Kellick.
I'm excited too. I'm also feeling a little bit seasick, as a matter of fact. Thanks, Callum, for that fantastic camera work there. Hopefully in the Blendline budget we might be able to find a steady cam
5 seconds on the mic and he's already throwing shade. That's a new record for Mr. Kellick next to me.
No, it's really great to see what's going on in the paddock and all of the wonderful people and characters that make Vic State Series what it is, which is a fantastic, enjoyable and very, very exciting group of races and categories. It's just awesome. And here we go, the 944s, the best of the best.
We've saved the best to last, folks. It's going to be a cracker. Strap yourselves in. 18 minutes plus 1 lap of action with these cars. Melbourne Paving helping us out here. Thanks to Nicholas Carpenter's business for that one. And I'm sure Adam Brewer will be thanking him as well for providing oodles and oodles of stickers, which that number 3 car has applied to the front because the front fascia is gone from the contact that we saw with Cameron Bella in race 1. We got a bit of a glimpse of that being mechanically applied to the car at live when I went down to have a chat to those guys earlier, and it's great to see that car out on track again as they're all trying to get temperature into their tyres.
Some people use fiberglass, some people use Kevlar, people use aluminium, some people use papier mâché, which is what Adam Brewer has decided to adorn on the front of his car. He's literally fixed that bingle with sticky tape, stickers, and whatever else he could find.
Well, as I always say, Joey, if it looks silly but it works, it ain't silly. And he's out there starting the race from P3.
Fantastic.
Oh, it's brilliant, isn't it? Let's run through the grid. Cameron Bella, 2 wins from 2 races so far in that Cyan number 1 machine. He'll be starting from pole position with Jamie Westaway starting alongside on the front row once again. Out of position 3 will be car number 3, Adam Brewer, with Mark Verdino in the number 44, starting out of 4th position. Chris Lewis-Williams, who had a DNF yesterday with that sheet-off pin, who ended up marooned at this very corner you're looking at right now, he recovered up to 5th earlier today. Can he get himself on the podium once again? We will find out.
He's hungry.
He's certainly hungry. Mark Torbert's out of P6 in the number 71 Apple computer machine. Awesome looking thing. PJ Grant out of 7th in the number 84, next to Carter Fox in the number 7 car. So that's the 84 and the 7. I just stripped myself up with the number 7s and 8s that I was throwing around there.
Very confusing.
It is. Andrew Jackman in the number 20 Pool Master Bayside car out of 9th, with Tony Westaway in the number 50 machine, 10th on the grid. And then we have Jack Atley, Nicholas Carpenter, the Melbourne Paving man himself, Sam Rofe, and Andrew Goldman. And I'm just having a look to see who forms up at the back of the grid, because we did have a couple of DNFs. That yellow car in the background is Sam Rofe, and then behind there, that is
Jared Campione, who is recovering from a broken throttle cable, which is what set him out in the last race.
So no Andrew Goldman, no Manu Metasama, and no John Venoris, unfortunately. But we do still have a great field of 14 cars getting ready to take the final start.
Green flag at the back of the grid, and 5-second board is out.
We'll be eagerly awaiting the start of this one as the revs start to build. Who will get the jump between Cameron Bella and Jamie Westaway? Red light is on. There's a bit of oil down at the first corner from the oil we saw. They're underway. It looks to be a pretty good start from both of those guys at the front. Not much wheel spin at all, but they're going to have to tiptoe very carefully once they get to turn 1. We saw in the improved production race the oil that went down. You can see the slippery surface flag being held aloft on the left-hand side, so they all know what to expect after that siding lap. There's that oil down getting kicked up by the number 28 car. Cameron Bella is going to get the lead, and it's Adam Brewer who makes his way back up into 2nd. He's had so much pace all weekend long, but just hasn't been able to get any further past 3rd. Super, super consistent is that car. Is this the race where he gets the win?
Yeah, he's looking really good and he's really hungry for it. Like he said, he's been unlucky. Great start from Mark Verdino there in 4th. definitely got the jump on Brewer, although Brewer sort of got him back as he was rifling through the gears heading into that first corner. Still very, very tight. Look out for Chris Lewis-Williams. He is hungry like the wolf, as everyone is in this field. Still pretty tight right now, so looking really, really good.
Bit of ducking, a bit of weaving, a bit of snaking. Everyone's trying to find a bit of real estate. Mark Torbitz is trying to defend from Tony Westerway and does so successfully through turn 6 as they all file through into the Dandenong Road corner where we saw some absolute chaos in the last race. Adam Brewer just tipping it a little bit wide there. That's opened the door for Mark Verdino around the outside. He's not going to have the line to actually get a move done, but look at Chris Lewis-Williams all over the back of the number 3 as well.
Ooh.
There's a lot to play for here, and there's a lot of movement in this battle for third position. Mark Verdino is going to have the inside line onto the main straight, but he's not going to have the pace. Let's see how these 3 guys and the rest of the field shape up as they make their way down to turn 1 for the first time at proper racing speed. Let's take stock. Bella from Westerway, then it's Brewer, Verdino, Lewis-Williams, Tony Westerway, Torbitz, Fox, Jackman and Grant, and now at the front, Jamie Westerway has slungshot himself into the lead of the race. And
Slungshot, I like it.
I don't know if it's a word, but it is now. We've been inventing words all weekend. Cameron Bella back up the outside around turn 2. Locks it in turn 3. Great return serve there.
Fantastic stuff. Hannibal Lecter in third place with Chris Lewis-Williams there. Still really, really close. Now, I know Mark Verdino was really, really keen to get a good start because he's just struggling to match the pace of the guys in front of him. And is that him? He's dropped down to 5th, hasn't he?
5th.
Yeah,
3
so
wide.
Lewis
Look
Williams
at this,
has got him
though.
there.
Wow. 3 wide for the lead.
Oh, wow.
This is, I think it's going to be Brewer who's going to get the move done around the outside. That is unbelievable stuff.
Whoa, drifting around the corner there.
Brewer has to cut to the inside.
Big lock up.
Huge lock up. He gets it pulled up, but that tyre's not going to feel sensational for the rest of the race.
Fantastic stuff.
Uses every single inch of the road and a little bit of the grass on the exit there and is able to hold on to first position. But that's made this a 5-car battle for the lead now. That's brought Chris Lewis-Williams and Mark Verdino right back into this train.
Oh, yeah, and another 50-cent cheap suit coming right up there for Brewer. Look, they've got a bit of a gap, this top 5. Back to Westerway, back to Tony. Carter Fox, who I'm looking for a bit of improvement from him. I think that he's really got... Now, he was dicing with PJ Grant in that last race, and with the differential and the Constantino effect between those two, he was finding it hard to get past him. He's now clear, and he's just behind Westerway, coming second in that second pack.
Cameron Bella doing his best to fill the mirrors of that number 3 Porsche in front of him, piling on as much pressure as he possibly can. I don't think he'll be looking in his own rear view mirror too much. Won't need to worry too much about Jamie Westerway. Although he's quick, he's got a battle on his hands to hold off Chris Lewis-Williams.
Yeah, he really does. Lewis is, like we've said before, Lewis-Williams is hungry. Yeah, lots of stuff happening in the back there. Look, we've still got 10, 11 minutes left in this race. This top 5 are nose to tail. They'll just be seeing what they can do, who's going to settle into the fastest pace of all of them. Westerway was struggling in the previous race. He didn't know where the time was, but he said to me that he was just going to do his darndest to find it, and he's looking really good right now. These guys are close. This is tight. This is really top-level 944 racing right here. Anything could happen.
Proper neck-and-neck stuff. I think Mark Verdino was trying to have a look up the inside of Dandenong Road, but couldn't get the job done, so has to slot back into 5th position. A little bit further back, we can see those 2 yellow cars of Carter Fox and Tony Westerway battling, but this is a fantastic scrap at the front. Adam Brewer will lead the train once again. He has the fastest lap of the race so far. He doesn't improve on it this time by. So 126.1658 was the fastest lap the previous time around for Brewer, but he's still very, very quick. He's only an extra 0.07 of a second slower than that original time. So really, really quick stuff. And as I've mentioned at the top of the race here, he's known for just sheer consistency day in, day out. Now, back here, this is Tony Westerway doing his best to hold off Carter Fox for the battle for 6th position, and Mark Torbitz is really keen to weigh in on this one as well.
Yeah, Torbitz is showing some great momentum. He doesn't have the top-end pace, as we've spoken about with his car, lacking a little bit of horsepower, but he is a beast in the corners, I think you called him earlier, and he certainly is. So that train of the second pack there is very close with Westerway, Fox and Torbitz running their own little race there with a bit of a gap to Jackman and then a gap further to PJ Grant. Great stuff from Fox here. Yeah. Right behind Westerway.
A little bit of a look there through turn 6. Didn't get it done there, but he's just letting him know, hey, mate, I'm still right behind you.
Yeah.
And Mark Tilberts, I think, is just keeping a little bit of a close, like a close but not too close distance, just a bit of a watching brief.
He's a wily character, that's for sure. As we see Bella
lead of the
going
race
through Brewer, and we see Westaway with track position, possibly inside Brewer there. I think that they've got a run on Bella out of that corner as well. We'll see if Westaway darts out here for a braking manoeuvre. He's got to find room somewhere. Oh, okay, so Brewer's got lost 2. Lewis Williams tailgating on the inside behind Westaway. Brewer is not going to give it up into this corner, though.
He certainly is not. Lewis Williams is very, very quick. He had the fastest lap of the race that time around, but he can't get the move done. Has to slot back behind Adam Brewer here. So Lewis Williams still in 4th position. Cameron Bella resumes the lead of the race once again with Jamie Westaway glued to that back bumper, as he has done since the red light went out.
Westaway getting a really good run out of turn 4 there. Let's see if he can make something happen in the 6, 7 and 8 and maybe into the braking zone of Dandy. Although it's not somewhere we would normally see Westaway pass Bella or vice versa. But yeah, let's see what happens.
I almost wonder if Westaway just biding his time, just taking a bit of time to just, I guess, rehearse things and like figure out where the best place is and time his run as Carter Fox goes around the outside of Tony Westaway.
Fantastic move by the young fella, and he makes his corner as well.
Brilliant stuff, and
big lock-up.
Massive lock-up from Tony Westaway in response. He can't keep that one out of the gravel for the time being. Is he going to get
find a gear?
Is that suspension
That's
damage?
suspension failure.
That is not, that thing is well and truly buried. That's going to have to be a safety car, I'm sure.
That looks like suspension failure to me.
It does. I'm not sure how that came about, but that is very, very close to the track. So we'll keep a hot eye on that one. Now, we are still green for the time being.
Good thing Carter got that move. And taking nothing away from Carter Fox, he got that move done before whatever happened to Westaway happened.
Safety car has been called. So, fantastic, as you said, from Carter Fox to get that move done over the top of the hill. Very unfortunate for Tony Westaway to spear off into the gravel, but safety car is out and the race has been neutralised. Furiously waving the safety car board are the marshals down there
Just
at turn 4.
Furious wiggle of the card.
And there's the car. It's hard to tell whether it's... I reckon I'm agreeing with that does look to be that rear right suspension damage, but we don't have much really of an indication of where that may have came from, whether it was just a failure out of nowhere. Like
He's out of the car, which makes me think that if it wasn't a mechanical failure, he may stay in it.
He looks he looks pretty perplexed. He's sort of having a bit of a look at that rear right corner to see what's going on. And I think he's just pointed that out to the recovery crew as well. That is a suspension failure.
And there's no reason really why that car should be off kilter anyway. Anyway, it's sand, but it's level. So, yeah, I think that's an odd thing to happen there, isn't it?
Yeah, and those massive lockups, you just don't see them from Tony Westaway. He's such a cool, calm and collected driver.
Mr.
So
Consistent.
let's see a replay here to get a bit of context as to what may have happened. So, coming over the top of the hill, it's already listing. That number 50 car is already tilted up in the front left corner. That thing was not stopping in a hurry. So, was very lucky not to actually clean up the back of Carter Fox there. But look at that.
Great work.
Rear right wheel. So, brilliant job to sort of keep it in one piece and pull it up. But, very unfortunate end to Tony Westaway's weekend.
Fantastic stuff by Westaway. He is very, very experienced and really, as you said, good work from him to not clean up Carter Fox. Hopefully we can get that car cleared quickly. I can't see the timing. We've got 5 minutes and 17 seconds left. Hopefully we can get that out of the way quickly and recovered, and we can get a couple of laps. I know that our recovery team will do the best that they possibly can in the safest and quickest way possible, as they always do.
So let's have another look at that moment there from Tony Westaway. We've got another angle. Let's see if we can get for a little bit of an early shot. So keep an eye on that number 50 as he goes through.
Oh!
Yeah, there it goes. You can see it snap just as he makes the corner there.
Wow.
So it just, and he's got nowhere that he can really go and just keeps it off the back of Carter Fox. Very, very lucky boy to keep that one out of trouble for the most part. But
he hasn't tried to drive it out either.
He gave it a bit of a crack after he tried to plan it, and then it just buried itself a bit further.
Oh, you're right. Yes,
but you could just see the rear right just gave way.
It did.
At the apex
I've never
of that
seen
corner.
that before.
Yeah. So
and without contact, he spun earlier in the previous race, but that's an odd thing there.
It certainly is. Let's take a bit of a look at take stock of where the field's at right now. So Cameron Bella is currently leading the way. He's got the fastest lap so far. Perfect timing on that graphic too. 125.4584. Rapid stuff from him. He's got Jamie Westerway behind him. Adam Brewer in third. That is how those top three have ran all weekend. There's been first, second, third, all three of those. Chris Lewis-Williams has made his way to fourth position ahead of Mark Verdino in fifth. Then we have Carter Fox up to P6. Mark Torbitz, Andrew Jackman, PJ Grant and Nicholas Carpenter completing that top 10. And then it's Jared Campione, Jack Atley and Sam Rofe, the last of the 13 runners out on track now, with Anthony Westerway marooned at the Dandenong Road sandpit. So we are going to have to wait for a little bit for the recovery crew to get that car out. They've been able to dig it out of the gravel, which is good. I think they may have been thinking about a flat tow, but that's going to have to be a flatbed job, tow truck job, I'm sure, unfortunately.
And that may take more than 3 minutes and 22 seconds.
Fingers crossed, you never know. We'll see what happens with that one.
Hang on a minute, we've got Westway's back in the car.
Is he trying to get it underway again and just drive it back to the pits? I don't know what he's expecting that rear right to be able to do for him there. So he drove under his own power for a little bit on the grass, what I'm hearing, and then he's just pulled up again. So maybe he gave it a crack and has decided, no, it's actually a bit more broken than I expected.
He is very mechanically minded. They do all the work to their own cars. So if he can move that car without it creating extra catastrophic damage, guaranteed he will do it. And as we can see, it does not look well.
It does not. That thing, call it Pete Murray, because it has seen better days, especially in that rear right corner. Recovery vehicles are scrambling off the track because we are looking to hopefully get a restart underway ASAP, as long as Tony Westerway can get that stricken number 50 back in the lane. He only has 2 more corners to navigate before that point, though. So I'm feeling pretty hopeful. We'll see how we go.
Fantastic work by him, and really considerate of his fellow competitors to get that thing out of the way. He's obviously made the call, and he's very much aware that it's going to be quicker under his own steam than if he does get it out on the flatbed.
Fingers crossed that we do get some good racing in the end of this one. The last thing I want to see is another safety car finish to a 9.44 race, because
we hate that.
We do, and there's plenty of action still left in these guys. They are hungry for some racing here, and all three of those guys at the top, any one of them could win it, I'm sure. And even Chris Lewis-Williams and Mark Verdino, geez, they're all so racy. It's going to be an awesome finish, and
it really is. And look out for all of them. But Brewer is going to be out of his mind hungry, trying to get a win for this in these last couple of laps. He is just desperate for some luck to go his way in his Hannibal Lecter-looking machine.
He's not going to be worried about keeping that nose clean anymore.
No, he will not. We were talking about some Morse code happening on the back of some cars in improved production before. I'm waiting for some whack-a-mole.
He'll be sending some telegrams to the front of that thing.
He'll be sending some very nasty emails into the back of that car in front of him.
No, they like to they're very respectful. They like each other, these guys.
They do.
They're very respectful, and even though they've raced so hard, especially Bella and Westerway, I've been seeing those two guys fanging it around here constantly. That is a light on top of that safety car, which is not on. So that means we're on for a restart, folks. Strap yourselves in. This is going to be a banger. Cameron Bella is going to be leading the field with Jamie Westerway behind him, Adam Brewer.
This is what we want. This is what we came to see.
Yes, let's get ready, folks. So Bella's still slowing up for now. He's just got control of the field. We won't have much time left because we're just ticking under 45 seconds left on the clock. So we'll keep an eye on the flag post to see how many laps we actually get out of this one. But it's going to be action-packed. Go time. Foot is hitting the floor. Pedal to the metal. Let's go, folks.
He's holding.
He's still holding, as a matter of fact.
He's holding. It's not often that it's very often that we see safety cars. It's not often we see safety car restarts. Oh, Mark Torbitz has gone early.
Has he overlapped? I'm not sure. We'll have to keep an eye on that one. Green flags are underway once again. Everyone's fanning out to get a bit of real
PJ Grant
estate.
possibly went early as well.
Potentially. It's hard to say. They're all trying to find some real estate here. The ones at the front are all line astern, just trying to stay on the back of Bella. He's not worried about defending. He goes all the way to the racing line. He's comfortable with the pace of that car.
He is.
Clock's about to tick to 0, so we've still got a couple of laps left to go yet, I think. Green flags are waving, and we get to see some more fantastic action. Now, they come into turn 4. No one's really close enough to make a pass this time by, but let's see what they can do as Cameron Bella uses every last bit of that runoff concrete at turn 4 to get as much speed, make that corner as wide as he possibly can to get as much momentum as he can up this back straight.
Every single little bit of tarmac he was using then. Now, I think the really important part here is for these top guys to pick their moment. They've got a couple of laps. Well, at least one.
Yep.
We've got heat. By the end of this, expecting this last complex of corners, something to go down if they are close enough.
100%. Jamie Westerway has been biding his time all race. Hasn't seen the front so far, but they both go really wide. Bit of rallycross action
How's
in the number 28
compression there
car.
by Jamie?
Wow, he's going to be feeling that one in the morning, I'm sure. They both still stay first and second on account of both of those excursions there, Bella and Westaway. Last lap board is out on the flag post, ladies and gentlemen. So one more lap to go at Sandown for round one of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Bella leads, Westaway second, Adam Brewer third, Chris Lewis-Williams fourth. That is the battle for the lead as Mark Verdena has dropped back. Jamie Westaway up the inside into turn one. Wow! He's been clipped by Cameron Bella. He's locked up the inside. Bella's gone on the inside. Jamie Westaway buried in the sandpit. That thing's going nowhere.
Oh my Lord! I did not see that coming.
We're still racing. We're not done yet, folks. That is horrible news for Jamie Westaway. That's not the finish to his weekend. And Cameron Bella, he's not letting that, he's leaving that behind. He's got other things to worry about right now. He's got that number 3 car with sticky tape and Melbourne paving stickers all over the front fascia, really hounding him right now. He's going to see if he can get a good run up the back of the straight here. Or he's looking up the inside now. Cameron Bella doesn't feel the need to defend too harshly. Sticks it right in the middle of the track. Keeps that position for the time being. Adam Brewer, still second position. Jeez, he'll be so hungry
Chris
for that win.
Lewis-Williams to inside here at Dandenong Road.
Incredible move from Chris Lewis-Williams. That thing was so sketchy. Dancing on the limit of that car's grip there. Was probably about a millimetre of brake pedal away from locking that thing up. Incredible pass there from Lewis-Williams. He moves into second, but it is going to be Cameron Bella who holds on to take race 3. A clean sweep for the reigning champion at Sandown.
Incredible.
Chris Lewis-Williams makes his way back to second, and Adam Brewer 3, 3, 3. And Mark Torberts, he'll be spewing with that finish to that race. Now, Mark Verdino, 4th position. PJ Grant, 5th on the road, 10-second penalty. So that's going to drop him down the order quite some way, and I imagine that will promote Carter Fox up to 5th position. Let's have a look and see what happened at turn 1 once again on the start of that last lap. So, Westaway goes to the inside, locks up there, and just gets clipped on the back there by Cameron Bella. I don't know what you make of that one, Joey.
Look, he had overlap. He nipped it in and had a slight lock up in the rear and washed out the front as he turned in. So he slowed up the car, and I just don't think that Cameron had much that he could do and clipped him. I think if Westaway took that corner cleanly, he wouldn't have been there for Cameron to hit him. Racing incident.
He'll be spewing with that one, James Westaway. It's his second race weekend in a row, including Island Magic, where he's had to, did not finish that last race of the season. Wow, okay. Bit more happening here as well. So that's Jared Campione on the runoff and Jack Atley as well, both parked up. That Campione number 88 car, I don't know how it's looking. I'm not sure if it's copped a hit or anything like that. We've got no idea what's happened here. This is the first I've seen of this incident.
Is there another car?
Let's take a look at a replay. We've got a little bit of let's see if we can get some context as to what may have happened here. Let's take a look at this replay. Okay, so this is looking at the exit. Oh, so we saw Mark Torberts at the back straight there. So he's copped a little bit of a... he's been caught up in that melee as well, and he was able to get underway. Campione and Jack Atley were not, unfortunately.
I think Atley has just checked in there with the great character of a person that he is, just to see if everyone's okay.
Which we certainly hope that everyone is okay. We'll keep an eye on that one, and we will provide you with any updates as soon as we possibly do. That is the number 88 car of Jared Campione there that we see. And I also caught a glimpse of... Nicholas Carpenter at the end of that race there, coming up the main straight. You saw it too. That front bar didn't look straight, did it?
Yeah, it looked like the front undercarriage. The engine protector underneath the engine bay was hanging, or it was, like you said, the front bar. But something was definitely hanging. Now, Torbs has gone around again.
There's Jared Campione walking over to the medical car, which is great to see in his blue race suit. So good to see him up and out of the car. Still really not sure what's happened to that car, and we can see the recovery crews still trying to fish that number 28 car out of the gravel at turn 1. Now let's have a look at another angle from this turn 4 incident. So we can already see Campione and Torberts there caught up. So Jack Atlee wasn't involved at all. He just kept going around, and he's just pulled up at the end of the race to check on them to see what's okay. So, at that point, we can only assume that it was something just involving Campione and Torbitz. But
wow, what an action-packed last couple of laps after that restart. I mean, we knew something was coming, and the action. Yeah.
Unbelievable stuff. It's never a dull moment in Porsche 944s. Let's go down to hear from Darren Smith.
Well, we should be calling this never a dull moment racing, this 944 challenge. Cambella, multiple championships, and I guess the last couple of laps of that race explains why the cars that are behind us and behind you in this one, this is absolutely willing racing, isn't it?
Yeah, this year's going to be tough. 5 championships. Some of them have been a bit easier, but it's getting tougher and tougher. This year we've had a really good few races. I'm just looking forward to it, to be honest. So,
you didn't see the mayhem that was going on behind you most of that race, but you were mixed up in it down at the turn 1 there, where your old mate Jamie's ended up in the sand trap.
Yeah, a bit shattered because Jamie sort of dive bombed into 1, and then we made a slight little bit of contact, and I think it sort of sent him off a bit, and it was just really unfortunate, and I'm a bit shattered because we were going to have a good race there, and just is what it is. But
onwards and upwards, hey. Next round, on we go. Let's go and have a chat with CLW, see how he's gone. Here he is here.
Say hello to Darren.
Position number 2, Chris.
Congratulations.
This granddaughter. Yes, number 2. I didn't know the podium stat. You guys told me that I hadn't been off the podium very much at all here, so I thought I'll have a crack. It was a good race. It was a good race.
Who's this?
This is Billy. This is granddaughter number 1.
Great to have family out racing, isn't it?
Well, I'm kind of the granddad at 944 these days, so kind of happening.
I tell you what, you don't race like anyone's granddad. You race like you've been doing it for a long time, which you have been. Yeah. And mate, it's getting pretty fierce in this show, isn't it?
The guys are good, but good to race with, and they find pace, and the cars are quick in different spots, and I keep coming back. I keep saying I should retire, and I keep coming back because I just love racing with the guys, and they're good off track as well as on track. So, and just Vic State as an atmosphere is great to hang around.
Keep coming with Grandpa, sweetheart. It's fun, isn't it?
Say yes, Darren.
Good girl. All right, I've got to speak to Ads Brewer. We promised we wouldn't chat with each other all season long because I don't want to put the commentator's curse on it. But tell us about that one, mate. That all took place in front of you like a big screen TV, didn't it?
Did. I got a front row seat, as they say. But what a race. These guys just always turn it on, and it makes it so hard. Like, to try and get out in front is one of the hardest things ever. Credit to Cameron, well done. Credit to Jamie, he was fast as well. And well done for Chris sticking his signature move down there at turn 9. That's the one he stick. As soon as he shoved it down there, I just shook my head and go, can't believe I fell for it. But just want to thank Mum and Dad. Always coming out, give me a hand. As you can see, the car's in a bit of disarray from race 2, but we stuck some stickers and some race tape on it.
Thanks to Melbourne Paving, eh?
Melbourne Paving, thanks for the stickers. He said I can have them too, which was a good bloke. Car was still a bullet all weekend. Can't believe we were a 10th off the race lap record. So, car is just flying.
You're feeling a bit emotional right now, aren't you?
Oh, it is. It's hard. You get out of the car and you're just stuffed and you got nothing left. So, this is what happens. The last little bit of emotion comes out. So.
Terrific, Ads. Mate, this is the last time we're going to chat. About Christmas time will be the next time we talk, eh?
No, don't worry. There's no curse. It's all good.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've heard it from the 3 on the podium for the Porsche 944 Challenge. It's been a fantastic couple of years for that category. And I reckon the Trico 2025 Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships is just about to ignite. Improved production, a lap back. Those 3 guys that ended up in the sand trap are now our race winners and podium getters. These cars, they've got makeshift sticker fronts on these Porsches to get them to the end. Let's see you all at Calder Park on March 29 and 30. All be here live on the Blendline TV networks via YouTube, and keep in touch with everything at vsrs.com.au. We'll see you at Calder.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact. for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.